Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Before we begin, let's take a brief look back at the previous chapter. In the apocalyptic year 2174, Earth was thrown into chaos when underground passages opened, unleashing countless savage beasts and pushing humanity to the edge of extinction. Those who absorbed a mysterious energy became evolvers, mankind's last hope. Luo Xiao, an average evolver, set out alone to scavenge the beast zone after his girlfriend Imo Shiyun broke up with him. There, he stumbled upon an enigmatic system that changed his fate forever. The system lets Luo Xiao run simulations in different worlds, granting him new powers each time. In his first low-level simulation, his lonely star of calamity talent propelled him from prodigy to sword demon, but he died after losing control. The rewards, however, endowed him with mastery of swordsmanship and innate martial arts. In the second simulation, choosing the sword genius talent, he joined the Mount Hua sect, reached the innate realm, and became the king of martial might, only to suffer the destruction of his clan. In the third run, he created the innate art Open Sky and died in battle after his family was again annihilated. Each simulation sent his strength soaring. Rising from a 1-star Tier 1 evolver to a 3-star Tier 4 powerhouse, he amassed a formidable array of innate techniques. He stopped scavenging corpses and began hunting beasts, using their cores for simulation points. Deep in the caverns, his raw power and killing intent let him slaughter monsters with ease, earning more points and another surge in strength. His meteoric rise drew the attention of the Kaiyun Bay City military. Commander-in-Chief Su Jinyu personally invited him to enlist. Luo Xiao accepted, knowing the army could supply crystal energy and beast cores vital to his progress. The military rewarded him generously cash, resources, and high-level manuals that fueled his growth. Backed by the military, he kept running simulations. With the violet-grade Scarlet Flame battle body, he gained control of fire and supercharged his flame arts, pushing himself to 4-star Tier 5 while stockpiling vast elemental power. The simulations grew deadlier, yet his strength and composure always saw him through. His next goal was Tier 6. In one simulation he made the breakthrough, emerging with newfound confidence. Reality soon tested him when a Tier 7 beast attacked Kaiyun City. Luo Xiao stepped forward without hesitation and, wielding his slaughter aura, killed the monster, saving the city. His heroics made him a local legend. Eager to improve further, he enrolled in Imperial Capital University's elite class, where fresh challenges and opportunities awaited. At the same time, he searched for the Nirvana blossom to heal Su Jinyu's damaged Dantian. One simulation revealed a startling truth. The Shinwu continent he visited was actually the future of a world he had simulated before. Realizing he might truly have crossed into another reality, he encountered Xiao He, a giant wolf guarding the Nirvana blossom man, once his pet in a previous life. Xiao He explained that a mysterious force had altered every creature's physique, vastly accelerating cultivation. Luo Xiao vowed to harness that power, locate more Nirvana blossoms, and restore Su Jinyu. After countless trials, he found the flower and repaired her Dantian. He began to suspect these changes were linked to his own past actions, and he resolved to uncover the truth while pursuing even greater strength. At an auction, he projected an overwhelming aura, sold a Nirvana blossom for a fortune, and poured the proceeds into further cultivation. Every new rival and obstacle fell before his unwavering will. Luo Xiao's legend has only just begun. Driven by relentless effort and constant challenges, he believes he will reach the pinnacle of power. That concludes the recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoyed it. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time encountering the story, feel free to check the comments or playlist for Part 1. Now let's dive into Part 2. Seeing that she remained silent, you decided to ask about the martial ancestor. Murong Xingyun thought for a moment before she began, her voice steady as she laid out the old tales one by one. 1,000 years ago, the martial ancestor first unveiled his terrifying sword intent and saber intent, then held a single lecture that stunned the world before vanishing without a trace. All he left behind was a storage ring packed with manuals and techniques for cultivating intent. With that trove, Huaxiao established and rapidly expanded the entire intent lineage. In the centuries that followed, gifted intent cultivators kept emerging. Once they grasped a powerful intent, their strength soared, and they repeatedly saved humanity from annihilation. A millennium has now passed, and the strongest among humans has reached the pinnacle of sixfold intent. As for the martial ancestor's disappearance, it was as sudden as his arrival. Huaxiao has long suspected that the beautiful nation or another power abducted him, and the mystery has sparked numerous large-scale wars. Your brows rose in surprise. The so-called manuals were the very scraps you had tossed into that ring because you hadn't stored them in the system space. You still remember every original technique. And since this simulation is identical to your real transmigration except that you brought no items, the updated versions have become your most precious shortcut. With that thought, your eyes lit up. During this 1,000 years, you asked, has humanity optimized those techniques? If the answer was yes, you could save yourself at least a millennium of work. Of course, Morong Xingyan nodded. Back then those manuals were far ahead of their time, but by today's standards they're outdated. Over the past 1,000 years, Wuxia's experts have revised and refined them, raising them to 10th rank, lower grade. Unfortunately, the original foundation was too shallow, or we could have pushed them even further. A sigh escaped her. None of this was classified, so she spoke freely, yet the more she said, the more puzzled she became. This young man knew nothing of the most basic history, as if he had stumbled in from another era. Even common folk could recite these facts. You barely noticed her doubts, lost in excitement and rank, lower grade, and all built upon your own work. If you could see the full versions, cultivating them would be effortless. Eagerly, you asked, may I at least take a look at those techniques? Her expression cooled at once, and she shook her head. They're Wuxia's top secrets. Other nations' spies have only managed to steal 9th rank drafts. The latest version is reserved for disciples of the Radiant Sovereign, and I have access only because I hold that title. Your identity is unclear, don't even think about it. Shut out, you sighed to yourself. After a moment's thought, you decided to lay a card on the table. I know Li Jing Wu. Once he sees me, he'll vouch for my identity. Li Jing Wu was one of Wuxia's strongest warriors. On this you felt confident. Morong Xingyun answered calmly, my master is away. We'll discuss it when he returns. In other words, stop dreaming for now. You had nothing to say, so you continued to wait. Day 63. You keep refining pills. At the same time, he refined a batch of Jujuan Nirvana pills. All his attributes skyrocketed to 3.2 billion, and his lifespan was forcibly stretched by 200 years. Just as the medicinal power surged through his body, an urgent message arrived. The Guangming Zhizuan was here, and she had asked for him by name. Morong Xingyun rushed to the Exotic Race Research Institute and pulled him out of the testing hall. Their flying vessel sliced through a sea of clouds and landed in a brightly lit manner. Everywhere he looked, priceless spirit plants lined the path. Huiyu bamboo, Qingyao paulownia, Xinshuang plumage, at least 7th rank, forming a glittering corridor of wealth that showcased Guangming Zhizuan's vast resources. Deep within the bamboo grove, moonlight spilled over a graceful figure standing beside a weathered stone. She turned, and 6 majestic wings of light unfurled with a thunderous boom, releasing hundreds of streams of holy brilliance. His chest tightened, and he blurted out, you're the Guangming Zhizuan? The face that burst into view was one he knew to the bone. Emotion. Her expression was calm, as if she were looking at a stranger, yet the faint tremor in her fingertips betrayed the turmoil inside. He could almost hear her thoughts. Discovering that the ex-boyfriend you thought long dead has come back to life is hard for anyone to swallow. After all, what goddess doesn't wish her ex would stay nicely dead? He mocked inwardly. Boom. Holy light erupted. An instant later, the radiance solidified into a glowing cross that pinned him in place and dragged him into her domain of light. The world turned into platinum holy ground, runes of law churning like waves. So this is the realm beyond Wushan, he marveled. It's at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary intent field, and the only gateway to becoming a true Wushan. Who are you really? Mo Zion's eyes were icy. An invisible chain clamped around his throat, making it impossible to lie. Luo Xiao, he answered truthfully. Her brows tightened as she reeled off questions only the two of them could know. The coordinates of their first joint mission, her most hated food, the first gift he ever gave her. He replied to every question without hesitation. Murderous intent deepened in her eyes. These past years, where have you been? I finished my lecture, went home, blacked out, and when I opened my eyes I was here, he said, recounting his entire journey across worlds. Mo Zion's pupils contracted. Travel between worlds? She noticed his clothes the same ones he had been wearing the day he vanished 1,000 years ago. She had searched everywhere afterward, and only when the Huaxia government announced Grandmaster Luo Xiao did she realize the legend was truly him. Under her light domain, someone at the 6th tier of martial venerable like him simply couldn't lie, and she knew it. At least 90% of what he said had to be true, and the feedback from the domain told her the man before her was Luo Xiano clone, no alien disguise. The holy light receded, and the domain dissolved. Morong Xingyun hurried over. Your Highness, who is he? Mo Zion's gaze was complicated, but her words were enough to shake the world. He is the Wuzu Luo Xiao, the one and only Luo Xiao. Staring at the simulation log, Luo Xiao could only sigh in exasperation. The very first time he activated the future simulator, it dropped him back into Mo Zion's domain. Fate was playing tricks on him. On screen, 6 immaculate wings of light slowly unfurled behind Mo Xiun, far grander and more sacred than the 4 he remembered. No wonder she had ascended to the rank of supreme and become one of humanity's guardian deities. Luo Xiao gave a wry smile. Of all people, she still understood him best. After only a few questions she had confirmed he was Luo Xiao and accepted his almost absurd explanation without hesitation. The system tossed me 1,000 years ahead. It can't be just for a reunion. Suppressing his emotions, he refocused on the real task, learning what threatened humanity in this era. As for Mo Xiun, he could now face her with a calm heart. The simulation continued. Boom. Holy radiance rippled across the dome of the bright hall. When Mo Shiyun declared, "He is the martial ancestor," Murong Xingyun felt as if struck by lightning. The friendship between the bright supreme and the martial ancestor was legendary. With Mo Shiyun herself confirming it, she could only bow and apologize. Luo Xiao responded with a faint nod. Once formalities ended, he met Mo Xian's gaze and bluntly asked to see Li Jing Wu. If his identity were validated and he obtained the latest evolution of the techniques he had once created, his foundation would deepen further. Mo Shiyun shook her head. The war god is suppressing an 11th tier abyss. He won't be free for several months. She then invited Luo Xiao to stay in Bright Holy City and promised to inform Li Jingwu the moment he returned. A trace of bitterness rose in Luo Xiao's chest after all his effort. More waiting. Still, he nodded. Almost offhandedly, he mentioned he would like to read the current versions of his old techniques, assuming it was only polite conversation. The air between them was still tense after their first meeting since parting. To his surprise, Mo Shiyun flicked him a golden white token. This grants you unrestricted access to Bright Academy and all its archives. Bright Academy was the pinnacle institution of the Bright Territory, a vast domain ruled by one of humanity's supremes and home to hundreds of billions. Only the greatest talents of each generation ever set foot there, proof of the token's value. The moment it settled in his palm, Mo Shiyun turned into a beam of holy light and shot beyond the horizon. Watching her fade from sight, Luo Xiao felt a mix of emotions. In power and status, she had become everything he once aspired to be. Whether she had given her heart to anyone, he didn't know and dared not guess. She had always admired strength above all. "My master has waited 1,000 years for your return," Murong Xingyun softly said beside him. A faint, almost invisible smile tugged at Luo Xiao's lips. Now that his identity was public and their old feelings laid bare, perhaps she still held on to the idea of being the martial ancestor's wife. Maybe so, maybe not. Either way, it no longer mattered. "Let's go. Please take me to Bright Academy." Without hesitation, he spoke and left with Murong Xingyun. What you failed to notice was that Mo Shiyun had never left. Hidden in the shadows, her eyes dimmed the moment she saw the contemptuous smile on your face. Soon after, he arrived at Guangming Academy and, in the deepest vault of its archives, discovered the pinnacle version of his own manualsa work called the Martial Codex, ranked lower 10th tier. Leafing through it, he was delighted to find that the codex almost perfectly matched the continuation he had once envisioned, allowing him to adopt it without the slightest difficulty. Its might as a lower 10th tier art was unquestionable, yet he quickly realized the codex was not the human race's limit. The most advanced human techniques had already climbed to the 11th tier and were sealed in the Academy's highest clearance wing. These arts had been seized from alien catacombs, and every sovereign-level human cultivator now trained in them, though the fit was generally poor. If the Martial Codex could be elevated to Tier 11, humans would no longer need to rely on foreign systems. Because it was not, progress stalled at 11th tier sovereign, and the strongest sovereigns had advanced no farther than the 4th heaven. Without hesitation, he used the Academy's most advanced brain-machine interface to download every high-level manual in one stroke. He then reviewed the other research results. The Sword Art Open Heaven had been upgraded to mid-10th tier and renamed the Open Heaven Sword Cannon. The Saber Art Split Earth had risen to upper 10th tier under the new title Split Earth Blade Sutra. Mainstream Spear, Staff, and similar disciplines had all reached lower 10th tier. Lesser-used weapons still stopped at peak 9th tier. These breakthroughs saved him at least several millennia of theoretical work. As for alien techniques, many more existed at Tier 11, but they were ordinary skills rather than intent-based arts, so his original suite of intent techniques remained irreplaceable in the eyes of senior authorities. Even among the vast records, he still could not find a method for cultivating slaughter intent. He had never committed that art to paper. It had been conceived amid real combat. The thought left him remorseful. Had he recorded it back then, cultivators wielding triple-layer slaughter intent might now exist, making humanity far stronger. With a faint sigh, he let the matter rest. He then entered seclusion in the quiet room Mo Shiyun had arranged, accelerating his training thanks to their shared origin techniques. In the 5th month, his cultivation broke through to Martial Lord, 7th heaven, and every art he practiced reached full mastery. That very day, Murong Xingyun rushed into the chamber, grief etched on her face, and delivered a staggering message. The martial god has fallen. The martial god was, of course, Li Jing Wu. The title for 10th tier powerhouses had been coined in his honor when he became the first to attain the martial god realm. He was also the first cultivator ever to step into the supreme realm. Yet whenever people spoke of him, they never mentioned cultivation ranks. They simply called him the martial god, just as later generations would venerate the martial ancestor. After hearing this, the protagonist immediately pressed Murong Xingyun for the full story. 5 months earlier, not long after the protagonist arrived in this world, a brand new Tier 11 catacomb split open inside human territory. Its entrance led straight to an unknown realm called the Demon Domain. There dwelled the demon race creatures of terrifying, innate strength. Even a 4th-tier demon enjoyed a fourfold bodily amplification. An 11th-tier demon emperor could multiply its body dozens of times. If it also wielded elemental energy and its race's unique demonic force, it could ignore opponents of the same level and crush human warriors with ease. Until then, humanity had encountered nothing higher than 7th or 8th-tier demon catacombs. Now they faced tier 11 at once. Li Jing Wu and several other supreme experts rushed to investigate. Their movements, however, were leaked, and more than 10 demon emperors descended. Nearly the entire party martial god included was wiped out. Only the Swift Supreme, famed for unmatched movement techniques, escaped, grievously wounded, and still fighting for his life. The tale left the protagonist grim. This tier 11 catacomb might be the very root of humanity's future downfall. If a hidden 12th tier super demon awaited within, backed by dozens of times bodily amplification and elemental power, it would be virtually unstoppable. Even with his 500 talent points, the protagonist estimated it would take a century to break through the 10th tier, let alone the 11th, and the demon domain would never grant him that much time. After careful thought, he chose to remain in Bright Light Holy City. Li Jing Wu was dead, reliable allies were scarce, and leaving felt even riskier. Though he held top-level authority in the city and could draw resources at will, he refused to be merely a taker. After long deliberation, he visited Mo Shiyun at the city lord's mansion and offered to trade alchemy for supplies. Mo Shiyun responded that the city already had a tier 10 alchemist and lacked no pills. But when the protagonist calmly added that he could refine perfect-grade tier 8 pills, her expression changed dramatically. In the current era, perfect pills above tier 8 survived only as relics in ancient ruins. Even tier 10 alchemists were helpless, and humanity had no tier 11 alchemist at all. Seeing her disbelief, the protagonist lifted a hand, summoning emerald flames. He produced the ingredients on the spot and refined a batch of 10,000 beast blood pills. The moment the pills formed, their fragrance lingered without dispersing, each one a flawless sphere. Dazzled, Mo Shiyun could only concede the truth: the protagonist truly could craft perfect-grade tier 8 pills. In the end, she decreed that every perfect tier 8 pill would be purchased at 10 times the price of a standard tier 8 pill. I know the price isn't high, but there's no other choice. The Holy City of Light needs these pills in enormous quantities, Mo Shiyun said solemnly. She lifted her gaze to the young man before her. Gone was the youthful innocence of years past. At 24 or 25, she already carried the poise and steadiness of someone far older. As he studied her, the last of his misgivings dissolved. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Her price was exactly the market norm. With the herbs in hand, he returned home and shut himself away to refine elixirs. Years ago, he had mastered every technique for producing upper radiatir and even supermathier pills. Only suitable ingredients had been lacking. Now, with supplies abundant, he would need just 1 month to turn out perfect, top-grade 8th tier pills with a 100% success rate. By their agreement, he had to surrender only 1 pill out of every 10. Thanks to that formidable talent and efficiency, the Holy City of Light paid barely twice the normal cost of materials and received entire batches of flawless medicine. Word that a super-rank alchemist had appeared in the city swept across human territory, and visitors lined up to buy his pills. To his relief, the city did not seize the chance to gouge prices. Each day, Mo Shiyun sent someone with a detailed ledger, and the modest profits went into housing upgrades and cultivation resources for ordinary citizens. He reflected that a millennium of trials had given her true strategic vision, and so he stayed in the city to train without distraction. Seasons passed by years, and his cultivation rose steadily from the 7th to the 8th stage of the martial venerable realm. Meanwhile, the deaths of Supreme Li Jing Wu and the others began to show their consequences. Several 11th tier abyssal rifts they had once sealed grew restless, especially one 11th tier demon pit from which 10th tier fiends surged out. The demon emperor himself emerged once, slain only when Supreme Tianyan unleashed peak 5th layer sword intent and overwhelming power, yet Tianyan was grievously wounded. The young man could not help. That field of battle was at the 11th tier, while he could at best refine excellent 9th tier pills and had yet to touch perfection. Feeling his own smallness, he trained with even greater fervor. By late autumn of the 5th year, he finally broke through to the first stage of martial saint, each of his 5 attributes soaring beyond 10 billion. His sword intent, long stalled, advanced to the 6th layer after 5 years of studying 10th tier sword arts. Clang! A piercing, crystalline sword cry split the sky and shook the entire Holy City of Light. Every resident heard that thunderous echo and assumed the Sword of Light itself had ascended to the 6th layer, erupting in cheers. Yet in truth, only Mo Shiyun and Murong Xingyun witnessed his breakthrough. Both of them stared in disbelief at the towering 6th level sword intent. The shaft of light pierced the heavens, broader and sharper than any 6th level sword intent the human race had ever recorded. Mo Shiyun whispered, "Your sword intent is still this overwhelming. I've cultivated 1,000 years longer than you and still can't catch up." She bit her lip, her eyes churning with resentment, self-mockery, and a hint of relief. In raw talent, she ranked among humanity's finest and had long since reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Yet no one on the sword path had ever stepped into the 6th, so she had been groping forward alone. The blade path, on the other hand, had produced its trailblazer Li Jing Wu. She never believed her gift for the sword was inferior to his. He simply had a century's head start. Given a few more decades, she was certain she could catch him. Now that timeline had been smashed to pieces. The waves of sword intent across from her pounded her mind. Amid the thunderous roar, the power she had banked inside finally detonated. Clang! A dazzling aura burst from her body, forming a 6th-level sword intent that also leapt into the clouds. Though slightly weaker than the first pillar, it was nevertheless a genuine 6th-level realm. In that instant, 2 entirely different 6th-level sword intents hung beneath the sky. Cultivators unfamiliar with sword intent assumed they came from the same person, but to swordsmen above the 3rd level the 2 auras were distinct, leaving their faces drained of color. Elders who had once heard that ancient master preach felt their knees tremble. The unstoppable edge that seemed ready to rip open the firmament was the Kaidion of their memories. The martial ancestor has returned, flashed through every veteran's mind. The next day, news that the Sovereign of Light had broken through to the 6th-level sword intent swept across humanity. The Huaxiao region celebrated through the night. Other regions, while not hosting citywide revels, were equally gratified that the human race had gained another peak combatant. Ordinary citizens buzzed with discussion, their hearts steadier for it. Ding! Host has advanced to 6th-level sword intent. Sword techniques gain a 40-fold increase in power. Only then did the Sovereign of Light truly grasp the chasm between the 5th and 6th levels. The 5th offered merely a 25-fold boost, while the 6th leapt to 40-fold. What heights would the 7th, 8th, or 9th provide? He also knew that climbing higher could not be done overnight. His innate talent was almost fully tapped unless he could again enhance his affinity for intent. Fortunately, this breakthrough had raised that affinity by 2 whole grades. In theory, it could support him to at least the 8th level, so his confidence in the future remained unshaken. Life soon settled down. He continued to cultivate methodically, quietly pushing each of his intents to new thresholds. This time, however, he kept a low profile. His previous display had been a deliberate show for Immortal. Every breakthrough thereafter he chose silence, and no one noticed his progress. In a mere 3 years, he pushed every intent domain that had already peaked at the 5th layer up to the 6th. Afterward, his lifeblood grew ever more vigorous, true essence flooding his meridians like a tide. With every breath he drew, the world's aura stirred. When the 23rd year arrived, 2 decades of steady accumulation carried him 1 level higher, and he stepped firmly into the 4th tier of martial saint. Such blistering speed was possible only because he consumed perfect-grade pills day after day. Had he relied on bitter cultivation alone, he would likely still be stuck at the summit of martial venerable. Yet those pills devoured time to refine, and if one swallowed them recklessly without consolidating the foundations, blood and power would turn turbid and eventually backfire. Even so, his rise left everyone else in the dust. Not even the most monstrous prodigies could keep pace. Meanwhile, humanity's fortunes were sliding ever faster toward disaster. In search of breakthroughs, Immortal often called on him for guidance in swordsmanship. The 2 of them shared 6th-layer intent domains, yet he patiently dissected every nuance, helping Zion's sword intent grow purer and sharper. At the same time, he supplied a constant stream of pills, and cultivators below Martial Saint across Guangming Holy City and several neighboring strongholds leaped in strength. Guangming alone had risen from a little over 3,000 Martial Saints to more than 5,000, an explosion that would stun any faction. Then catastrophe struck that very year. The 11th level abyss cracked open, and 20 demon emperors burst out, leading more than 1,000 10th level fiends. The emperors advanced in pairs, swooping first on the 10 closest holy cities. Each city faced at least 2 demon emperors and 100+ 10th level fiends. Within a single day and night, all 10 fell. By the time human reinforcements arrived, every living soul inside had been slaughtered, their flesh refined into cruel blood essence pills, and only broken recordings remained to bear witness to the massacre. News swept the globe, shaking the world. 20 terrifying demon emperors appearing at once sent panic rippling through every holy city. No one knew which one would be butchered next. Immortal urgently convened the martial gods and martial saints to discuss countermeasures, and he attended as a martial saint himself. More critically, he was a grandmaster capable of crafting 9th rank, perfect-grade pilsa status that earned him genuine respect from the martial gods, who were certain they would someday need his medicine to prolong their lives or break through. But the agenda now held only the abyss. Footage sent by warriors from the holy cities played again and again, and the more they analyzed, the darker their outlook grew. Those fiends possessed horrifying combat power. To slay a single 10th level fiend Hedon with an equal rank fighter, one needed at least a 4th layer intent domain and an S-grade talent. Although 6th-layer intent domain experts had begun to appear, 4th-layer cultivators were still grandmaster rarities, and even fewer carried an S-grade gift. Among dozens of top-tier powerhouses, fewer than 10 met that brutal standard. In an instant, a heavy shadow settled over humanity's future. It means that none of the remaining Supremes could match a Demon Emperor even in a fair duel. And this wasn't a duel at a lit, was 2 against 1. Before anyone could voice their suspicions, 2 waves of bone-chilling, evil pressure swept over the entire holy city of light. The Demon Emperors had arrived. Every face went deathly pale. These 2 emperors were not only part of the latest generation to appear, they were the strongest of them all, one full realm above Emotiun. Sensing their presence, Emotiun gave a cold snort. A blinding burst of light erupted from the council chamber as she streaked skyward, intercepting the intruders. You and every martial god and martial saint followed close behind, only to see a blood-red demon army blotting out the sun. The demons were crimson from head to toe, each sporting enormous blood-soaked wings. They resembled the devils of Western lore, yet looked even more grotesque. Elemental runes covered their bodies, purple lightning for those who commanded thunder, molten scarlet for masters of flame, icy blue for wielders of frost. All were 8th rank or higher, with plenty of 9th and 10th rank elites among them. Their size was even more terrifying. An 8th rank demon stood roughly 100 meters tall, a 9th rank several hundred, and a 10th rank nearly a kilometer. The 2 demon emperors had reached 4th heaven. Each towered 10,000 meters high, and their spread wings obscured half the sky, their aura alone making the air feel solid. With her 6 wings of holy light, Emotiun met the 2 emperors Hedon, her radiance forcing even low-ranked demons to snarl and retreat. In a flash, both sides struck, shredding the very fabric of space. Simultaneously, waves of martial god, martial saint, and martial lord demons rained down like a crimson tide. Without hesitation, you drew the blade of divine might, sword upward, and plunged into a cluster of martial saint demons. 6-fold blade intent roared to life, layers of elemental power stacking on the edge. Combined with a 16-fold amplification of your physical strength, the force you unleashed left allies awestruck and enemies trembling. Inside the holy city of light, you always wore the special mask Emotiun had forged to protect you. Your identity as the martial ancestor was far too sensitive. Had you not vanished years ago after leaving behind only your manuals and techniques, every nation would have flooded you with assassins. Many countries still suspect Huaxiao of sheltering you, and even the abyssal races want you dead, yet no one has ever found a trace. If your identity were exposed now, you would face assassination attempts not only from alien supremes, but also from human supremes of other nations. When you first learned the truth, even your face turned grim. Humanity was already teetering on the edge of extinction, yet some still reveled in internal conflict. The protagonist, none other than the martial patriarch in disguise, secretly vowed that once his strength allowed, he would end the infighting and unite mankind once and for all. On the battlefield, he unleashed everything he had. 7-star and even 8-star demons at the martial saint rank fell before his blade like wheat before a sickle. Each of these demons possessed flesh strengthened more than tenfold. Ordinary warriors could never confront them. Hedon. Radiance of light. A clear, lofty shout rang out from the heavens. In the next instant, dazzling holy brilliance cascaded down like a waterfall, flooding the entire field. Wherever the light passed, demons let out gut-wrenching screams. Weaker fiends were vaporized outright, while even high-tier demons whose bodies matched a martial deity's were left charred and howling in pain. Human warriors, stirred to the core, seized the moment. While the demons were crippled, they simultaneously unleashed their strongest techniques, blades and swords weaving a deadly net that hewed down what remained. The protagonist likewise held nothing back. Triple slaughter intent release. A crimson shockwave exploded outward, his aura soaring 8-fold in a heartbeat. The killing intent rolling off him became almost tangible, making nearby martial saints feel their hearts quake. A god of carnage incarnate, he fixed his sights on a peak martial saint demon. The monster roared, its 100-meter body unfurling as a tide of frost surged from its chest. The protagonist answered with a single slash-blooded light, carved through the cold, cleaved the demon's armor, and severed the behemoth clean in two. The shattered corpse crashed to the ground, spraying black blood everywhere. Countless human warriors gasped in shock. Wait, that blade intent, could it be the martial patriarch? A martial deity who had once seen the patriarch's technique cried out. Every gaze snapped to the figure gripping the blade. Since his identity was revealed, the protagonist cast aside his disguise. Flames erupted across his body, melting the mask in an instant. When the firelight faded, the face revealed was unmistakably that of the martial patriarch. Boom. The ensuing cheer nearly shook the battlefield apart. In the Huaxia territory, the patriarch's status was second only to the martial deity who had safeguarded them for a millennium. With that deity fallen, the return of this living legend sent blood surging through every vein. His terrifying power boost and crimson aura only deepened the awe. He can raise his combat strength that high? What kind of power is this? Exclamations rippled through the ranks. The term slaughter intent resurfaced. Pure bloodlust alone could never bestow it. A mentor's guidance and a secret method were essential. A millennium earlier, the protagonist left no manual, so only a handful had ever grasped it. Besides, a single layer of slaughter intent merely doubled one's power far less than many celebrated intento. It had long been overlooked. Yet one fact, and the greatest danger, remained unchanged. Every initiation or upgrade of slaughter intent risked total loss of control. Once that happened, friend and foe became indistinguishable. On the Shinwu continent, where strength reigned supreme, no one would object, but in this world an indiscriminate butcher friend or foe alike becomes no different from the demons and is cut down by human champions on the spot. Over the last millennium, tens of thousands of cases of post-battle madness after fighting savage beasts have been recorded. A full 10% matched the description of warriors who grasped the intent of slaughter yet failed to regain their senses in time. Misjudged as enemies, these prodigies were executed and left to rot in the wilderness. The might of this intent is evident. The first level can rival a peak martial saint, and if the wielder also possesses an innate gift that multiplies combat power tenfold, the overall boost reaches 20 times. With the second level, the compounded force can explode with the power of a fourth level intent terrifying by any measure. There is almost no shortcut to guiding it. Only someone who commands a higher tier of killing intent can pull a lower level wielder back from the brink. Without such a guide, a warrior must master the method of awakening alone before losing themselves entirely. He pondered these facts while battling, blood-soaked atop the city wall. Suddenly, a shrill roar tore through the sky. He looked up to see a radiant sword of light, tens of miles long, piercing a demon emperor's chest. Sword key imbued with 6th level intent raged like a hurricane, shredding the colossal body in seconds. The second demon emperor blanched and tried to flee, but the torrent of light surged like a reversed heavenly river, locking him in place. After little more than 100 exchanges, Imo cleaved off the massive head with a single stroke. Guangming Holy City erupted. Morale soared among the human warriors, and under Imo Zion's edge the god-rank demons inside and outside the walls were slain one after another. Amid the chaos, he split a first heaven god-rank demon at the waist and casually took its head. In that instant, his own strength stepped firmly into the god rank, far above the ordinary. The brutal fighting lasted 3 full days and nights. At last, every demon was purged, and Guangming Holy City secured an unprecedented victory. The cost was equally staggering. More than 100 god-rank experts had fallen, 2,000 martial saints were dead, nearly 100,000 martial venerables were gone, and casualties below that rank were beyond counting about 1/3 of the city's entire fighting force. If the demons struck again, no one dared imagine how many more comrades would die. Thus, despite the victory, few cheers were heard within the walls. Emergency reports soon poured in from other cities. 10 in all had been attacked, 8 were wiped out. Only Guangming Holy City and Yinyuan Holy City still stood. When the name Yinyuan Holy City reached him, his brow lifted slightly. The ruler there was now Su Jinyu. In his previous life, because of him, Su Jinyu's talent had soared, and she, too, had eventually taken up the way of the sword. Although her swordsmanship was not as overwhelming as Mo Zion's, Su Jinyu was one of only 2 supremes who had ever mastered the domain of slaughter. The other holder, Li Jing Wu, had fallen long ago, leaving Su Jinyu as the sole cultivator in the holy city capable of unleashing the domain of slaughter alongside fourfold sword intent and her innate fire affinity. In the past, her overall combat strength had even surpassed Mo Zion's, and the 2 women had always been at odds. Only after Mo Zion's latest breakthrough did their power finally return to parity. The protagonist reflected that Su Jinyu's frost-cold temperament was perfectly suited to the domain of slaughter. With a specialized cultivation method, she might already have entered the 2nd tier of that domain. As for him, reborn under the fate of the Star of Carnage, his affinity for the domain of slaughter was theoretically even higher. The 4th, and even the 5th tier lay within reach. Having been tempered by countless simulations, his mind was unshakable. 4th tier intent could not disturb him, and even the 5th tier was something he could withstand heat in. Resolving to focus entirely on the domain of slaughter, he knew the true whetstone would be the demon race. Yet their only lair, the demonic abyss, was a fortress. Charging in alone would be suicide. Worse, his identity was now public. Martial gods and martial saints from Radiant Holy City visited almost daily, some familiar faces praising him openly, while probing him behind smiles, leaving him no peace at all. After weighing his options, he decided to hold another lecture. Unlike last time, attendance was limited to martial artists at the martial lord level or above, or anyone who had reached the 3rd tier of intent. Even so, nearly 1 million people showed up. Across 3 days he poured out everything he knew, sharing insights into intent, cultivation methods, and combat techniques. Most listeners could not fully digest these insights alone, but under his guidance many experienced sudden enlightenment. By the end of the third day, 10% of the audience had broken through, proof of how desperately they craved deeper understanding. The title martial ancestor soared in their hearts, and they worshipped him as a living legend. Perhaps still haunted by their last defeat, the demon armies remained quiet for an entire month. On the 30th day, a classified report electrified the leadership satellites had traced the demons' latest movement, giving humanity advance warning of their next target. Xiun immediately gathered the top combatants to select a team that would travel to the nearest holy city and hunt demons. It was practically a suicide mission. Casualty projections lay on the table, and many martial gods stared at the numbers in silence, eyes flickering with hesitation and fear. When the atmosphere dipped to its lowest point, the protagonist slapped the table and declared, "Count me in." The hall erupted. "Ancestor, you mustn't. Your identity is exposed. Even our own people have designs on you. How can you go somewhere that dangerous? If you fall, humanity will suffer a loss it cannot bear." Everyone urged him to reconsider. Even Xiun set aside her pride, stepped up, and tried to dissuade him in a quiet voice. He answered calmly, "Since my whereabouts are already known, wouldn't it be safer to leave with you? After all, who would expect me to depart alongside the main force?" You explained with a smile. After his calm yet witty explanation came to an end, everyone in the hall exchanged wry smiles with the radiant sovereign personally escorting him. His safety was beyond doubt. In the end, he set off with the entourage from Bright Light Holy City. In this era, humanity possessed 45 holy cities. 18 had fallen within only a few months. The staggering losses made it clear that this demon incursion was the largest and most perilous disaster in human history. At last, humankind launched a counteroffensive. As the demons reached their next target city, they were immediately surrounded by reinforcements pouring in from every stronghold. Overwhelming numbers pinned the fiends down. No matter how formidable each demon was, they were cut down one after another. On the battlefield, he swung his blade in sweeping arcs, reveling in the carnage. As blood splattered, the third layer of his slaughter intent loosened, and millennia of accumulated insight surged toward a higher realm. When he hacked a war god-class demon in half, the shackles within him shattered, and his slaughter intent leapt to the fourth layer. Ding, fourth layer slaughter intent acquired. Activating it boosts combat power by 1,600. The notification exploded in his mind. Although a fourth layer slaughter intent was inferior to a fourth layer composite intent in raw amplification, it enhanced every attribute and stacked with any other buff. The cost was a ferocious drain on his life force. Fortunately, he had hoarded a mountain of 10 beast blood pills, enough to keep the intent active for several months. Even better, he controlled the berserk killing urge without the slightest sign of losing himself. As for the fifth layer, it remained out of reach, so he focused on consolidating the realm he had just attained. The campaign ended in victory. Bright Light Holy City still suffered casualties, yet the outcome was far better than the previous battle. Another city had rushed in to share the brunt of the assault. Afterward, the demon pit felt eerily quiet. Even the stray fiends that usually prowled its fringes vanished. Everyone understood this was merely the calm before the storm. No sovereign now dared leave their own city, fearing that demons would appear the instant they departed. Because of this, word of his identity spread, yet only a few war gods could visit him in person. Old acquaintances such as Su Jinyu and the Tianyan Sword Saint were trapped in their respective strongholds. They could only speak with him through holographic screens, eager to hear tales of bygone days. Strangely, Su Jinyu never reached out, but he paid it little mind, immersing himself in alchemy and cultivation. Year 55. 30 years slipped by in a flash. During those decades the demon pit remained placid, while he spent each day shuttling between the pill furnace and the training chamber. Alchemy is never mastered overnight. Even with millennia of experience and augmented talent, after elevating his skill to premium high-grade tier 9, progress remained painfully slow. A purple rank alchemy talent had its limits, and he could only accept that fact with a wry sigh. After all, a mere purple talent could not perform miracles. Even a mid-grade, 9th tier perfect pill was considered impressive. Over the years he had devoted nearly all his energy to refining low and mid-grade 9th tier perfect pills. Because they contained no residual toxins, anyone who fully absorbed their power could swallow them one after another without suffering side effects. At the same time, he boldly created the world-shaking, saint-breaking pill. A single dose could carry a cultivator from the peak of the martial venerable realm straight into the martial saint realm with a guaranteed success rate. The pill's debut caused an immediate sensation. Competing breakthrough drugs increased one's odds to at most 30 or 40%. His pill promised certainty, sparking a frenzy among experts trapped at the pinnacle of martial venerable. Remarkably, the price was reasonable. Any venerable who had stockpiled resources for years could afford it. Within little more than a decade, the total number of human martial saints climbed back to its former height and even edged past the old peak. Sadly, numbers in every other realm remained stagnant. In the 59th year, he advanced smoothly to the 7th level of martial saint, yet the ceiling of his talent became evident and his progress slowed. During his spare time, he finalized the Slaughter Intent Cultivation Manual, a work he had honed for decades. Only after ensuring it was flawless did he release it to the public, and its appearance stirred another storm. Because grasping slaughter intent demanded real life and death combat, warriors everywhere surged into the field, and a wave of hunts targeting ferocious beasts and demons swept across the continent. The most perilous place of all, the demon abyss, naturally became the trial ground everyone sought. Once the demon-slaying campaign began, an unexpected report arrived: the abyss had been completely cleared. The 20 demon emperors of old had once controlled half the chasm. Li Jing Wu and his companions perished, yet managed to kill half of those emperors. After Li Jing Wu's fall, the survivors, thinking humanity defenseless, ran headlong into Mo Xiun, Su Jinyu, and other peak experts. Following brutal clashes, the last demon emperors were exterminated, and the abyss became a dead land overnight. An empty abyss, however, usually foretold something even more frightening. Only then did everyone remember this iron law, and unease spread. Sure enough, as the 62nd year dawned, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from the chasm, and a creature at the pinnacle of the demon emperor realm burst into the sky. In 3 short days it leveled more than a dozen sacred cities, drenching thousands of miles in blood. Late on the 4th day, a crushing pressure descended over radiant sacred city. The protagonist and every top expert in the city rose into the air, only to see a demon emperor 10,000 meters tall looming above, its very shadow making heaven and earth tremble. Its gaze locked on Mo Xiun, contempt plain in its eyes, and it hissed, "A mere false angel dares style herself the sovereign of light? How laughable!" The demon emperor let out a chilling laugh and pointed a finger at the sky. In an instant, a tide of violet lightning poured down from the heavens, swallowing the holy city of light in a sea of thunder. At death's door, Mo Xiun threw herself in front of the protagonist, her radiant wings of gold and white unfurling with a crash to shield them both. He looked into her clear but sorrowful eyes and sighed. "It's useless." "Sorry," Mo Xiun whispered, her voice so faint it was almost drowned by the thunder. Why she apologized, the protagonist never knew, and it no longer mattered. Thunderous blasts ripped across the sky, and the holy city was reduced to ash within the purple storm. After holding on for a few breaths, the two of them were likewise obliterated by the lightning. The protagonist died. Nirvana Rebirth activated at once, shaving a millennium from his lifespan. His soul condensed into a spark of flame and fell into the ruins, smoldering among the charred debris. During his nirvana, the demon emperor swept across humanity. The remaining holy cities were all destroyed. The survivors hid in forests, fled across the sea, or clung to life in the wreckage, hunted day and night by feral beasts. Inside the spark, the protagonist silently drew in and exhaled flame, year after year, the fire growing ever denser. On the 72nd year, after a full decade of nirvana, he was finally reborn within the roaring blaze. When he opened his eyes, the once bustling holy city had been overtaken by weeds and towering trees, and only the wind whispered through the broken walls. He took from his storage ring the smartwatch he had tossed in just before his death. It showed exactly 10 years had passed. He switched to the news channel. Every official feed had frozen 10 years ago, the last broadcast reporting the fall of a sacred land and the appearance in the sky of that despair-inducing demon emperor. Nothing had been updated since. A few scattered survivors kept reposting that bulletin on what was left of the forums. From a decade worth of comments, the protagonist learned that every attempt to rebuild civilization was crushed whenever the population reached a noticeable size. The demon emperor sensed it and wiped them out. The former supreme powerhouses were all dead, and the strongest living humans were only at the martial god level. After reading the messages, the protagonist let out a long sigh. Humanity was finished. Under the demon emperor's oppression, no one could break through to the supreme realm, and even if someone did, without manuals, resources, or mentors, they could never stand against that pinnacle sovereign. As for himself, his talent was nearing its limit. This round of nirvana had consumed 1,000 years of lifespan, but he had advanced to martial saint, extending his life to 3 millennia. After the loss, he had about 2,500 years left. If he could reach martial god, he might live 5,000 years provided he didn't die again, for no amount of time would be enough to pay the price. With humanity on the brink of extinction, the safest course was to lie low and cultivate. After all, while you live, there's hope. Throwing your life away would mean nothing. At this thought, he fell silent. He discovered a survivor stronghold not far away. After slipping on the silver mask he always carried, he vaulted onto a ruined, elevated highway and threaded his way through weeds and broken rebar. In less than half a day, he reached his Goljoshan base. This city had been founded single-handedly by Zhao Pan, a martial saint from the neighboring holy city. Above the gate, an iron relief showed Zhao Pan holding the sky aloft with one arm, a long spear strapped to his back. Zhoushan's entry rules were extremely lenient. As long as you were human, you were welcome. The logic was simple amid a world overrun by man-eating beasts. Humanity had plenty of meat, but too few people, and even fewer true powerhouses. On the plaza, he casually crushed the skull of a berserk third-tier tiger wolf, letting a martial saint's aura roll out in every direction. He then told the senior officials, "Give me a quiet place to cultivate. Assign me any chores you like, but I don't care for authority. If trouble comes, call me." The once wary crowd instantly turned elated. Who would refuse free combat strength? Within days, the news swept across tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhoushan Base now boasted 2 martial saints. In the current era, that was enough to rank a force among the first tier, and one more martial god would make it elite. Merchants and mercenary companies soon followed the rumor and poured in. He quietly assessed the age. Overall, human fighting power was far higher than it had been 1,000 years earlier, yet high-grade medicinal herbs were nearly extinct and alchemy was dying. High-grade forging materials, however, were everywhere. Ores and mystic metals had survived the Demon Emperor's devastation, but no one could refine them, so people simply beat the raw chunks into crude blades and sword blanks. After Zhao Pan gifted him an entire warehouse of materials from Tier 1 through 9, he shut himself away to study forging. With astounding talent, he reached 8th tier mastery in only a few years. He began selling custom weapons, used the proceeds to buy rarer metals, and created a flourishing cycle. Year 100. He had lived in Zhoushan for almost 3 decades. When 3 9th-tier beasts attacked together, he tore them apart with a flick of the wrist in the canyon outside the walls. From then on, everyone agreed that, compared with Zhao Pan, he was the city's true guardian deity. Prestige, however, breeds unease. Many local elites feared he might claim their positions, and Mayor Zhao Pan tested him repeatedly, even boasting, "My great-great-grandfather Zhao Wu was the martial ancestor's roommate and sworn brother." Only then did he learn that Zhao Pan was Zhao Wu's grandson. Both men were shrewd and self-serving, yet not cruel, living off lavish tribute from millions of residents. He never cared. As long as they did nothing excessive, it was natural for the strong to take offerings. Eventually, the probing grew irritating. One day, when Zhao Pan visited with more insinuations, he kicked him clear over the courtyard wall and warned, "Bother me again, and I'll erase you, too." The bottomless killing intent froze Zhao Pan to the marrow. He finally understood they were not in the same league. After that, the world became much quieter. Year 150. Zhoushan's population had climbed to 30 million, still sparse, yet the largest human settlement within tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhao Pan no longer dared expand any larger, and the Demon Emperor might come in person to crush the city. Top-tier bases with hundreds of millions of residents still existed, but Zhao Pan lacked the courage to place that bet. He had no particular feelings about any of it. Rather than troubling himself with the storms outside, he preferred to lock himself in the stone chamber deep within the mountain, spending day after day meditating, dismantling flying swords, reforging blades, and studying every array pattern used in forging. Every 3 to 5 years, he would leave his cave for only a few short months, slipping alone into the deserted caverns of an underground battlefield where demons roamed and blood reeked in the air. There, among grotesque corpses, he swung his sword in a frenzy, tempering his killing intent with fresh gore. Years flew past. Alternating between carnage and quiet cultivation, his strength climbed steadily until he reached the 9th heaven of the martial saint realm. By the 350th year, he had spent 2 full centuries at its peak, yet he still could not break through to become a martial god. He felt no anxiety, for he knew the key to that final step lay in mastering a trump card known as a domain. Domains differ in power. The strong crush the weak, and if one's domain is feeble, even a successful breakthrough would leave him unable to claim the realm's reward. Determined to avoid mediocrity, he immersed himself in ancient jade slips and the notes of his predecessors. The texts made the distinction clear. Intent and domain may look similar, yet they point in opposite directions. Intent focuses on merging man and weapon. The deeper the fusion, the more explosive the power. A domain demands melding man with heaven and earth. The higher the harmony, the higher the tier, the greater the might, and the wider the area of influence. Domains are generally split into first, second, and third tier, and among humans today, none has surpassed the second. Within a domain, one can weaken opponents and strengthen oneself, but the exact buff or debuff depends on its quality. A sudden realization struck him. His killing intent and a domain had common ground. A domain blends one into the world, whereas killing intent channels slaughter into oneself. If he reversed the flow and merged himself into the surrounding aura of slaughter, he might create a unique killing domain. No sooner had the thought arisen than he began the attempt. Year 500 arrived. After more than a century of deduction, he had mapped out a viable fusion path. The power of slaughter was savage and violent, fiercer than any of the 100 or so standard domains recorded in the classics, so the difficulty naturally doubled. Fortunately, his killing intent had reached the 4th heaven, barely qualifying him to wield it. During the next 50-plus years, he failed repeatedly, adjusting each time, until the moment killing aura finally resonated with his primordial spirit. Boom. The killing domain materialized. The first stage of the killing domain burst outward, engulfing a radius of 100 li. Within that range, wind, dust, vegetation, and even the blood particles in the air were linked to his mind, as though heaven and earth had become his weapons. Inside the domain, his killing intent soared to the fifth heaven, yet his thoughts remained perfectly clear. Scarlet power flooded his body, bones shuddered, and an oppressive force that chilled the heart seeped from his skin. Dinga crisp prompt rang out in his sea of consciousness. You have mastered the killing domain. First stage. Killing domain, tier 1. 1. Domain range, 100 li. 2. Domain buff. Killing intent within the domain rises by 1 tier and grants extremely high resistance to killing corrosion. 3. Domain suppression. Enemies entering the domain suffer killing corrosion and a drastic fall in power. Only those wielding a higher tier or superior domain can withstand it. He withdrew the killing aura and savored the power in silence, aware he had taken a decisive step forward. He now confirmed that his killing domain was indeed an intent type. Domain 1 evolved from an intent. Back in the day, when Sword Saint Yin broke through to the martial god realm, he did so by grasping the rare domain of the sword. Once this domain unfolds, the wielder's sword intent jumps up a tier and gains an armor-piercing effect, so it is ranked as a mid-level domain. Among domains of that grade, the sword domain is impressive, yet beside his slaughter domain it seems dim and ordinary. Elevating 5-fold sword intent to 6-fold raises its boost from 2,500% to 4,000%, but the slaughter domain simply doubles everything, driving his power to a terrifying level. He wondered privately whether his slaughter domain was merely high-level or something even rarer. If swords had a domain, then blades and spears must as well. If he could master every weapon domain, each intent would rise another tier. No one had ever wielded 2 domains at once, but no one had proved it impossible either. Using his fully formed slaughter intent as a template, he began his study, starting with sword intent. By the year 685, he had complete command of the sword domain. Instead of immediately seeking the blade domain, he chose to merge blade intent directly into the sword domain, clearly faster and easier than opening a third domain. Around this time, the forum filled with posts about obliterated base cities. The culprit wasn't a peak demon emperor, but a newly emerged cavern realm populated entirely by beastkin, who were born to prey on humans. Learning that the outside world held vast numbers of humans, the beastkin army poured out. This was a tier 10 cavern. Beastkin physiques were naturally powerful. Though weaker than demons of the same tier, they were far stronger than ordinary humans. As they slaughtered unchecked, the human population plummeted. After reading the reports, he sighed inwardly. It was time to act. His slaughter domain had just reached perfection and needed fresh blood to temper it. He might even seize 5-fold slaughter intent in the process. Gripping the divine blade, he left Joshan City and raced toward the Beastkin cavern at top speed. A few days later, he reached the entrance, ripped through the air, and soon locked onto a vast Beastkin kingdom. In the next heartbeat, the slaughter domain erupted. Slaughter intent surged like crashing waves. He raised his blade and began an unrestrained massacre. The fury amassed through years of humanity's near extinction poured out in full. Neither ordinary beastkin nor elite troops survived even a single breath before him. Even the strongest beast king, a peak 5-fold martial god, was cleaved straight down the chest by one strike, flesh spraying as the halved corpse crashed to the ground. The slaughter did not stop. He came to a halt. He stood on the bank of a river of blood, surveying the few wounded orcs that remained. His voice was as cold and hard as steel. If your kind dares strike at humanity again, the next time will be the day your race is erased. Terrified by the slaughter, the orcs cowered beneath their venomous stares. Yet what of it? When the demon emperor had butchered humans in ages past, he had never hesitated. Now he was simply returning the favor, with even greater resolve to kill. Sheathing his blade, he did not return to Joshan Base City. Instead, he set off alone on a new journey. As he moved through dungeon after dungeon, he sensed the fusion between blade intent and sword domain climbing rapidly, his killing aura surging with it. He decided to unleash that ferocity completely, launching a worldwide campaign of slaughter because for the embattled human race, the dungeons littering Earth were far too many. By the 800th year, he had wiped out more than 109th tier dungeons, erasing them outright, and had slain nearly 80% of the population in 7th tier dungeons. The fusion of blade and sword intent had reached 30%. By the 900th year, his flashing blades and swords were still sweeping outward, the fusion breaking past 50%, his edge unstoppable. By the 1300th year, after centuries of bloodshed, blade intent had fully merged with the sword domain. He named the new power the blade sword domain. Within it, both blade and sword intent could rise by a full level, and that extra fraction thrilled him. If he could weave in more intense, his limits would become unimaginable. Reality, however, was merciless. His purge could not match the rate at which dungeon beasts were born, and the Demon Emperor's hunts grew ever more frequent. Zhoushan Bay City had lain in ruins for 2 centuries, and his only answer was fiercer slaughter. One beast corpse after another was refined into myriad beast blood pills, myriad beast essence pills, and myriad beast soul pills. The pills became so numerous that he could not use them all. Whenever he passed a base city, he scattered tens of thousands, sometimes millions, into the streets. Thanks to this aid, the survivors' growth rate doubled. His deeds spread like wildfire among humanity, and every base city longed for the rain of pills that filled the sky. Yet after more than a millennium, Earth's landmass had swollen again, the distance between cities had grown, and survivors no longer dared build settlements too large. At the same time, Hydir dungeons were sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Though he was confident he could slay the Demon Emperor, he knew that beings far more terrifying would eventually arrive. All he could do was keep climbing in strength and bolster humanity wherever possible. By the 1500th year, the Thunder Demon Emperor had fallen strangely silent, seldom appearing to haunt. From videos uploaded by victims moments before death, people saw that the Demon Emperor now looked unhinged, his expression growing ever more deranged. Many psychiatrists believe the depression stems from the fact that his entire race was wiped out, leaving him the last of his kind. The remark leaves you speechless. Was that exactly the situation you faced in the simulation? At least the child has been spared the hopeless ordeal of endless savage beasts. Year 1568. You are piloting a flying vessel, delivering elixirs to a frontier outpost, when a suffocating aura crashes down from the sky. Looking up, you see a streak of purple-black lightning tear through the clouds. The Thunder Demon Emperor. Only one thought remains: it's over. Without hesitation, you cram every valuable treasure into your storage ring. Your personal domain has only just fused blade intent and sword intent. Spear and staff techniques are still unintegrated, leaving you stuck at the peak of martial saint. You can cut down an ordinary martial god of the 6th or 7th rank, but you are no match for a sovereign who can one-shot beings of that level. Fight and be captured? Better to accept death. Boom. Endless lightning crashes down like an apocalyptic flood, turning the entire city into a sea of magma. You and millions of civilians are reduced to ash. You are dead. Nirvana energy surges through you. The brand deep in your meridians flares to life. Rebirth triggered. 10 years later, you awaken in the void. One glance nearly stops your heart. Beneath your feet churns a sea of molten rock, and at its center lies an 11th-tier crimson dragon, millions of meters long, snoring in its sleep. The Thunder Demon Emperor's magma sea has become its lair. Worse yet, you are standing on its snout. The moment your soul stabilizes, the dragon's eyes, two blood-red moons, snap open, locking onto the intruder who dares stand on its face. Roar. Twin jets of flame blast from its nostrils, incinerating your newly revived body in an instant. Ding, you are dead. 1,000 years of lifespan consumed. Nirvana rebirth triggered. Another 10 years drift by. For the third time you open your eyes, only to find your skin as brittle as dead bark, your body half in the grave. The flaming dragon still lies there, asleep, not having moved an inch. A grim calculation. You have lived more than 15 centuries, and your 3 deaths and rebirths have cost a total of 3,500 years of lifespan, the exact limit of your life. This time, the end is final. If death is certain, then go out in a blaze of glory. Wake up, you overgrown lizard. With a hoarse, furious shout, you burn the last of your life force in one breath. In an instant, your bladesword domain and slaughter domain erupt together. Killing intent surges like a crimson tide, dragging ice-cold power into your grasp. You merge the domains into a single blade and swing with everything you have. Clang. A sword light millions of meters long crashes onto the dragon's skull, tearing the heavens open. Rumble. The explosion unleashes enough force to split Earth itself in two, hurling magma and towering waves. Yet on the dragon's scales it leaves only a faint frost mark. Roar. A low, languid roar rolled through the cavern. The flame dragon stirred as though someone had scratched its chest, then opened molten eyes that smoldered with annoyance. A moment later it focused on the human standing before it, an oddly familiar face, though the dragon could not place it. Rage surged up anyway. A puny human had trespassed in its lair and even dared raise a hand against it. How presumptuous. A torrent of dragon fire thundered forward. Before the blaze reached him, the human gauged its or 11th tier, 4 stars at least. The thought barely formed before the world-blanketing flames swallowed him whole, erasing flesh and soul alike. Ding, you are dead. Lifespan insufficient for nirvanic rebirth. Resurrection failed. Simulation ended. Calculating rewards. The crystalline system prompt rang in Luo Xiao's mind. This time he had lasted 1,500 years in the simulation before falling respectable by any measure. The system didn't lie, Luo Xiao reflected with relief. Even if nirvanic rebirth doesn't boost power directly, as long as it keeps me alive, 15 centuries are enough to become humanity's strongest. Yet the prize list now scrolling past was so generous that choosing felt like punishment. During those long years, he had gathered countless insights into intent, domains, and cultivation realms, pushed alchemy, forging, and other crafts to their limits, and amassed mountains of blood pills and ninth-tier weapons, every one a masterpiece. Nothing, however, was more valuable than the dark gold talent Nirvanic Rebirth. Without it, he would have died 1,000 times over. He looked up, quietly awaiting his score. Ding settlement complete. Performance, acceptable, but no earth-shaking achievements. Rating, A. Select any two of the following rewards. Watch an ad to unlock one additional choice. Reward 1. Experience in cultivation methods and martial skills. Reward 2. Martial stats: physical 9.9 trillion, soul 9.9 trillion, essence 9.9 trillion, lifespan 200 years. Reward 3. Fuse talent Nirvanic Rebirth Dark Gold. Reward 4. Perfect grade 9th tier pills, plus a vast trove of top-tier forging materials and weapons. Reward 5. All insights into techniques and domains. Reward 6. Professional experience from this run: alchemist 9th tier mid-grade perfect, herbologist 8th tier mid-grade, forge master 8th tier high-grade, array master 8th tier mid-grade perfect, and more. By lumping techniques and domains into one reward and relegating weapons and pills to another, the system delighted and vexed Luo Xiao in equal measure. Each option was priceless, yet he could choose only two. Nirvanic Rebirth is a must, and I can't pass up the techniques and domains. Professional experience tops out at 9th tier mid-grade anyway, so it's not critical. Pills and materials? I can craft those myself. Too many would just gather dust. He let out a quiet sigh. Regret lingered, but his decision was made. Any pills he needed he could concoct at will, and the surplus would only end up as gifts. Only two categories remained: martial techniques and cultivation levels. At first glance, the techniques seemed the least valuable, since he could acquire them easily in the next simulation. Then a different idea struck Luo Xiao. What if he took the techniques now, sealed them in his storage ring, and left them for 1,000 years? By the time his next simulation sent him that far into the future, humanity would have studied and refined those manuals for centuries, raising their grade even further. As for cultivation levels, he could afford to wait. His realm could not advance until every intent had merged into the swordblade domain. Rather than stalling in reality, he might as well stall inside the simulation. His current strength was sufficient, no point wasting a precious simulation on it. With that settled, he locked every choice onto techniques, talents, skills, and domains. Ding selections confirmed. Distributing rewards. Boom. A tidal wave of memories flooded his mind. Luo Xiao felt something ignite deep in his thoughts as insights into countless techniques, skills, and domains surged through him, the fruits of more than 1,500 years of research and cultivation inside the simulation. During that span, he had mastered every known technique, then refined and perfected them until all reached an unprecedented 10th rank, middle grade. Any higher would require insight he did not yet possess. At the same moment, a fleck of golden fire kindled near his heart, so small it seemed alien to this world. Luo Xiao alone could see it. No wonder the 11th rank flame dragon had failed to notice when he rebirthed beside it. Even a creature born of fire could not sense this spark. So this is the foundation of a 10th rank technique, he mused. The boost from these manuals alone dwarfed what he had gained at the 8th rank. Combined with his 6 layers of intent and first stage domain, his combat power had soared more than tenfold. He smiled with satisfaction, though a hint of regret remained. Had he also obtained a realm breakthrough, his base attributes would have risen another 100,000-fold, and the 10-rank techniques would multiply that by 10 a million-fold leap, enough to become humanity's undisputed champion. That would have to wait for the next simulation. Steadying his thoughts, he catalogued every new method now stored in his mind. Heaven-rending sword cannon, codex of slaughter, earth-shattering blade scripture. Each was a top-tier manual within the intent system. The codex of slaughter was especially unique. Luo Xiao had perfected it himself, allowing it to reach the 4th layer of slaughter intent, provided the practitioner possessed extraordinary talent and endless combat experience. Different path, same destination. With the techniques sorted, he reviewed the wealth of information carried back from the simulation, a millennium of past events and 15 centuries of future precautions. He recorded every key detail from the 1,000 years he had missed, ensuring nothing slipped his memory. Next, he opened his smartwatch and scheduled an email to send automatically in 10 hours. If he failed to cancel it in time, the message would reach Li Jing Wu, guiding him to Luo Xiao's room to claim the device and its trove of data. From that point on, Li Jing Wu would have to forge his own path. Martial God, oh martial God, may we meet in this simulation. Luo Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. He already had a plan. As soon as the simulation ended, the system would automatically block all outgoing mail, clean, decisive, leaving no loose ends. System, activate the new mode. The thought flashed through his mind, and Luo Xiao issued the command at once. Ding. Command received. Future world simulation initiated. Simulation points deducted, 100 million. Please select one of the following 4 golden talents as your initial talent for this run. 1. Postnatal Tao Comprehension Physique, Perception 2000. 2. Postnatal Tao Physique, Constitution 2000. 3. Dark Matter Mastery, grants control over the power of darkness. As long as darkness exists nearby, your wounds and stamina will regenerate continuously. When cultivating dark element techniques in martial arts, perception is further increased by 2000. 4. Celestial Thunder Physique, grants control over the thunder of the 9 heavens. Damage of lightning-based techniques and martial arts 6,400. Note: selecting a golden talent costs an additional 10 billion simulation points. Update: required points have been corrected. The figures above are accurate. With ample funds, Luo Xiao ruled out all silver talents and focused on the 4 golden options. Boosting both perception and constitution was tempting, but when it came to rapidly elevating one's realm, perception was clearly paramount. His gaze shifted to dark matter mastery, and ability almost parallel to his stellar physique, one absorbing darkness, the other drawing on dark matter. In sheer quantity, dark matter far outweighed light, so in theory this option should be even more powerful. As for the Celestial Thunder Physique, although it could unleash terrifying combat strength, it wasn't as rare as dark matter mastery. I can only pick one, yet I want them all. Luo Xiao smiled wryly. Talents that boosted perception and constitution could be stacked later, but dark matter mastery might never appear again, and it would accelerate his cultivation of dark element arts. His power of darkness was already a purple talent, providing a 16-fold boost to combat strength. Paired with dark matter mastery, focusing on the dark element seemed perfectly viable. Decision made, he clenched his teeth. I choose dark matter mastery. Allocate all free attribute points to perception. Ding. Command confirmed. Perception 100. Talent selection successful. Simulation officially begins. Day 1. You have transmigrated. When you open your eyes, a bustling metropolis comes into view. Skyscrapers still tower overhead, yet battle scars are everywhere. Blasted walls, toppled signs, energy barriers melted in half. Soldiers patrol the streets in battered armor, blood seeping through metal joints, haphazard tourniquets wrapped around limbs, their damaged plating clanking with each step. Compared with the ruins you saw last time, the city is bruised and bleeding, but it is still standing. Luo Xiao smiled. Every small decision he had made between simulations had indeed altered the course of the future. If the city had survived, Li Jing Wu and the others might have escaped disaster as well. Your sudden appearance immediately draws the attention of everyone around you. However, the onlookers merely assumed he was a formidable expert who had sprinted over at incredible speed. No one imagined he had traveled across time itself. To avoid exposing his identity, he had donned a custom mask long ago, making it impossible for anyone to link this unfamiliar powerhouse with Luo Xiao, the martial ancestor of 1,000 years past. Lowering his eyes, he lifted his wrist and tapped the smartwatch. The holographic screen flickered as the device synced with the present-day network. The moment he typed Luo Xiao, a torrent of information flooded in, with the Federation Encyclopedia pinned to the top. Name: Luo Xiao. Honorific title: Martial Ancestor. Cultivation level: 4th tier, Martial Venerable. Associates: Mo Shiyun Light Supreme. Ex-girlfriend Su Jinyu Flamecloud Supreme. Girlfriend Li Jing Wu God of War. Disciples: Tianyin Supreme, Blade Demon Supreme, and others. Resume. Born in Cataclysm year 130 in a modest warrior family in Kaiyun Bay City. Though of average talent in childhood, he later enrolled at Yunwu University, then the lowest-tier martial academy. Because it produced the martial ancestor's disciple, the school would rise into the Federation's top 10 universities over the next millennium. In Cataclysm year 150, Luo Xiao stunned the world. At 20, he reached 4th-tier Martial Venerable while simultaneously mastering Quadruple Sword Intent and Quadruple Blade Intent, becoming Wuxia's first Grandmaster of Intent. Disappearance. The martial ancestor vanished shortly after his first public lecture on intent. Legacy. He left behind tier 10+ manuals and techniques, as well as humanity's supreme treasure, the Codex of Slaughter. From these, the world learned he had already attained 6-fold intent and at least 4-fold slaughter intent. With this inheritance, Wuxia's intent lineage soon surged ahead, surpassing the combined progress of every other region in just a few decades. Current situation: Huaxiao now has 10 cultivators with 6-fold intent and 4 with triple slaughter intent. Thanks to this foundation, the region has weathered one extinction-level crisis after another. A millennium has passed, and humanity agrees. The martial ancestor was heaven's gift to Huaxiao and to the human race itself. Today marks exactly 1,000 years since his disappearance. After reading this far, he raised an eyebrow. Well, now 10 people with 6-fold intent and 4 with triple slaughter intent. Humanity's foundations are terrifying. But when did Su Jinyu become my girlfriend? These unofficial histories are deadly. Grumbling aside, Tianxin City had not yet fallen, so he felt no rush to leave. He calmly considered his next move. In this simulation, he had two main goals. First, to elevate his intent to an even higher tier. Second, to merge every weapon intent into his personal domain. Neither task would be easy, and walking the path of killing was the quickest shortcut. After a moment's reflection, he settled on a plan: contact Li Jing Wu first, then find a tier 9 or tier 10 abyss where he could temper himself, honing both power and intent through real combat. With that decided, he opened his friends list, tapped Li Jing Wu's avatar, and typed a short yet loaded message. "I'm back." He even shared his location with it. The reply popped up at once. "On my way." The masked man stared at the screen, the corner of his mouth twitching. That sounded exactly like a long-distance lover's promise. The thought flashed by, and he simply stopped worrying about it, staying where he was to await Li Jing Wu's arrival. Within moments, he sensed a roaring current of energy pouring into his body. Even without consciously circulating his cultivation method, his strength was climbing steadily. His vitality was soaring by hundreds of points every second, and the dark force inside him had never been so lively, ready to erupt with several times its usual power. Such a frenzied rise could only stem from the talent dark matter mastery. And this was still daylight. How much stronger would the boost be after nightfall? A quick calculation told him that an increase of several hundred vitality points per second meant millions in a single day. At that pace, he would step into the martial saint realm in less than 8 months. In his past life, he had swallowed pills like candy and never advanced this fast. Even better was the way his talents seemed to mesh. 1. Dark matter mastery paired with dark force. 1. Heightened insight, the other amplified raw power. 2. Light force paired with the celestial star physique. In theory, both dark force and light force also had golden talents that could push combat power even higher. If he managed to collect every matching physique, he might possess limitless stamina in any environment. At that point, he could truly fight until the end of time. He was lost in these projections when, rumble, the sky split with a deafening roar of engines. Everyone in Tianxian City looked up to see a colossal warship, tens of thousands of meters long, hovering in the clouds that only 11th tier warship humanity possessed. Its master was none other than the martial god, Li Jing Wu. The masked man's heart trembled. A vessel that size probably demanded hundreds, if not thousands, of elite operators. Clang! The hatch opened, and a heroic middle-aged figure shot downward, landing in the middle of the street right in front of the masked man. It's the martial god. It really is the martial god. The crowd erupted at once. Is he here to console us? That seems unlikely. The Central Command warned us about the 9th tier beast tide days ago, so our losses were minimal weight. He's heading straight for that guy in the mask. Every gaze in Tianxian City locked onto the two men, emotions running high. After all, Li Jing Wu had long been humanity's strongest warrior, the guardian deity of Huaxia, and the human race itself. For 1,000 years, every accomplishment has been weighed against Wuzu's, and the verdict is always the same. His legacy looms larger after all. Even Li Jing Wu once called him teacher. You're really my master. In the middle of the bustling street, Li Jing Wu ignored the burning stares around him and hurried to the silver-masked youth, his voice trembling with emotion. It's been a long time, War God. You've made good use of what I left behind. The young man smiled faintly. He hooked a finger beneath the mask's edge and lifted it. For an instant, the face beneath the mask shone clear in the sunlight. It was as if the street had been stripped of air. One by one, people looked up at the towering statue of a young man in the city center, then back at the living youth before them. Boom. Silence lasted only a heartbeat before an ocean of shouts crashed over the street. Wuzu. It's Master Wuzu. Wuzu has returned. It's really him, thank the heavens. Cheering swept the avenue, drawing residents from every corner of Tianxian City until crowds poured in from all directions. Eyes bright red, Li Jing Wu bowed deeply, unable to contain himself. Disciple greets his master. Wuzu raised a hand and helped him up, his low voice steady and powerful. Come, show me your war god city. A full millennium has passed. I want to see how far humanity has come. Yes, master, this way. Spirit soaring, Li Jing Wu led the way aboard a massive warship suspended in midair, while thunderous cheers rolled on behind them. The vessel tore through the clouds. Soon an immense metropolis came into view, War God City, the former imperial capital, now hundreds of times larger than before. As they traveled, Wuzu asked questions offhandedly, and Li Jing Wu answered each one. Thanks to the early arrival of more refined intent-based techniques, the number of low-tier intent cultivators had skyrocketed. The population had swelled several-fold since the last simulation, and geniuses now emerged like bamboo after rain. There were 120 supreme-level experts, nearly triple the previous tally. The strongest among them was Li Jing Wu himself, 7th layer supreme, wielding double slaughter intent and 6-fold blade intent. With his exceptional physique, he could challenge anyone at his level, scarcely inferior to Wuzu in his prime. Yet Wuzu knew Li Jing Wu's nature was too righteous to delve deeper in his slaughter intent. Only those who claw their way back from utter despair can grasp its ultimate form. Li Jing Wu had finally learned why his master vanished so suddenly. Wuzu had accidentally traversed 1,000 years into the future. The manuals and techniques he left behind were prearrangements, justified by his claim of glimpsing fragments of what was to come. Li Jing Wu believed him without question. There's one more matter, Li Jing Wu said solemnly. We've already slain 80% of the Demon Abyss Emperors. He had taken Wuzu's warning from a millennium ago to heart. Instead of launching a rash assault, he assembled 40 Supremes and struck like thunder, nearly leveling the abyss. If not for the threat of the peak Demon Emperor you mentioned, he added, I'd have wiped the place out entirely. Given his present strength, in just 300 to 500 years even a peak Demon Emperor would be no match for him. The protagonist nodded to himself. Merging the slaughter concept had more than doubled Li Jing Wu's combat power. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he cut straight to the point and asked how far the cultivation arts and techniques had advanced over the past millennium. Li Jing Wu replied that the human race had poured everything into the effort, yet progress grew harder and harder. It had taken the entire 1,000 years to raise all arts and techniques from lower grade 10 to upper grade 10. The answer did not disappoint the protagonist. Instead, he looked pleased. Raising a lower grade 10 manual to upper grade 10 within a millennium was already astonishing. What surprised him even more was that the Rift Earth Saber Cannon and the Heaven Opening Sword Codex had both broken through to peak grade 10. Today, most of the human leadership cultivates one of these two concept-based manuals. Although 11th grade arts exist, once compatibility and relearning costs are considered, their power is only marginally greater than that of the concept manuals, so no one is willing to switch, which in turn has sped up research. The protagonist then took the complete cultivation methods from Li Jing Wu and told him to keep his return a secret for the time being. At his current level, exposure of his identity could easily invite a manhunt. Li Jing Wu agreed without hesitation and, to ensure safety, arranged for him to stay inside the martial deity hall. Since the appearance of Supremes, reverence for them among humans had grown by the day. As the number of rifts multiplied, these guardians were treated like living gods. Sensing public sentiment, Li Jing Wu ordered every expert who reached the Supreme Realm to establish a holy city, concentrating the population and making defense easier. The idea came from the history of the Shenwu continent, and it proved highly effective. Once the holy cities were built, most small towns migrated inside their walls, and the human population exploded. Coupled with pro-birth policies and generous incentives, humanity expanded to its current staggering numbers in barely 1,000 years. The protagonist approved. Without real subsidies, mere slogans urging people to have children would only backfire. With the new manuals in hand, he settled comfortably in Martial Deity City. In his spare time, he guided Li Jing Wu's comprehension of concepts. Although both were at the 6th level of concept mastery, the protagonist's insights were far deeper. He also shared everything he had learned about domains. Li Jing Wu's saber domain, now in its 2nd stage, could enhance his saber intent and made him the only human to reach that level. Yet, for reasons unknown, the protagonist's 1st stage slaughter domain was overwhelmingly stronger. When they released their domains simultaneously, Li Jing Wu's saber intent was not amplified at all. Instead, it was forcibly suppressed, leaving him utterly shocked. The moment he learned that your domain was forged from killing intent, Li Jing Wu lit up and asked if he could cultivate one himself. The reply chilled him at once. Without reaching the 4th level of killing intent, forming a killing domain is almost impossible, and trying to shape a 2nd domain after entering the martial deity realm is even harder. The eagerness on his face faded into resignation, but he refused to give up. As long as there was still a chance, it was worth the risk. In the Martial Deity Hall's library, you unearthed a peak grade, 10th tier dark technique, the Dark Nether Codex, along with its matching combat art, the Dark Soul Reaping Slash. Both are considered the pinnacle of dark element lore among humans. By the 3rd month, after devouring pills and drawing on the denser dark matter at night, you broke through to the Martial Saint realm. The previous simulation had taken 5 full years. This time it took barely 1/5 of a year, 20 times faster, a testament to the terrifying power of a gold-grade talent. The cultivation drive never stopped. In the 5th month you reached 2nd-tier Martial Saint, with every attribute hitting 20 billion. By year's end you stepped into 3rd-tier Martial Saint. In year 27 you capped out at peak Martial Saint, every attribute pushing 9.9 trillion. During this period you upgraded every technique and combat art to upper 10th tier. The Dark Nether Codex and Dark Soul Reaping Slash were brought to perfection, and you began stripping out the racial tweaks to convert them into purely human methods, hoping to unlock even greater potential. Your killing intent, however, refused to advance. 2 options remained. 1. Forge a personal intent domain and use it to assault the martial deity realm. 2. Directly raise the level of the existing killing domain. Both paths would cost an enormous amount of time. After weighing them, you chose the first only. By breaking into the martial deity realm would future growth truly open up. The quickest way to temper intent is through battle, and the Demon Grotto was the perfect arena. It links to a vast demonic world millions of kilometers across, swarming with demons renowned for their peerless combat power at every tier. You laid out the plan to Li Jing Wu. Though worried, he did not stand in your way. In his eyes, his idol never fought a battle he could not win. Before long, a warship carried you to the grotto's mouth. Black mists billowed, the demonic aura corroding even metal. You drew a long breath and leapt into the abyss. Once inside the demon realm, you swept forward unchecked. Ninth-tier peak demons crumbled like ants, and even 10th-tier demons could survive only if they were rated 5-star or higher. Against your full strength, only these apex 10th-tier demons could manage to withstand a few blows. And these high-level demons were few in number, so he simply began a ruthless slaughter. All his weapons came from Wushan Hala's spear, a warblade, a heavy hammer, and a long staff, each at least mid-tier 10th grade. The divine saber and divine spear he once wielded could no longer keep up, a testament to the martial god's deep reserves. He opened with the spear. Streams of cold light flashed through the abyss, and every thrust was answered by a demon's wail. Even as he killed, part of his mind lingered on comprehension. The lines of spear intent and domain slowly overlapped in the depths of his consciousness. Outside, freed from the threat of demon lairs, mankind smoothly avoided the extermination that had befallen them in his previous life, and steadily grew stronger. In year 100, he finished converting the Dark Nether scripture into a purely human cultivation art, and the spear intent fully merged into his domain. He had only reached 70% of this step in his last life, so its completion now came as no surprise. Next came the staff intent. Yet the lair had turned into a sea of blood after decades of butchery. He had slain 90% of the War Saint class demons and 40% of the Martial God class demons, and the remaining demon emperors were hunting him madly. If they managed to surround him, the consequences would be disastrous, so he withdrew for the moment. Leaving that lair, he chose another 10th grade abyss and continued the purge. In year 235, the staff intent fused successfully. Spear and staff shared the same origin, so this step went smoothly. To his relief, the more intense he added, the easier the subsequent mergers became. No time was wasted. He still had a dozen or so intents left, and even at a century perfusion, it would take a millennium. He was in no hurry. During those 200 years, mankind had produced dozens more supremes, and by the time he stepped into the martial god realm 1,000 years later, humanity's overall strength would be anything but weak. With that in mind, he kept hunting and cultivating. In year 750, disaster erupted. Li Jing Wu swept through the demon lairs, emptied them in one stroke, and even slew a newly emerged peak demon emperor. When the news reached him, he returned to Wushan City for the first time in 7 centuries. Li Jing Wu had already reached the 9th level of supreme, so it was no wonder he could kill a peak demon emperor without a scratch. His comprehension of the 7-layered intents had also deepened. By his own reckoning, a breakthrough was imminent. The news left him both gratified and helpless. His own purple talent capped him at 6-layered intents. Yet when he mentioned that he planned to merge every intent he possessed into a single domain, Li Jing Wu called him insane. No one had ever tried such a thing. But when Li Jing Wu personally witnessed the 7 intents he had already fused, he fell silent. A domain overlaid with 7 intents had grown explosively powerful, its range more than 10 times that of an ordinary domain. Each strand of intent was now amplified by 240. Ordinary domains can bear only 1 layer of intent, giving roughly a 20 bonus and rarely brushing against 200. He had already pushed past twice that, and this was merely the first stage. If he poured every intent he possessed into the field, how terrifying would it become? Should he climb to the 2nd or even 3rd tier, the resulting pressure would be beyond imagination. The thought made his heart race. If Master reached the peak of the Supreme Realm, just how strong would he be? He had once believed that his 7-fold intent placed him on equal footing with his teacher. Now he saw the gulf was still vast. After a brief farewell to the martial god, his master set out again, destination Fiery Cloud Sacred City. Rumor claimed a peak tier 10th rank alien abyss lay outside the walls, its inhabitants devoted to refining the body, perfectly matching the fist intent he was honing. He chose to investigate in person and, incidentally, to witness how Rainbow Cloud City had changed after 1700 years. By the time he arrived, Rainbow Cloud had long since transformed into Fiery Cloud Sacred City, its sprawl rivaling any holy metropolis. One of humanity's strongest supremes, Fiery Cloud Supreme, served as its guardian. Because the Martial Patriarch was born here, it was also revered as the Martial Patriarch's holy land. Stepping onto the flagstone street, he immediately recognized the preserved old quarter in the center, once Rainbow Cloud City, now standing like an enormous open-air museum. After paying a hefty security deposit, he followed a martial god rank guide into the city alongside pilgrims, martial saints, and martial gods alike. They soon reached his former home. Inside, portraits of his parents and grandmother rested on the altar, tended by worshippers year-round. More than 7 centuries had passed. He burned incense in silence, a jumble of emotions churning within him. The group moved on. The streets were largely unchanged, the buildings simply grander. Lost in memory, he nearly died of embarrassment when the guide led everyone to the apartment he had once shared with Emotion. The huge round bed in the center had been perfectly preserved and become a tour highlight. Hearing the crowd's unfiltered exclamations, he lowered his head and beat a swift retreat. With the nostalgic tour complete, he left Fiery Cloud's sacred city and plunged into the peak 10th rank alien abyss. To his surprise, the cavern opened onto a world even broader than the divine martial continent. He had entered ready to slaughter, yet seeing the innocent multitudes, he sheathed his killing intent and instead exchanged domain insights with the pure body cultivators. The results were immediate. Sparring with dedicated body refiners doubled the speed of his intent fusion. He decided to remain, tempering his fists day and night with practitioners of every race. In the 835th year, his fist intent finally merged into one. Year 902, the conception behind his palm techniques finally fused. Year 955, the movement art conception merged as well. Once both concepts were woven into his domain, the domain boosted any conception's power by 300%. Each of them alone already outclassed the slaughter domain, and when stacked together his combat strength underwent a qualitative leap. Year 1025, shortly after he assimilated the 11th conception, a news report caught his eye. Near sacred Flamecloud City, a peak 11th tier rift had torn open, and a peak 11th tier flame dragon had burst out, massacring everything in sight. The ferocious dragon head on the screen made his heart freeze-eyed, was the very flame dragon that had killed him in his previous life. Realizing he was still stuck at his current realm, he decided to withdraw at once. Yet the moment he reached the cavern's mouth, a figure wrapped in boundless fire erupted from the entrance and streaked toward the distant dragon. Along the way, golden flames were devoured by surging slaughter intent, turning into towering blood-red fire. Heavenfire's sword art opened the sky. The low, cold shout shook the heavens. A streak of blood-red blade light fell, and with a wet crack, half of the dragon's wing plummeted to the ground. From that moment the battle became a one-sided massacre. The newcomer never went for the kill, instead tearing and grinding the dragon to pieces again and again. The creature used its innate fire to heal, only to be thrown back into fresh agony. Grah, grah, grah. The shrill roars split the sky. Watching from afar, he sighed to himself. The method is identical to Su Jinyu's. 2,000 years have passed, and she is still as ruthless as ever. Just as he expected, the newcomer was the Flamecloud Sovereign Su Jinyu. She had reached the 7th level of the Sovereign Realm, commanded 5 layers of sword intent and 3 layers of slaughter intent, and, thanks to an old opportunity, her fire ability had advanced to SSS. Her strength now ranked among humanity's elite. After a full month of domination, the flame dragon was finally forced to submit, willingly accepting a soul brand. Having seen enough, he turned to leave. Buzz. A heat like purgatory suddenly locked onto him, rooting his feet to the ground. An enormous shadow blotted out the sky. Who are you? The cold question drifted down from above. Looking up, he saw Su Jinyu standing atop the flame dragon's head, descending toward him. The flame dragon still radiated majesty, though its swollen, bruised snout made it look almost comical. Before the dragon's head stood a man clad in black power armor and a silvery, mask nothing more than a passing Kamen rider. Watching the beast's vertical pupils shiver from pain, he lifted his shoulders in resignation. Honestly, I'm just passing by. You remind me of an old friend, could you take off the mask? Su Jinyu's earlier edge faded, her voice tinged with pleading. She leapt down from the dragon's skull, boots scattering gravel as she landed, then gazed into the eyes behind the mask. 2 millennia could erase the markings of almost anything, yet they had never dulled her memory of that aura. Even after thousands of kilometers and countless years, she recognized him at a glance though, she could hardly believe that the man who vanished 2,000 years ago now stood before her. A low sigh escaped him as he raised a hand. When the metal mask left his face, the familiar features were laid bare. Su Jinyu's shoulders trembled. She stared, stunned. It's been a long time. Commander, he said with a slight smile, using the title he had once given her. Her eyes instantly welled with tears. In the next heartbeat, she rushed into his arms, her fingers digging into the armor, as if to be sure he was real. She whispered through trembling lips, "You finally came back." Behind them, the flame dragon gaped. After a month of being mercilessly beaten by its own master, it knew just how ruthless Su Jinyu could be. Yet here she was, clinging to an unfamiliar man like a young girl. The dragon silently appraised him. Anyone who could change its master so drastically must be extraordinary, perhaps even emperor material. Since they had reunited, he chose not to hide anything. He sketched out his journeys across world show he had secretly returned a millennium ago, but never revealed himself. Hearing this, Su Jinyu's joy mingled with silent reproach, questioning that absent 1,000 years. He responded with a wry smile. In this life he sought only to forge his own dominion, shunning entanglements because the more ties one has, the harder they are to sever. Sensing his reluctance, Su Jinyu pressed no further and instead asked about his plans. He intended to travel to other chasms and hone his intent through slaughter. She shook her head and warned him. The human strongholds were already ringed by endless pits. He need not venture far to find a fight. If the situation kept worsening, humanity itself would be in peril. His brow furrowed. He recalled his last simulation how, after 1,000 years, the number and strength of the beast tides had surged. After a moment's thought, he decided to return first to Flame Cloud Holy City, once known as Cayenne City, his hometown. When she learned he was finally returning to the city, a flicker of delight softened Su Jinyu's usually cold features. She had originally tamed the flame dragon in hopes of finding a powerful beast to help defend the stronghold. Now, by chance, she had found him instead. Outside Flame Cloud Holy City, he stood atop the city wall and surveyed the scene. Just as Su Jinyu had said, sinkholes dotted the outskirts and even parts of the interior. Those within the walls had been cleared, but beyond, the land resembled a vast hive, with endless monsters pouring out in roaring waves. Su Jinyu stepped to his side and outlined her plan. Taming the flame dragon would add another mighty force to defend humanity's final bastion. Fortune had smiled on her by bringing him back as well. Gazing upon his besieged homeland, his frown deepened. There were far too many of these subterranean fissures. The dense web of cracks before him reminded Luo Xiao of the destroyed Shenwu continent. Back then, the Shenwu dynasty had crumbled step by step after massive sinkholes erupted inside its capital. Now that he had entered Yinyin's sacred city, he had no intention of leaving. At dawn the following day, he joined a squad dedicated to hunting vicious beasts. His appearance electrified the entire city. It was not that his identity had been exposed, but that his strength was overwhelming any beast below tier 10. 5-star fell beneath his hand like an ant. Unlike most martial gods, who required lengthy recovery after a single battle, he fought like a perpetual motion machine, always at the vanguard. Even after being badly wounded by a pack of tier 10 beasts, he reappeared on the battlefield the very next day. Alone, he was worth dozens of 4 or 5-star martial gods. He always wore a cold silver mask, so people called him the silver-masked martial god. Some even sensed he had a close relationship with the city lord, the Yinyin Supreme, but he ignored such rumors. All that mattered to him was killing, fusing fresh intent into his domain amid blood and flame. Time slipped away. In the year 1060, he fused his 12th intent into the domain. By 1455, he had fused the 17th intent. That same year, humanity faced its first tier 12 beast, born when an 11th tier sinkhole was overpurged and bred something even more terrifying. Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, and several other supremes joined forces to suppress it. Yet its appearance plunged humanity into unprecedented despair. If one tier 12 beast existed, who could guarantee a second or a third would not follow? The future of the human race seemed veiled in darkness. On hearing the news, Luo Xiao's expression turned grim. In his previous life, he had lived to the same era yet never encountered a tier 12 beast, proof that this timeline was far more volatile. Fortunately, with his slaughter intent and the presence of many 6- and 7-fold intent experts, humanity's top-tier power was stronger than ever, even capable of killing above its level, which satisfied him somewhat. In 1652, he finally fused the 20th intent into his domain, and on that very day his domain was perfected. A single layer of this completed domain increased his combat power by 500%. He named this unprecedentedly fearsome field the Shenwu domain. When the Shenwu domain unfolded, 1. All enemy weapons within it were forcibly suppressed. 2. Any weapon he wielded gained 5-fold power. 3. Its effective radius was 10 times that of domains of the same grade. With foes weakened and himself empowered, his overall strength soared to its peak. Congratulations, you have created a top-tier domain. Shenwu domain, first stage. Watching the simulation progress to this point, Luo Xiao finally let out a long breath. Phew, I thought I'd hit a wall this time, but it actually worked. He lifted his head, one eyebrow raised, eyes shining brightly. It had to be admitted that his current combat power was nothing short of terrifying. Yet a new problem surfaced: the level of his realm was still far too low. Luo Xiao clenched his fist in silence, comforted only by the fact that he had fully condensed the divine martial domain. Now the sole path forward was to break through his realm. But how much longer could humanity endure? The thought weighed heavily on his heart, for countless prior simulations had shown their situation growing ever more perilous. A clear notification echoed in his mind. His domain's grade top tier. It surpassed the slaughter domain in strength, yet was far harder to cultivate. The only way forward was to keep elevating his intent while advancing every domain in unison. For Luo Xiao, this was hardly daunting. He had always meant to refine all his intents. By his reckoning, they had already reached the 6th tier. With a few hundred more years of tempering, the divine martial domain would naturally step into its 2nd stage. To touch the 3rd stage, however, would require the 9th tier of intent, possible, yet exceedingly difficult, as domain cultivation had always been. At present, Li Jing Wu was the only human who possessed a 2nd tier domain. and it was the weakest of all the sword domain. Its enhancement barely equaled Luo Xiao's first-tier slaughter domain and was worlds apart from his divine martial domain. Having gained full command of his domain, he no longer needed to suppress his realm. That day, the bottleneck that had bound him for 1,000 years was shattered in one decisive surge. Stepped into the martial deity realm. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power swept across Flamecloud Holy City. Every weapon in the city rang and trembled, while countless warriors who had cultivated intent felt their own intents grow restless and unstable. Even the formidable Su Jinyu sensed her fiery sky domain quake as though it had met a sovereign. Her usually placid eyes finally rippled. Unable to hide her excitement, had succeeded at last. Su Jinyu tilted her head slightly, a smile tugging at her lips. She knew better than anyone that Luo Xiao had suppressed his strength all these years solely to comprehend an unprecedentedly powerful domain, and today he had achieved it. Ding. Realm advancement. Martial deity, first heaven. A surge of tremendous blood essence rose within Luo Xiao once more. He exhaled a long breath, relieved that he could continue to improve. Yet humanity now stood at the brink. 11th tier rifts were appearing across the globe. Earth itself kept expanding, ordinary rifts multiplied, and waves of ferocious beasts poured through while the human population dwindled under the relentless strain. Learning all this, Luo Xiao could only shake his head in helplessness. With his current strength, he could not reverse the situation. He could only move forward one step at a time. In the year 1700, his realm rose another level, reaching the second heaven of the martial deity realm. That same year, humanity faced its first 12th tier rift. A 12th tier, 2-star beast led a horde of 11th tier beasts out of the chasm and began a mad rampage across Earth. Although Li Jing Wu led legions of human powerhouses to besiege a stage 12, 2-star behemoth and finally brought it down, the battle lasted an entire 3 months. During that time, the heavens shook while fire and ice ripped at each other across the sky. The beast's roars traveled for tens of thousands of li, pounding every spectator's chest like a war drum. At last, Li Jing Wu hurled the monster's head high and replanted the human banner in the blood-soaked earth, but the cost was brutal. In less than 90 days, 7 holy cities were erased, and 20 supreme rank experts perished. Even with more than 300 supremes still alive, the loss was unprecedented. Su Jinyu was gravely wounded in the same campaign, a scorching divine flame flickering inside her to restrain the ceaseless damage. Without this moving wall on the ramparts, Flamecloud Holy City immediately showed cracks in its defenses. Thankfully, while the human population kept shrinking, the number of supremes continued to rise, and not a single new city had been built in more than a millennium. Every newly ascended supreme was assigned to an existing fortress to provide mutual support. Flamecloud is now guarded by 5 supremes, even with Su Jinyu away healing, for still stand watch and barely keep order. By the year 1865, 4 more cities had fallen, and the front line collapsed once more. The tally of supremes was dropping, and shattered walls were awash in blood and screams. At that moment, the protagonist broke through to martial god third heaven, yet only 60 human strongholds remained. The lights that once dotted the planet were growing dim. Time rolled on to the year 2000, ushering in a new millennium. A decade earlier, a second stage 12 chasm had opened, even more terrifying than the first. The ground split into deep black fissures as a monster tide surged forth. 11 cities were overrun within a few years. Calls arose to imitate Emperor Shenhui's ancient strategy and merge all strongholds into one colossal fortress, but reality was merciless. Each city sheltered populations in the trillions, the planet was riddled with chasms, and safe travel existed only at high altitude, making mass migration impossible. 2,000 years ago, the plan might have worked. Now it was a hopeless sigh. Humanity, mired in accumulated mistakes, could only struggle to survive. By the year 2250, the protagonist had reached martial god fourth heaven. Further progress was grueling. His mastery of dark matter offered restoration rather than growth, but centuries of warfare had honed him into a razor's edge. A peak 10th tier beast can no longer endure more than a few breaths against him. His divine martial domain has fully merged 6 heaven intent and entered its second phase, letting his combat strength surge by 1000% for brief bursts. His killing intent has risen to the second level, adding 2 more layers of ferocity. Weaker 11th tier beasts now fall to him almost instantly. Yet one warrior's might cannot halt the decline of an entire race. Over the next 2.5 centuries, another stage 12 chasm ripped open the earth, and countless 11th tier breaches followed. Humanity is down to its final 5 bastions: Longting, Wushan, Light, Flamecloud, and Dark. The same tattered banner bearing a broken spear hangs above them all, each one a fortress of the Huaxia nation. One by one, the foreign holy cities were swallowed by the raging tide of savage beasts. Their fall was not caused by weak cultivators, but by their shallow grasp of intent. The 10th tier cultivation art the protagonist left behind was built on Huaxia principles. Whites, blacks, and other ethnicities either failed to grasp its essence or could not adapt it to their physiques. When he first crossed over, Huaxiao boasted 10 sixth-level intent masters, all of them native-born. Slaughter intent was the lone partial exception, yet such experts were still scarce worldwide. Over the next 2 millennia, the gap only widened at Huaxia's height. 5 cultivators broke into the 7th-level intent realm, while no other nation even touched the 6th. When 12th and 11th tier rifts appeared on a large scale, these countries simply could not protect their people and were doomed to extinction. The protagonist felt nothing for their fate, even thinking they had perished far too late. Had they fallen sooner, more Huaxiao prodigies might have survived and humanity's path might have stretched farther. That same year, the war god summoned every supreme-grade expert from the last 5 holy cities to War God City and specifically invited the protagonist. After some thought, he accepted. By then he had already stepped into the supreme realm and, inside Flamecloud City, ranked above even his peers. Others only intervened against 11th tier beasts. He drew his blade the moment a 10th tier creature appeared, ending every fight cleanly and without hesitation. In secret, he remained a 9th tier, perfect grade alchemist, artificer, and formation master. Although only 9th tier, the perfection of his work made him priceless. By flooding the battlefield with high-quality pills and cutting down 10th and 11th tier beasts, he turned Flamecloud into the fortress with the greatest number of war saints and war gods among the 5 holy cities. Su Jinyu's combat strength was second only to the war god. Her talent for slaughter intent surpassed even the protagonists, and she had already touched the threshold of the 4th level. Unfortunately, she achieved the supreme realm too early and missed his insights into the slaughter domain. Otherwise, she might already have stepped into the true slaughter field. 2 millennia later, the protagonist and Su Jinyu returned to War God City. The place had changed so much he scarcely recognized it. Soon the two entered War God Hall. More than 70 people had already gathered, the last surviving supremes of humanity. Most were refugees whose own holy cities had fallen. They sat around an enormous round table. At the head was the war god himself. Next to him sat Long Batian of Dragon Soar Holy City, followed by the Radiant Light Supreme Imo Xiun and the Shadow-Cloaked Dark Supreme Imo Xiao. The protagonist had heard of Imo Xiao. Once the leading genius of the old training camp, he rose to Supreme, founded Dark Holy City, and defended it ever since, so his power was beyond question. Yet everyone noticed that 2 seats beside the war god were still empty. The platform held 2 thrones, each raised a full level above every other seat, a clear sign of extraordinary status. Everyone knew one of them belonged to Flamecloud Supreme Su Jinyu, yet the owner of the second throne sparked universal curiosity. Su Jinyu's strength had been proven in countless campaigns against Tier 12 fiend beasts, so no one questioned her place. But no one could guess who would claim the other seat, and low whispers rippled through the council hall. The murmur died the instant Su Jinyu entered with a mysterious man at her side. He made no effort to hide his aura. The power of a 4th realm martial god surged through the room like an invisible tide, felt by every seasoned cultivator present. Veterans from the holy cities had heard rumors and kept calm, but many supremes meeting him for the first time frowned, wondering if a mere martial god truly deserved a gathering of this level. Their doubts vanished in the next heartbeat. Martial god Li Jing Wu stepped forward, almost humble in his courtesy, escorted the man to the higher throne, and then sat respectfully below. Silence fell, every eye fixed on the uninvited guest. Several elder supremes stared at his back, sensing a long-forgotten familiarity they could not place. Then Li Jing Wu swept the hall with his gaze and spoke in a steady, resonant voice. My friends, I had not planned to reveal his identity, but with our race at the brink of extinction, secrecy no longer matters. This man is none other than humanity's martial ancestor Luo Xiao. The declaration exploded like thunder beneath the dome. Dozens of supremes leaped to their feet, faces stunned. Those who had once met Luo Xiao could scarcely believe their eyes, excitement and awe mingling in their gaze. Imo Xiun, seated beside him, was bathed in brilliant radiance. Her usually tranquil eyes surged with emotion. She had sensed a strange familiarity from the moment he appeared, yet his disappearance 3 millennia ago had become legend, and she had never dared hope he would truly return. Under the shocked stares, Luo Xiao removed his mask and revealed his face. The features in everyone's memory matched the man before them, and the hall erupted. Of the supremes present, at least 17 or 18 had once listened to his teachings, while the rest had practiced the arts he left behind. With the martial ancestor's return, an atmosphere of despair ignited into blazing hope. Many clenched their fists, eyes glistening. Seizing the momentum, Li Jing Wu announced the meeting's core agenda. The last 5 holy cities must merge into one, uniting every supreme strength if humanity was to survive. If they remained scattered and fought alone, annihilation was inevitable. The proposal drew immediate concern. Even 5 cities held immense populations, and moving them wholesale would be daunting. The great clans, entrenched for generations, would resist at every step, and several supremes voiced their objections. Li Jing Wu's expression turned icy. His gaze slashed across the room like a blade, and he spoke each word with steely finality. This consolidation is humanity's only path to survival. Anyone who dares to obstruct it faces one fate and one fate only: death. The moment those words were spoken, every supreme present blanched. A heartbeat of silence swept the hall. Then the top-tier supremes voiced their support in unison, their shouts rolling like thunder. The few who had been clinging to their local lord lifestyles were cowed by the momentum and nodded stiffly, though their hearts still struggled against the decision. Everyone split up to work out the logistics of the Movia cross-realm migration that would take at least 3 centuries. Even with modern infrastructure far superior to that of the past, the project would only just hold together. In the days of the Shenwu continent, they could never have mustered the manpower in 300 years. When the proposal was finally ratified, the assembly dispersed. The human supremes immediately surrounded Wu Zhu, seeking advice on cultivating intent. Though Wu Zhu's intent remained at the 6th heaven, his command of theory and broad insight still dwarfed everyone else's. Even several 7th heaven masters had to concede he was their better. The rapid-fire exchange benefited Wu Zhu as well, sparks of inspiration flying in every direction. Yet the murmurs of doubt persisted. Is he really Wu Zhu? Many supremes wondered. How could the peerless prodigy who once led the world by several tiers still fall short of the supreme realm after 3 millennia? Just then, Mo Xiao strode in with every supreme from Dark Saint City at his side. All of them had once emerged from the Heaven's Pride training camp, convinced of their own unmatched talent, only to see their glow eclipsed by tales of Wu Zhu. The world kept comparing them to him, dismissing their achievements with a casual, "So what if you're a 20-year-old genius?" and resentment had taken root. Never having met Wu Zhu, they questioned whether the so-called Grandmaster intent was real and suspected his famed techniques were merely fragments scavenged from some secret realm. To them, his lone public lecture had been nothing more than a lesson on a long-lost cultivation system, and his disappearance afterward had only hardened their bias. Now Wu Zhu had reappeared with a realm scarcely higher than before, and the former prodigies were certain of their verdict. 3,000 years had passed, yet he was still stuck at the 6th level of intent, with no qualitative leap, and power hardly worthy of the title Wu Zhu. Mo Xiao's gaze was cool, his confidence bordering on arrogance. With a 6th heaven spear intent amplified by SS-grade dark power, he believed he could fell the man before him in a single strike. To him, the name Wu Zhu was nothing more than an outdated legend. Mo Xiao, what is that supposed to mean? Su Jinyu demanded, her voice cold and her eyes sharp enough to cut the air. It's simple, Mo Xiao replied, his tone icy. Either he's an imposter, or he's the real Wu Zhu who only parades the fruits of those who came before him. At his words, many of the younger supremes nodded. Doubts about Wu Zhu had circulated for years. Now that Mo Xiao had laid them bare, the rising supremes wavered all the more. After all, the only time Wu Zhu had ever demonstrated his formidable intent was during that single lecture more than 3 millennia ago. Those who hadn't attended the class could never imagine how frightening it truly was. Rumors about that lesson have never stopped, and doubts have echoed ever since. Some even spent years questioning whether the martial ancestor had ever existed at all. Perhaps he was nothing more than a heroic figure invented by Li Jing Wu to rally Wuxia's morale, which would also explain Luo Xiao's complete disappearance once the lecture ended. After all, similar farces had happened before the cataclysm. A trade school student was once hyped as a prodigious mathematician, only for the public to learn it was a publicity stunt orchestrated by his teacher. The difference this time is that Li Jing Wu's motives were the exact opposite of that teacher's. Most people at home chose silence, content to whisper in private, while foreign scholars published open critiques. Now that Luo Xiao has resurfaced, the seed of suspicion has sprouted wildly. Compared with the dazzling martial ancestor of the past, the Luo Xiao standing here merely at the martial deity realm seems dim indeed. Faced with Mo Xiao's aggressive questioning, Luo Xiao offered only a faint smile and no explanation. Humanity is on the brink, he said calmly. What good are words now? Come, Jinyu. The relocation of Flame Cloud Holy City needs careful planning. With that, he turned and walked away. Su Jinyu, unwilling to spar with Mo Xiao, flashed forward to follow him. Hold it right there. Mo Xiao snorted, the intent of his spear surging as he strode after them. Boom. At that moment, Li Jing Wu unleashed a torrent of saber intent and killing aura. A crimson gold arc slammed into Mo Xiao's chest. Splurt. Hot blood sprayed as the blade force pierced straight through him, hurling him backward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Crash. He smashed through half the council chamber in midair, stone shards raining everywhere, while the nearby sovereigns blanched in shock. My teacher's identity is beyond question and far beyond yours to question. Li Jing Wu stepped forward, his cold gaze pinning Mo Xiao in place. The fury in his eyes made Mo Xiao's heart quake. He knew that if Li Jing Wu truly meant to kill him, he would have no chance to survive. Yet as Luo Xiao's figure receded, the fire in Mo Xiao's chest only burned hotter. To him, Luo Xiao was nothing but an overrated fraud fleeing in disgrace. Yes, his own spear intent and strength came from the techniques Luo Xiao had left behind, but that only deepened his resentment. Every breakthrough, every victory he achieved was forever overshadowed by that impostor. Year after year, whenever he advanced or won a battle, someone would bring up the Starfall Spear manual. Now that Luo Xiao had returned, Imo Xiao's smoldering grievances were blazing out of control. So they really are doubting me. Anyone would suspect that those techniques weren't my own when they see someone rise out of nowhere, leave powerful arts behind, and then vanish. Luo Xiao had expected exactly this when he watched the events play out in the simulation. Still, even if my identity is in doubt, who are you, Imo Xiao, to question me? You took my favors, and now you challenge me, claiming your anger is ablaze? What right do you have? Luo Xiao's eyes turned cold. To him, this traitor was spewing nonsense born of rage and envy. In the next simulation, he could simply erase the man to keep him from ruining everything. Each simulation might reflect the real world, and he could not let Imo Xiao's tantrum cost humanity even more lives. After leaving Martial God City, Luo Xiao, Su Jinyu, and a host of supreme-level experts set about relocating the entire population of Flamecloud Holy City. With several trillion residents, the task felt almost hopeless. Ultimately, the Supremes and powerful martial gods took shifts leading convoys, escorting citizens to Martial God City in waves. Under the plan, 10 billion people a year for 3 centuries, Flamecloud would eventually be emptied. Every day, a new convoy departed, ranging from tens of millions to several 100 million strong, trekking for months before reaching safety. To secure the route, nearly every warrior at martial god rank or higher had to take part, and not a single day could be skipped for 300 years. In the early years, disasters were frequent, with entire columns lost. Luo Xiao served as chief guardian, leading martial gods and martial saints to sweep the underground layers, crushing any new one the moment it emerged. After 30 years of brutal fighting, they carved out a blank corridor, a stretch nearly devoid of beasts between Flamecloud and Martial God City. Endless streams of migrants flowed along it, while other holy cities carried out similar evacuations. 2,400 years ahead of schedule, their pace far exceeded predictions. In barely a century, 99% of Flamecloud's people had been moved. As the human tide receded, the once boisterous megacity fell silent. At sunset, Luo Xiao stood atop the old walls of Kaiyun District, gazing at the empty high-rises in the distance, emotions churning within him. Such a magnificent city would be abandoned forever tomorrow. Su Jinyu slipped to his side and whispered, "We'll take the last group out tomorrow." After that, Flamecloud Holy City is gone. This had been the first city she protected after graduation, one she had stood watch over for 3,400 years, and the place where she first met Luo Xiao. Leaving it now, even she could not stay unmoved. Luo Xiao answered calmly, "If it lets more people live a few extra years, that's enough." His composure brought Su Jinyu little comfort. In the past century, 2 more 12th-tier lairs had appeared. Thankfully, they lay far from the 5 holy cities, or the beasts within would have reduced them all to ruins. "Yes," she said hoarsely, staring at the darkening sky. "A few extra years, nothing more." The plight of humanity was growing worse by the day. Unless someone found a way to break through the 12th tier, extinction was only a matter of time. Forget it, let's drop the topic. At dawn on the skyship's deck, Su Jinyu leaned on the railing, her gaze slipping through the mist toward the horizon. The wind lifted her dark hair and tugged at the robe of the young man beside her, Gu Nanshu. With rare teasing she asked, "When we reach Martial God City, what's your plan?" "You'll finally see Imo Shiyun again, and if I'm right, she still loves you." The name landed like a stone. Had Su Jinyu not spoken it, Gu Nanshu might have let that memory stay buried. Their last meeting had been more than 130 years ago. Whether Imo Shiyun still felt anything for him, he couldn't say, but he knew the feeling was gone on his side. She was little more than a stranger now. He looked up, a faint smile easing the coolness in his voice. "Love or not, it doesn't matter to me anymore." Then he tossed the question back. "And you? Any plans? Anyone you like? We're not exactly young. Wouldn't it be simpler to marry and be done with it?" Su Jinyu ignored the jest. She studied him in silence, her eyes as deep as a lake at midnight. When his composure finally wavered, she murmured, "Of course there's someone I like. Unfortunately, his heart already belongs elsewhere. Maybe you'll just wait until the day humanity falls." The near confession struck him hard. After 1,000 years traveling together, claiming he felt nothing would be a lie, yet the phantom memories of another millennium still shackled his heart. VRRRMM. A spatial tremor shattered the stillness. Invisible ripples exploded from the direction of Flamecloud's sacred city, jarring the deck and warping the sky. Both faces paled. The signal of an abyss opening. Only a 12th-tier abyss could shake the world like that. They looked down. In the city's heart, the earth split in a rift hundreds of kilometers long. Towers and streets crumbled and plummeted into the void. An instant later, black hellfire surged from the chasm, sweeping outward. Everything, stone, trees, even the air, was devoured into nothingness. The demons, Orand and Abyss, Gu Nanshu said grimly. It's far stronger than the 11th tier pit we fought before. Boom. A cavernous roar erupted below. A demon 10,000 fathoms tall, its body veined with black runes, burst skyward. Pure darkness blazed on its hide, scorching space itself. Its eerie vertical pupils fixed on the two in an instant. A 12th tier, 3-star demon, Su Jinyu whispered. At her current power, she couldn't hope to win. She seized Gu Nanshu's arm, flared her energy, and streaked away in a beam of light. Behind them, demonic fire roared in furious pursuit. Yet the tier 12, 3-star demon let out an eager growl and turned into a streak of black light, shooting toward you and Su Jinyu at a terrifying speed. In mere seconds it was already looming in front of you. Suspended in midair, its crimson slit pupils reflected both of your figures. It clenched its right hand, and roaring tides of black hellfire exploded before condensing into a colossal flaming sword tens of thousands of meters tall. The blade quivered, ripping the air apart as it fell with world-shattering force. Su Jinyu did not retreat. With a sharp cry, she unleashed the spirit flame within her. A sword beam forged of fire slashed upward to meet the attack, but the gap in power was like a mayfly striking an ancient tree. Her sword light shattered instantly. The hellfire greatsword continued its sweep, vaporizing both of you and the surrounding spiritual energy in an instant. Darkness of death swallowed his consciousness. Phoenix Rebirth initiated. 10 years later, amid the ruins, a cluster of golden flames gathered and quickly shaped itself into a human form. When the fire receded, he had returned to life. He looked around, brows knitted. On the collapsed ground roamed packs of demons, the very brood that had escaped the cavern a decade ago. At his feet, a sword scar thousands of kilometers long was carved deep into the rock, the destructive trace left when the demons slew him and Su Jinyu. Searing rage tore through him as memories of more than a millennium with Su Jinyu flooded his mind. Had fate been kinder, the two of them might have stood side by side long ago. He raised his wrist and activated his smartwatch, quickly checking the current state of humanity. The cold numbers rendered him silent. The demon had flown straight to Martial God City after killing them. Li Jing Wu and every Supreme combined their strength to repel it, yet they were annihilated. The city was obliterated, and it had housed 99% of the human population. Humanity now teetered on the brink of extinction. He soared into the clouds and gazed down. The entire planet lay scarred and pockmarked with black sinkholes. Even if rebuilt, humanity would have nowhere to stand. In the end, there's no other way, he muttered, though determination hardened in his eyes. Since humanity had no future, there was no reason to keep suppressing the power inside him. Boom. The second stage Slaughter Domain and second stage Divine Martial Domain unfolded at once, crimson and obsidian auras overlapping as a violent energy cyclone erupted. Boom. The fourth layer Slaughter Intent ignited within his body. In that instant, 6 layers of Slaughter Intent merged with the Divine Martial Domain that multiplied his combat power tenfold, sending his strength soaring more than 600-fold and propelling his cultivation into the supreme realm. Blood-red flames burst from the depths of his pupils like furious dragons, piercing the sky for tens of thousands of meters and dyeing the thunderclouds crimson. Killing intent became tangible, washing over the land. Everything within 100 kilometers trembled. Countless demons, sensing this terrifying aura, turned in horror toward his position. A towering crimson phantom, forged from his surging blood energy, had already taken shape behind him. The apparition slowly opened its eyes, and a murderous intent crashed forth like a tidal wave. Kill! The guttural roar shattered the air. In the same breath, he became a blinding streak of blood-red light and shot toward the nearest god martial rank demon. The demon howled and swung a great sword heavier than a mountain, cleaving down from the sky. Clang! His blood-colored blade arc, several times thicker than the demon's sword light, met the strike heat-in. Booming shockwaves erupted. The 10th tier divine weapon crumbled inch by inch, shards of metal scattering like rain. Without losing momentum, the blade light ripped through the demon's chest and split the creature clean in two. The grisly spectacle twisted the faces of the surrounding demons, but rage quickly drowned their fear. Rank 9 and Rank 10 monsters surged forward, enclosing him in a tide of black. He whirled through them with a single blade, crimson arcs slicing flesh and bone like reaper's scythes. Whenever his power waned, the swirling dark energy around him flooded back into his body, and the slaughter never paused. Even the occasional Rank 11, 2-star demon lasted only a few exchanges before being hacked to pieces. The relentless massacre finally stirred the depths of the demon cavern. An apex Rank 11 shadow demon emerged and struck with an open palm. Hurricane winds, filled with annihilating force, blasted outward. The ground for thousands of kilometers collapsed into a crater 10 kilometers deep. Had the blow landed on Earth of old, the entire planet would have been ground to dust. Within that crushing pressure, he disintegrated into motes of dust and perished. Price of death, 1,000 years of lifespan. He was reborn 10 years later, opening his eyes in the same ruins. Yet his body now showed signs of age after living for 2,400 years and spending another 1,000 on resurrection. The god martial warrior with a 5,000-year span had only 1,600 years left. One more death meant only one more chance to live again. The thought made him laugh. Since the end was set, why not revel in this life's carnage? An instant later he erupted in fury, charging straight into the rank 12 demon cavern. Every demon along the way was shredded by even fiercer blade light. His near-endless regenerative power drove him to fight with escalating ferocity, his killing intent boiling over. Amid the frenzied onslaught, his comprehension of the domain of slaughter surged and brushed the threshold of the 5th level. Still, he knew all too well that standing at the threshold was a long way from true mastery. Of course you don't care. Only pure bloodlust fills your heart. The foul stench of powder choked the battlefield. Blood streamed across shattered slabs, and corpses piled high. Luo Xiao rampaged through this hellscape, every strike merciless. Within moments his murderous aura alarmed a latest-stage 11th-tier demon. The beast crushed the charred earth with each step, its obsidian sword dragging a crimson trail that scorched the air. It locked onto Luo Xiao and, without flourish, cleaved downward. The flash of the blade tore him apart, and his first death came in an instant. 10 years later he revived for reasons unknown and stepped onto the same blood-soaked field. After more than 10 continuous days of slaughter, he still showed no restraint, and the same demon cut him down again. He resurrected twice more and died twice more. For deaths and all. When his 4th body lay cold, he felt the thread of life snap for good, and the simulation terminated. The simulation ended. Score calculation commenced. This time the timeline stretched almost without limit to 1,500 years. In reality, little more than 12 hours had passed, yet the virtual realm had forged 2.5 millennia of blood and fire. Added to the first run, the real world had already stepped into the next day's noon. During those 2.5 millennia of tempering, Luo Xiao's slaughter intent still hadn't fully entered the 5th tier, but he now stood at its threshold. A few more fragments and true mastery would be his. More importantly, his cultivation had broken through to martial god 5th heaven, and both of his domains had advanced to the formidable 2nd stage. Once he claimed this round's rewards, his power would skyrocket. The system had once declared that if his realm, intent, and domains were extracted together, no one in humanity could rival him. The thought set Luo Xiao's eyes ablaze. Once he became the strongest of the human race, he could clear away every obstacle the simulations revealed. His first goal was to abolish every nation but Huaxia, believing that a single united country might let humanity go farther in the millennia ahead. Yet 2,500 years into the simulated future, the entire planet lay buried beneath layer upon layer of abyssal caves. Even if people lived that long, could humanity truly grasp hope? The question left Luo Xiao with a trace of sorrow. Where did mankind's future life-force migration underground? The doubt had barely formed before he shook his head. Within those caverns lay deeper rift caverns. Just as the former divine martial continent, now the divine martial abyss remained riddled with fissures. Caverns within caverns, each hiding new cracks, nested like endless matryoshka dolls. A sudden thought struck him. If caverns exist inside caverns, could Earth itself be nothing more than an outer cavern forged by some mighty civilization, its rifts not yet opened? If so, how powerful must the realm beyond Earth be? All of this was still speculation. Even if the idea proved true, no rift to other worlds would appear for at least another 3,500 years. Or perhaps the rifts had already opened, and beyond Earth was itself a higher-level cavern. If so, who had linked these worlds with countless cracks? Questions churned through Luo Xiao's mind, and no one could answer them. Ding score settlement complete. Congratulations, host. Your performance in this simulation was strong, but you failed to trigger top-tier achievements, so your rating is a grade. You may choose 2 of the following rewards. Watch an advertisement to select one more. Reward 1. Cultivation experience for techniques and combat arts. Reward 2. Martial cultivation 200 trillion points each for body, soul, and vital energy, plus 200 extra years of lifespan. Reward 3. Fused talent dark matter mastery. Reward 4. 9th tier high, mid, and low-grade perfect elixirs, along with a wealth of top-tier forging materials and weapons. Reward 5. Insights into every art and domain. Reward 6. Full professional experience from this simulation into your high-grade alchemy, perfect spirit planting, perfect forging, perfect formation mastery, and more. This haul was leagues better than the last one, but he could still choose only 3. The insights and techniques are a must, Luo Xiao muttered. Those represented his entire accumulation over 25 centuries and were the greatest prize of this round. Next came talent, another non-negotiable choice. As for raw cultivation and combat art experience, humanity had been refining them non-stop. Every art had already reached peak tier 10, just a hair's breadth from tier 11. The temptation of both knowledge and power made him hesitate. Forget it, power first. A deeper foundation matters just as much. With enough strength, I won't start the next simulation as dead weight. He knew that without real might, and strength score would always be out of reach. System, I choose realm, talent, and insights as my 3 rewards. Ding command accepted. Distributing rewards now. Boom. A fearsome force erupted through every vein and bone. His blood key, once only 99.99 million, shot past hundreds of millions and kept climbing. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion. His combat power soared by a factor of 1 million, so fast that even peak tier 10 arts and profound insights struggled to restrain it. At last the torrent settled at a staggering 200 trillion points of blood key. Simultaneously, countless memories of every domain and technique flooded in vivid and precise, as if he had practiced them all himself. When the download ended, Luo Xiao held that 200 trillion point power firmly in his grasp. He raised a hand, shaping an invisible sword beam, and gauged it silently. With one full force strike, I could probably cleave pre-cataclysm Earth in two. BDBD's smartwatch buzzed. You have a new message. He tapped the screen. The sender was Li Jing Wu. Li Jing Wu. Teacher, the Americans just sent an invitation. They want you, as a human grandmaster, to lecture at their human prodigy training camp. I've already turned them down for you. This is obviously a trap. The old Yankees must be up to something. The moment the comm screen lit up, Li Jing Wu saw his disciples' flood of messages. At the words the Americans, his brows furrowed so tightly they could squeeze a fly to death. That eager enthusiasm reeked of danger. In another cultivation chamber, Luo Xiao received the forwarded message as well. He raised his eyes, a sword-shaped brow lifting. An invitation from the United States? Impressive. He had just broken through, and those Yankees were already losing their patience. I was looking for an excuse to wipe out a few restless nations, Luo Xiao sneered inwardly. Since they're handing me the knife, I don't even need to fabricate a reason. He could, of course, declare war directly, but that was too crude and would tarnish his reputation. As a son of Huaxia, every move had to be justified. So he sent a reply. Luo Xiao turned it down. Why? If they've invited me, I'm definitely going. And don't worry about my safety. I doubt the Americans will do anything that damages solidarity. When do they want me there? The message soon reached Li Jing Wu. The old man read it and sighed quietly. Teacher, you're still too naive. You don't know how shameless the Americans can be. To Li Jing Wu, Luo Xiao was a young man devoted to humanity's revival. But veterans who had fought through the Great Cataclysm knew the United States would do anything to keep its dominance. No matter how much you contributed to humankind, if you threatened their interests, they would kill you without hesitation. At that thought, a smile tugged at his lips. Since Luo Xiao is determined to go, the Americans won't touch a single hair on his head. He replied immediately. Li Jing Wu, the event is tomorrow. If you really intend to leave, you could set out now? Luo Xiao stared at the screen, a playful curve appearing at his lips. Tomorrow? They're in a hurry to die, aren't they? Very well, they'll grant their wish. Killing intent surged within him, then swiftly calmed. Let's see if they have anything that can challenge someone at the 3rd or 4th level of the Supreme Realm. Then I'll head out now. I'm coming to find you. After sending the message, Luo Xiao pocketed the communicator. He had planned to run 2 more combat simulations, but that was no longer necessary. His current strength could handle anything. Delaying would only waste time. He glanced down at his personal status panel. Name, Luo Xiao. Rank, Tier 10, 5 stars. Body strength, 200 quadrillion. Soul strength, 200 quadrillion. Vital energy, 200 quadrillion. Comprehension, 500. Constitution, 500. Fortune, 500. Appearance, 100. Professions, alchemist, grade 8, mid-tier. Botanist, grade 8, mid-tier. Cultivation methods, martial canon, tier 10, high grade. Divine martial soul refining scripture, tier 10, high grade. Slaughter codex, tier 10, mid-grade. Martial skills, heaven opening sword cannon, tier 10, high grade. Earth-rending saber scripture, tier 10, high grade. Falling star spear art, tier 10, mid-grade. Domains, slaughter domain, phase 2. Divine martial domain, phase 2. Masteries, slaughter intent, level 4. Sword mastery, level 6. Saber mastery, level 6. Spear mastery, level 6. Abilities, Scarlet Flame Battle Body SS, Fire Attribute 1600, Violet Thunder Battle Body, Violet Wind Spirit Body, Violet Physical Enhancement, all attributes 1600. Innate talents, Dark Matter Manipulation, Golden Phoenix Rebirth. Simulation points, 32.1 billion. At this moment, Luo Xiao's overall abilities had undergone a qualitative leap compared with before. At the 5th layer of the martial god realm, he could already top the human rankings without any trait bonuses. And when 2 terrifying domains, several heaven-defying abilities and intents, plus 2 golden talents were added in, he was practically an indestructible perpetual motion engine. With that thought, he swept across the courtyard, pushed open the heavy alloy gates, and strode out of the manor. Morning light spilled over the flagstone steps, and the air carried a faint scent of grass and wood. The instant Luo Xiao crossed the threshold, his brows knit slightly. A young woman was blocking the stone path, barring two martial venerable guards. Professors, please, just let me see the Grandmaster for one moment. The girl pleaded, her voice urgent yet full of confidence. My talent for swordsmanship is extraordinary. Once the Grandmaster meets me, he'll definitely take me as his disciple. The girl was Mo Shiyun. The director of the martial arts department replied in a low voice, Miss Mo, we have never questioned your talent, but no one is to disturb the Grandmaster is Lord Martial God's order, and we dare not disobey. The director of the intent department shook his head as well. Why not speak to the vice principal? If he's willing to introduce you, everything can be arranged. Otherwise, no matter what you say, we cannot let you in. Both directors were elder-level figures in the academy, their strength placing them at the pinnacle of the martial venerable tier. They had attended Luo Xiao's lectures. While they respected him deeply, they would not bend the rules lightly. Mo Zion's delicate face stiffened. The heavenly divination sword saint had already refused her, and begging again would most likely be futile. No, she told herself, biting her lip. Only by becoming the Grandmaster's disciple can I enter the prodigy training camp. When I return to Luo Xiao as a human prodigy, he'll understand I didn't come back because I failed. I came back because I've always loved him. Just as she hesitated, a wooden door deeper in the manor creaked open, and a tall figure stepped into the morning light. Mo Zion's heart jolted. This had to be the Grandmaster. She almost instinctively took a step forward. Grandmaster M. The words died in her throat when she saw the face that shook her very soul. In just a few days Luo Xiao looked even more striking than she remembered, his whole bearing transformed, yet those familiar features were unmistakable. Her mind roared in disbelief. Good morning, teacher. The martial arts director bowed respectfully to Luo Xiao. The intent director hurried to explain, Sir, I'm sorry. This student insists on becoming your disciple, and we couldn't dissuade her. Her talent with the sword is astonishing. After only a few days, she has already pushed her technique to perfection. He took the opportunity to recommend her. It would be a pity to let such a seedling go to waste. The repeated address of teacher echoed in Mo Zion's ears, leaving her mind buzzing. Both martial venerables were calling Luo Xiao their teacher, which meant the legendary Grandmaster Luo Xiao was the very Luo Xiao who had once been her boyfriend. What on earth was going on? At this moment, Mo Shiyun gazed at Luo Xiao's familiar face, unsure whether she felt joy or regret. In the spacious reception hall of the martial arts department, two directors were still trying to mediate when Luo Xiao lifted his hand and spoke gently. Thank you. I know this student. He walked straight toward Mo Shiyun, a scene from his first future simulation flickering through his mind. The girl's final words to him, what should be let go will eventually be let go. Long time no see, Mo Shiyun. His voice was as calm as a verno blame. No mockery. Not even a ripple of emotion, like two ordinary classmates meeting after years apart. That indifference tightened Mo Zion's chest. A hollow feeling spread, as if something vital had been pulled from her life. Luo Xiao, is that really you? Are you the Grandmaster? Her voice trembled. Her pale lips moved, yet the thoughts she had rehearsed for countless nights refused to emerge. Luo Xiao smiled lightly. The martial gods flatter me. How about you? Are you enjoying life at Imperial Capital University? I hear you've been crowned the campus belle. Congratulations. He knew exactly how heavy the title Grandmaster was, but for him, it was mere small talk. Mo Zion's nose stung. The commotion she had stirred at the university seemed trivial in his eyes. Compared with Luo Xiao, who had become a Grandmaster through sheer mastery of intent and already stepped into the martial venerable realm, her only claim to fame was that ornamental label of campus belle. One director suddenly recalled the main task and cut in. Sir, the human elite training camp has invited you to lecture. Lord Wushan sent us to escort you. Boom. The words exploded in Mo Zion's mind. Lecture? The human elite training camp? That place was a sacred ground above Imperial Capital University, reserved for the finest SS-grade prodigies with profound insight into martial intent. She considered herself gifted, yet a chasm still barred her way. Before her sword intent even reached its first realm, the camp had been an untouchable legend. And now, the ex-boyfriend who had broken up with her only days ago was an invited instructor there. The sentence she had once delivered so decisively now slapped her across the face. Luo Xiao, I've awakened an S-grade ability. Your aptitude can't keep up with mine. Let's break up. He was now a Grandmaster. She ought to be happy for him. Yet the serenity on Luo Xiao's face filled her with a panic she had never known. She had long regretted the breakup, but felt no urgency. In her mind, she only had to turn around, and Luo Xiao would surely welcome her back. They had shared years of affection, and during that time Luo Xiao had granted her every request without hesitation. Now, Mo Shiyun stood at the edge of the sparring grounds, her fingertips trembling with nerves. She could feel her heartbeat stumbling, part panic, part helplessness in the face of what lay before her. The Luo Xiao she used to know, talented yet indulgent toward her every whim, had transformed in just a few months into someone she could only look up to. She understood that winning him back would take far more than a pout or a simple apology. What leverage did she have left? Very well, the martial deity has informed me. Please, lead the way. Luo Xiao inclined his head, his voice unhurried, yet carrying an unquestionable authority. The two academy directors straightened instantly, ready to escort him. Just as Luo Xiao took his first step, he paused, as if recalling something, and glanced back at Imo Shiyun. By the way, Imo Shiyun, Tianyin Sword Saint mentioned your talent for swordsmanship. It's impressive. He flicked his fingers, sending a gold glimmering card toward her. This is my invitation. If I ever hold a lecture, present this and you may attend. The card traced a perfect arc through the air and settled in her palm. The chill of metal seeped into her skin, yet a surge of irrepressible joy swelled in her chest. An absurd notion exploded in her mind. This card felt less like a class pass and more like a token of a fresh start between them. The next moment, Luo Xiao's follow-up shattered the illusion. Of course, we were classmates for years. Looking out for each other is only natural. Directors, shall we? His tone was calm, but the words cut like winter wind. Luo Xiao turned away, striding beside the directors with decisive steps. Classmates, are we only classmates? Imo Shiyun muttered, her voice quavering. Regret flooded her thoughts, and she could no longer restrain her emotions. She dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Luo Xiao, truly sorry. I was wrong. Don't leave, please. Her cries echoed across the empty training field. The two directors exchanged a glance, gossip practically blazing in their eyes, yet they dared not speak, and simply followed in Luo Xiao's wake. He did not slow, nor did he look back. What's lost is lost. His voice carried clearly on the breeze. You owe me nothing. Our paths just diverged. Focus on your cultivation. One day humanity may still need your strength. With that, he tapped the ground and shot skyward, a streak of azure light. The directors hurried after him, vanishing into the horizon within moments. Imo Shiyun stared at his fading silhouette, feeling as though a hammer had struck her chest. She would have preferred him to curse or humiliate her. At least that would have meant he still felt something. Instead, his concern for her while shutting her out completely was the cruelest severance of all. There's truly no chance left, she whispered, despair clouding her eyes. Breathless, her limbs weakened. The world spun, and as her knees buckled, consciousness slipped away. In that instant, a dazzling radiance burst from within her, wrapping her in a translucent cocoon of light. Inside the glow, the pair of pristine angelic wings on her back fractured, reformed, and extended. In mere seconds, a third set of wings unfurled, 6 in total, holy, yet razor-sharp. Several kilometers away, Luo Xiao frowned, sensing the abrupt surge in Imo Zion's aura. His spiritual perception flowed like a clear spring, sweeping across the sparring grounds in an instant. A talent awakening? He murmured. Wasn't that the very 6-winged angel form Imo Shiyun attains in the future simulation? And she's breaking through at this moment? Luo Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. According to the Chronicle of Future Figures, Imo Shiyun only awakened her talent decades after his complete disappearance, when the outside world already believed he was dead and her identity had been exposed. Now she was advancing several years early. Had his offhand comments just now wounded her pride? Luo Xiao reviewed his words and couldn't find anything especially harsh, so he could only sigh inwardly at how delicate her thoughts were. The notion flashed by, and he let it. Gosh was destined to evolve sooner or later, so the exact timing made little difference. Having settled on that, Luo Xiao skimmed over the sea of clouds and sped toward the horizon. A few minutes later, war god Li Jing Wu's personal fighter the Wushan rose slowly from the fortress airfield. The roar of its engines tore through the sky as the lone Tier 10 craft streaked, like lightning, after Luo Xiao. Inside the ship, Li Jing Wu entered the VIP cabin and bowed his head. Teacher, thank you for overseeing this mission. It's my duty, Luo Xiao replied, then voiced the question that had been troubling him. War god, what do you think of the current situation, with humanity split into so many nations? Whether the race should be unified had long weighed on Luo Xiao. Li Jing Wu hesitated briefly, immediately grasping his concern. A patchwork of states meant endless internal strife. Teacher, although humanity is divided into several national zones, many of the young prodigies ignore old borders. If trained properly, they can safeguard the species. However, Li Jing Wu's tone hardened. 99% of today's top powerhouses survived from before the cataclysm. Old grudges between nations run deep. Yi Nation and Zhongdong Nation have hated each other for over a millennium. They were already at each other's throats before the cataclysm. Now, when geniuses from those two countries meet in private, it's almost always a fight to the death. Yi Nation is the worst. Early in the cataclysm, its homeland was overrun by beasts, yet it took advantage of the chaos in Wukan Nation to migrate en masse and seize that territory. Wuk's native population ended up enslaved by the Yi people. His expression turned icy. Luo Xiao nodded. A few of those states, some of those clans, they really should be erased from the world. Li Jing Wu sighed, then shrugged helplessly. Easier said than done. In the western zones, especially Meili Nation, the war gods are staunch supporters of Yi. Backed by foreign aid, E-Nation still struts about, and even ranks among the top 5 powers. Worse yet, the Yoran clan has 3 war gods of its own, each stationed in a different zone. One clan effectively controls 3 power bases. Unless they commit an atrocity so outrageous that every other war god is willing to stand with me, there's no way to strike at them. His gaze sharpened, killing intent undisguised. If the chance ever comes, I will uproot that degenerate clan completely. Luo Xiao felt a shiver. He recalled both of his future simulations. Yoran's annihilation occurred only because they had brought it upon themselves. In the future, the number of martial god-level experts in the Yu clan skyrocketed to more than 100. Buoyed by their swelling power, they proclaimed their noble bloodline and plotted to unify the entire planet, reducing every other human group to slavery. Their insane ambition ignited worldwide resistance in an instant. Many martial gods who had once stood behind them joined forces under Li Jing Wu's call and wiped out the whole Yu clan without leaving a single survivor. For the next 1 or 2 centuries, Li Jing Wu was denounced by many as Hitler too for this act of genocide. Those critics failed to realize that if the Yu clan had been allowed to seize supremacy, they too would have ended up in chains. Luo Xiao understood that, according to the original timeline, the Yu clan's all-out expansion would not break out until more than 200 years later, but he had no patience to wait. During that long interval, at least hundreds of billions of innocents would have died at the Yu clan's hands. He therefore decided on the spot that the Great Purge had to be moved forward. This deeply flawed race would be among the first to be cleansed. All right, enough about that, teacher. I have another favor to ask, Li Jingwu said, sounding a little embarrassed. What is it? Speak freely, Luo Xiao replied with a nod. I have a daughter who currently serves as an instructor in the alchemy division at the Human Genius Training Camp. She is also our people's foremost alchemist, only top-tier 9th rank alchemist we have. Yet the girl is obsessed with swordsmanship, though her talent there is limited. Could I trouble you to give her some guidance? Mentioning his daughter, Li Jingwu could not hide his pride. After all, being the foremost alchemist of humankind carried even more weight than his own title of strongest human. Oh, the leading alchemist of our race is your daughter? If she loves the sword, of course he'll be happy to teach her. But you have a daughter? I've never heard of her. Luo Xiao was puzzled. The media had never reported it, and even in his future simulations there had been no reference to Li Jingwu's daughter. Now, a top-tier 9th rank alchemist had appeared out of nowhere, which meant she had at least mid to latest stage martial saint strength and was certain to become a sovereign a millennium later. Could it be that she would fall in the future? If so, he had to find out why. He had guarded humanity for more than 100 years and would continue to do so for millennia. Saving such a genius could only benefit everyone. Sigh, it's embarrassing to talk about. You know, I was a special forces operative before the cataclysm, the best of the best, Li Jingwu said with a sigh. Luo Xiao gave a slight nod. Because of the nature of my missions, I had to fake my death. To the world and to my wife and daughter I was gone. Then the cataclysm struck, the medical system collapsed, and my wife died in the 2nd year for lack of medicine. It took me 2 more years to find my daughter. When she learned I was still alive, she grew cold toward me. I owe them both too much and have been trying to make amends. But even now she barely acknowledges me. Li Jingwu forced a bitter smile. Listening to this, Luo Xiao finally understood. It's only human. Back then you fought to defend the nation, and history will remember your service. But to your children you were never there as a father or a husband. No one can serve both family and country. Countless heroes have carried that regret. Luo Xiao let out a sigh. His own parents had died protecting Cayenne City, so he understood all too well. He felt no resentment toward them. After all, his circumstances were completely different. You're right, teacher. That's why I'm asking you to take extra care this time. Li Jingwu raised his hand and bowed solemnly. Of course. By the way, what's your daughter's name? Luo Xiao asked casually. Li Ruoxi, Li Jingwu replied, a gentle smile appearing on his face. The moment she was born, that name just popped into my head and never left. Boom. Luo Xiao's mind detonated. A terrifying aura surged from him like a tidal wave. In an instant, everything within thousands of kilometers was swallowed by the force. Nearby beasts were crushed to the ground, and the ship's hull vibrated with a low hum. Beside him, Li Jingwu almost dropped to his knees. The rest of the crew were pinned to the deck, gasping for breath. Li Jingwu looked up, horror in his eyes. Just from the aura alone, he could not remain standing. Immartial deity, 5th heaven. He stammered. Realizing his loss of control, Luo Xiao withdrew his aura at once. The pressure vanished. He nodded apologetically. Sorry, I got a little carried away. What did you say your daughter's name was? Li Ruoxi. Teacher, have you heard it before? Even now, Li Jingwu's voice trembled with uncertainty and awe. I have, Luo Xiao answered calmly. She was a friend of mine, but she passed away long ago, so they can't be the same person. His tone was even, yet his heart was in turmoil. In 2 separate simulation worlds, the name Li Ruoxi had appeared. Could the real Li Ruoxi be that very same woman? But the futures he had deduced showed no sign of her. Had she truly died so early? Do you have a photo of your daughter? Forcing down the chaos in his thoughts, Luo Xiao kept his voice steady. Yes, right here. Li Jing Wu hurriedly produced a yellowed photograph. In it, he and his wife stood shoulder to shoulder, a young girl smiling brightly between them. The moment Luo Xiao saw the picture, his pupils contracted sharply. Ruashi, it really is you. That familiar face was almost identical to the Li Ruashi he remembered, and to Luo Qingya as well. He took the photo, gripping it a little too tightly without realizing it. When Luo Xiao's fingers creased the photograph, Li Jingwu winced. Ahem, sorry, I didn't realize how hard I was squeezing, Luo Xiao said, snapping back to himself and quickly letting go. He brushed the crease with his fingertips, stared at the picture for a few more seconds as if branding it onto his heart, then handed it back. That fleeting look on Luo Xiao's face made Li Jingwu's heart leap. Ruashi, could the friend his teacher had mentioned really be Ruashi? The thought sent emotions tumbling through him. Yet he soon reconsidered. A grandmaster who had mastered at least 5 realms wouldn't really lose control of his strength. That was clearly an excuse, but he didn't dare press further. Another notion struck him. His teacher wasn't that old, and his daughter had stayed single for years. If the two of them could truly end up together, the idea made his gaze toward Luo Xiao unconsciously fervent. Luo Xiao felt the burning stare, but had no idea why. Suddenly, he remembered the way his late father-in-law, Li Jing, used to look at him. Wait, his father-in-law's name had been Li Jing, and the posthumous title he received was Jing Wu. With that revelation, everything clicked. So the fusion the system spoke of didn't just mean he had traveled into an old world. The simulated world had merged with reality as well. The divine martial continent had become the caverns beneath their feet, and even the people from his first simulation had been dragged into this universe. System, should I be thanking you or cursing you? Luo Xiao muttered inwardly. Ding, you're welcome, host. The damn system actually replied. Luo Xiao almost exploded, but the response confirmed his suspicion. Li Ruashi was indeed his Ruashi. Excitement quickly gave way to unease. Did the Ruashi of this world still remember him? Even if she had forgotten, he would make her remember, and even if she never did, he would never let her slip away again. But where had the future Li Ruashi gone? Luo Xiao's brow furrowed. Lost in questions, a sudden thought lit his eyes. Why not run another simulation? War God, how much longer until we reach the prodigy training camp? He asked, turning around. About 3 hours, Li Jingwu replied. Good. They'll cultivate first, let me know when we arrive. With that, Luo Xiao walked off. Please, teacher, carry on. Li Jingwu nodded eagerly. Ever since learning of Luo Xiao's terrifying strength, he had no worries about the trip at all. In fact, he secretly wondered who was protecting whom. Inside a private cabin, Luo Xiao sat cross-legged and pulled up the system panel. Start the advanced simulation. Ding command received. Future world simulation initiated. Cost, 100 million simulation points. Please choose one of the following talents as your initial trait. Gold talent, postnatal Dao comprehension physique. Insight, 2000. Postnatal Dao physique. Foundation, 2000. Postnatal sword physique. Innate sword body. Sword comprehension, 4000. Postnatal blade physique. Innate blade body. Blade insight, 4000. Sunfire. Command a trace of true sunfire, granting fire-based techniques a 6,400 power bonus. Selecting a gold talent costs an extra 10 billion simulation points. This time, 5 gold talents have appeared. Luo Xiao looked around at the golden screen, drew a deep breath, and let his gaze drift across the 5 talents. Sword body and blade body would double his comprehension of a single weapon, yet their limitations were plain. Innate Dao-seeking physique, however, would elevate every technique, martial art, and weapon talent, its value self-evident. After only a moment's thought, he tapped confirm. Ding. Command received. Root aptitude 100. Talent selection complete. Simulation begins. The cold notification faded, and the world around him split apart in an instant. Day 1. Luo Xiao opened his eyes to find himself in a strange modern city. The streets were filled with men in black suits, small round hats perched on thick beards, and on a distant platform the statue of the martial ancestor had been replaced by a pure white angel. His unfamiliar clothing made him the target of countless hostile stares that cut like knives. Sensing danger, he called up his smart bracelet and logged into the local network. The screen overflowed with religious symbols of the Yuan, even the Human Federation's official site buried beneath the same emblem. In just 1,000 years, the Yuan had somehow taken control of Earth. Before he could delve deeper, metal scraped and clanged overhead as dozens of armored knights dropped from the sky. Humph! A heretic dares reveal himself, die? The lead knight barked, and the squad lunged forward. Luo Xiao had no patience for talk. He drew the divine martial blade and swung once. Boom! Annihilating sword key tore through the heavens. The knights and their armor disintegrated into dust. The shockwave reached tens of kilometers, skyscrapers splitting into blinding white fissures, pillars of debris roaring skyward. The smoke had yet to clear when Luo Xiao shot upward, heading straight for the city center. Half an hour later, the city's ruler, a latestage martial god of the Yuan, was clenched in his grasp. Luo Xiao employed the demon sect's soul-searching art from the divine martial continent, ripping every memory from the man's mind. Less than an hour after Luo Xiao entered the simulation, the three Yuan martial gods joined forces with the martial gods of Meili Nation, the Everbright Empire, Wokaku, and other powers, 10 martial gods in total, to launch a surprise attack. Li Jing slew 5 before falling from exhaustion. By the time the enemies began hunting for Luo Xiao, he had already vanished. The three Yuan martial gods survived only because they had been slacking off during the battle. They slaughtered the last 2 surviving war gods. Moving shoulder to shoulder, the trio launched a bloody purge against the remaining human war gods and wiped them out within days. That same day, Yuan hidden in major cities across the globe suddenly revealed themselves. Only then did humanity realize, to its horror, that the Yuan lurked in almost every city and already made up a tenth of the world's population. Even worse, the tribe commanded 3 wargod-class powerhouses. Over the next 3 to 4 centuries, the Yuan steadily eroded every nation, drawing gifted natives to their side, marrying into influential families, and condemning anyone who resisted to slave status. Because Huaxia had been corrupted the least, it managed to endure for several decades under Long Batian's lead. Yet when the 3 enemy war gods joined forces, Long Batian, the sword Saint Tianyan, and a host of human prodigies were all slain. In just 400 years, 99% of Earth's population had been converted. Only a handful of humans clung to life in subterranean warrens. 600 years later, exactly a millennium after the invasion, the number of Yuan had soared to 10 trillion, while the underground humans were less than 1/10th of that figure. He gazed at the devastation in silence. A maelstrom of killing intent churned within his mind. Wasn't this simulation the perfect crucible for tempering the path of slaughter? A cold smile curled across his lips. Nothing sharpens murderous intent like butchering one's own kind. Boom. In an instant, his slaughter intent, slaughter domain, and divine martial domain erupted together. A tidal wave of bloodlust burst from his body, engulfing an entire Tier 10 city. From deep within their bloodlines, the Yuan felt primal terror and trembled. The massacre began. 3 days later, the Tier 10 city lay in ruins. He did not pause. Spinning on his heel, he headed straight for the nearest holy city. Only Yuan remained on the planet now, and there were just 4 supreme-class experts, none of them remarkable. In under 3 months, he erased all 4 Yuan holy cities, annihilating 90% of their population and sending the survivors fleeing in panic. His gaze then shifted to the remaining hundreds of Tier 10 cities. 5 years later, 30% of those cities were gone. Long-term authoritarian rule had left their defenses feeble. The Yuan elite cared only about squeezing the populace dry, and even their own lower classes lived like slaves. He showed no mercy to anyone he met, granting every oppressed soul release and sending them to the paradise they longed for. By the 7th year, his slaughter intent had reached the 5th layer and his blade intent the 7th. Though his realm had not changed, his edge had grown vastly keener. In the 25th year, more than 40 demon emperors poured out of the abyssal caverns at once. Yet the moment they set foot on Earth, they were stunned. The large cities had already been butchered to near extinction. Even if they scoured the planet, there would not be enough prey left to fill the gaps between their teeth. Furious and humiliated, every demon emperor dispatched legions of 9th and 10th tier fiends to hunt you down. They blanketed every spatial gateway, black mists roared, and the ground turned ink black with demonic blood. Yet what terrified the demons most was that every squad that crossed your path was cut down on the spot, without the slightest chance to flee. Several demon emperors met the same fate. Some had reached the 3rd layer of the emperor realm, mighty even among their peers, but they too fell beneath a single stroke of your blade. The survivors, shaken to the core, fled back to their lairs and no longer dared take a single step outside. In the 78th year, while tracking hidden members of the Yu clan through various catacombs, you accidentally entered the Shenwu catacomb. It was your first time reaching this place in reality. Following the route etched in your memory, you raced ahead and soon arrived at Mount Shenwu. Near its base, your senses detected a concealed cavern. Tens of thousands of Huaxia humans were hiding inside. What surprised you even more was that their guardian was Su Jinyu. Starved of resources and high-level techniques, she had only reached the 1st layer of the sovereign realm, far weaker than in your previous simulations. The instant she saw you, her eyes grew moist and her voice trembled. She had waited an entire millennium for this moment. You revealed the truth about your transmigration and admitted that the god of slaughter rumored to be hunting the Yu clan was in fact you. Joy and shock washed away the knot in Su Jinyu's heart. She then explained humanity's current plight. After news spread that Li Jing Wu and you had fallen, Huaxia's powerhouses divided their brightest talents into groups and sent them into the catacombs for refuge. She had chosen Shenwu. For 1,000 years, she had not dared leave, forced to devise incomplete cultivation arts and advance slowly. Harsh conditions prevented the population from growing. Barely 300 million remained. You simply nodded with a smile. 300 million more than enough. Instead of leading them back to Earth, You chose to develop right here, since the Shinwu catacomb was actually safer. You produced the vast trove of top-tier techniques you had obtained during the first future simulation manuals you had once destroyed before Li Jing Wu's death, now restored and intact. Over the past millennium, the Yu clan had plundered nearly all its arts from other catacombs, and its own research remained stuck at a thousand-year-old level, perfectly reflecting its pillaging nature. With these manuals, plus countless blood pills refined from demon and beast essences, humanity's cultivation advanced at lightning speed. You personally guided Su Jinyu in grasping the intent of slaughter, often taking her across the world to hunt the Yu clan's remnants. Once your sword light locked on, virtually none survived. Time flew by. Fires and battle cries echoed day and night through the Shinwu catacomb, and new training towers rose one after another. The 300 million humans quickly transformed into a disciplined, deep-rooted iron tide. The simulation paused here. Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow. The Yu clan he hadn't expected that his decision this time would actually let them succeed. They actually managed to kill a martial deity while he was still growing impressive, I suppose. It must have been because I wasn't around. The simulation started an hour ago, which is roughly 100 years inside that world, so we've got a little more than 10 minutes left. Assassinate me? Let's see who ends up killing whom. Luo Xiao stood before the holographic screen, calmly sifting through the intel. A cold gleam flickered deep in his eyes. That parasitic race gnawing at humanity needed to be uprooted once and for all. Closing the simulation window, he left the program running in the background and stepped out of the pod. Teacher, is something wrong? Li Jing Wu had only been back at his console for an hour when Luo Xiao reappeared. While fine-tuning the fighter's controls, he studied his mentor with curiosity. Someone's coming to ambush us. Get ready, Luo Xiao said, his tone even but razor-sharp. An ambush? Who dare try that? Li Jing Wu's calm instantly ignited. As one of humanity's top powerhouses, he was used to hunting others, not being hunted. The Yurin, the beautiful nation, the empire of the never-setting sun, and Wokaku have joined force at least 10 martial deities. Luo Xiao smiled faintly, as if discussing insects. 10 martial deities? Li Jing Wu's pupils contracted. Facing 10 peers plus their hidden tricks was no small matter, especially with his cultivation suppressed by his own technique. Yet he found confidence in Luo Xiao's near-invincible might. If his teacher wished, ending his life would take but a thought. So what were 10 martial deities? What truly shocked him was their enemy's speed deciding on a plan and assembling 10 deities in such a short time. That ruthlessness proved how urgently the rot within humanity had to be purged. After this, it's time for a thorough cleansing. Only then can our people advance, Luo Xiao stated, voice still tranquil. Li Jing Wu had once taken those words as wishful thinking, but now he understood. The purge was a move Luo Xiao had planned long ago. Understood, teacher. Once we're back, he'll launch the operation, Li Jing Wu replied solemnly. With Luo Xiao overseeing it, no matter how hard the road, hope finally seemed real. Good. First, let's swat these bugs. Luo Xiao glanced into the distance. Before his words faded, the navigation display lit up. A mountain had risen abruptly 40 kilometers ahead. Beneath its summit, dozens of buried hydrogen bombs came online. Detonation countdown. 3, 2, 1. The fighter roared over the peak at the precise moment the numbers hit zero. Boom thunder ripped the sky. Dozens of high-yield warheads blossomed at once. Blinding light intertwined, and a torrent of energy swallowed the aircraft. A mushroom cloud kilometers tall punched upward. Rolling fire and shockwaves bellowed outward, shattering rock and vaporizing earth. The destructive surge matched a 5th or 6th stage martial deity's full-force strike. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a temporary command center, 10 martial deities watched the rising cloud on high-resolution feeds, their expressions triumphant. All right, that fighter of Li Jing Wu's is finished. Aside from him, no one could possibly survive. Even he would be severely wounded. The victory is ours. Ha ha. The Japanese war god burst into triumphant laughter. Don't be so complacent. The American war god 6-star, General Sean cut him off coldly as he glided down from midair. If Li Jing Wu were that easy to kill, he wouldn't be called a war god. The laughter stopped at once. The other war gods nodded. They hovered at high altitude, quietly waiting for the blinding nuclear aftershock in the distance to fade. Bzzz. Before the flames had fully died, a Tier 10 fighter jet tore through the smoke and blasted out of ground zero. Its fuselage was spotless, not a scorch mark in sight. Every war god froze. Impossible. A Tier 10 jet can't survive a nuke of that yield. What's going on? Luke fears an energy shield around it a domain. An invisible film of power sheathed the craft. The nuclear shock wave broke against it like surf on a cliff and vanished. Their hearts sank. To withstand that force, the shield had to be the fabled 2nd stage domain. Even more alarming, the jet wasn't retreating, it was coming straight for them. He's actually charging at us. Does Li Jing Wu think we're tourists? Eurasian war god Simon sneered. The Japanese war god Junichiro snorted. Let him come. Well, follow the plan and kill him. Bzzz. The fighter stopped and hovered a few kilometers away. Click. The canopy opened. Li Jing Wu stepped into the air, a young man who looked barely 20 by his side. 10 war gods felt their hearts jolt. He really made it out alive. Is that kid the Grandmaster, Luo Xiao? After the cataclysm, every nation had scanned information on Luo Xiao. All they knew was his youth, yet this boy apparently commanded a fourth heaven in 10th realm. Could it be true? Some wondered if Li Jing Wu had exaggerated the title Grandmaster, but the steady breakthroughs among cultivators in China were indisputable. Li Jing Wu swept his gaze across his old adversaries, his tone icy. Sean, Simon, Jinakira, did you set off that massive firework just to welcome me? Sean stepped forward with a cold smile. Spare me. Where's Luo Xiao? Don't tell me this greenhorn is him. Their grudge dated back before the cataclysm. Li Jing Wu had been China's top soldier, Sean America's premier mercenary commander. They had clashed on the battlefield many times, and more than once Sean had escaped death only by Li Jing Wu's hand. Since the cataclysm, both men had become superpowered, yet Sean still lagged a shade behind Li Jing Wu. At Yuren's call, he was the first to answer it. He not only came in person to ambush Li Jing Wu, but also gathered every one of his lieutenants. To him, Li Jing Wu was already a fish on the chopping block, waiting for the knife. Yet Li Jing Wu, hemmed in on all sides, showed not the slightest trace of panic. Standing beside him was Luo Xiao, the man hailed as the strongest grandmaster in all of Huaxi and perhaps in all of humanity. Judging by your faces, you're clearly not here to welcome us, Li Jing Wu said with a proud lift of his chin as he faced Sean and the others. What now, planning to butcher us? With Luo Xiao at his side, these so-called martial gods were nothing but ants in Li Jing Wu's eyes. Luo Xiao noticed Li Jing Wu's confidence and felt a twinge of hesitation. In his future simulations he had seen Li Jing Wu besieged. Perhaps the man had refused to flee because he believed Luo Xiao would intervene. If so, Luo Xiao might have doomed a comrade after all. In that timeline he had already traveled 1,000 years ahead. The 10 martial gods opposite them burst into loud laughter. Li Jing Wu, still as cocky as ever. Do you really think you can slaughter us all by yourself? Today we'll take your life and bury Huaxiao with you. Arrogant shouts rang out as the martial gods posed with absolute confidence. Luo Xiao simply sighed. Humanity is teetering on the edge of extinction, and you're still bickering among yourselves. I wasn't sure whether to act against the other nations, but now I see that leaving you alive will only drag us all down. His calm words sent an icy chill through the 10 martial gods. Even without releasing a shred of aura, Luo Xiao's presence pressed against their very bones. Clang. With a casual grasp of empty air, Luo Xiao conjured a long blade that gleamed with a cold, ghostly light. The divine martial blade? Isn't that still on display in the Sun Never Sets Museum? Dr. Scott, the Briton martial god, blanched. The Japanese martial god snorted. That's the divine martial blade? Just an 8th tier weapon. Baka. You think an 8th tier blade can pierce our defenses? Laughable. Clang. A streak of steel split the void like a bolt of white lightning. Splurt. The Japanese martial god never even reacted. His head arced skyward, and a fountain of hot blood sprayed hundreds of meters high. Boom. The remaining martial gods reeled. A 3rd realm martial god had been killed in a single stroke. Luo Xiao flicked his ear and shook his head. Annoying little Japs. Final wipe out Wa Kingdom first. His offhand remark made the 9 surviving martial gods' hearts race wildly. One of them stepped forward, voice quavering. Sir, who exactly are you? This was all a misunderstanding. My nation and we Urans never wished to oppose you. The other martial gods forced our hand. Say the word, and my country, along with the Urans, will swear allegiance to you. Once again, the Uran war god Simon upheld his people's long-standing tradition and sold out his teammate without hesitation. Simon, are you looking for death? Enraged by the betrayal, Sean raised his hand to strike him. Uft! A cold flash cut through the air, and Sean's head flew skyward. The remaining war gods turned ashen, while Simon, thinking Luo Xiao had rescued him, was overjoyed and hurried to swear allegiance. Uft! In the next instant, his own head followed Sean's. A nest of vermin pledging loyalty to me? Do they even deserve it? Luo Xiao snorted in disgust. Without another word, he swung his blade, decapitating every war god present at lightning speed. To him, these so-called elites, none of whom had even reached the 5th heaven, were no different from ants. Li Jing Wu swallowed hard at the sight. He had long sensed Luo Xiao's strength, but this was overwhelming. Teacher, where are we headed next? He asked. We stick to the plan and go to the Tianjiao training camp, Luo Xiao replied calmly. First we wipe out every foreign genius and war god there. Then I'll personally eliminate the remaining war gods from the other nations. After that, the rest is up to you. Li Jing Wu's pupils contracted. Everyone from the other nations? Exterminate them all? He asked. Combined, those populations made up at least 70% of humanity. Exactly. Every last one, especially the Yuran and the Wugwa people. Well, screen their DNA and leave no survivors. You know the disaster those races would bring upon humanity if they were allowed to remain, Luo Xiao said coolly. Li Jing Wu immediately understood. Compared with the Yuran, the Wugwa seemed almost less repulsive. They invaded openly, while the urine infiltrated nations from within, sucking them dry like parasites before seizing control. Both races had to be eradicated, and since they were already taking action, the other nations had to be wiped out as well. I understand, teacher. Leave the rest to me, Li Jing Wu replied respectfully. Good, let's move. After collecting the 10 war gods' storage rings, Luo Xiao returned to the gunship, which lifted off at once. Inside the craft, Luo Xiao absorbed every energy item in the rings. Among them were several beast cores from Tier 10 fiend beasts, with even more from Tiers 9 and 8. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a vast amount of energy material. Simulation points gained, 254 billion. Luo Xiao couldn't help but marvel. 10 war gods. Indeed, just the beast cores and energy crystals they carried were worth more than 2 trillion credits. That sum alone already represents nearly 1/50th of all the wealth left on Earth. Luo Xiao stood by the porthole, looking down at the glittering lights below. He felt certain he already had the strength to rule the entire planet. Once the remaining factions were cleared away, simulation points would flow in endlessly. With that thought, he raised his hand, summoned the system's light screen, and reviewed the latest simulation. 10 Wushan had been killed in barely half an hour, yet the system's timeline had advanced another 50 or 60 years. Year 150 breakthrough to Wushan's 6th heaven. Su Jinyu grasps the second level of slaughter intent. The human population reaches 5 billion. Year 350 breakthrough to Wushan 7th heaven. Sword, spear, and several other intents rise to the 7th level as well. Humanity's numbers return to 100 billion, but growth begins to slow. Luo Xiao estimates that the resources of the entire Shenwu continent can support, at most, 1 trillion people. Beyond that lies the limit. After repeated discussions with Su Jinyu, he decided to lead any clansman willing to leave back to Earth. Word spread across the continent, yet fewer than 10 billion chose to follow. Luo Xiao did not press them. Life outside was far more perilous. He and Su Jinyu headed the massive procession and began an epic migration. Year 388 after decades of travel, nearly 10 billion people reached the ruins of the former Huaxia imperial capital. The once familiar yet desolate city came into view, and the long work of rebuilding began. The simulation paused there. In reality, a brief message arrived from the martial deities. They had reached the cavern near the human genius training camp. Luo Xiao pushed open the hatch and stepped into the battleship's main hall. Holograms covered the walls, projecting a towering volcano. The camp lay hidden beneath the crater. Strangely, no magma was visible. Instead, a pitch-black tunnel led straight underground, roughly an 8th-tier cave. Around it coiled a 9th-tier illusion array enough to deceive most observers, though not someone at Luo Xiao's level. Teacher, this is where the human talent training camp is located, Li Jing Wu explained softly, standing respectfully at his side. It isn't perfectly hidden, but it can mislead most alien races. With the 9th-tier array, its security is extremely high. Luo Xiao examined the scene and nodded. Not bad. Ordinary people would struggle to find it. Then his tone changed. But from today on, this camp is no longer necessary. Once every nation is unified, they'll personally set up a stronger protective array. He flicked his sleeve. Come, well, enter first, and take every Huaxia genius and powerhouse with us. Everything else, including the secret realm, will be destroyed. His voice was calm, yet left no room for doubt. Li Jing Wu paused in surprise. Just hours ago, Luo Xiao had planned to give the other prodigies a chance. Why the sudden change? Sensing his confusion, Luo Xiao said evenly, I've thought it through. Those who are not of our tribe will always harbor different hearts. This generation of prodigies may accept our plan, but who can guarantee the next generation, or the one after that, won't rebel? Even within Huaxia, parasites can still emerge, and his gaze swept the group like a bolt of lightning. Have no room for mistakes. One wrong step leads to another. If we can fix even one problem, that's a victory, Luo Xiao said gravely. The latest vision humanity ruled by the Yu had shaken his beliefs. Whenever a single species holds absolute power, only a grand unification can spare the rest from extinction. Pre-cataclysm Huaxia had already provided the template, profound ethnic integration. Friction remained, but a shared cultural root quietly drew every group into one Huaxia people. Now, during the cataclysm, they had no time for trial and error and no chance to gamble. One misstep could doom humankind forever. Li Jing Wu understood that. In a low voice he said, then leave it to me. The young prodigies will have to endure the hardship. They'll take the blame. Good. Let's move. Luo Xiao nodded, gripped Li Jing Wu's shoulder, and shot toward the volcanic crater in a streak of light. The mountain wind screamed past their ears, the crimson glow of magma illuminating their profiles. Minutes later they plunged into a bottomless shaft that pierced the volcano's core. As they descended, the walls grew hotter, dark red veins pulsing like arteries. After dozens of kilometers, a silver fissure slashed across the darkness, like a wound in space. Hum, hum. The air vibrated as the two figures slipped through the rift. In a blink, a mist-shrouded continent spread out before them. Jade ridges, spirit springs tumbling from cliffs, and above a glassy sea of clouds, rare beasts swept by, tail feathers scattering streams of light. This was once an 8th-tier cultivation world, Li Jing Wu said, pointing to the broken temple ruins in the distance, regret in his voice. But ages ago the abyss broke in, and the whole civilization was wiped out. He continued, back then I was only a martial saint. The first time I found this realm, the scenery stunned me. A few fellow saints and I cleared the feral beasts and turned it into a training ground for our prodigies. Decades have passed in a flash. A cultivation world only tier 8? Luo Xiao asked, intrigued. Had seen countless ads for cultivation novels boasting world-shattering power. Tier 8 sounded modest. It wasn't that 8th tier was weak, but the word cultivation made him expect far more. Patiently Li Jingwu explained, cultivation worlds have several stages. 1. Mortal realm our first tier. 2. Body forging second tier. 3. Qi refining third tier. 4. Fasting realm fourth tier. 5. Foundation establishment fifth tier. After that comes core condensation, split into 3 ranks. False core sixth tier. Core forming seventh tier. Golden core eighth tier. Above the golden core is nascent soul, equal to a martial saint. Here it's only legend someone might have reached it tens of thousands of years ago, but no proof remains. Beyond nascent soul, who knows? Probably close to what the novels describe. Luo Xiao nodded, eyes gleaming. Fascinating, a hierarchy with almost no ceiling. Cultivation may just be the start. Perhaps there's a higher realm called immortal. I wonder what tier that would be. Maybe the higher level simulations will venture into a cultivation world someday. When that happens, he'll finally learn what being immortal actually means. The idea made Luo Xiao's eyes brighten. Led by Li Jing Wu, the two of them sliced through the sky, so quickly their figures left afterimages on the horizon. In less than a minute they had crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and were hovering above a brand new city in the wilderness, a human stronghold forged entirely by modern technology, risen in just a few decades like a steel forest. The moment they arrived, Luo Xiao sensed at least 3 massive auras war god level. As the site of humanity's elite training camp, it was no surprise that masters gathered here. Boom, boom, boom. 3 surging energies pierced the clouds, and 3 war gods ascended to block their path. Luo Xiao had expected 5 guardians, but the other 2 had fallen during the recent pursuit of him. Each newcomer brought a distinct presence. 1. Paul the Great from Russia, bear of a man, all corded muscle and explosive power. He had once dragged his nation out of war and famine and was hailed at home as a living faith. 2. Raj from India, dark-skinned, eyes brimming with pride, his every gesture radiating self-confidence. 3. Nig from South America, bronzed skin, a broad, easy grin, and the unrestrained vitality of the continent in his movements. So, war gods, this is the Grandmaster of Huaxia you mentioned? Paul spoke first, his battle aura receding as he extended a thick right hand. Hello, I'm Paul, from Russia. Luo Xiao clasped it, feeling a grip like an iron hammer. Luo Xiao, hardly worthy of the title Grandmaster. I've merely touched upon the realm of intent. Paul let out a booming laugh, genuine appreciation in his eyes. Fiercely protective of Russian interests, he would avenge any slight to his homeland with everything he had, yet could humble himself to the dust if it gained Russia an advantage, a trait Luo Xiao respected. Unable to wait, Raj cut in, arms waving like a salesman. Oh, my Huaxiao friend. Raj. Interested in developing your talents in India? We have the world's most vibrant cities, the mightiest war god, that's mean the safest environment. Li Jingwu rolled his eyes. Before the cataclysm, India indeed boasted top engineering schools and computer science, but afterward it all lay in ruins. Worse, Raj, born a Shudra, had become the nation's strongest war god, upending the old social order and turning former servants into a ruling class. Their lack of culture and discipline had plunged the country into chaos. Even if Luo Xiao went, he likely couldn't save it. Luo Xiao regarded Raj and silently shook his head. Without him, India might have found a broader path forward. Nig threw back his head and laughed, thumping his chest. Hey brother, I studied in Huaxia before the cataclysm. Come to South America, and you'll be the most popular man around. He'll even set you up with a few stunning black genius beauties as study partners. The black martial god Nige bared a row of gleaming teeth at Luo Xiao, his grin half taunting, half nostalgic for the wild pre-cataclysm days when he lounged in Huaxia with women on either arm. Li Jingwu's brows lifted. Luo Xiao's titaned had never witnessed those stories himself, but Lu Yun and the others had repeated them often enough. Now, meeting the man in person, Luo Xiao felt an instinctive disgust. Better to end things quickly. Raising a hand, Luo Xiao stopped the 3 martial gods from pressing their offers. I'm here for 2 things. When they're done, I return to Huaxia. They'll visit your nations within the next 2 days. With that he ignored their recruitment pitches. What? You'll come to our great India? Splendid. Grandmaster, you won't be disappointed. Raji rubbed his palms. Sure, Luo Xiao had been hooked. Once the Grandmaster stepped onto Indian soil, Raji had ways to make sure he never left. Bullshit. Nige sneered. The Grandmaster's obviously after the black pearls of my South America. Who wants your India nothing but a giant outhouse? Only Emperor Paul grew solemn. Sensing danger, he asked, Lord Luo Xiao, what exactly are those two matters? Ill answer, Li Jing Wu said evenly. First, we're taking every prodigy of Huaxia. All three martial gods froze. Emperor Paul frowned. Are you withdrawing from the Human Federation? Why spirit away your prodigies? If Huaxia was breaking off, he needed to recalculate everything. Not withdrawing, Li Jing Wu replied, his smile icy. Which leads to the second matter after we secure Huaxia's prodigies. Well, wipe out every prodigy and powerhouse in your countries. The words hit like thunder. Luo Xiao slowly drew the blade of divine might, its edge flashing cold light. Shit. Li Jingwu, have you lost your mind? Is this some joke? Nig's face drained as he stepped back. He knew Li Jingwu could kill him in a handful of moves. No joke, Li Jingwu said, shaking his head. Simon, Sean, and 8 other martial gods tried and ambushed me teacher, killed them all. That leaves you 3 and 5 others outside. Once you're gone, this planet belongs solely to Huaxia. He activated the lone Tier 10 AI, sealing every signal in a blink. None of the 3 could send word out, and with Luo Xiao present, even Emperor Paul had no chance to escape. Realization washed over them, and their faces went bloodless. Impossible, how can this be? Raji's panic-stricken shout echoed across the ruined square. Simon, Sean, and the others are unbelievably strong. How could you possibly kill them? Besides, they attacked you, I had nothing to do with it. So why do you want to kill me as well? Wushan, Grandmaster Luo Xiao, I need an explanation. He panted, questions firing like bullets. We have no personal grievance, do we? We are all fighting for the future of humanity. There is no need for us to slaughter each other, is there? Emperor Bauer stood at his side, his knuckles pale, a long saber gleaming with cold light already in his grip. In a deep voice he added, I don't believe Li Jingwu would joke about something like this. That means you truly have the power to kill every person here. Luo Xiao met their eyes calmly. Indeed, most of us want what is best for mankind, he said quietly. But the facts show not everyone thinks that way. The fact that we choose restraint does not stop others from trying to kill us. Simon and his team have struck once, so they can strike again. In that case, finishing it in one move is the safest option. He turned to Bauer. Emperor Bauer, I have heard much about your deeds. I believe that if you were spared, you could defend humanity for millennia. Yet, just as during your own October Revolution, great upheavals are always paid for in blood, and when blood is shed, the innocent inevitably die. You will not be the first, and you will not be the last. For the sake of mankind, and for those who will come after, I can only say I am sorry. If you were in my position, would your choice really be any different? It was rare for Luo Xiao to speak at such length. His words caused the air itself to freeze. In 2 separate glimpses of the future, he had seen Bauer rise to supreme power and defend a holy city, but only for the descendants of Russia. People of other nations were forever his shields and cannon fodder. To Russians he was a god, a savior. To everyone else he was a ruthless tyrant. Given enough strength, Bauer would make the same decision Luo Xiao had just made. That is simply human nature. After hearing this, Bauer fell silent for a moment, drew a deep breath, and lifted his blade. In that case, let us see whether your sword is sharper than mine. Clang. Fourfold saber intent erupted, splitting the air as though by a cleaver. Yes, he was one of the few true grandmasters left on Earth. Were it not for his slightly lower realm, his combat strength could even eclipse that of the martial god. Luo Xiao watched the saber intent, instantly recognizing the familiar fissuring shadow. It was the earth-splitting concept he had once left behind on the Shinwu continent, now stolen by Bauer. Your comprehension of the blade is impressive, Luo Xiao remarked coolly. Unfortunately, what is not truly yours will never become yours in the end. Clang. An even more refined and pure fourfold saber intent burst from Luo Xiao's body, as though the entire world had ignited with blade light. The instant it appeared, Bauer's pupils contracted. That was the earth-splitting domain. The secret art he had polished for decades now stood stripped bare before its rightful owner. Die, you yellow-skinned swine, roared Nige, thinking he had found an opening while Luo Xiao and Bauer stared each other down. He hurled a raging fist straight at Luo Xiao. Yet Luo Xiao only cast him a casual glance. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying pulse of soul energy detonated without warning, sweeping straight toward Niger. Rumble. It felt as though lightning bored through Niger's skull. Under searing agony, his soul was torn to shreds. The body that had been lunging forward lost all control and plunged to the ground outside Tianjiao City like a kite with a snapped string. Rumble. Dust billowed as he slammed into the earth, gouging out a massive crater. Hiss. Raj, who was standing nearby, drew a sharp breath, a chill shooting down his spine. He didn't hesitate for a second, turned and sprinted away, whispering prayers to Shiva and Brahma as he ran. Emperor Paul was also drenched in cold sweat, the hand gripping his blade trembling involuntarily. Yura. He roared to fortify himself, then charged at Luo Xiao, drew his saber, and hacked down with all his might. Clang! The arc of his blade split the air like a bolt of lightning, gouging visible rifts in the sky. Luo Xiao lifted his right arm and casually swung the Shenwu blade in a backhand slash. Clang! The metallic clash shook the heavens, and the explosive force blasted Emperor Paul's greatsword from his grip. If you can't even hold your weapon, how dare you call yourself a swordsman? Stealing what you can't control is pointless. Luo Xiao shook his head, then flicked his saber. Screech! A ribbon of blade light hundreds of thousands of meters long tore across the sky, and, in a flash, swept over Emperor Paul's throat. Far in the distance, Raj the war god of Barata is fleeing for his life when the same arc of light caught him. Splurt! The blade flash bisected him at the waist. Both halves of his body crashed onto the dust-choked ground. The fearsome saber beam kept going. In the blink of an eye it spanned several million meters, cleaving one jagged mountain after another. Splat! 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 Peak after peak was sliced cleanly in half, the cross-sections polished as smooth as mirrors. Li Jing Wu stared in stunned silence, his chest pounding. That saber light, can a fourth-tier saber intent really unleash something like this? Awe thundered through his mind. Luo Xiao sheathed his blade and spoke calmly. Everything that needed doing is done. The rest is up to you. Understood, teacher. Li Jing Wu bowed his head, activated his smartrist console, and issued an assembly order to every prodigy in the human Tianjiao training camp. The message went out. Though puzzled by the sudden summons, the prodigies obeyed. A martial god's order brooked no delay, and everyone converged at once. Meanwhile, Li Jing Wu's expression grew darker and darker. Sensing something was wrong, Luo Xiao asked, "What is it? Trouble?" "Yes, teacher. My daughter, I can't reach her," Li Jing Wu said, his voice heavy. "What? No contact with Ruashi? What happened?" Luo Xiao's pupils contracted. He all but shouted. To Li Jing Wu's surprise, Luo Xiao reacted even more urgently than he did. "Yes, teacher. I've tried every channel, nothing works. I'm questioning the martial saints stationed here. They may have clues. Please, calm down first." Li Jing Wu spoke up at once. Although he could not explain why, he had a feeling that his daughter and Luo Xiao had met long before. Yet Luo Xiao was clearly not the type to fall for someone just because of a photograph. After spending several days with him, Li Jing Wu had come to understand that Luo Xiao was anything but frivolous. What amused him most was that, instead of being comforted himself, he now had to calm Luo Xiao down. "We have to reach Ruashi as soon as possible," Li Jing Wu calculated silently. "If I can't get through to her, they'll have to search one country after another." Luo Xiao's expression darkened, a surge of foreboding rising inside him. In all his projections stretching hundreds of years into the future, there had been no sign of Li Ruashi. At first, he assumed she had already fallen to the Yu clansmen, but things were clearly much more complicated. Whatever the truth, he had to find her quickly. The more Li Jing Wu thought about it, the more anxious he became. His daughter was no pushover, yet if Shan's group were driven into a corner, they might abduct her before attacking him. If she were taken hostage, the consequences would be disastrous. Buzz! A middle-aged figure shot up from Tianjiao City and appeared before them in an instant. It was Zhao Ziyun, a martial saint of the Huaxiao race. At the peak of the 8th level, he ranked among humanity's finest, though Luo Xiao knew that in the future he would fall in battle. "Lord War God, and you must be Professor Luo Xiao?" "Zhao Ziyun, at your service." Zhao Ziyun gave Luo Xiao a slight bow. "Old Zhao, forget the formalities," Li Jing Wu interrupted, stepping forward anxiously. "Where's my daughter? Master Ruashi?" Zhao Ziyun frowned. 2 days ago the Shenwu cavern erupted, and she went to suppress it. We lost contact with her the moment she entered. I was about to investigate myself when you arrived. The Shenwu cavern? An eruption? What happened? Luo Xiao's face grew grim. "We captured a feed from a fixed satellite over Shenwu continent," Zhao Ziyun explained while projecting an image. "Preliminary analysis suggests an exceptionally powerful ninth-order beast has appeared." Li Jing Wu and Luo Xiao watched the footage side by side. Desolate mountains under roiling clouds were dominated by an enormous creature. Luo Xiao knew the place at a glance. Shenwu Mountain. Time had worn the peaks beyond recognition, but he had lived there in 2 lifetimes and would never mistake it. Atop the mountain, a ninth-order 4-star beast lay sleeping. Suddenly, a pitch-black fissure split the sky above the summit. A giant claw sheathed in dark scales reached through and closed on empty air. Boom! In that instant, the ninth-order beast exploded into a mist of blood. A moment later, a wolf's howl shook the entire Shenwu continent, as though summoning its kin. The massive head of another beast flashed across the rift too briefly for most eyes, yet Luo Xiao recognized it immediately. That colossal head belonged to Xiao Hai, Demon Emperor Heiyu. Xiao Hai, he's still alive. Luo Xiao shot to his feet, his eyes shining with irrepressible delight. He quickly recalled the findings of Shenwu archaeologists. Only a few millennia had passed since the fall of the Shenwu continent. When he died back then, Xiao Hai was already an 8th tier, 5th heaven beast. If he later advanced to the 9th tier, his species' lifespan could easily have carried him to the present day. Yet the oppressive aura surging from the footage was beyond ninth tier, at least tier 10. This creature is no ordinary beast. It's definitely above the ninth tier, Li Jing Wu said gravely. I can sense a tier 10 presence even through the video. Tier 10? With a body that size? Zhao Ziyan frowned. He is the Shenwu Emperor's beast companion. The demon emperor He Yu, Luo Xiao explained. He can change size at will. At his smallest, he's only a bit bigger than a puppy. The form you see now is just a temporary shape that lets him extend his claws more easily. Li Jing Wu and Zhao Ziyun exchanged a stunned glance. So that's the demon emperor He Yu, the Shenwu Emperor's companion? And he's still alive? A legendary being actually exists, they gasped, also wondering how Luo Xiao had recognized him at once. Suddenly, Li Jing Wu remembered his daughter Li Ruoxi was still traveling with He Yu. His face went pale. Damn, if the demon emperor really is tier 10, will Ruoxi be in danger? He spun around to rush out. Luo Xiao raised a hand to stop him. Relax. He Yu might hurt anyone else, but he will never harm your daughter. The remark left Li Jing Wu and Zhao Ziyun even more baffled. Why would He Yu spare Li Ruoxi? Luo Xiao offered no explanation and instead asked, have all of Wuxia's prodigies assembled? Everyone from the prodigy training camp is in position. He'll bring them up now, Li Jing Wu answered, issuing the order immediately. Zhao Ziyan lowered his voice. Martial God, what exactly are our teacher and the others planning? Nothing much, just wiping out everyone from the other nations, Li Jing Wu replied calmly. What? Exterminate all the other nations? Zhao Ziyan's heart lurched. Why so surprised? Besides me, only a few martial gods are still alive. Our teacher has already slain more than a dozen others, Li Jing Wu said with a casual shrug. Zhao Ziyan's pupils contracted sharply, and the way he looked at Luo Xiao changed completely. At first, like Li Jing Wu, he had only respected Luo Xiao's insight. After all, Luo Xiao was young and supposedly only at the Wuzuan level. Only now did he understand Luo Xiao had killed even martial gods, and not just one, but more than a dozen. Such power made him indisputably the strongest among humankind. Zhao Ziyun stared at Luo Xiao's face, still soft with youthful features, and felt a chill run through him. Could those wild tales about seizing another's body to start over actually be true? Had some ancient powerhouse from the depths possessed Luo Xiao? Before the thought was finished, shockwaves rolled across the distant sky. A group of young prodigies, escorted by several martial saints, tore through the air, long tails of spiritual light streaming behind them. Luo Xiao swept his gaze over the newcomers and immediately recognized many familiar faces. She had met them countless times on the simulated battlefield. The brightest of them all was Mo Xiao, lauded as the strongest talent of their generation and known as the Dark Sovereign. When they landed, robes whipped in the wind and pride radiated from every youth. Mo Xiao in particular carried himself with supreme confidence. His gifts were said to be the finest among humankind. Of course, that title only stood because Mo Shiyun and Su Jinyu had yet to fully awaken their own talents. Once they did, Mo Xiao would likely slip to third place. Teacher, everyone's here, except for a few geniuses who aren't in the elite training camp, Zhao Ziyun reported respectfully to Luo Xiao after counting heads. The single word teacher sent a visible jolt through the crowd. Zhao Ziyun, a triple-layer spear intent master and a peerless warrior in his own right, could have challenged for humanity's number 2 spot, if not for slightly weaker talent. Yet here he was, calling the seemingly teenage Luo Xiao teacher. The youth's identity was suddenly obvious, was the newly crowned, headline-making first great grandmaster of China. The problem was that this great grandmaster looked far too young. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our race's first great grandmaster, Grandmaster Luo Xiao. Show your respect, the war god said, hands clasped behind his back as he swept a calm gaze over the prideful prodigies. Those who did not train in intent exchanged uncertain looks. Rumor had it that a grandmaster's combat strength was only on par with a martial lord, and several among them had already reached that level. Why should they bow to someone who hadn't even stepped onto the intent path? Mo Xiao's brows knit together. What's so impressive about youth? I'm just past 30 and already at the peak of martial lord. Becoming a martial saint is only a matter of time. Master Zhao Ziyun himself said my spear talent surpasses his, and with my dark power, a mere 4th-layer blade intent is no match. Why should I call him teacher? Student Zhou Yin greets teacher Luo Xiao. Student Wu Yong greets teacher. Those on the intent path were overjoyed and bowed at once, but they made up less than 10% of the group. Seeing this, Li Jing Wu's expression cooled. These so-called prodigies really don't know their place. With your meager talent, you're not even worthy to carry Luo Xiao's shoes. Calling him teacher is for your own good. His eyes flashed, but he held back his temper and merely offered a meaningful smile. Some things never change. China's prodigies remain as remarkable as ever. Taking the praise to heart, the youths straightened their backs and lifted their chins proudly. Mo Xiao, stop standing there. Show respect to your teacher. Zhao Ziyun suddenly barked at his own disciple. Master, you're the only teacher I have. But Mo Xiao, full of arrogance, shot back coldly, you fool. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhao Ziyun lifted his hand in fury, ready to strike. Enough, Zhao. This isn't the time for squabbling. Li Jing Wu blocked Zhao Ziyun, then turned to Luo Xiao and asked, Teacher, what do we do next? Luo Xiao surveyed the surroundings and asked calmly, most of the people here are inside Tianjiao City, correct? 99% of them are. Zhao Ziyun nodded at once. That makes things much easier. Luo Xiao looked down at the city, then back at the group, his gaze suddenly locking onto Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao, is it? I hear your affinity for darkness is quite impressive. This man was the Dark Sovereign. During the first two simulations, Luo Xiao had felt no fondness for him, and by the third he outright despised him. Mo Xiao had defected when the Yu people slaughtered Huaxia, only to be killed later because they feared his talent. Luo Xiao also knew that Zhao Ziyun would fall a century later, dying as a war god while trying to save Mo Xiao. That being the case, Mo Xiao could not be allowed to live. So my reputation really precedes me. Even a grandmaster has heard of me. Mo Xiao lifted his chin. That's right, my darkness power is already SS rank, boosting my combat strength 40-fold. 40-fold an elite figure even among SS rank talents. Most SSS abilities only grant a 20-fold boost. Indeed, that is strong. What a pity. Luo Xiao sighed softly. Pity? Pity what? Mo Xiao frowned. Luo Xiao ignored him, turned to Li Jing Wu, and ordered, we'll deal with the small fry. War God, the information blockade is yours. Understood, teacher. Not a single word will leak out. Li Jing Wu answered respectfully. The surrounding crowd was baffled. In the next instant, Luo Xiao dove toward Tianjiao City, turning into a radiant streak that pierced the sky. Li Jing Wu swept his arm home, and an immense war god domain spread out, locking down everyone, even the martial saints. Then, carrying the entire group, he retreated at high speed. Inside that field, not even a saint could resist. What on earth is happening? What are the Grandmaster and the war god planning? The question exploded in everyone's mind as they all stared back at Luo Xiao, now hanging in the sky behind them. Luo Xiao had soared hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky. Far below lay Tianjiao City, more than 1,000 kilometers across, almost one-tenth the size of pre-cataclysm China, fully exposed beneath his gaze. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from within him. Darkness spewed out like a volcano, racing in every direction. In an instant, more than 1,000 kilometers were swallowed by shadow. Tianjiao City was plunged into pitch-black night, and even the underworld dimmed. Such concentrated dark power. Mo Xiao looked up, a chill gripping his heart. The purity of this darkness surpassed even his own. Luo Xiao's mastery of the dark element, officially classified as a perception talent, had already reached SSS and was edging beyond. The energy itself did not directly amplify combat stats, yet Luo Xiao was strong enough to level worlds. Shroud the heavens. A deep, resonant roar rolled across the sky. Within the endless black clouds, a colossal hand of darkness spanning 1,000,000 meters materialized and crashed downward, blotting out the sun. From afar it seemed slow, yet it fell dozens of kilometers each second, ripping the air apart with continuous sonic booms. Inside Tianjiao City, saints, lords, and countless prodigies went pale. Oh my god, it's divine punishment. Damn it, are we about to die? We're done. For someone save us. Run. What are you standing there for? Run? Where could you possibly run? Panic spread like wildfire. Most people scattered, others collapsed in despair. No one knew where the hand came from. Some guessed an 11th tier abyss had opened, or an 11th tier alien had been born, but the truth no longer mattered. The hand had not yet landed, yet its aura alone pinned the martial saints to the ground. An instant later, the giant palm slammed toward the earth. Boom. A deafening detonation shook the heavens. The dark hand shattered into a sea of exploding energy, a pitch-black mushroom cloud shooting 100,000 meters skyward. Centered on Tianjiao City, a circular shockwave raged outward, flattening everything in its path and carving trenches hundreds of meters deep. In a heartbeat, the shockwave reached the domain where Li Jing Wu and his companions stood. Bang! The entire domain, along with everyone inside, was hurled tens of thousands of meters backward before finally skidding to a halt. Li Jing Wu felt his domain crack from nothing more than the aftershock, giving him a visceral sense of Luo Xiao's terrifying strength. This was no ordinary martial god, but something that towered above even that lofty realm, monster in human form. If Li Jing Wu was shaken, the remaining martial saints, martial lords, and young prodigies were stricken white as ghosts, scarcely daring to breathe. What lay before them shattered everything they thought they knew. When the smoke cleared, a colossal handprint more than 1,000 kilometers wide came into view at the horizon, as if a steel giant had slammed its palm into the earth. The impact felt strong enough to crush the very air. All anyone could do was swallow hard. Could a human truly achieve this? Who said a grandmaster is only on par with a martial lord? Can a martial lord do that? Someone whispered, shivering as he recalled how rudely he had treated Luo Xiao a moment ago. Cold dread seeped into his bones. At that moment, the prodigies felt the sky collapse. A martial god had told them to address Luo Xiao as teacher, yet they had turned a deaf ear. It was a slap to both the martial god and Luo Xiao. Their faces went paper white. Mo Xiao's lips were bloodless as he stared at the gigantic handprint. Now he understood the gulf between himself and Luo Xiao, one he could never cross. Not tomorrow, not in a lifetime. Had he only called Luo Xiao teacher back then and gained a single hint about wielding dark force, his future might have been entirely different. Now it was too late. Humph. The Grandmaster won't hold it against you, but the chance you fools just threw away will never return. Zhao Zun sighed inwardly, though his face remained blank. He had warned his disciples. All he could do now was watch. Li Jing Wu dropped in front of the crowd, eyes like ice. I had a reason for telling you to take him as your master. Do you think I'd ask you to bow to an incompetent? Idiots. And you dare call yourselves prodigies? Each word hit them like a sledgehammer. Heads lowered. No one dared breathe. Zhao Ziyun also snorted, his gaze sweeping over his disciples, disappointment plain as day. He had warned them, and they'd outsmarted themselves now. Even their master had lost face. Buzz. The air quivered. A blurred figure streaked in faster than sight could follow. An instant later, Luo Xiao stood before them. Only then did the wind finally arrive, rustling his robes. Let's go. His voice was calm, yet brooked no argument. Zhao Wuxing, take a few people and guard this rift. Don't let so much as a fly get through, especially anyone who isn't from Huaxia. Understood, teacher. Zhao Ziyan cupped his fists without hesitation. No one will slip past. Luo Xiao nodded, swept his gaze over the crowd, and said quietly, enough. We have work to do. Luo Xiao nodded and addressed the martial god in an even voice. The onlookers could not catch the details of their conversation, but they could guess part of it. Luo Xiao had just wiped out the human elite training camp, so how could the world's top powers hope to escape? A chill ran through them, and they dared not speak. They simply watched as the two men disappeared into the exit of Tianjiao City's underground. Once outside, a dynamic three-dimensional map lit up on a broad rock wall, projecting every mountain range, ocean, border, and city on the blue-white planet. The martial god raised a hand to highlight several key markers and said, Teacher, I've gathered Long Batian and all the martial saints and briefed them on your plan. They'll handle the outer perimeter. We'll concentrate on the imperial capitals and high-level cities in the other regions. As he finished, 40 or 50 red dots flickered across the hologram, each one a city guarded by a martial god or a top martial saint, scattered across the globe. The martial god frowned. They're too far apart. If we can't eliminate them all at once, news will leak, they'll go underground, and tracking them will be almost impossible. We'd need 11th tier technology to lock down every information channel, and my 10th tier AI brain can't manage that. Luo Xiao nodded slightly and looked away from the map. I know. It's a challenge, but nothing major. Give it a few hours, I'll tell you when to move. For now, mobilize every Huaxiao fund available and buy every beast core and energy crystal you can find abroad. He calculated silently, could secure an 11th tier AI brain, but only after this simulation ended. In the meantime, he might as well stockpile energy crystals and beast cores. Li Jing Wu stared in surprise. Teacher, only beast cores and energy crystals? We're not buying elixirs, herbs, weapons? Those are far rarer. No need, Luo Xiao replied, calm yet unmistakably firm. I have plenty of those. What we truly lack are beast cores and energy crystals. Li Jing Wu nodded at once. He asked no more, but urgency flashed in his eyes. Any slip in procurement would cripple the next phase. Luo Xiao noticed, but simply waved a hand. It's yours to handle. I'm heading to the Shenwu catacombs. If all goes well, we'll bring Li Ruoxi back. Li Jing Wu straightened, cupping his fist. Thank you, teacher. Think nothing of it. I'm off. If anything comes up, contact me immediately. The instant Luo Xiao finished speaking, a terrifying surge of lightning burst from his body. A thunderous roar followed as purple-black arcs poured out of him, and he became a streak of electricity that tore across the sky toward the horizon. His speed was so uncanny that Li Jing Wu's heart pounded. Had that bolt veered even slightly toward him, he doubted he would have sensed his own annihilation. What realm has Master actually reached? Li Jing Wu swallowed hard, still reeling. The techniques left behind by the divine martial emperor seemed effortless in his teacher's hands, as though he himself had created them. Could that obscure chronicle be true? Was the divine martial emperor really the same person as the martial ancestor Luo Wuwei, merely reborn to cultivate anew? And is Master the emperor's latest incarnation? He watched the lightning fade into the distance, his thoughts in turmoil. Had Luo Xiao overheard him, he would have shaken his head with a sigh. Who had dared to commit such rumors to paper? In Luo Xiao's final perfect simulation, only his son had known the truth. The son told his own child, and the tale drifted into legend, never entering official history. Whether the world discovered it or not made no difference to him. Admission or denial changed nothing. Lightning carved through the air, shredding the wind into twisting vortices. In less than an hour, Luo Xiao arrived above the divine martial chasm, where a massive fissure split the ground. He drew a deep breath and plunged. The chasm was bottomless and pitch black. He cut through layers of cold, dim rock, and collided with a spatial rift. Abruptly, the view broadened. Boundless ruins stretched out before him, shattered palaces and toppled towers buried beneath drifting dust. The ruins of the divine martial dynasty Luo Shao hovered in midair, his expression complex. Far off, he could still distinguish the mountains that once housed the divine martial sect. Amid the broken walls lay the imperial palace and the residence where he had spent more than 1,000 years. He flew toward the familiar range. Dan Peak was still there, but the hall at its summit had collapsed, and the spirit vines clinging to it had long since withered. The day he first met Luo Qingya on that peak felt like yesterday, yet everything had changed. He remained silent for a long time. In that so-called perfect simulation, he had preserved the divine martial dynasty but only prolonged its life by a few millennia. Endless beast tides had eventually ripped everything apart, and the divine martial continent had failed to endure the ages. First, I need to find Ruashi. Luo Shao steadied himself and looked deeper into the ruins. Had Ruashi arrived a day or two later, they might have met. Unfortunately, He had appeared the very day he left Kaiyun City. After seeing the little beast, she rushed here and vanished. In this life, Li Ruashi had likely awakened fragments of her memories, driving her urgency. Now that she was nowhere to be found, Luo Shao could not help but worry. Please, let nothing have happened to her. Luo Shao inhaled deeply, then streaked toward the distance at breakneck speed. Crimson flames churned around him, the murderous intent so fierce it distorted the air, exposing a mind far less composed than his face suggested. Moments later, he alighted on the summit of Shenwu Mountain. One glance told him the spatial rift he had seen earlier was gone, leaving not the faintest ripple of energy behind. But where was the tear that had swallowed Xiaohe? Frowning, he swept back and forth between the peak and the slopes, extending his divine sense inch by inch, yet found nothing. The rift was gone, and every trace of Li Ruaxi's aura had vanished with it. Had she stepped through just as the passage sealed itself? The thought sparked equal parts urgency and frustration. Xiaohe, what in the world are you up to? Reining in his emotions, he landed lightly before a ruined manor. The courtyard he had rebuilt himself millennia ago lay in rubble, overrun with wild grass, while forlornly burial mounds stood silent in the wind, two of them bearing his own name. Staring at his own tombstones, he let out a half-angry, half-amused chuckle. Seeing two of my graves at once now, that's rare. What's next? System, a few dozen more for good measure. The joking stopped when he noticed several fresh funeral bouquets arranged before the mounds, their petals only slightly curled, no more than a day or two old. Ruashi had definitely been here. Heart quickening, he stepped forward. Beside the flowers, a faint glimmer revealed a memory stone half buried in the soil. He tapped it, sending a thread of vital energy inside. A gentle light rose, and the image of a graceful young womanly Ruaxi appeared. She smiled softly, her voice clear. If the one watching this is father, or maybe my husband, yes, you. That familiar smile tugged Luo Shao's lips upward. Ruashi continued. Father, if it's you, please don't worry. I'm in a very safe place. Xiaohai, the fierce beast you met, will protect me. As for mother, I never blamed you. I only blamed my own weakness for failing to shield her. I know you've tried to make amends all these years, but you did nothing wrong. You have to protect me and the nation as well. In that way, you're just like who you used to be. Her tone was gentle yet resolute. Luo Shao understood the reference. Li Jing, the god of war, who had defended the dynasty his entire life. Had treacherous schemes not cut him down in several simulations, the realm would never have faced such turmoil. Ruashi clearly revered her father as she did that legendary general. The image paused, then the girl's expression turned solemn. If it's you, my husband, then I owe you an apology. Xiaohe has gone somewhere extremely dangerous, and he needs my help. The passage linking that place to the Shenwu catacombs only opens at irregular intervals, and no one knows when it will appear again. All I can do now is wait for the rift to open again, so I can return. You promised me you'd wait for me, and keep waiting until I come back. In the projection, Li Ruaxi's tear-filled eyes shimmered like water. Those limpid pupils made Luo Shao see both the Luo Qingya of yesterday and the Li Ruashi he once knew. This girl, she knew I might come back, yet she still ran off. Isn't she afraid I won't be able to find her? Luo Shao shook his head, a blend of helplessness and affection. The fissure would open again sooner or later, perhaps in 2 or 3 millennia, maybe 4 or 5, even 10, but the chance to reunite would come. Whether they would appear in this simulation was impossible to say, so he lifted an eyebrow and buried the uncertainty in his heart. Knowing they were safe for now, anxiety was pointless. Luo Shao reminded himself that the priority was still strength. With that thought, he fixed his gaze on the simulation console before him. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred years would pass. When this round ended, he could claim the rewards he needed to purge the foreign invaders from this world. He took a deep breath and kept watch over the ever-scrolling data. Simulation year 459. After decades of rebuilding, the ravaged Huaxia imperial capital stands proud once more. Following discussions with Su Jinyu, the new city is christened Sacred City of Huaxia. Only you and Su Jinyu remain as supremes to guard it. Yet you know the two of you can hold up the sky. She is destined to reach invincible supreme, and with another millennium you, too, can assault martial god 10th heaven. At that point your power will rival an ordinary 9th heaven supreme, perhaps even a peak supreme. With the burden of city defense lifted, you focus on mastering the 8th intent domain while returning to alchemy and forging. Over the centuries, your comprehension soars by 2,000 points, and you sense a qualitative leap. 11th grade alchemist and forge master are now within reach. Once you cross that threshold, martial gods will appear in huaxiao in steady waves, and eventually entire cohorts will break into the supreme ranks. Meanwhile, you tell Su Jinyu to cultivate the slaughter intent, bluntly stating that the best path is to hunt her own kind of urine. For centuries you have allowed the urine to linger like maggots, waiting for them to revive solely, to become her storehouse of experience. Having witnessed their massacres with her own eyes, her hatred runs far deeper than yours. While she was tasked with guarding humanity, she could not act freely, but with you stationed in the sacred city, she can finally let loose. On the day she departs, Su Jinyu dons blood-red robes and launches a grand purge of the urine. From time to time you receive reports of ragged urine remnants dragging their shattered bodies toward the sacred city in search of refuge, and you issue a single, icy order: kill them. To prevent any survivor from slipping through, you personally draft 18 identification protocols, physical traits, breathing rhythm, soul fluctuations, blood key density, each one lethal. The moment a suspect appears, guards seize them, drag them into the city's prison, and administer a compulsory DNA bloodline test. If that tainted lineage surfaces, there is only one verdict: death. Not only immigrants, but even the residents of Huaxia Holy City have to undergo a population-wide screening every few years. Fortunately, the Waxians Su Jinyu once protected in the Xinwu secret realm are tested for DNA every few decades, so hardly any traces of urine blood are found inside the city. Even so, many locals still harbor urine in secret. You show no mercy and execute every accomplice, knowing that if this race is allowed to rise again, it would spell disaster for all humankind. The tragedy is that the urine once ruled the planet, so they are hiding everywhere. Each round of screening uncovers countless urine concealed among humans. After several or even a dozen generations of intermarriage, they look indistinguishable from Waxians, yet the flaws in their nature remain. Killing them is the only option. Year 655. After centuries of slaughter, Su Jinyu has pushed the intent of slaughter to the 4th level. Under your guidance, her mastery of the sword Dao has reached the 5th level, and the two forces combined give her formidable combat power. She still has an SS grade fire ability as well. Unfortunately, Li Jing Wu destroyed all the manuals and combat arts you left behind before you crossed worlds, so Su Jinyu never learned how to cultivate the slaughter domain. She can only fight with the flame domain. Though still powerful, it is nowhere near the same tier. As for you, more than 2 centuries of cultivation have taken your alchemy and forging to grade 10, superior quality. With your innate talent, every product can be elevated to perfect quality. You now focus on training martial god level experts. Earth teams with gifted people, but what they lack is time, and pills can slash training time dramatically. With perfect grade pills, if the talent is there and the pills are plentiful, strength can keep climbing without pause. Over these 2 centuries you have already produced more than 1,000 martial gods, let alone the far greater numbers of martial saints and those beneath them. Beasts are in endless supply in this world, so you can refine vast quantities of 10,000 beast blood pills, 10,000 beast essence pills, and soul pills. The drawback is that these 3 types are too single-minded, making the power they grant somewhat hollow and in need of consolidation. Even so, they boost progress dozens of times faster than regular cultivation. Limitations in alchemy and available ingredients still make it hard to raise supreme-level experts, but you are not concerned. This iteration of humanity started far behind the previous ones. Achieving what you have is already remarkable. Year 1025. After several more centuries your realm climbs to the 9th heaven of martial god, though your mediocre talent slows further progress. During these 300 years your alchemy finally breaks through to grade 11, lower superior quality, and thanks to your innate gift you can now refine perfect grade, lower rank 11th tier pills. By now, the number of supreme rank humans has risen from a lone Su Jinyu to 18, and more than 5,000 martial gods stand beneath them. According to your calculations, given another millennium and assuming nothing goes wrong, the human race could once again reach the strength it held in the last simulation. That same year, however, a peak tier 11 abyss opened near the ruins of old Kaiyun City, and a peak tier 11 flame dragon surged out. The dragon began slaughtering humans scattered across Earth, but at first you and Su Jinyu ignored it. After all, those victims were almost all urine. 38 years later, the beast finally discovered the rebuilt Huaxia Holy City, and Su Jinyu struck without hesitation. After 1,000 years of your guidance and her own prodigious talent, Her combat power already matched the level she had reached in the previous run. She crushed the flame dragon and made it her beast companion, giving Huaxia a holy city, 2 peak supremes as guardians and 3 if you are counted. Even so, you know the real trial is still ahead, because tier 12 abysses will soon begin to appear. This time there is no Li Jing Wu, no Mo Ziyunenli Su Jinyu. You can still defeat ordinary peak supremes, but those with formidable abilities are beyond you for the moment. Your hope is simple. If Su Jinyu can hold the line for 1,000 years, you may break through to the supreme realm yourself. Then even peak supremes, perhaps even tier 12 foes, will be within reach. After some thought you ask Su Jinyu to issue a new order. Cease all hunts against the Yuren and focus solely on defending the interior of Huaxia. Holy Citadel Yuren are to be allowed inside, nothing more. The decree spreads across the planet, and the Yuren cheer. Countless Yuren emerge from the abysses and return to Earth to multiply. Their growth is explosive. Within a century their numbers reach 1/10 of Huaxia's population, and after 3 centuries they equal it, though their pool of strong fighters is nowhere near as large. You pay no mind. In fact, you are pleased. Luo Xiao, if we let the Yuren expand for 1,000 years we may never suppress them again. Are we really going to just watch them grow? Su Jinyu finally asks. Relax. The more of them there are, the better for us, you answer with a smile, and she can only nod. In the year 1455, exactly as in your simulation, the first tier 12 abyss appears, heralding humanity's countdown to doomsday. You and Su Jinyu, with the flame dragon in tow, head out to suppress it. The battle lasts 30 long years. Every beast above supreme level falls to Su Jinyu's blade, and every lesser creature is slain by you. When word of your decisive victory reaches Huaxia Holy City, the entire populace erupts in celebration. The Yuren, on the other hand, are furious. They had hoped the abyssal beasts would rid the world of the 2 executioners, yet their plan proved useless. What they do not realize is that their own judgment day is drawing even closer. Since the first tier 12 abyss appeared, new rifts have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, at several times the previous rate. Humanity now has only one stronghold left, the sacred city of Huaxia. Its 100,000 walls overlook a wasteland, yet the torrent of abysses slows every deployment, and vast continents fall to beasts in a blink. At this moment, Su Jinyu finally understands your true plan. The Yuren you supported in secret are scattered across the globe like a hidden net, delaying the monster's advance. These Yuren roam through ruins and chasms year after year, hunting tier 10 beasts and below, then tossing the carcasses into deeper tunnels. The sated packs stay where they are, content and unwilling to march. The Yuren mistake this cycle for opportunity. The more beasts they see, the richer the prey and resources, and their clans flourish as never before. They do not realize their final fate is to become fodder for higher-tier monsters. 70 years later you retreat to the deepest floor of the alchemy tower, break through the 10th layer of martial god, and power erupts from you like a volcano, only to collide with another ceiling. You pore over stacks of notes and test countless tier 11 breaking pills. Your foundation is so solid that ordinary elixirs give scant help, yet each one pries open a hair-thin crack in your realm. By that measure, a few centuries more could put the supreme throne within reach. In the years that follow you devote yourself to insight and alchemy. The 8th layer of artistic intent and the 6th layer of slaughter intent rise before you like 2 sheer peaks. Every step is painful, yet experience still mounts. If you simply live out your span, neither barrier is unbreakable. This life has granted you an extra 2,000 points of comprehension. Techniques forged in earlier days, honed over centuries, have advanced to mid-tier 11, their power soaring. Were you to return with them to your original timeline, humanity would erupt into unprecedented growth. In the year 1700 CE, Earth births a second tier 12 abyss. Fiercer than the first, its depths crackle with thunder and spew demonic flame. Neither you nor Su Jinyu gains a fresh breakthrough. Both of you still hover at the limit. Fortunately, the race as a whole has risen. Supreme class experts now number several times what they did centuries ago. The sacred city of Huaxia spans 100,000 kilometers, its summit girdled by floating metal defenses, and its population has surged to 10 trillion, nearly matching the previous simulation's peak. With a single fortress to protect, every shield is concentrated, and every reinforcement arrives swiftly. Even if a tier 12 abyss tore open inside the walls, legions could converge within moments and forestall catastrophe. Yet the city's prosperity is mirrored by the Yuren's deepening misery. Over centuries they have been pushed to oceanic islands, polar ice fields, and burning deserts, territories so scattered they can barely aid one another. Worse, not one has reached the supreme realm. At the faintest sign of such potential, you send a supreme to strike it down. They have become expendable shields, bleeding the beasts on Earth's surface for the city's sake. To keep that shield intact you dispatch help whenever a beast above tier 11 appears. The reinforcements strike once, slay the threat, then vanish, leaving the Yuren to handle the wreckage. They understand the designs of the Waxians, but what can they do? Their only hope of survival still rests with the people of Huaxia. Over the years, the protagonist and Su Jinyu have returned to the Xinwu catacomb again and again. Its population hovers around 100 billion with almost no fluctuation, yet the strength of its warriors grows by the day. Because there is only a single entrance, high-tier beasts are kept out, turning the catacomb into one of humanity's rare sanctuaries. Each time he arrives, the protagonist unloads vast quantities of elixirs, clears several dangerous caverns, and moves large groups of refugees inside. He knows all too well that human extinction is only a matter of time. If something happens to Huaxia Sacred City, Xinwu may be the last ember of their race. 30 years later, Su Jinyu finally pushes her intent to the 6th level. Her talent cannot match the protagonist's, so progress is slow, yet she has gained deep insights into the 5th level slaughter intent. At this pace, she might cross that barrier in less than a millennium. Sadly, no one can guarantee humanity will last that long, for an unknown catacomb on the verge of opening now looms before them. Year 2000 marks exactly 2,000 years since the protagonist's transmigration. In that year, humanity's population peaks at 1.25 quadrillion to 100,000 times the pre-cataclysm figure on Earth. For the first time, however, births fall below deaths, a decline that can no longer be reversed. Meanwhile, countless catacomb tunnels surround Huaxia Sacred City. Seen from the sky, the gaping black mouths form a web that chills the soul and instantly reminds the protagonist of the despair he witnessed in his last simulation. With conditions worsening, the protagonist and Su Jinyu ponder humanity's escape. Earth is no longer fit for life, and their best chance is to leave. Only two paths remain: descend into the great catacombs, or venture into the stars and find a new home. Compared with the former, interstellar migration is almost impossible. Humans have been in space for more than 3 millennia, but for 3,150 years most of their efforts have gone into fighting beasts. Technology has advanced rapidly, yet almost all of it focuses on weapons and defense. Research aimed at leaving Earth has limped forward. 10 years ago, Huaxia Sacred City finally launched a spacecraft. Built from 11th grade materials, the vessel broke twice the speed of light, 700,000 kilometers per second after more than 3 months of constant acceleration. Impressive as that sounds, it is still slow on a cosmic scale. Half a year just to clear the solar system, and the nearest habitable world lies 3,500 light-years away, meaning the ship would drift for at least 1,700 years. No ecosystem can last that long, fuel would run out, and virtually every milestone hides a fatal obstacle. In theory, a single breakthrough could solve them all: the legendary technology of spatial jump drives. You continued to pour huge sums into the plan to flee Earth, keeping the research alive. One simulation was nowhere near enough, so you funded a second and a third, convinced that humanity would one day master the fabled spatial jump, step into the true interstellar age, and neutralize the looming catastrophe. Yet even at today's technological height, that breakthrough still felt like pure science fiction. The year 2400 finally arrived. Late that winter, a 12th-tier demon rift tore the sky open and descended on Earth. The moment the dark demon god appeared, the entire planet was swallowed by endless night. The crushing aura drove Su Jinyu to the brink of despair. This dark demon god 12th tier, 3-star wielded SSS dark power, matched it with equal-tier physical strength, commanded at least 6-fold blade intent, and had even forged a second-stage dark domain. At full strength, Su Jinyu at his absolute peak could barely fight such a foe to a draw, much less in his current state. He knew that power all too well. The instant he sensed that overwhelming darkness, he realized Huaxia Holy City was doomed. Worse, the dark demon god had 3 demon god lieutenants, more than 1,000 11th-tier demon emperors, and legions of 10th-tier demons at his back. Luckily, the rift had opened near the ruins of Old Kaiyun City, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Holy City, leaving a narrow window to escape. He immediately convened the Huaxia Supreme Council. Only sovereign-class powerhouses could take a seat at that council. He sat at its head, and no one objected. Everyone knew the Holy City owed far more to him than to Su Jinyu. Without his efforts, Su Jinyu would never have reached his current level, and the city would never have gathered 1,000 sovereign-level warriors. On paper, Huaxia Holy City could field a force equal to 1,000 demon emperors. In practice, the gap remained clear. It wasn't a matter of individual dual-sat equal rank. The demon emperors usually lost. Every sovereign present possessed at least SSS talent and 3 layers of intent, giving them superior personal power. The real problem was distribution. Of the 1,000 sovereigns, most were stuck at the 1st or 2nd stratum, and fewer than 1 in 10 had reached the 3rd or higher. Many had been rushed to their current rank by a stockpile of elixirs. He laid out the intelligence he had wrested from the dark demon pit at the cost of his own blood in a previous life, and the room fell silent. For 12th-tier demon gods and 1,000 elite demon emperors, how could they possibly win? Even the weakest of those demon gods would force City Lord Su Jinyu to fight with everything he had just to stand a chance of killing it. Does that mean that any one of the stronger foes could wipe us out? In the circular council chamber, the white-haired Supreme's cry reverberated beneath the metal dome. A heavy tide of despair swept through every heart. The chronicles of the subterranean civilizations lay bare. Some had lasted a few years, others tens of millennia, yet none had survived. Would Huaxia share their fate? How could they break free? The air seemed to vanish, leaving absolute silence. Then Su Jinyu stepped forward, her voice calm, yet commanding. After countless simulations with Wu Zhu, only two options remain. Hear them, then decide. Thousands of Supremes fell silent, eyes fixed on her. She drew a steady breath. If we defend Huaxia Holy City, one outcome awaits: total annihilation. Whatever we choose, the city must be abandoned. Her words hit like muted thunder. Huaxia Holy City was Earth's largest metropolis, impossible to hide. The demon legions could arrive at any moment. It was their rebuilt home, housing billions of compatriots. How could they speak of abandoning it? I understand your pain, Su Jinyu said, meeting each anguished face. For humanity's survival, we must withdraw. Those who wish to remain may stand or fall with the city. Those who leave must choose one of two plans. She raised her hand. A blue-white hologram unfolded overhead, revealing the first plan. Plan 1. Retreat to the Shenwu catacombs. Over 1,000 years ago, we emerged from there. Now we return to our origin. Wu Zhu will lead this mission. She bit her lip. Once the plan began, she and Wu Zhu would walk different paths, perhaps forever. But to give both plans enough strength, she had no choice. After a brief silence, responses rippled through the hall. Learning Wu Zhu would command, more than 700 Supremes stepped forward. We will follow. Over 300 vowed to stay and perish with the city. About 200 remained undecided. Should the second plan fail, they would reinforce the catacomb front. Su Jinyu inhaled and tapped the console. The hologram shifted, and a silver-gray behemoth of a starship appeared, its sleek hull slowly revolving in the void. Plan 2. Leave Earth, her clear voice rang out. The Huaxia starship has been refined for centuries. At peak speed, it can reach 3 times light speed, arriving at Kepler in no more than 1,200 years. The cryostasis system perfected a century ago slows aging to less than 1/5 normal, so the journey costs only about 200 years of lifespan and minimal resources. I will personally guard this route. Specifications scrolled across the display, from propulsion modules and power cores to the ecological rings around the stasis bays, illuminating every solemn face. Su Jinyu laid out every detail of the Huaxia starship. Forged entirely from 11th-tier alloys, the Huaxia starship was a marvel of durability. Its ability to withstand 3 times light velocities said everything about its strength. After 2,000 years of study, he had also raised his array mastery to the 11th tier, embedding countless defensive arrays across the hull and pushing its protection even higher. If the vessel flew straight without altering course, it could pulverize any planet that crossed its path. When the full specifications were released, every sovereign in the docking bay felt a jolt of shock. In their eyes, Earth was doomed. The endless beast tide would one day wipe the blue planet clean. The starship and the new world it was heading for was their only lifeline. A top speed of 3 times light, room for 30 million passengers, and their own formidable power made the rebirth of a civilization sound attainable. Spurred by that hope, many sovereigns immediately swore support for the future homeland project. Of the hundreds who had planned to defend the Shenwu caverns, 300 switched camps. In the end, each plan held 500 sovereigns, perfectly balanced. Next came the task of selecting 30 million passengers. Sovereigns and war gods would board first, followed by the most promising human prodigies, anyone with the potential to become a war god. Only then would their families be considered. To keep things fair, each prodigy could bring 3 direct relatives, each war god 100, each sovereign 1,000. Without those hard limits, the sprawling clans of a few sovereigns could have swallowed hundreds of thousands of births. Bright lights bathed the dock where the Huaxia starship stood. The boarding ramp rose and fell beneath the sealed hatches. One figure after another, carrying what little they owned, filed aboard. He and Su Jinyu stood side by side, watching the tide of passengers flow through the doorway, without saying a word. 2 millennia together had made them fluent in each other's thoughts. Su Jinyu had never spoken her feelings, but he understood them. She in turn knew that someone else occupied his heart, so by unspoken agreement, they kept their bond at the edge of friendship. Yet over such a span, the word friend had come to mean almost the same as lover or spouse, missing only the final step. Now they faced a parting of ways. When the war god fell and you vanished, I thought you were dead, she said softly, eyes lowered. I wanted to die fighting the Yu race, but when I thought of the people of Kaiyun City and our suffering kin across Huaxia, I forced myself to live. For 1,000 years I trained beside Master and battled the Yu, telling myself I had let you go. Su Jinyu raised her head. The light in her eyes burned like flame. But the moment you returned, I realized I never had. I don't know who the girl in your heart is, but I envy her deeply. Her gaze was so intense he turned away, even his breathing restrained. I have to leave, Su Jinyu whispered, barely audible. From now on you'll be alone again. He offered no answer, only silence. Once more he would stand guard over humanity, perhaps for the 10th time, perhaps far more. He was used to carrying the burden alone through the bleakest years. Perhaps only Su Jinyu truly understood. She had survived those 1,000 years the same way when he was gone. Wait for me. Once they're settled, I'll come back for you. Su Jinyu suddenly met his eyes, sincerity gleaming in her gaze. The man paused, then smiled and nodded. He'll wait for you, he replied with equal earnestness. Reading this, Luo Xiao fell silent. How could he not understand Su Jinyu's feelings? After 2,000 years of standing shoulder to shoulder through life and death, their bond had long surpassed ordinary friendship and exceeded that of nearly any married couple. Yet they still hadn't come together. The reason was not only Luo Xiao's lingering attachments, but also the darkness ahead. If they became partners, children would follow, and those children would be swallowed by endless despair and darkness. Having witnessed that tragedy firsthand, Luo Xiao refused to let it repeat, so he kept the distance between him and Su Jinyu. They might have continued in that delicate balance, but for humanity's future, they were forced apart. They had to search for another planet fit for human life. Was that truly the best choice? Worry weighed on Luo Xiao's heart, yet it was a glimmer of hope, better than waiting for extinction on Earth. If a new world had no abysses and no monsters, perhaps humanity could live in peace. Yet, was there really hope? Su Jinyu departed, leading most of humanity's prodigies and powerhouses into the unknown cosmos aboard starships. At first, Luo Xiao could still track their exhaust trails through a telescope, but once they broke light speed, they vanished completely. As planned, Luo Xiao gathered countless warriors and geniuses and evacuated them to Shenwu continent. He himself refused to leave, choosing instead to guard Huaxia Sacred City, home to tens of quadrillions of Huaxia citizens. He could not watch them wait for death. Several supremes and martial gods wished to stay with him, but he sent them away. He could rely on his power of resurrection. They could not. If they died too, humanity on Shenwu continent might never see him return. He left only one promise. He would rejoin them within 10 years. Even so, more than 70 supremes and a host of martial gods insisted on remaining to defend Huaxia Sacred City at his side. 1 month later, the first peak 11th tier demon arrived. By then, the Yuan on Earth had been almost completely slaughtered. With a vast legion at its back, the demon stormed Huaxia Sacred City. When Luo Xiao and the Supremes reached the breach, tens of billions of civilians were already dead. In an instant, he unleashed his full power. The second layer of his slaughtered domain unfolded, a crimson glow shrouding the sky. The Shenwu domain followed, gale force winds whipping through the ruins. Fivefold slaughter intent surged to sevenfold, boosting his strength more than 100 times. Sevenfold blade intent burst forth, arcs of blade light cleaving the heavens. With the Shenwu domain stacked on sevenfold intent, his original 60-fold boost leapt to 600. When it resonated with the slaughter domain, the multiplier soared again. His combat strength rocketed to 60,000 times its base level. At this moment, your combat strength equals 60 times that of an ordinary peak supreme with no innate talent. Every fiber of muscle in your body swells with terrifying power, yet your opponent, the peak 11th tier demonies, no common supreme. Its colossal form is sheathed in obsidian scales, for layers of fist intent coil around its arms, and its body has been reinforced 20-fold, pushing its overall might to a staggering 400-fold, more than 6 times your own. Even with your self-created techniques perfected, the gap remains at least 3-fold. The demon bellows, condensing a jet-black aura into a 100,000-foot fist that sweeps across the sky. The mountain-crushing shockwave tears through the air with a deafening boom and hurls you tens of thousands of kilometers. Mid-flight, the brutal force rips you apart, and as you plummet you smash countless peaks. When you finally hit the ground, you are a mangled mass of flesh and shattered bone, little more than twisted pulp. Yet death refuses to claim you. A 12th-tier dark abyss silently unfurls overhead, an invisible chasm blanketing the planet. Dark elements spike to their limit, and a surging tide of shadow matter pours into your ruined sinews and bones. Splintered skeleton knits together, torn flesh regrows at blinding speed, and within an hour you are whole again. You lift your gaze, eyes as black as the abyss, and streak back toward the battlefield like a lance of darkness. The peak demon emperor, convinced that one punch had erased you, stares in confusion for a heartbeat, then erupts in rage boom. Boundless demonic energy wraps his gigantic fist as it crashes down once more. You stand your ground. Both hands grip your blade while you unleash the rift-severing blade cannon at full power. A frigid silver blue arc tens of thousands of feet long erupts, tearing open the void and colliding heat-in with the demon's fist. Thunder roars as a vast vacuum blooms in the sky. The blade light shatters into billions of sparks, yet a savage crack splits the demon's fist and black blood spews forth. Wounded, the peak demon emperor's fury reaches its limit. he releases the full force of his fourfold fist intent. The earth quakes, black clouds churn, and his all-out punch carries world-ending ferocity. You forge several more blade arcs, but each is shattered by the overwhelming fist intent. In a flash, the next blow pierces your chest, and your body explodes into bloody shrapnel, leaving only a splintered skeleton tumbling through the shockwave. It travels tens of thousands of kilometers before crashing into a valley, loosing a storm of rubble and dust. Sensing from afar, the demon is certain you are dead and plunges without hesitation into a frenzy of slaughter. Bzzz. Dark power surges a third time. Shadow tide gathers over the skeleton, slowly rebuilding flesh and meridians. The damage is worse than before, and the restoration takes a full 4 hours. During those hours, the sacred city of Huaxiao falls under the demon horde's assault. Its walls crumble to charred rubble. Almost every human warrior is slain, and only a handful of survivors stumble, blood-soaked, through the ruins. Wails, screams, and the snap of broken blades echo without end. For hours later you open your eyes. Dark elements still swirl around you, and you judge that over 70% of your strength has returned. Without hesitation you tear through the sky, arrowing toward the titanic demon that towers 100,000 feet in the distance. Along the way, the anguished cries of countless humans fill your ears. The killing intent in his heart burned fiercer and purer than ever. Boom. The sixth layer of his slaughter domain erupted, blood-red energy spewing like a volcanic blast. At the same time, an endless wave of murderous power crashed into the shattered bottleneck of the sovereign realm that the breaking mirror pill had already riddled with cracks. Boom. The barrier burst apart. Dark energy from the heavens and earth surged through his meridians and flesh like a raging tide, and in an instant he stepped into first-tier sovereign. Stacked with the sixth layer of the slaughter domain, his combat power quadrupled. Without a moment's pause, he raised his blade and slashed at the peak demon emperor. Ren the Earthblade cannon. His roar shook the sky. A blood-scarlet arc ripped through the firmament, carrying 90% of his strength. The instant the strike left his blade, his body became a massive vortex, devouring dark energy and refilling his power before the naked eye. Human, courting death. The demon emperor blanched when the man returned from the dead, yet he still believed himself invincible. Devilish power churned, and a colossal black fist shadow howled forward to meet the blade light. Two storms of destruction collided heat-in. This time the newly empowered warrior held the advantage. The crimson light shredded the fist image and, with undiminished force, cleaved toward the demon emperor's chest. Splurt. The edge split the demon's breastbone and carved a ghastly crack across his heart. Black, foul blood sprayed as the giant figure reeled back hundreds of thousands of meters, clutching his chest in disbelief. Only hours ago this man had been an easy prey. The demon emperor calculated silently. Such a terrifying attack could never be unleashed twice. If he could endure, his superior stamina would turn the tide. Clang. His face froze. A second crimson blade arc, identical in power, flashed into being. Fury and dread mingled as he punched out. Rumble. The punch aura shattered. The blade carved a bone-deep gash down his torso. For the first time, the demon emperor felt fear. His opponent kept absorbing dark energy, and his aura was once again full. Clang. The third slash tore the void. Instinct forced the demon to muster his strongest defense. Splurt. Amid the exploding bloodlight, one of his arms spun into the air. The fourth slash followed instantly, unstoppable. Boom. The blade's brilliance bisected the massive demon body, sending the two halves tumbling through the void. His aura vanished. The peak demon emperor was dead. With their leader destroyed, the surrounding demon emperors and tier 10 fiends panicked. With your blade in hand, you launched a frenzied massacre of demon emperors and lesser fiends. Wherever the edge flashed, demon blood splattered across the battlefield. With absolute control over dark matter, you possessed virtually limitless energy on the current earth, power surging from within as the slaughter raged for more than 10 days. When the bodies were finally counted, 70% of the demon emperors and half of the 10th tier demons lay dead at your feet. The rest had fled in panic. When the smoke cleared, you looked up and saw only a lifeless wasteland. Huaxia holy city had been reduced to ash, and fewer than 1 in 10 million of its former inhabitants remained. Confronted with broken walls and charred rubble, you felt a crushing sense of helplessness. In the end, you were still too weak. You made a silent vow to one day erase the dark abyss near the former site of Kaiyun City, then turned to leave. At that moment, the sky went black. A colossal hand, etched with savage demonic runes, slammed down from the heavens with a deafening roar. The blow carved a bottomless chasm spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, and your figure was vaporized at ground zero. You were dead, but the energy of rebirth was ample, and the Phoenix Protocol activated. 10 years later, you stepped from roaring flames into a vast basin encircled by mountains that soared hundreds of thousands of meters high. Taking to the air, you saw that the basin itself was the imprint of that monstrous hand, now overgrown with lush vegetation. yet still terrifying in scale. You fell silent. If that strike had not been the dark demon god's true body, or even its full strength, defeating such an entity was nearly impossible. Your talent had reached its ceiling. In this lifetime, breaking into the second heaven of the supreme realm seemed beyond reach. Humanity's future teetered on the brink. You departed at once, heading for the Shinwu Grotto. Classified only as a ninth-tier pit, it drew little interest from demon gods or demon emperors, and even passing 10th-tier demons rarely bothered to linger, leaving it relatively undisturbed. Inside, humans had built a self-sufficient society, boasting 11th-tier supreme experts, one of whom could even duel in ordinary supreme at the peak. Any intruding demons were swiftly slain, keeping the situation stable and secure. Yet the grotto's space was finite, supporting no more than 1 trillion souls. Beyond that, people would have to venture out to hunt fierce beasts, sharply increasing the risk of exposure. After long deliberation, you laid down myriad 11th-tier illusion arrays, cloaking the entire city of Shinwu. To a wandering demon emperor, the place would seem utterly ordinary, buying humanity precious time to breathe. Because population was limited, you instituted an elite training program while casting your gaze farther afield, quietly planting human seeds in neighboring pits. Whenever you discovered a suitable 9th or 10th-tier grotto, you led massive migrations there, spreading humanity's fire wherever you could. At the same time, he laid down an 11th-tier illusionary array for protection. From that moment, the entire Shinwu abyss was sealed beneath layers of pale gold light, and any intruder who touched the barrier would be shredded to dust in an instant. In 2854, Earth cracked open a 10th 12th-tier cavern, a pillar of crimson light shooting into the sky. The most terrifying of them was still the dark demon abyss. The demon race and the ferocious beast race were locked in bitter war, slaughtering each other daily. The resulting bloodbath left the land utterly barren. Humanity quietly expanded in the gap between them, spreading across more than 109th and 10th-tier caverns, and its population surged to 30 trillion. Whenever a genius emerged among humans, the Guardian would send that prodigy to the Shinwu abyss for personal training. In just a few centuries, he uncovered countless extraordinary talents. The brightest among them was the young Xiao Yun, who possessed twin insights into slaughter and battle and, upon coming of age, awakened the heaven-dominating physique, enabling him to unleash 50-fold combat power in an instant. The Guardian accepted him as a direct disciple on the spot and spared no effort in cultivating him. By the year 3000, the world was scarred beyond recognition. 12th-tier caverns had grown to 15, and new rifts were forming before the naked eye. The Guardian understood that if this continued, the Huaxia civilization he had fought so hard to protect would be erased. 10 years earlier, he had sensed a chance to break through the 8th layer of intent, so he handed all responsibilities to the only one just beneath him, Lu Xian, a supreme 8th-heaven expert. Born 700 years after the Guardian's arrival, Lu Xian was prodigiously gifted and, given a few more centuries, could have reached the peak of the supreme realm. The Guardian trusted him completely, then withdrew alone to Mount Shinwu for seclusion. Lu Xian lived up to expectations, and for 28 years human society remained stable. Yet a hidden danger sprouted in that same period. Born centuries after the Yu people had been purged, Lu Xian felt no personal pain toward the race that had once sparked catastrophe. While searching for a new settlement, he accidentally entered a secret cavern and discovered surviving Yu. Their strongest had reached the peak of martial god, and their numbers approached 1 trillion. The moment they saw Lu Xian, they knelt, wailing and displaying their misery. Had the Guardian been there, he would have recognized the act at once. The same victim play the Yu had staged before the cataclysm, when they rose in secret by arousing sympathy and then massacred every other race. Unaware of that history, Lu Xian's compassion flared. After meeting an exceptionally gifted Yu youth, he accepted the boy as his disciple on the spot. He left the cavern laden with resources, chose several dozen top Yu prodigies, and brought them back to the Shinwu abyss. By now the Yu and Huaxia peoples looked almost identical, and since Lu Xian had abolished the periodic Yu screenings, those prodigies quickly infiltrated humanity's leadership. Leveraging their positions, they quietly funneled their kin into the major caverns and frequently intermarried with Huaxia elites, allowing their bloodline to spread at alarming speed. Damn it, we've been infiltrated. Luo Xiao had just emerged from more than 20 years of seclusion. A single sweep of his divine sense exposed the problem, and he swore on the spot. Had been gone barely 2 decades, and the Yu clan had already smuggled their bloodline into divine martial city. The last entry in the records showed the contamination spreading at a terrifying rate. Divine Martial Cavern housed the most gifted prodigies and veterans of Huaxia's human race. If this continued, it would snap humanity's very roots. He spat hard. Lu Xian, you useless cur. How could I have chosen trash like you as my successor? With a cold snort, Luo Xiao knew better than anyone that the situation had already spun out of control. Year 3325. For centuries the death rate among human prodigies had climbed. Veteran powerhouses kept falling under mysterious circumstances, while new war gods died only rarely. The imbalance finally raised suspicion, yet no one looked toward divine Martial City. After all, Luo Xiao's past massacre of the Yu had convinced everyone that infiltration was impossible. Then disaster struck. The foremost prodigy of the human race, Xiao Yun, left the cavern on an expedition with several experts and died en route, while not a single companion perished. Most people simply mourned his loss. Only Lu Xian felt a chill. The war gods who had traveled with Xiao Yun returned from Yu territory with several so-called geniuses. These newcomers were centuries older and stood at higher realms, yet their actual combat strength barely matched Xiao Yun's. By rights they should have been the first to die, not Xiao Yun alone. Uneasy, Lu Xian opened the human gene bank and, using top-level clearance, screened divine Martial City for Yu blood. Samples from every resident were on file, and only he and Luo Xiao could run such a search. When the data finished processing, Lu Xian's vision went black. In less than 3 centuries, 20% of the city's population carried Yu blood. Worse still, every one of them had been born during those same 300 years, and they were entangled in a web of kinship that touched nearly everyone. 70% of Lu Xian's own descendants bore the taint, including the child he treasured most, born to a wife he had married only a few centuries ago. Only then did he grasp the catastrophe he had unleashed. Reverse it? Too late. Even if he tried to root out the taint, no one would watch calmly while he butchered their juniors, and he couldn't bring himself to harm his own child. Huaxiao is finished. I am the sinner who doomed us. Lu Xian groaned in anguish. He didn't dare tell Luo Xiao. He knew the man too well. Once the truth surfaced, Luo Xiao would obliterate him, his entire family, and the whole of divine Martial City without hesitation. So Lu Xian chose silence. Year 3512. Beyond the walls, the number of 12th tier caverns had already reached 30. The demons of the dark abyss have settled down at last. Faced with so many 12th tier beasts and alien races, their clan alone can no longer hope to prevail. Frustration still burns in their chests, so they vent it by butchering the lesser creatures of the lower caverns, washing away defeat with blood. Fortunately, your illusion array still blankets the area, and the scattered human enclaves remain hidden for now. Yet during the past decade, many of those enclaves have been exposed and destroyed. Lu Xian, the only man who knows the truth, has kept silent. Time after time he has stood over pools of blood, ready to wipe out the urine. But he has never been able to strike the final blow. That hesitation has only deepened his loathing. Even the child he once treasured now looks like a thorn in his eyes. The child has grown, and his rotten nature shows itself. Bullying the weak in the marketplace, and even suggesting that the price of a first-rank blood pellet be pushed to 500,000 Huaxia credits. That was the last straw. Lu Xian beat him almost to death. Had he not held back at the end, the boy would have died on the spot. Afterward the child acted meek, but Lu Xian saw the disguise for what it was. The innate camouflage of urine blood. If the tide ever turned, that hidden blade would be aimed at others, perhaps at Lu Xian himself. Now it is too late to purge the urine. As he foretold long ago, Huaxia is finished. Year 3612. A terrifying surge of sword intent shoots into the sky, tearing millions of meters into the clouds and blanketing the Xinwu continent like an invisible edge. Mountains tremble, cities shudder, and countless people look up in awe, cheers bursting everywhere. Only a few faces go pale. They know they are urine, and their demon king has finally appeared. They have no choice but to gamble that you will not risk universal condemnation by killing every last one of them. For if they die out, humanity itself may fall with them. After years of secluded cultivation atop Xinwu Mountain, your effort erupts at last. You break through to the 8th layer of sword intent. The intent is almost tangible, sweeping across the continent. You rise from the summit, your blade ripping a long seam through the clouds. Gales roar as you laugh in triumph. So long as you live, you can raise your other intents to the 8th layer. Your power will leap again, and you may even forge the martial intent's 3rd stage. The smile freezes on your face. Wave after wave of war gods and sovereigns arrive to offer congratulations, bowing at your gate. You quickly notice that many of them bear high-nosed bridges and deep-set eyes, the marks of the urine. Most of the old sovereigns and war gods are nowhere to be seen. Worse, Lu Xian stands at the back, his expression wooden, his eyes filled with despair. Something is wrong. Your heart sinks, though you reveal nothing. After a few polite words you dismiss the visitors, keeping only Lu Xian. The instant the others leave, Lu Xian drops to his knees on the flagstones, his voice hoarse. Martial ancestor, I deserve death. I destroyed Huaxia. Sobbing, he spills everything. Urine infiltration at the highest levels, their secret grip on resources, lower caverns exposed one after another, veteran sovereigns purged or vanished. Every bloody detail lies before you. When he finishes, your face is so dark it seems to drip blood. Fury surges, yet it ends in a long, bitter sigh. So we capsized in a gutter after all. Helplessness, rage, regret, and sorrow crush your chest as you look up at a sky still blue despite the scar your sword intent has carved in it. A blade seems lodged in your throat. You had foreseen this ending, but only after you were slain in battle. You never imagined that even in this simulation some urine would remain beyond your reach. In this round, wiping them out completely has proven impossible, so it was only natural that they would return in force. Lu Xian, his face twisted with pain, whispered, Wu Zhu, what now? What are we supposed to do? Wu Zhu gave a cold, contemptuous snort. You're asking me? I'm alone in this world. Why should I care whether you people live or die? The words landed like thunder. Lu Xian froze, realizing that you had just declared you would no longer protect them. Knowing that 90% of his family's younger generation carried Yo blood, he felt he had no right to call himself Huaxia, much less expect Wu Zhu to fight for them. Dazed, his knees buckled, and he collapsed. But by the time his tear-blurred eyes looked up, you were gone. For the next few centuries, exactly as you had said, you never again meddled in human affairs. You wandered alone crossing shattered mountain ranges and lifeless deserts hunting beasts and demons, honing your blade through battle. Meanwhile, every other human refuge was quietly infiltrated by the Yo. In Xinwu Holy City, the Yo, afraid the demons would turn on them if they could not find humans, occasionally leaked the location of a shelter so the demons could massacre it. Lu Xian understood all of this, yet he was powerless to stop it. He never knew which Yo issued the orders, and, in time, stopped caring. More than once he considered revealing Xinwu's location, letting the demons wipe out both himself and these parasitic Yo in one stroke. But he lacked the courage. Death terrified him. So he simply gave up, shut himself away to cultivate, and ignored everything outside his chamber. As Wu Zhu had said, why should the fate of a pack of Yo concern him? As cavern after cavern fell, panic in Xinwu Holy City grew. Fear curdled into hate. People cursed the missing Wu Zhu and Lu Xian, accusing them of desertion. The resentment mounted until one day it erupted. An angry mob stormed the city lord's manor, tearing apart the estate that had been neglected for decades. Amid swirling dust, Lu Xian appeared. His robes were ragged, but his eyes were icy as he stared down at the shouting crowd. A hook-nosed man pushed to the front and shouted, We're all Huaxia. Have you forgotten the duty Wu Zhu and the last city lord entrusted to you? Aren't you supposed to protect us? The crowd seethed, their accusations overlapping. Lu Xian only let out a chilling laugh, which fanned their fury and brought a wave of curses. Suddenly he looked up, his voice hoarse yet clear. I sacrificed the Huaxiao race for you disgusting Yo. And for what? How pathetic, how absurd. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound raw with anguish. Silence fell. Disgusting Yo? Had Lu Xian lost his mind? His cold gaze swept the crowd. Most of you still don't know, do you? A mocking smile tugged at his lips. 90% of you carry Yo blood. Do you know why Lord Wu Zhu left? Because he discovered what you really are. And you still dare call yourselves Huaxia? How could the Huaxiao lineage ever produce such vile blood? When he finished, the crowd felt as though they had plunged into an ice cellar. Then Lu Xian recounted everything that had happened, broadcasting it live and releasing the gene bank data. In an instant, anyone could pull up their own genetic profile. Boom. In an instant, the entire sacred city of Huaxia erupted. A urine? A urine? Impossible, how can that be? On the plaza, a young man's eyes were blood red and his voice raw. How could I belong to that filthy race? What happened? Dad, tell me. His father, equally pale, swallowed hard but couldn't utter a word. I don't know when the hell I became a urine, and I don't believe it. My grandpa and my dad were pure sons of Yin and Huang. Damn it, heaven might as well kill me. With a furious roar he dropped to his knees, smashing his fists into the flagstones until blood splattered everywhere. He was hardly alone. Genetic screening had been abandoned more than a century earlier, yet anti-urine propaganda never ceased. Those aware of their own ancestry kept pushing to end the smear campaign, but every proposal was vetoed by the upper echelons. People who thought themselves pure-blooded, yet secretly carried urine genes nearly tore the sponsors apart whenever the truth surfaced. Despite heavy casualties, high office remained the preserve of Huaxia's old guard elites, and every protest failed. Now, with hidden bloodlines exposed in public, countless citizens felt the heavens collapse and their sanity shatter. At the edge of the crowd, Lu Xian let the last trace of a smile fade, then drew a palm-sized array core from his robe. Crack! His fingers clenched, and the core shattered. Buzz! The grand defensive array covering the divine martial holy city went dark, its light veil dissolving into drifting sparks. The array is gone? The guards froze, then looked up in horror. Beyond the wall, where the barrier had stood moments before, black mists parted to reveal an army of demons packed shoulder to shoulder, their blue eyes flickering like stars. Deep snarls rattled the air, and the reek of blood carried hundreds of yards. Lu Xian, you're insane. A supreme realm Yorin shouted, rising into the air. Haha, let's welcome annihilation together. Lu Xian howled, hair flying as he raised his blade. The very next heartbeat, the blade turned not toward the demons, but toward the terrified crowd. Killing intent surged. He stepped into a scarlet killing domain. his pupils burning like demonic fire. Screams, curses, and pleas burst forth. With the illusion array gone, the demon hordes stormed the city, while Lu Xian's blade reaped lives from within. Together they turned the divine martial holy city into hell on earth. Black flames swallowed alleys, stone streets ran red. Some rushed the gates only to find them blocked by massive demonic beasts. Others took to the skies, shredded by wings of darkness overhead. In less than half an hour, towers crumbled, every aura winked out, and no living soul remained in the divine martial holy city. Lu Xian carved a path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaying more than a dozen demon emperors before a demon god's fist punched through his chest. Boom! Blood sprayed as he fell into the rubble, yet a smile of release curved his lips. At last, no need to face that race anymore, my own foolishness. The light faded from his eyes before the words were done. Years later, you pieced together scattered reports and learned that the divine martial holy city had become a dead zone. By then, you'd already lost all hope in Earth's last Huasian enclave. Humanity wasn't extinct, but in your heart it might as well have been. Right now, the protagonist's innate potential is only 500. What does that mean? With 100 points, you barely touch the 8th tier of divine martial cultivation. 500 points can never catapult you straight to the 12th tier. Reaching the 11th tier already took the compounded cultivation of several lifetimes plus perfect deductions made possible by total mastery of dark matter. Once he chooses any bone temperament trait, his training speed will skyrocket. He returned to solitude and began wandering across the entire planet. Along the way, he sharpened his blade intent, tempered his domain, and spent his spare hours concocting elixirs and forging weapons, all to climb the professional ranks. In the year 3754, he ran into a 12th tier, 2-star ferocious beast on a desolate frozen plain. After fewer than 10 clashes, its claws ripped open his chest, and he fell on the spot. To resurrect, he immediately burned 1,000 years of lifespan. Watching his life essence plummet, he could only mutter to himself, another century, and he would have earned a free revival. Now it was all for nothing. A supreme rank warrior enjoys 7 millennia of life. He had already spent about 4,800 years. Thanks to earlier simulations, he had gained an extra 500, leaving roughly 2,700 years, enough for 2 more deaths, so long as they both occurred within the next 700 years. By 4215, relentless training pushed his blade intent to the 8th layer. He switched to spear techniques, and in the same year his alchemy advanced to 11th tier mid-grade, allowing him to craft consistently perfect pills. Weapon forging and formation mastery lagged slightly behind, stuck at lower grade. In 4355, he met a 12th tier, 1-star beast in the Crimson Flame Desert. After hundreds of exchanges, a void-cleaving arc split the creature's skull, but he was grievously wounded in return. Dark matter surged through his body and knitted his flesh back together within a few breaths. In 4415, he crossed paths with a 12th tier, 3-star beast. The gap was overwhelming. One blow took his head, and another 1,000 years of lifespan went up in flames to bring him back. Only about 1,100 years remained. In 4558, the 100th 12th tier cavern opened. From then on, he brushed past 12th tier beasts almost daily, striking only when they were 1-star. Continuous slaughter rocketed his spear intent to the 8th layer, yet his killing intent and domain stayed frozen too. 000 insight points had hit their ceiling unless he ran more simulations. By 4755, Earth had fallen completely, with precious few havens left. Finding the situation dull, he returned to Shenwu Cavern and the ruins of the former Shenwu Holy City. The final battle had flattened Mount Shenwu, and the corpses from his previous 2 lives were long since dust. Unconcerned, he laid an illusion array over the rubble and went into seclusion. Loneliness eventually drove him to a Huaxiao enclave discovered 2 centuries earlier. He brought back several hundred survivors and founded a small village atop the holy city's ruins. With his silver hair and white beard, signs of a life near its limit, naturally became the village chief. Under his protection, the settlement stayed secure. He forbade uncontrolled births and stressed selective parenting. Over 2 to 3 centuries, the population rose from a few hundred to about 2,000, and thanks to their long lifespans, almost no one died of old age. In 5374, after more than 1,000 years behind closed doors, his cultivation stood a hair's breadth from the second heaven, yet the chasm felt unbridgeable. The good news was that both his staff and fist intents had reached the 8th layer. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao finally caught a faint glimmer of hope as he tried to merge the 8-fold intent into the martial god domain. Yet progress remained agonizingly slow. Even worse, his lifespan was almost exhausted. Without the centuries he had gained long ago by swallowing large quantities of 9-cycle Nirvana pills, he would have been dust already. Year 5564. He still failed to take that final step. With his life force nearly gone, Luo Xiao returned to the ruins of Huaxia's once sacred capital. He erected the signal tower he had kept in his system's storage space and sent one last message toward the boundless stars. Afterward, He sat in the palm of the ancient hand seal, closed his eyes, and his breath Fedetta was dead. At the same time, the message was relayed across the depths of space, rippling outward. 10 years passed, then 100, then 1,000. More than 3 millennia later, the signal reached a massive planet nearly the size of Earth. No one could have guessed that this world was also riddled with catacombs. Deep within one of them, inside the rusted shell of a wrecked starship, dozens of humans clad in furs huddled around a campfire, trying to keep the biting cold at bay. Beep beep. Top-level message received. Please retrieve immediately. A screen that had lain dormant for thousands of years suddenly lit up. Drawn by the unexpected glow, the people leaned closer, puzzled. A few lines of ancient Huaxia characters flashed across the display yet. Ironically, none of them could read it. What had happened? No one could explain it, except the deceased Luo Xiao. Simulation complete. Calculating rewards. Luo Xiao's eyes snapped open, his brow tightly furrowed. Kepler has fallen to the catacombs too? Impossible. When we left, every scan showed 0 catacombs. His thoughts raced, and he quickly pinpointed the truth. Kepler lies more than 3,000 light-years from Earth, so the image the ship captured was actually Kepler, as it had been 3 millennia earlier. Another 1,000 years passed before they physically arrived. A gap of over 4,000 years was enough to turn an ordinary planet into a place even more dangerous than Earth. After Su Jinyu and the others landed, they must have faced beasts far stronger than Earth's. Outnumbered, they were eventually wiped out, and the survivors regressed over the ages until Chinese characters became indecipherable to them. Luo Xiao let out a long sigh. The universe offers no escape. Worlds beyond Earth are just as perilous. After a moment's thought, he resolved he had twice Beferito subdue the entire Earth with his own strength. In theory, the martial god continent has an upper limit, and Earth should be no different. Once the beasts hit that ceiling, their power can rise no further. But where exactly is Earth's ceiling? By the end of the simulation, the strongest beasts had already reached Tier 12, 6 or 7-star so fearsome that even a Tier 12, 3-star dark demon god dared not provoke them. If they keep evolving, what level will they eventually reach? Luo Xiao had no answer. He could only steel himself. Next time I get the chance, I must choose a physique-enhancing talent. My comprehension is already sufficient. What I lack is a strong foundation. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao turned his attention to the newly revealed rewards and rating. The air before him shimmered, and a translucent panel appeared with a crisp chime. Ding settlement complete. Golden letters scrolled across the screen. Congratulations, host. Your performance in this simulation was outstanding. You have reached Tier 12 and earned the Supreme Champion achievement. Final grade, S-Class. 6 reward icons lit up one after another, each a different color, gleaming like treasures ready for the taking. The mechanical voice continued. You may choose 3 of the following rewards. Watch an ad to unlock one additional choice. 1. Combat Technique Cultivation Experience. 2. Martial Cultivation. Physical Power 1.999 quadrillion. Soul Power 1.999 quadrillion. Chi 1.999 quadrillion. Lifespan 200 years. 3. Martial Talent Fusion. Acquired Dao Comprehension Physique Gold. 4. Perfect Grade Pills up to Tier 11. Premium Forging Materials and Weapons. Plus 5,000 years of human technological data. Everything except the AI core will be delivered as files. 5. Insights into every skill and domain. 6. All professional experience from this simulation. Alchemist Tier 11 Mid-Grade. Spirit Plant Master Tier 10 Top Grade. Forge Master Tier 11 Mid-Grade. Array Master Tier 11 Mid-Grade. 6 disciplines in total. At the bottom of the panel, the words S-Class Privilege pulsed in orange, indicating he could actually pick 4 rewards this time. Luo Xiao stared at the blinking cursor and took stock. Thanks to the fusion with the Dao Comprehension Physique, his techniques, domains, and professional levels had soared from Tier 9 to Tier 11. By comparison, his martial realm had advanced only modestly. Although every attribute had increased tenfold, with only 4 choices available, he could afford to skip it for now. With his new talent, he would naturally surpass his current strength within a few hundred years. The first 3 picks were obvious: technique experience, fusion talent, and domain insights. The final slot was a toss-up between the cache of items and the professional rank package, a dilemma that made him fall silent for a moment. The pills and materials held limited personal value, yet could transform Wuxia's entire landscape. In particular, the technological archive could push human science forward by centuries. Near the end of the simulation, humanity had already built weapons capable of killing an 11th-tier sovereign, and with a few more runs they might even forge a device able to hunt a 12th-tier powerhouse. Moreover, during this run his alchemy and forging had been capped by his own cultivation, never touching the limits of his comprehension. Once his realm rose again, elevating alchemy to Tier 11 top grade or even perfect grade would take only a few thousand years. Even if he chose the profession reward now, producing an equivalent stockpile of pills and weapons would still cost millennia. It made far more sense to bring back finished pills, arrays, and materials and invest that precious time in cultivation. The clincher was the high-level AI core. Only it could jam foreign cultivators' communications and pinpoint their coordinates in real time, allowing him to eliminate every potential threat. After weighing everything, he abandoned the profession reward and selected the item package instead. The confirmation button flashed. He tapped it, and 4 pillars of light descended. Multicolored runes poured into his body, tempering flesh and soul as if smelted by divine fire, surging upward in an instant. When the process ended, the panel faded, leaving only a faint afterglow. Luo Xiao lifted his gaze, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Next time I travel to the future, I hope the world waiting for me will be entirely different. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Luo Xiao opted for the reward without hesitation. The Yoran threat had taught him one brutal truth. If a hidden danger was not uprooted, it would eventually spell annihilation for Huaxia, no matter what race the enemy belonged to. Even if 90% of them were innocent, he had to be ruthless for Huaxia's future. Ding selection confirmed. The rewards were being delivered. As the system chime faded, a thunderclap exploded in his mind. Torrents of ferocious memories poured in. An 11th tier mid-grade intent cultivation method, matching high-level combat arts, 8-fold sword intent, 8-fold blade intent, 6-fold slaughter intent, and 2 domains that had undergone qualitative transformation. At the same time, the system's storage filled with a mountain of pills, every one of them tier 10 or higher, with an astonishing number at tier 11. If these pills were distributed among Earth's humans, the number of supreme-level experts would multiply several times over within a millennium, and war gods would emerge by the dozens. He glanced at the clock. More than 10 hours had passed since he entered the Divine Martial Cavern. The longer the simulation ran, the faster real-time flowed, something he had noted with silent amazement. By now, the war gods should be wrapping up their tasks. He opened a channel to Li Jing Wu. How's it going? Are the people assembled? What about the supplies? He got straight to the point. Li Jing Wu's reply made him frown. Teacher, we have a problem. The information leaked. Several nations have joined forces and are preparing to strike back at Huaxia. I suspect a traitor high in the human ranks. Don't suspect, there definitely is one, Luo Xiao replied coldly. But don't worry. Keep gathering our people. They'll handle their so-called coalition. Earth had expanded considerably since the cataclysm, yet it was still nowhere near as vast as it had been a millennium ago. With his power, he could traverse the planet in moments. That coalition army was nothing but a cluster of ants. Even if they split into dozens of groups, it would simply take him a little longer to eradicate them. From the system space, he produced a pitch-black crystal and pressed it against the back of his hand. Buzz. The crystal flowed like liquid metal, enveloping his entire arm. Beep. Model 5060 Smart Wrist Module online. Please input the activation code. Shenwu, Luo Xiao said calmly. Activation code accepted. All functions unlocked. Connecting to the network, connection established. Time discrepancy detected, correcting time synchronized. The prompts rolled on. Infiltrate every network of this era and take control of all data streams, Luo Xiao ordered, his voice quiet but immutable. Then shut down and block every human communication device and network connection. He spoke without inflection, yet an icy finality permeated each word. After all, there were people within humanity who needed to be dealt with as well. Initiating command and seizing top-level network authority. Override complete. Global blackout engaged. At the same moment, power grids in every city on Earth collapse. Computers, phones, and televisions, every screen goes dark. Billions are instantly thrust into a signalless primitive age. An hour earlier, at the White House in the United States, the Oval Office resembles a war room. 3 martial gods and more than a dozen martial saints stand around the circular table. One of America's 2 martial gods, MacArthur, adjusts his sunglasses, his voice low but heavy with authority. Gentlemen, the latest intelligence from Huaxia. The entire human elite training camp has been wiped out, and the mastermind is the Huaxia Grandmaster Luo Xiao. Simon and the 10 martial gods who went to intercept him were slaughtered as well. His next move is to eradicate every one of our civilizations. We are at the brink of extinction. I need everyone to set aside their grudges and protect your nations. NATO martial god Austin folds his arms, brow furrowed. Who exactly is Luo Xiao? 10 martial gods together, plus the Russian emperor, couldn't touch him. If we pile our people together, we're just marching to our deaths. The German martial god Adolf sneers, his gaze sweeping over several fighters of Jewish descent. TCH, it's those damn Jews. If they hadn't pushed you to ambush Luo Xiao, he wouldn't be this extreme. Frankly, the Jews should have been wiped out long ago. Looks like Luo Xiao will finish the great work our German hero left unfinished. Such a vile race deserves no mercy. Several Jewish martial saints leaped to their feet, fury blazing. Adolf, what's that supposed to mean? Trying to revive fascism? Wasn't the persecution back then enough? You should be on your knees begging forgiveness from our ancestors. The room erupts with curses and glares. Boom. Adolf's face turns icy, true energy roaring inside him like thunder. Didn't expect so many Jews hiding here. Fine, I'll start with you. He grins cruelly. murder flashing in his eyes as he moves to strike. Enough. MacArthur steps between them, a wall of true energy flaring from his palm. Put the past aside. Survival is all that matters now. If anyone starts fighting, we'll tear ourselves apart long before the Huaxiao army arrives. Austin answers coldly. Survival? Easy to say. Do you know how to kill Luo Xiao? NATO detected nuclear signatures at least 100 times stronger than Zarbomba. Simon must have used a hydrogen bomb. Even that couldn't kill Luo Xiao and Li Jing Wu. Tell me, what weapon do we have left? Silence swallows the room. Every face turns ashen, as though a massive stone were crushing their chests. The terror of Zarbomba remains legendary to this day. Amplified 100-fold, that strike could have leveled an entire pre-cataclysm continent. Yet even such world-shattering force failed to kill Luo Xiao and Li Jing Wu. For a moment, everyone fell silent. If even that couldn't do it, what else could possibly finish them off? Humph. If we can't kill them, can't we just run? A martial saint snorted, his voice echoing through the hall. The planet is riddled with underworld caverns now. If we hide down there, do you really think they can turn every tunnel inside out to find us? Heads nodded all around. It was a desperate plan, but the only one that offered even a sliver of hope. Damn it. If Huaxiao wants us dead, we'll make sure they suffer too, MacArthur snarled. Gather every nuke we have, and aim them all at Huaxiao. I don't care how strong Li Jing Wu and Luo Xiao are, they can't stop a worldwide salvo of nuclear warheads. The moment he finished, the others voiced their agreement. If Huaxia showed no mercy, why should they? With that, every powerhouse contacted the launch facilities in their home countries. More than a century after the cataclysm, every surviving nation still had nukes, plenty of them, and far deadlier than before. Even if Huaxia's interception network blocks 99% of them, the remaining 1% will still flatten half their cities, someone calculated coldly. Time ticked away. Around the globe, missiles stood on final countdown, awaiting only the last authorization code. Gentlemen, are we ready? This strike will cripple Huaxia. While they're reeling, we'll slip into the caverns and bide our time for a comeback, MacArthur said with an icy grin, eyes gleaming with malice. We've been ready for ages. Ha ha ha. We should thank Huaxia's traitor. Without the tip-off, we never could have deployed this fast. Seriously, what was that moron thinking? Huaxia is that powerful, and he still dared to betray them. Who cares? The more fools like that, the better for us. Let's see if Huaxia survives this folly. The hall rang with manic laughter and jeers. Their nations might be doomed, but dragging Huaxia down with them would feel like a tidy profit. All right, if everyone's ready, fire. MacArthur barked. At that instant, every one of them tapped the launch icon on their smartwatches. Bzzz. A blinding flash streaked across each screen, then every watch went dark. Astonishment swept the room. What's going on? A malfunction now? Shit, mine's dead too. EMP from the warheads? Nonsense, they haven't even launched yet. And if there really were radiation, it should be frying Huaxia, not us. Chaos erupted in the hall as they stared at one another, a creeping dread taking hold. Adolf rubbed his chin, a strange tremor in his voice. I've got a bad feeling about this. Bzzz. Suddenly their water glasses began to quiver. Bzzz. The entire building and then the ground itself started to shake, each jolt hitting like a sledgehammer to the chest, squeezing the air from their lungs as if the end of the world were rushing in. Buzz. A blinding white flash pierced the heavy curtains. The on-duty Marshal Saint yanked them open, and searing light flooded the room, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When their vision cleared, they froze in horror. A mushroom cloud thousands of meters high was rising from the horizon, its monstrous shockwave tearing across the sky toward the White House. Run! MacArthur roared. The shockwave was already on top of them. Boom! In a radial burst of fire, the White House and the surrounding blocks were vaporized. The viewpoint lifts to the upper atmosphere. From above, New York is completely swallowed by the wake of a super nuke, the most powerful warhead ever built, forged with the full might of the United States and codenamed Statue of Liberty. Its name was blunt. Anyone it struck would meet freedom face to face. Because its yield was so immense, it had been limited to underground silos and never deployed against Luo Xiao or Li Jing Wu. Now Luo Xiao had hijacked it and turned it back on U.S. soil. Simultaneously, the same doomsday spectacle was unfolding over every city on Earth except those within Huaxia. Humanity's nuclear stockpile could easily burn the planet, but missile defense networks normally reduced the odds of a direct hit to less than 1%, and most of those fell on second-tier targets. This time Luo Xiao hacked the global defense grid, disabled every interceptor, and steered each warhead into the heart of every major city. He went further. Before each nuke struck, he ordered local stockpiles to launch a second wave, firing every missile toward the surrounding beast zones. Those areas teemed with hunters and explorers, and Luo Xiao's AI locked onto every electronic device they carried, ensuring flawless, pinpoint strikes. Luo Xiao now hovered beyond geosynchronous orbit, surveying the forests of mushroom clouds below with a placid heart. Thanks to Earth's enhanced regenerative abilities, the blast zones would be rebuilt soon enough. Seizing the moment, He planned to merge every city within Huaxia into a handful of giant urban clusters. The administrative headache would be immense but preferable to watching his species wiped out. Xiao Wu, have you locked onto every trader inside Huaxia? He asked casually. Confirmed. All targets located and tracked. Lists sorted by threat level, replied the mid-tier Tier 11 intelligence core Xiao Wu, as a pale blue holographic screen unfolded before him. The roster was staggering, because Luo Xiao's filter was merciless. Anyone who had ever colluded with foreign or alien forces, no matter how minor the damage to Huaxia's interest, was flagged. The list contained tens of millions of names. Yet the most striking entry was the photograph at the very top. Luo Xiao recognized it instantly. It was Mo Xiao. Him? Luo Xiao's brow tightened at once. He had entertained the idea of eliminating this man long ago, but seeing Mo Xiao blatantly ranked first still sent a hard shock through him. Luo Xiao opened Mo Xiao's complete dossier of treachery, lines of blood-red text flashing across the screen. With every page he read, his killing intent boiled hotter. The recent destruction of the human prodigy training camp, he discovered, had been caused by Mo Xiao himself leaking intelligence. A few other prodigies within the human ranks had also colluded with external enemies, yet they knew a simple truth. As long as Luo Xiao lived, the alien races were doomed, and once their plot failed, every follower would die. Mo Xiao was different, had conspired with outsiders far too often, even aiding foreign powers in slaying Huaxia prodigies. If exposed, death was the only end awaiting him. He was afraid, and with good reason. His sole retreat was to protect, at any cost, the identity of his highest handler MacArthur. As long as MacArthur stayed hidden, Luo Xiao would have trouble tracing the chain upward. Unfortunately for Mo Xiao, every call and secret report now lay before Luo Xiao, every word as clear as thunder. Luo Xiao's eyes turned icy while the future moment of Zhao Ziyan's demise surfaced in his Mindan ambush, just as Zhao attempted to break into the martial god realm. Luo Xiao was now 80% certain that tragedy, too, had been spawned by a conspiracy between Mo Xiao and the alien races. Whatever the full truth, Mo Xiao was dead already in Luo Xiao's eyes. Scrolling farther, he saw countless other insects entangled with foreign civilizations. He would handle the ringleaders and anyone above Martial Saint himself, leaving the remainder for martial god Li Jing Wu to cleanse. Once the parasites were uprooted and the alien remnants hiding within Huaxia were wiped out, the nation would finally be secure. The bloody lesson of the Yu people must never be allowed to repeat itself in human history. Nuclear strikes and missiles had erased 99.999% of the alien population, yet 1 in a million still managed to survive. Given enough time, they could rise again. Fortunately, they all carried standardized tech gear, making them easier to locate. Luo Xiao ordered, Xiao Wu, tag every remaining alien outside Huaxia. Even if they're hiding in some underground hole, lock them down for me. Beep. Marking complete. Master, the AI assistant Xiao Wu replied crisply. Luo Xiao nodded, tapped the ground, turned into a streak of light, and burst through the surface, racing straight toward the imperial capital. Imperial capital of Huaxia, Grand Council Chamber. Martial god Li Jing Wu had summoned every top official in the nation. All experts of martial venerable rank and above were present. The human prodigies sat on the opposite side, with Mo Xiun, Su Jinyu, and others among them. Anyone meeting the prodigy standard was entitled to enter this hall. After calling them together, Li Jing Wu simply sat in silence, saying nothing. The hall was deathly quiet. No one dared speak. Moments earlier, each martial saint had learned that Li Jing Wu and Grandmaster Luo Xiao had wiped out the entire prodigy training camp along with more than a dozen martial saints in one stroke. Those were more than a dozen martial gods. There had once been 17 or 18 god-tier fighters on the entire planet, yet only 4 were still alive. Inside the conference hall, the surviving martial gods stared at Li Jing Wu in unconcealed shock. Even the weaker martial saints were too frightened to breathe, let alone everyone else. After the global network had been forcibly shut down, they knew nothing of the outside world, and the uncertainty gnawed at them. He's coming. Li Jing Wu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open and sat bolt upright. The others sensed the change and immediately straightened in their seats. Crack. The alloy ceiling of the Grand Council chamber split apart, revealing the pitch-black starry sky. Boom. An overwhelming aura crashed down in the next instant, irresistible as a falling mountain and flattening everyone beneath it. The air seemed to vanish. Each person felt as if they were suffocating. Li Jingwu was horrified to discover that he had been frozen in place, unable even to raise a hand. What realm is this? 5th? 6th? No, far beyond that. He had just broken into the 4th realm of intent, already considered the pinnacle, yet he still could not move an inch. The others were even worse off, their faces filled with terror and confusion. Before the eyes of all, an impossibly handsome youth descended through the opening, striding on air. Long silver hair lifted lightly behind him, starlight spilling in his wake. The moment he touched the floor, Every martial saint and martial lord who had never seen him before blanched in unison. Grandmaster Luo Xiao, only 4th level intent, yet his combat power overwhelmed Li Jing Wu. In their understanding, anyone that strong had to have lived for at least a century, and yet the young man in front of them looked barely 20. True, after entering the martial god realm one could keep a youthful face for 1,000 years, but a warrior's true age could still be judged by the density of their aura, the older, the deeper. Hiding it was possible, but fiendishly difficult, and no one believed a being as proud as Luo Xiao would bother to disguise his age. Buzz. The crushing aura vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, like a storm cut short. Everyone drew a ragged breath. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they hurriedly wiped their brows. Student greets his teacher. Li Jing Wu was the first to rise and bow respectfully to Luo Xiao. Greetings, Grandmaster Luo Xiao. Greetings, Grandmaster Luo Xiao. Greetings, Grandmaster Luo Xiao. The rest immediately followed suit, their voices joining and echoing through the hall. In the crowd, Su Jinyu gazed at the young man ahead, an involuntary smile blooming on her elegant face. This was Luo Xiao, the man she adored. On the other side, Imo Shiyun stared at the same spirited youth, worshipped by so many powerful figures, and felt a stabbing pain in her chest. Regret, anguish, and desolation flooded her heart in waves. At that moment she even began to pray that everything before her was an illusion, and that she and Luo Xiao were still in love as they had been only a month ago. Her immense power sharpened her mind to a razor edge. That was the brutal reality. Luo Xiao strode to the front of the council chamber, took the chief's seat without ceremony, and spoke in a calm, yet unmistakably commanding voice. Sit. Hearts clenched. Chairs scraped across the floor as everyone hurried to comply. You all know what happened today, so I won't waste time, Luo Xiao said, eyes lifting, tone frigid. A moment ago, I wiped out almost everyone from the other nations. As his words landed, a colossal hologram rose and filled the hall. The images showed cities around the globe engulfed in nuclear fire, fireballs churning as concrete and steel vaporized to ash. A data panel followed, listing each country's survivors. More than 100 billion souls reduced to fewer than 10 million. Fewer than 10 million? A city like Kaiyun alone held several million. The hall erupted. Shock, terror, and disbelief merged into a single roar of breath. So the Grandmaster was the one who blocked every technological signal on the planet. Even a Tier 10 AI can't do that. Could it be Tier 11? Tier 11? That's beyond a martial god. Where did he even get it? The senators talked over one another, voices thick with dread. Deep in the crowd, Imo Xiao stared at the White House crumbling to ash on the projection and felt an unexpected surge of relief. He had assumed the recordings of his calls with MacArthur were erased, certain no one would ever know. He had underestimated the privileges of a Tier 11 AI and overestimated MacArthur's loyalty. A man had backed up every call, waiting to turn them into a blade once Imo Xiao's wings were strong enough. Luo Xiao's gaze swept the hall. I have tagged every one of the surviving 10 million. After we adjourn, gather your forces and wipe them out as quickly as possible. Leave no roots behind. Understood, teacher. Li Jing Wu rose, murder in his eyes. We will complete the Missiano survivors. Luo Xiao nodded. Then his voice dropped to a lethal chill. But before we strike them, we must clean up our own house. The air froze. Hearts pounded. Was the Grandmaster about to rule by force, to silence the disobedient? Before they could respond, Luo Xiao spoke again. Our Huaxiao purification plan was leaked before it even began. And just recently, MacArthur united the remaining nations to prepare a global nuclear strike against Huaxia. He flicked his wrist, and the projection shifted. Every second of MacArthur's meeting with foreign leaders in the White House, plotting the strike, played out in full view. The contents of every closed-door meeting in the White House were laid bare in an instant. In an instant, every face in the hall changed. Damn it, an all-out nuclear strike. Someone hissed. Even if we intercept 99%, Huaxia will still be wiped off the map. Only now did they understand. That storm of warheads had been meant for them all along, until a mysterious Grandmaster hijacked them mid-flight. Who betrayed Huaxia? Furious voices rose. Only the prodigies and guardians from the human elite training camp knew the plan. The traitor is among them. If we can't find the rat, kill them all. The room bristled with killing intent. Hot-tempered Long Batian slammed the table, his voice like thunder. Seal the venue. Wipe out everyone from the training camp. Even his own grandson was on that list, and the young prodigies turned ghost pale. Ahem, no need for that. Old Long, sit down first, someone urged. Teacher must have already found the culprit. Even Li Jing Wu looked exasperated, but Long Batian finally sat down, face as black as ink. Right then, a teenage figure abruptly appeared in full view. General, emergency report. A voice familiar to many boomed through the speakers. A new Grandmaster has risen in Huaxiazerli. You've heard of him. He's terrifyingly strong. He's already slain 13 martial gods of the United States, including Sean, Simon, and Emperor Paul. His next target is to wipe out everyone outside Huaxia. When the message ended, every cadet in the human elite training camp snapped their gaze to Imo Xiao. Hearing his own recorded words, Imo Xiao went deathly pale, his shoulders trembling been exposed. Whose voice is that? So he leaked the plan? Rage echoed around the hall. Traitor. Lackey. Turncoat. If the Grandmaster hadn't stepped in, who knows how many of us would be dead. Even 1,000 cuts are too kind for him. Boom. Imo Xiao suddenly lunged, clamping both hands around the throats of the two nearest prodigies. Chains of dark energy locked their chi tight. I knew it was you. Someone spat. No wonder you always had more resources than the rest of us. Imo Xiao gave a hoarse laugh. Call it betrayal if you like. Men die for wealth, birds for grain. I didn't expect to get caught, so I'll admit defeat. But surrender? Dream on. If I die, I'm taking a few with me. His eyes were blood red, his inner power boiling as if he might self-detonate at any moment. The surrounding prodigies recoiled in shock. I've had enough of this little bastard. Long Batian roared. Let my grandson go, or he'll make you wish you were dead. Only then did everyone notice that one of the hostages was Long Batian's treasured grandson. The standoff grew even more volatile. Ungrateful wretch, what exactly have you done? Zhao Ziyun was so enraged, he almost coughed up blood. The prodigy he had painstakingly cultivated had turned out to be a traitor to humanity and had nearly condemned tens of billions to death. Humph. If you weren't so useless that you couldn't even gather a few spear manuals, I wouldn't have been tempted. You only cared about my talent. I don't owe you anything, Imo Xiao sneered, his eyes full of mockery and cold disdain. Zhao Ziyun's knuckles whitened around his spear. Imo Xiao, I thought you still had a shred of decency and would face death like a man. Clearly, I overestimated you. The spearhead trembled, brimming with killing intent. Do you really think you can harm anyone in my presence? Don't forget what power I command. The atmosphere was drawn tight as a bowstring. Everyone held their breath. Then Luo Xiao spoke quietly. You give yourself too much credit. Before his words faded, Imo Xiao's face drained of color. The dark power inside him slipped from his control, the black chains binding two young elites shattered, and the pair fled in terror. Imo Xiao himself was locked in place by the same darkness. Why can't I use my dark energy? Impossible. A higher level dark talent can't override a lower one. Mine is SSS. Imo Xiao screamed, his voice echoing through the hall. He didn't realize Luo Xiao's gift wasn't dark enhancement at all, but something far more dreadful: dark matter manipulation. All dark energy, regardless of rank, lay docile before Luo Xiao. You don't need to understand, Luo Xiao said, lifting a finger. Buzz, an invisible force yanked Imo Xiao into the air. Thud. A jet of black power burst from his chest, blood spraying in every direction. Ah! His agonized screech shook the dome. Thud, 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 thud. Black, bullet-like blasts punched through him one after another, turning his body into a sieve. His tortured howls rolled across the hall, and the onlookers felt a fierce surge of vindication. Yet a handful of faces went pale, their eyes darting nervously. Hum, 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 hum. Before they could retreat, majestic power crashed down from above, pinning each suspicious figure in place. What's happening? I can't move. It's over. We're finished. Spare us. Grandmaster War God, please. I was blinded by greed. The sudden reversal stunned the crowd, then understanding dawned. These people were traitors too. A chill ran down every spine. 7 martial saints and hundreds of martial lords. If they had struck from the shadows moments earlier, the outcome would have been disastrous. Damn it. Lao Ma, you sold out to the Yu clan? We're not done yet. Old Wang, you always looked so upright. Who knew you'd turn out to be a traitor? Damn it. Zhu Yuan, I should have let you die on the battlefield back then. Talk. Was old Zhang's death your doing? The deafening roar rolled across the hall, each curse laced with murderous intent, crashing toward the man at the center. Pop, 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 pop. Before the accusation finished echoing, several heads burst without warning. Blood and pale brain matter splattered over the tables and floor, unfurling a crimson curtain in an instant. The shouting cut off abruptly, leaving only the stench of iron and the instinctive shudder of everyone present. All their crimes will be posted on the Huaxiao website later, Luo Xiao said, his voice as cold and sharp as a drawn blade. Right now I'm holding the list of Wuzong-level traitors. You have one task: wipe them out. After that, take verified allies and sweep every nation for anyone who slipped through the net, including every traitor below Wuzong. Leave no one alive. The moment his words landed, every powerhouse straightened, their auras turning razor-edged. At Grandmaster's command. At Grandmaster's command. At Grandmaster's command. At Grandmaster's command. The steely responses reverberated beneath the dome, and in the next heartbeat the hall emptied as the warriors shot into the sky, leaving only Li Jing Wu and a dozen young prodigies behind. Teacher, what now? Li Jing Wu stepped forward, speaking at a rapid clip. Scanning the group once hailed as Wuxia's prodigies, Luo Xiao saw the blaze of worship in almost every pair of eyes. From this day on, Huaxiao would stand as the very name of humanity. I promised you a lecture on insight, but an emergency interrupted us, Luo Xiao said with a faint smile. Since you're all here, let's start right now. A cheer erupted. Many of these proud prodigies usually looked down even on Li Jing Wu. Yet now they could barely contain their excitement as the shout rolled through the hall. Li Jing Wu lifted an eyebrow. These people were the first to benefit from the new era, but what truly humbled them was his teacher's strength. By the way, your daughter left this memory stone. Luo Xiao produced a dark gold shard, having already erased the images involving himself, and handed it to Li Jing Wu. Li Jing Wu's face tightened as he took it with both hands. Teacher, he'll take my leave, he blurted, turning and hurrying away without a second thought for the class. Luo Xiao lifted his gaze to the prodigies gathering at the foot of the platform. Coincidentally, Mo Xiun and Su Jinyu ended up sitting side by side. Mo recognized Su as the girl who had recently walked across the campus with Luo Xiao. Su identified Mo at the same instant. Their eyes met, silent sparks flying. One was the ex-girlfriend, the other the prospective girlfriend, and victory was still up for grabs. Luo Xiao withdrew his gaze. His voice was level, yet carried to every corner. Today is our first official meeting, so let's begin with the fundamentals of insight. With a slight smile, he began to teach the assembled prodigies of the human race. Although today's lesson covered the same fundamentals as before, no one here except Su Jinyu had attended Luo Xiao's previous lecture. Yet in just a few days, Luo Xiao's comprehension had soared from the 6th to the 8th realm of intent, a gulf as vast as heaven and earth. His new theories were as weighty as a mountain, at least 100 times deeper than before, and the arguments he had once prized now seemed riddled with flaws. The audience was filled with prodigies from every region. Even the weakest had reached the subtle level of weapon mastery, and many were already approaching perfection, so Luo Xiao kept the pace blistering. Few had truly stepped into the realm of intent, but the geniuses who had started there already possessed a foundation of 2 layers. As Luo Xiao looked around, he could see the budding forms of future 6th and 7th layer masters, though for now they were still fledgling students. Even so, his fresh interpretation of the basics proved invaluable. With just a few words, he set several students straight who had strayed during the foundational stage, allowing them to correct their path almost immediately. Among the crowd, Mo Xiun at first merely stared blankly at Luo Xiao, but once his detailed explanation of intent began, he had her complete attention. Possessing an astonishing gift for the sword, she condensed her own first-layer sword intent in a little over 3 hours. Even Luo Xiao was secretly startled this woman would one day reach the 7th-layer sword intent. Su Jinyu was inspired as well. Though her talent lagged behind Mo Xian's, she had toiled at the sword for years and managed to forge her own sword intent 5 hours in. Seeing this, Mo Xiun shot her a proud glance. Su Jinyu could only return a helpless smile. She truly hadn't expected the other woman's talent to be this overwhelming. When the 10th hour arrived, Luo Xiao abruptly stopped. All right, he announced. That concludes today's lecture on weapon intent. The vast hall fell into stunned silence. Last time he had lectured for a full day and night. Teacher, could you go on a bit longer? Li Jing Wu, who had just hurried back, forced a smile. Yes, master, please teach a little more. I can feel my spear intent about to take shape. I'm only half a step away. The young elites clamored from below. Luo Xiao smiled. Then his expression hardened. Weapon intent is enough for now. Next, I will teach you an intent that is deeper and far more powerful. His voice was soft, but every word rang out. This new intent will become humanity's key to defeating the fierce beasts in the days to come. Li Jing Wu's breath caught, and everyone else stared wide-eyed. Can there really be an intent stronger than weapon intent? What I will explain is slaughter intent. Luo Xiao pronounced each word slowly. An instant later, the entire hall erupted. Slaughter intent, so the legend was true. Even in this era, someone could wield it. Everyone had heard of it, yet they had never imagined it could be that frightening. They assumed it merely doubled one's combat power. Even Li Jingwu felt a trace of doubt. The real reason was simple. The strongest they had ever witnessed was only a first-level slaughter intent. They had no concept of the second or third levels. A first level indeed just doubled one's strength, but when paired with a second-level weapon intent, the boost was far beyond that. Luo Xiao stated calmly, with a first-level slaughter intent and a second-level weapon intent, your strike equals a fourth-level weapon intent. If you reach the second level of slaughter intent, your base power quadruples. Then, even a second-level weapon intent can unleash the might of a sixth-level one. The arena fell silent. A second-level weapon intent matching the sixth? Was slaughter intent truly that strong? Many prodigies who were mediocre in weapon intent suddenly brightened. If they possessed talent for slaughter intent, could they not crush the very best in weapon intent? Sadly, cultivating slaughter intent was far harder than mastering ordinary martial intents. Worse, with an unstable mind, one could easily descend into madness and become a creature driven solely by killing. Only those with unwavering hearts were qualified to walk this path. Luo Xiao's tone stayed even. The crowd exchanged glances. Li Jingwu frowned. If he could master a first-level slaughter intent, his strength would doubly a tremendous edge. He couldn't help asking, Teacher, how do we know if our mindset is steady enough? Very simple. You'll find out in a moment, Luo Xiao answered with a faint smile. Boom. An overwhelming killing aura burst from him. flooding everyone's consciousness like a raging tide. Li Jing Wu was swept along with the rest. Their vision blurred, and they found themselves amid mountains of corpses, humans, beasts, and aliens heaped together, foul blood pooling into a dark abyss. Atop a crimson peak stood a figure forged from pure murderous will. In an instant, almost everyone was devoured by that endless hunger to kill, their minds reduced to a single berserk impulse. Any who lost their reason were instantly expelled from the domain. Huff, huff, huff. What just happened? Those images were terrifying. So much blood. That figure, it looked like teacher. How many has he killed? All the prodigies who had been forced out gasped in horror. Mu Xiun, who had also been expelled from the domain, stood pale-faced as she stared at Luo Xiao on the podium. Moments ago, inside the killing field, that blood-soaked figure with the eyes of an Azura had unquestionably been Luo Xiao. Yet the man now smiling gently before them seemed like a different person. In all their years together, she had never seen him wear such a frozen expression. Luo Xiao, what on earth have you been through? She whispered, her chest tight. Luo Xiao let the smile fade and spoke calmly. What you just endured was only the initial surge of murderous intent from the first tier of the slaughter concept. Unfortunately, you failed. At this moment, you're not qualified to touch even the first tier. If you force your way deeper, the killing intent will devour your sanity and turn you into mindless husks that know only how to butcher. The prodigies who had been escorted out went sheet white. So we've been eliminated? Then how did the others withstand that aura? Did someone actually tough it out? Someone in the crowd muttered back, obviously. Look at the ones who stayed. Forget the martial god. Dugu Jiantian alone has spent every day since enrollment soaking in the underground pits. The guy gets antsy if he doesn't slay a few hundred beasts a day. The rest who held on are all veterans of those blood-soaked tunnels. It's normal we couldn't last. After a brief uproar, everyone pinpointed the root of the problem. To temper a slaughter concept, the heart must be forged in killing. Understanding this, they secretly vowed to double their trips to the underworld pits, thrilled as if they had discovered a shortcut. Luo Xiao doused their enthusiasm. You're right that the slaughter concept is born of killing, but don't think sheer body counts will awaken it. Like sword intent or blade intent, it demands talent. A genius might grasp sword intent in a year or even days. Without talent, a person could train for decades, centuries, millennia, and still never touch the threshold. It's the same with the slaughter concept. What another comprehends from taking a single life might outweigh what you gain from wiping out an entire planet. The fervor drained from the prodigy's talent always came first. Effort only accelerated what talent allowed. Without it, hard work led nowhere. At that moment, they finally noticed a few reclusive maniacs deep in the crowd, still wreathed in boiling blood energy, clearly locked inside the killing field and untouched by the first wave of murderous intent. Teacher, the longer someone lasts, the stronger their talent, right? A student asked. Luo Xiao nodded. Correct. Anyone who can survive the first round in my killing field will, at minimum, master the second tier of the slaughter concept in the future. Those of you eliminated but already tempered by years of real combat still have a chance through systematic training to touch the first or even the second tier. Reaching the third, however, is nearly impossible. For those who rarely stain their hands with blood, a pure heart might let you break into the third tier, yet stepping into the fourth is virtually out of reach. Analogously, anyone who can endure my double-layer killing intent will see their innate talent rise by one tier. Survive triple-layer killing intent, and it rises by 2 more tiers, and so on. It's not absolute. Some people awaken suddenly, but the pattern holds well enough. Luoxio's voice echoed through the silent hall like a razor's edge, laying bare everyone's future in a single sentence. At his words, every prodigy turned ghost white. Emotion bit her lip. Be that standard, she might not even reach triple killing intent. Yet Su Jinyu still sat cross-legged at the center of the slaughter domain, utterly unmoved. The next wave would bring double killing intent. Begin, Luo Xiao said calmly. Boom. A dozen prodigies, shrouded in blood-red flames, flared with power. Crimson mist surged skyward. Within a heartbeat, several weaker cultivators paled, tasted blood, and spewed it out, torn from their trance. They looked around in confusion as the murderous aura drained away. Hands behind his back, Luo Xiao spoke evenly. Regulate your breathing. He'll explain everything once the test is over. Though those 7 or 8 had lasted only a single layer, the brand of the killing Tao was already seared into them. With systematic training, they could stabilize at the second layer one day, perhaps even challenge the third. Only 4 contenders remained: Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, Dugu Jiantian, and a silent young man. The air grew dense, every breath tinged with cold steel. Triple killing intent commence, Luo Xiao ordered. Boom. Their auras surged again. In an instant, Dugu Jiantian and the silent youth grunted, blood jetting from their lips. On the brink of collapse, they slumped into their seats, gasping. A wave of shocked cries swept the hall. The remaining 2 had actually endured triple killing intent. By Luoxio's reckoning, anyone capable of that could one day reach the 5th layer estate that multiplies combat power 32-fold, brushing the threshold of 6th layer weapon intent. All eyes fixed on Li Jing Wu and Su Jinyu, breath shallow with anticipation. Quadruple slaughter intent commence, Luo Xiao pronounced. Boom. Two torrents of killing force crashed like raging seas. Li Jing Wu's face turned ashen. His meridians felt ready to burst. Uft. A mist of blood sprayed out, his body went limp, and he toppled caught just in time by two sharp-eyed peers. With a flick of Luoxio's fingers, a flash of cold light became a fragrant pill. A 10th-grade elixir streaked through the air and landed precisely in Li Jingwu's mouth. Warmth flooded him, and torn tissues knit together at a rate visible to the naked eye. Thank you, teacher. He clasped his fists, suppressing his shock. Inside, waves roared, recovering most of his strength in a few breaths, could only mean this was a perfect grade 10th level pill. The spectators stared, shaken to their cores. In the end, only Su Jinyu still stood beneath quadruple killing intent. Yet everyone understood. The stronger the killing intent, the deadlier the backlash when one could no longer bear it. You've only been exposed to 4 tiers of killing intent. A 5th could ravage your soul, Luo Xiao warned, his voice heavy with concern. At his words, the entire training arena fell silent. Every gaze locked onto Su Jinyu, who had been about to attempt the 5th tier. If she failed, soul damage was almost guaranteed, and nothing is harder to mend than a wounded soul. A low hum rippled through the air as Su Jinyu's bloodlust subsided and the murderous aura ebbed like a retreating tide. She released a long, steady breath and opened her eyes, meeting the crowd's collective stare with a faint frown. She had never enjoyed being the center of attention. Teacher, why aren't we testing the 5th tier? Li Jingwu asked, hand raised. There's no need. What if she can't take it? Even if I could repair her soul, this is only a test. It isn't worth her life, Luo Xiao replied bluntly. The logic sounded reasonable, yet his protectiveness was unmistakable. The prodigies exchanged knowing looks. The rumors must be true. Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu were likely a pair. Since her return, she had been living under the same roof as the Grandmaster. Back in their cohort, she was the acknowledged goddess, admired by many but claimed by none. Only Luo Xiao seemed her equal. Whispers of gossip spread, and beside Su Jinyu, Emo Shiyun stiffened. The confidence she once drew from her own talent crumbled under Su Jinyu's feat of enduring 4-fold killing intent. A foreboding certainty rose within her. She would be left far behind. Su Jinyu, hearing Luo Xiao's answer, felt a subtle tremor in her heart. His concern had always been there. Her lips curved into a rare smile, and in that moment many hearts in the arena quietly broke. It was a smile that would never belong to them. Once the atmosphere settled, Luo Xiao addressed the crowd. Your affinity for killing intent has been measured, but reaching your true limit requires systematic training. Today I'll teach you how to cultivate the domain of killing intent. It will be a long session, so stay focused. Everyone hurried back to their seats, listening in absolute silence. The domain of killing intent was many times more intricate than any ordinary domain, and nearly everyone present was a complete novice. Luo Xiao started with the simplest sense, perceiving a trace of murderous intent, then moved on to condensing a killing thought. He lectured for over a full day, repeating concepts again and again, and only after 2 days and 2 nights did the lesson finally end. Class, we're truly finished, Luo Xiao said from the podium, his voice hoarse. The next session might be a few days from now or 1,000 years. Whenever it comes, remember this. Your foremost duty is to protect humanity's progress. Anyone who hampers or harms our people is our enemy. It sounded like both farewell and warning. The prodigies sat in a long, thoughtful silence. Afterward, Luo Xiao dismissed the class and motioned for everyone to leave except Li Jing Wu. How's the traitor purge progressing? He asked, calling up a projection from the AI, Xiao Wu. On the light screen, the locations of nearly 10 million fugitives and tens of millions of traitors within human territory flashed, in rapid succession. Most targets had already been eliminated. Only a handful remained. A scattered few still hid deep in underground caverns, waiting to be found. They've buried themselves deep. It could take years to hunt every last one of them down. Li Jing Wu's expression darkened at the remark. The scattered remnants might number only in the tens of thousands, but who could guarantee they wouldn't rise again someday? He ground out, not a single one can be allowed to survive. Erase them all. Luo Xiao gave no reply. Instead, he retrieved a silvery gray crystal no larger than a fingernail. This is an 11th tier artificial intellect, he said. From this moment on, it's yours. He pointed to several metal crates at his feet. Those hold cutting-edge technology, thousands of years ahead of anything humanity currently commands. He pressed the nano-intellect into Li Jing Wu's palm. 11th tier technology that eclipsed everything in existence. Li Jing Wu drew a sharp breath, his voice shaking. Teacher, where did you get this? We're talking about a gap of millennia. Luo Xiao raised a hand for patience and produced a thick stack of jade slips. These contain cultivation manuals from the 8th to the 11th tier artistic conception, the killing concept, and the crucial domain techniques. They're top secret and must be given only to humanity's most loyal and gifted. After a brief pause, he handed over a dark gold storage ring. Inside are large quantities of nearly perfect pills, from the 8th to the 11th tier. Distribute them only to the handful of people you trust absolutely. The deluge of gifts left Li Jing Wu speechless. Perfect 11th tier pills, things he had never even seen. His blood surged. With these, he might break through the realm beyond martial god in no time. And with 11th tier techniques as well, humanity might finally reinvent itself within a century. Just as excitement made him tremble, a sudden realization drained the color from his face. Wait, teacher, why give me everything at once? Wouldn't gradual handoff be safer? It feels like you're settling your affairs. Luo Xiao smiled casually. I may be away for a while, exploring some mysterious caverns. I'm not sure when he'll leave or when he'll return, so I'd rather pass everything to you now than scramble later. Li Jingwu's face fell, and he blurted, Teacher, you're not ill, are you? I'm going on an expedition, not to my grave, Luo Xiao said, rolling his eyes. If anyone here has issues, it's you for thinking like that. Caught out, Li Jingwu coughed and scratched his head. Ahem, just looking out for you. Luo Xiao seized the moment to change the subject. How's the purchase of beast cores and energy crystals coming? Li Jingwu snapped back to business. We hit a snag. Our plans leaked, and the supply of cores dropped by 2/3. Even so, the remaining third is substantial. Everything's been moved to the Imperial Treasury. And since you wiped out the neighboring nations, I've already sent teams to clear their battlefields. They've been shipping more back over the past 2 days, someone reported. Altogether, it's a bit more than we paid for in the first place. It's a shame most of it was vaporized in the nukes, Li Jingwu said, his voice tight. Luo Xiao showed no surprise. He nodded slightly. The fact we managed to get this much is already impressive. I'll withdraw my share first. These pills will count as the resources we're trading with the government, though I'm not sure they'll be enough. As he spoke, a flash of light slipped from his sleeve. A neat pile of pills appeared in front of them. It was only 1% of his stock, yet enough to arm thousands of martial gods and more than a dozen supremes. The remaining 99% he planned to deliver after his 1,000-year journey. Enough, more than enough, this is plenty. Li Jingwu exclaimed, repeating himself in excitement. Even a single 11th tier perfect pill is worth far more than these beast cores. Luo Xiao smiled and swept the pills back into his sleeve. Good. Now take me to the National Vault. I have other uses for those cores. Right away, sir. This way, Li Jingwu said, hurrying ahead. In only a few minutes they reached a high-security warehouse hundreds of meters underground. It covered tens of millions of square meters, its walls as thick as a fortress. Bright lights revealed mountains of glimmering energy, the entire stockpile of beast cores. Every tier from 1st to 10th was represented. Everything's here, teacher, Li Jingwu said, stepping aside respectfully. Then I'll take it, Luo Xiao replied. A low hum filled the air. Silver light burst from an 11th tier, mid-grade perfect storage ring, and every core vanished into it. The vast warehouse was suddenly empty. Li Jingwu's eyes widened, and his heart pounded. What level is that ring? How can it hold so much space? Luo Xiao offered no explanation. Instead, he gave a silent command. System, absorb everything. Command received. Beginning absorption of energy materials, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind. He knew this might be the last large haul of simulation points for some time. Collecting more cores on Earth would be nearly impossible, and he had no idea how many points higher-level simulations would demand. Let's hope this impresses me, he thought, looking at the now barren vault. Congratulations, host, the system chimed. Massive energy absorbed. Simulation points gained, 25 trillion. Luo Xiao's eyebrow lifted. He had expected a hefty sum, but the moment the words 25 trillion rang out, he couldn't suppress the spark of light in his eyes. The entire human treasury only totals about 100 trillion, he mused. I thought turning everything into beast cores would net at most 10 trillion points. He hadn't expected there would still be 25 trillion points left, especially after most of the reserve had been ruined. Standing in the cavernous National Vault, Luo Xiao swept his gaze across row after row of alloy crates packed with beast cores and couldn't help marveling. If he gathered every surviving beast core on the planet, the total would probably break a quadrillion. With 25 trillion points, he could buy 2,500 gold tier talents, and a single gold tier talent was enough to let him dominate Earth. Value like that was almost unbeatable. With such wealth in hand, he no longer had to worry about running out of simulation points. As for simulations in worlds beyond the advanced tier, he would improvise as he went. Luo Xiao saw no need to overthink it. After a brief inventory, he and Li Jingwu left the vault side by side. At dusk, Luo Xiao returned to his own estate. In front of the iron gate, a slender figure stood on the steps. Imo Shiyun. Clutching her skirt, she looked both hopeful and nervous. Luo Xiao's brows knitted, and he brushed past her as if he hadn't seen her. Luo Xiao? Hearing her call, she trotted a few steps to catch up. What is it? His tone was icy, his brows still drawn. A few days ago he had made himself perfectly clear, yet she was back again, and the persistence was testing his patience. Imo Shiyun opened her mouth, hesitated, then finally mustered her courage. I want to talk with you. I thought I made everything clear the other day. There's nothing to discuss. Luo Xiao turned to leave. I'm sorry. I really didn't come by choice. Mo Yaozu wants to see you. Her voice trembled. He's threatening to starve himself. And my parents say they'll kill themselves if I refuse. I had no other choice. So, before she could finish, Luo Xiao's expression grew colder. Yesterday, the Huaxiao authorities had announced his identity to the world, and everyone now knew who had crushed the invading nations. The title martial ancestor Luo Xiao had been coined jointly by every faction and was already on every tongue. And Imo Yaozumo Zion's younger brother, the one who had once tried to sell his own sister to an old man just to buy a new sports car, now wanted to meet him, crying, threatening, and playing at suicide again. Luo Xiao sneered. Imo Shiyun, you're not who you used to be, and your family no longer has any right to dictate your life. Plenty of people want to see me. He doesn't qualify and you don't get to decide whom I meet. Stop coming here, before I say something even harsher. With those hard words, Luo Xiao strode toward the Sky Peak Institute, his back straight and unyielding. Imo Shiyun stood frozen, her body trembling. In the past, if Luo Xiao had heard she was being forced by her family, he would have rushed to help at once. Now, all that remained was his disgust. Only then did she realize she had truly lost the man who had once loved her with all his heart. Night had fallen by the time she stumbled back to her family's estate. The moment she stepped through the door, she saw a swaggering teenager Mo Yaozu sprawled across a leather sofa, while her parents wandered the spacious living room, stroking every expensive fixture they could reach. After becoming one of humanity's prodigies, Imo Shiyun had moved into one of the most luxurious manners available. To her parents and brother, who had grown up in a slum in a small city, the priceless villa and its furnishings were like something out of a fairy tale. They caressed each decoration greedily, as though it might vanish the next second. TSK, Imo Shiyun. Who knew this place was so huge and so fancy? And you never bothered to tell me? Imo Yaozu drawled. Guess I'll have to punish you for that. I've decided. From now on, this is my home. In the living room, Imo Yaozu folded his arms and glared defiantly. His icy stare swept over the dining table, then he snorted. Hey, you useless girl, hand every resource you've got to your brother. Don't you know he's at a critical stage for his college upgrade exams? And where's that punk Luo Xiao? Can't you even keep one man under control? Before he could finish, Imo mother's friend who looked strikingly like Fu Shower sauntered in, cursing Imo Shiyun. Were we blind? Who would have thought that loser turned into humanity's strongest overnight? Huh, he worships you. So our Imo clan is about to become the most prestigious family around. Tell him to fork over more resources so we can all become martial gods. He'll slaughter everyone who ever disrespected me. A burly man beside her shook his leg and grinned viciously. Imo Shiyun stood silently by the sofa, her eyes devoid of life. Gone mute, you money-draining wretch. Imo mother screeched, rushing at her. Speak. Imo Shiyun looked up, her voice cold as forged steel. Speak about what? How you forced me to break up with Luo Xiao. Or how you tried to sell me off to buy that little beast a car. Listen carefully. Luo Xiao and I are finished. As for all of you, get out. The room went deathly silent. Damn you. Imo Yaozu roared, his face twisted. Call me a beast, will you? Pretty face, fiery temper. You'll have to marry someday, why not me? Mom, Dad, hold her down. Imo father and Imo mother lunged, convinced the newly awakened Imo Shiyun was still the pliable girl they could bully. Boom. Blinding light exploded from her body. White-hot energy flooded the room like a falling sun. A pillar of radiance tore through the air and struck Imo Yaozu. He vaporized before he could even scream, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Imo father and Imo mother's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. My Yaozu. Imo mother howled, her features contorted with tears. You bitch. You worthless wretch. You killed my son. He'll kill you. She charged at Imo Shiyun like a madwoman. SHHK. A blade of pure light shot from Imo Zion's palm, too fast to leave an afterimage. The saber-sharp edge pierced Imo mother's chest. Blood splattered across the wall. She stared down in shock, trembling fingers brushing the wound. Pop, pop, pop. Countless microbeams erupted inside her, the same move Luo Xiao once used to slay Imo Xiao. Screaming in agony, Imo mother was consumed by the light and vanished. Only Imo father remained. His legs trembled like reeds in the wind, dry whimpers rattling in his throat. Imo Zion's eyes glowed crimson, her killing intent so cold it made the air quiver. She advanced step by step, the tiles cracking beneath the pressure of her power. Imo father backed into a corner, his face deathly pale. What are you doing? I'm your father. You can't kill me. At that moment, Mo's father lost his composure completely. The cold white lights washed over the marble floor, and the spiritual power swirling in Imo Zion's hand seemed almost tangible. Under the shifting glare, her face grew even darker. If you hadn't pushed me, I would have walked beside Luo Xiao long ago. Would I have been forced to live like this? You treated me as a tool from the day I was born. Now that I finally have strength, it's your turn to taste torment. Dread gnawed at Mo's father, yet he still forced himself to curse. Damn it. A slut is always a slut. Sure, we made you break up, but you didn't fight us, did you? You wanted to dump Luo Xiao yourself. Stop pretending. The kid was probably testing one's talent explodes that fast. You ditched him because he was broke, and now you regret it? Huh. His rant grew wilder, spit flying everywhere. You look down on us, but what about you? How are you different from any gold digger? If not for Luo Xiao, you'd still be servicing dirty old men. The minute you awakened talent, you kicked him away. What a fine daughter. If you'd had one shred of backbone, would we have dared say a word? Rotten seed, rotten flower. If we're trash, so are you. Go on, kill me. Yao's is dead already. I don't want to live, either. The tirade lasted half an hour. When his throat was raw and his chest heaving, he finally stopped. Mo Xiun had stood unmoving, knuckles white, lips bleeding where she had bitten them. Are you finished? She asked at last, her voice terrifyingly calm. A chill ran through Mo's father. The satisfaction of his outburst vanished, and he reflexively stepped back. You're right, Mo Xiun whispered, taking a slow breath. I'm a slut, a gold digger, a whore. Satisfied? If so, go join Yaozu. Boom. A blinding light burst from her body, as intense as sudden daylight. The beam struck Mo's father, and in an instant countless threads of light pierced him. Blood and charred flesh scattered through the villa, his screams echoing until, like Mo's mother before him, he dissolved in agony. When the brilliance faded, only shattered furniture and the acrid scent of burning remained. Mo Zion's legs buckled, and she sank to the icy floor. From now on, I have no family. No one will ever care about me again. Her voice was empty. She coughed a mouthful of bright blood onto the pale tiles. Unable to stay upright, she toppled over and slipped into unconsciousness. Several kilometers away, atop a high-rise, the evening wind tugged at a black coat. Through a scrying array, a pair of calm eyes watched the distant villa. So that's why the files in the last few simulations listed the entire Mo family as missing, Luo Xiao murmured, understanding dawning in his gaze. Turns out Mo Xiun handled it herself. You'd never guess, but she's ruthless when she acts. He felt no pity for Mo Xiun. He had simply come to remove a few pests, given the Mo family's long record of cruelty. Normally, they couldn't cause disaster, but if they pushed Mo Xiun into endangering humanity, it would no longer be a private grudge. He had plenty of personal grudges against the Mo clan as well. For years their people had insulted him, beaten him, even cheated him out of money, and only for Mo Zion's sake had he put up with it. Now he simply murmured, I hope that without your family's interference you can finally be yourself, then looked away and ignored her. As he turned to leave the hall, Luo Xiao suddenly remembered something. He paused, walked to the room next door, and knocked. Click. The lock turned, and the door creaked open a crack. Su Jinyu peeked out, wrapped in a pale lace nightdress. The sheer fabric hinted at the curve from shoulder to waist, and even she blushed at how revealing it was. Luo Xiao? It's late, what is it? A faint fragrance drifted in on the night breeze. Luo Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced down the heat rising inside him. I saw your gift for cultivating the slaughter intent today. I brought you something. He drew out an exquisite storage ring-smooth, silver-white metal set with a tiny, clear crystal that gleamed like a diamond engagement ring. It was obviously designed for a woman. Su Jinyu froze. Is this really for me? Her voice trembled and her cheeks burned. A diamond ring for a girl, the implication was clear. What was he trying to say? Of course, Luo Xiao said solemnly. Instinctively she extended her right hand, palm down. Luo Xiao hesitated, then took her cool fingertips and slowly slid the ring onto her slender fourth finger. The moment metal touched skin, memories from countless simulations, 10,000 years of training, battles, and standing shoulder to shoulder to protect humankind surged through his mind. Those centuries left him with feelings for Su Jinyu he could hardly express, along with a lingering sense of debt. The touch of her hand made his heartbeat quicken. Su Jinyu lowered her gaze to the glittering ring, eyes soft as water. When she looked up again, the warmth in her stare turned the air itself suggestive. Luo Xiao snapped back to himself, released her hand, and cleared his throat. By the way, I may be gone for a while. I'm not sure when I'll be back. What? Where are you going? Is it dangerous? Su Jinyu blurted, worry written across her face. It's not dangerous, and I promise I'll return, I just don't know when. Had already told Li Jing Wu the same thing. The explanation was meant to reassure those who cared about him when he vanished for a 1,000-year journey. Luo Xiao, Su Jinyu parted her lips, ready to say those 3 words, but lost her nerve. Yes? Luo Xiao prompted gently. It's nothing. She shook her head, lashes lowering to hide her shyness. Just be safe. He'll wait for you. I will. Luo Xiao gave a faint smile, then turned and walked away. Su Jinyu fixed her gaze on his receding figure, her slender fingers clutching the hem of her robe as though a single blink might make her miss something vital. Only when Luo Xiao pushed open his door and it closed with a dull thud did she finally exhale and whisper, actually, I like you. System, initiate the future simulation. Back in his room, Luo Xiao spoke with calm efficiency. Think command received. Launching advanced simulation world, future. A clear chime echoed in his mind, followed by a line of radiant golden text. Please choose one of the following talents as your starting trait. 1. Golden Talent Postnatal Enlightened Physique. Comprehension 2000. 2. Golden Talent Postnatal Tao Physique. Constitution 2000. 3. Golden Talent Postnatal Spear Demon Physique. Awakens the Spear Demon Body. Spear Technique Comprehension 4000. 4. Golden Talent Dark Demon God Bloodline. Grants the bloodline of a dark demon god, empowering you with dark power and demonic power. Using both simultaneously provides a 6,400 damage bonus. Side effect: permanent transformation into a demon, though your mind remains intact. Also grants dark matter manipulation. Constitution 2000. 5. Golden Talent 8-Winged Holy Angel. Grants light power and holy power. Using both simultaneously provides a 6,400 damage bonus. Side effect: permanent transformation into an angel, though your mind remains intact. Also grants Cosmic Star Body. Constitution 2000. Selecting a golden talent costs an additional 10 billion simulation points. 5 golden entries again, Luo Xiao muttered, eyes narrowing as he scanned the panel. But now 2 are bloodline talents. Excitement stirred in his chest. He already possessed dark matter manipulation, and his grasp of dark power had grown deeper. If I take the dark demon god bloodline, dark power would jump 64 times, and I'd gain an extra 2,000 constitution, basically a free Tao physique. His fist tightened, enthusiasm flashing across his face. The side effect is annoying, but the payoff is huge. It's like grabbing 2 golden talents at once, totally worth it. Worried about the drawback, he asked, System, can the side effect be removed by watching an ad? Ding, side effect is non-consumable and can be removed. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. Then I'll choose the Dark Demon God Bloodline. Ding, command confirmed. Talent selection successful. Free attribute points applied. Constitution 100. Simulation initiated. Total cost: 10.1 billion simulation points. The announcement faded, and the simulation began. Day 1, you have transmigrated. In the instant you arrive, your bloodline erupts like a breached dam, dark power and demonic power roaring together. Crack. Bones swell, skin splits and heals, and black scales spread across your body. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Your height skyrockets beyond sight until you stand more than 20,000 meters tall, exactly the standard for a 5th realm war god demon. Even so, the dark aura and demonic aura pouring from you feel terrifyingly intense. Compared with you, an ordinary demon emperor's presence would feel utterly feeble. Now he hovered in midair, an ocean of shadow energy surging from him and sweeping across tens of thousands of kilometers, blotting out the sky. Although this fell short of the cataclysm that once covered the entire planet, the sheer magnitude of the power had already triggered every human alarm on Earth. He ignored the commotion and focused solely on the changes within his body. Beyond the darkness, a brand new demonic force quietly took shape and intertwined with the shadow energy, deepening his aura even further. His original 16-fold strength talent had now exploded to 64-fold under the blessing of his demon blood lineage, a one-time surge that did not even register in his previous calculations. In practical terms, the bloodline had granted him 4 golden talents at once: greater mastery of shadow energy, the birth of demonic power itself, and 2 successive rounds of talent amplification. Demonic power proved even more savage than the common elements and slightly stronger than pure darkness, yet lacking a matching comprehension talent. He still relied on shadow energy as his primary weapon. He raised a hand and summoned his smart wrist console, linking to the current human network. A flood of data rushed into his mind. 1,000 years ago, after sweeping across every nation, he had left Li Jing Wu a host of strategies for resisting the endless beasts, the most crucial of which was grand unification. When he vanished, Li Jing Wu began gathering the remaining cities and relocating the global population to the former Huaxia imperial capital. In just over a century, a single metropolis remained on Earth, Huaxia Imperial City. Over the next 900 years, bolstered by the pills, manuals, and resources he had left behind, Li Jing Wu cultivated legions of experts while driving humanity's overall progress. Humans advanced far faster than the beasts. Huaxia Imperial City ballooned to an astonishing diameter of 370,000 kilometers, and its population soared to 230 trillion, 10,000 times the size of Huaxia's populace a millennium earlier. Such vast numbers birthed untold prodigies. Today, Huaxia Sacred City is divided into 178 districts, each guarded by a supreme realm powerhouse. Among them, Su Jinyu and Li Jing Wu shine the brightest. Many whisper that Su Jinyu has already surpassed Li Jing Wu, though she has never fought at full strength, leaving her true limit unknown. Only once did she reveal a glimpse of it, 30 years ago. An 11th tier abyss collapsed after excessive cleansing, unleashing a peak supreme beast. Even an alliance of top human supremes was nearly annihilated. At the brink of extinction, Su Jinyu drew her sword one strike. With that single blow, the supreme 10th heaven monstrosity was utterly destroyed. You needed only a single glance at the footage to see the truth. Su Jinyu had completely mastered the slaughter domain and stacked 3 full layers of slaughter intent. Her sword intent had climbed openly to the 5th level. Because the recording never showed her unleashing her full power, Luo Xiao couldn't pinpoint her exact realm, but it was certainly no lower than the 5th heaven. When you compare this scene with the last simulation, it's obvious that, if she hadn't been hindered by the Yu people back then, Su Jinyu's overall strength would never have surged 100-fold the way it has now. Li Jing Wu's trump cards were exposed in combat recordings from the past few decades. He had reached the 6th heaven of the supreme rank, wielded 7th level blade intent, and held 2nd level slaughter intent. Unfortunately, he was still confined to the blade domain. In a head-to-head clash at equal tiers, he was at least 3 or 4 times weaker than Su Jinyu. Put bluntly, even if she were 2 minor realms lower, Su Jinyu could still crush him. Her title as humanity's strongest is no exaggeration. Your gaze swept over the rest. Among the 10 human powerhouses, Du Gu Jiantian, Long Batian, Imo Xiun, and Zhao Ziyun were present. With Li Jing Wu and Su Jinyu, that made 6. The remaining 4 spots were split between rising stars who'd appeared after you left and martial saints you'd met, but never truly known. Old acquaintances painted a bleaker picture. Tianyin's sword saint, lacking special talent and weak in slaughter intent, was now little more than an ordinary supreme. The flame saint fared slightly better. Thanks to his SS grade fire affinity, 3 layers of fire intent, and 1 layer of slaughter intent, he barely clung to a place in the top 30. What truly pleased you was Waxia's purge of those who had slipped through the net back then. Total annihilation was impossible, but the survivors were now cowering in remote caverns, eking out a living with no chance of resurgence. The thought left you genuinely relieved. That relief, however, vanished in an instant. A terrifying presence hurtled in from the distance, and an 11th tier battleship split the sky with staggering speed. From its hull poured an aura so familiar it felt etched into your bones, bearing down on you without the slightest restraint. Clang! Before you could react, a heaven-rending beam of sword light spanned the firmament, crashing down with infinite radiance. To your eyes, that supposedly holy brilliance was nothing but repulsive. The enemy's edge filled the heavens. Without hesitation, you clenched your palm. Endless demonic power surged out, coalescing into a colossal sword of black and crimson. In the next moment, 8-fold sword intent detonated. Both the slaughter domain and the martial god domain erupted, and you pushed your slaughter intent to its absolute limit. Your aura skyrocketed tens of thousands of times, piercing the clouds. Dark red, demonic flames roared and poured into the greatsword in your grip. You raised it and charged straight into that radiant sword beam. Boom! With a deafening roar, the overwhelming pillar of light shattered in an instant. At the same time, the crimson-black blade of energy came crashing down on the battleship. Guardian of Light. A cold, piercing shout shook the sky. A golden pillar erupted from the deck, and the phantom of an angel spread its wings, enveloping the entire vessel in an instant. A heartbeat later, the crimson blade slammed into the angel's chest. Thunderous detonations split the air, sending shockwaves for miles around. The warship was hurled backward, smashing through mountain after mountain, rocks scattering in every direction. After a series of deafening crashes, the iron hull finally nailed itself into the earth, a crack nearly bisecting the deck. A low hum rippled through the shattered bulkheads, and a beam of holy light burst skyward. The radiant sovereign, Imo Xiun, rose from the fissure, wings of light unfurled, her gaze fixed in disbelief on the distant Luo Xiao. By her senses, he was only a 10th tier, 5-star lesser demon, while she had reached the 4th level of sovereign, mastered 7 layers of sword intent, 1 layer of killing intent, and wielded angelic divinity enough to fell a 6th or even 7th level sovereign demon in 3 moves. Yet this demon, a full realm below her, had forced her onto the back foot even before she drew on her deeper powers, and the realization unsettled her. Imo Xiun, I didn't expect we'd meet again, Luo Xiao said with a wry smile. He had once reshaped the human power structure, yet never realized this sector remained under her watch. Facing one of humanity's 10 strongest, he had just thrown in everything he had. If she added her sword and killing intents, he wouldn't last a single exchange. Humph, when have we ever met? She scoffed, though something in his tone felt disturbingly familiar. Maybe not, but are you really going to kill me? I've never taken a human life, Luo Xiao tried to reason, then remembered reasoning here was pointless. Empty words. Even if you've never slain a human, you still must die. Mo Zion's voice exploded in a fountain of radiance that lit the heavens white. Luo Xiao cursed under his breath, weighed the odds, and chose to retreat. Losing a life wasn't worth the 1,000 years of lifespan it would cost. He seized the dark matter under his command, and in an instant roiling black clouds surged from the horizon, swallowing mountains and plains until the world vanished in pitch-black night. Frowning, Imo Xiun lifted a hand, unleashing a sea of inner brilliance. With a roar, the blinding wave tore through the gloom, shredding it and restoring daylight to the land. Luo Xiao gave a bitter laugh. Light and darkness counter one another. The weaker side is always the one suppressed. Will I really have to lose 1,000 years of life this time? At the very least, I have to fight back. He shot into the sky like an arrow and dove straight into the endless black clouds pressed against the earth. The clouds churned like boiling ink, covering heaven and earth, while he streaked through them so fast that only afterimages remained. Trying to escape? Did you ask me first? Emotion snorted. Her figure flickered and became a dazzling beam of light, plunging after him into the sea of clouds. Brilliant light carved white-hot corridors through the darkness, scattering huge swaths of cloud. With his mastery of dark matter, he moved through the gloom like a fish in water, yet he knew he had to break free quickly, or she would catch up. An idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly stopped, cold light gleaming in his eyes. Nether Annihilation Fist. He spun and struck. 8 layers of fist intent stacked together, and a terrifying shadow of dark energy surged toward Emotion. Using the recoil, he slipped deeper into the darkness and fled. Clang. Mo Zion's sword intent erupted. She slashed once, and sword light dozens of times stronger than before stretched across the sky. With a tearing sound, the massive fist shadow shattered, and the remaining sword energy shot into the heart of the clouds. Boom. The brilliant blast vaporized thousands of li of cloud. When the light faded, the black haze was gone, but so was he. Mo Zion's delicate face grew cold. She released another wave of radiance to scour the lingering mist, yet found no trace of him. Unwilling to give up, she hovered in place for several hours. When she still sensed nothing, she finally withdrew. 3 days later, the ground stirred, and a lone figure slowly emerged from the soil. His purple talent earth manipulation let him merge with rock and dirt. Because Emotion had been watching, he hadn't dared move, hiding underground until he was sure Shed left. He steadied his breath, chose a direction opposite sacred city Huaxia, and turned into a black shadow flashing across the sky. Judgment of holy light. A sharp cry split the air. Countless glowing crosses rained down with overwhelming power. Seeing this, he cursed inwardly. Emotion had actually waited in ambush another 3 whole days. Boom, boom, boom. Light crashed down. His body disintegrated inch by inch in the blinding glow. Deep in his soul, the death notice rang out: sacrifice 1,000 years of life. Activate Nirvana Rebirth. Even after his body turned to ash, Emotion did not leave. She spread a luminous barrier across more than 10,000 kilometers of land, searched every inch, then lay in wait for months. Only when she confirmed no life remained did she finally depart. His brief but fierce resistance had astonished Emotion. Upon returning, she immediately reported everything to Li Jing Wu. Li Jing Wu and the other human supremes were stunned when they learned of your overwhelming combat power. 8-layer sword intent, 5 or 6-layer slaughter intent, and a domain that crushed every peer standing before them was a demon seemingly forged for war, an ultimate weapon in the flesh. Even more disturbing was the battle footage. Although the creature's true cultivation was only tier 10, 5th heaven, within mere heartbeats it erupted with 8-layer sword intent, 8-layer fist intent, a slaughter domain, and an entirely new field that eclipsed even that domain. Li Jingwu's heart lurched as he watched, a vague sense of doom taking hold. He immediately summoned Supreme Skysword and several other powerhouses who had once studied under you. They broke the recording of Mo Zion's fight with the demon into individual frames and analyzed them again and again. Every sword angle, every change in fist rhythm, every manipulation of dark energy, each detail mirrored your own techniques. In the end, they reached an almost absurd, yet irrefutable, conclusion. This demon's talent rivaled the martial ancestors and could very well be you in the flesh. Silence fell over the conference room. Mo Zion's face went pale. She recalled the demon's brief words during the fight. The tone and bearing were identical to yours from years ago. Impossible. Luo Xiao is human, and that thing is pure demon. No one could disguise demon energy like that, she whispered, though her conviction wavered. Perhaps it's only speculation, Li Jingwu said gently. Teacher has been missing for 1,000 years. We want him back too badly. Despite Mo Zion's long record of service to humanity, reason told him that if such a creature truly existed, every faction would pay any price to erase it. After all, at 5th heaven of martial god, it could already threaten a supreme. If it ever reached demon emperor, especially beyond 5th heaven, who among humanity could stop it? His comfort proved useless. Emotion left in a daze. The others exchanged uneasy glances. If the demon truly was their teacher, would that not make Emotion humanity's greatest traitor? They could only pray they were overthinking. As for Su Jinyu, who was currently clearing the tier 11 demon nest, had she been present, she might have confirmed the demon's identity more quickly. At that thought, Li Jingwu sighed heavily. Several days later, Emotion returned alone to the battlefield's ruins. The scorched earth still bore sword scars that had torn open space itself. Kneeling, she sifted through ash and broken stone until she found several chunks of severed flesh. She rushed them overnight to the highest research institute. The results came back quickly. The DNA sequence and life signature were entirely non-human and bore not the slightest resemblance to the samples you had once left behind. The moment the report arrived, the human leadership breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet the findings did nothing to dispel the darkness in Mo Zion's heart. Every breath the demon had taken, every glint in its eyes, had been so achingly familiar. Regardless of the conclusion, the battle's damage could never be undone. A year later, Su Jinyu swept through the Tier 11 demon nest, personally slaying a demon emperor at its peak before returning in triumph to Huaxia Imperial City. Upon her return, she learned that Mo Xiun had slain an exceptionally powerful demon. From the testimonies of several supremes, she learned that this demon was so terrifying that even she would lose to it if they were on the same level. Shaken, she immediately opened the file Mo Xiun had uploaded and read every line. Those few sentences sent shockwaves through the Huaxia Imperial City. Su Jinyu rushed straight to Mo Zion's territory and, with near unstoppable power, crippled him on the spot, severing both of his angelic wings. Had Li Jing Wu and the others not appeared in time, Mo Xiun would have died then and there. Yet the few who knew the truth understood that Su Jinyu had deliberately held back. Otherwise, Mo Xiun wouldn't have lasted more than a few moves. Citizens only knew two titans had clashed and had no idea why. Li Jing Wu and his companions fell silent. Under Su Jinyu's command, they gathered large search teams, scouring day and night across the battlefield where Luo Xiao had once fallen. After years of searching, they still found nothing. Elsewhere in the shadows, Luo Xiao finished reading the report and couldn't help cursing. Damn, Mo Xiun actually cut her? That woman is vicious, shed, even strike her own parents. He muttered to himself that she hadn't recognized him. Anyone familiar with his techniques and aura should have noticed. After a moment, he could only smile wryly. Perhaps he had changed too much. Time flew, and 10 years slipped by. Deep in the void, a spark of Nirvana fire flared to life. Hidden within a dimensional rift, it remained unseen even at point-blank range. When the 10-year cycle ended, the flame erupted, ballooning to tens of thousands of meters in diameter. Amid the roiling blaze, Luo Xiao was reborn. He stepped out of the void and froze. Warships filled the surrounding space for tens of thousands of kilometers, their hulls gleaming like a forest of blades. An 11th-grade super dreadnought loomed overhead, its pressure crushing. Detecting the disturbance, countless ships swung around and accelerated toward him. Luo Xiao's brow tightened. Dark power burst from him as he prepared to force a breakthrough. Lu Xiao! A familiar shout split the sky, stopping him cold. He turned. A figure wrapped in endless karmic fire was diving from the heavens, a blazing tail slicing through the air. She locked eyes with him, her pupils immediately turning crimson. I knew you were alive. You're not that easy to kill. It was Su Jinyu. Luo Xiao now stood tens of thousands of meters tall, demonic and jet black. His appearance and very genes transformed, yet Su Jinyu recognized him without the slightest hesitation. Su Jinyu? How did you know it was me? Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his surprise. Your eyes, Su Jinyu answered with a calm, definite smile. After 1,000 years, she could still identify him with a single glance. 1,000 years ago, they had known each other for barely a month, yet Su Jinyu recognized him at once. While Mo Zionho had lived beside him for 4 years and shared his bed for more than one, showed no sign of recognition. At that moment, he finally understood what people meant when they said love and mere liking are worlds apart. When you truly love someone, neither time nor a change of face can hide them from your eyes. The thought flashed through Luo Xiao's mind, and he recalled that Mo Zion's feelings back then had been rooted more in dependence than devotion. After he rescued her from misery, she clung to him. Once her talent soared, and she no longer needed him, she left without hesitation. He sighed softly, then looked at Su Jinyu and noticed the faint curve at her lips. Sorry to keep you waiting, Luo Xiao said, his voice low but firm. In back, outside the light screen, Luo Xiao's true body was watching the simulation. Moments earlier he had tried to reassure himself, yet the reunion on-screen stole his words. Like the version of him in the video, his heart gave a heavy thump. Even after he had become a demon, Su Jinyu had recognized him at a glance. That feeling lay far beyond mere liking. It was a devotion Mo Xiun could never match. Sadly, this time I'm part of the demon race. They'll probably miss my chance again, he murmured. Luo Xiao's return soon sent shockwaves through humanity's upper ranks. Imperial City of Huaxia, Supreme Council. Inside the circular chamber, more than 170 sovereigns had gathered, every gaze fixed on the dark figure at the podium. His wings were blood red and spanned 10,000 meters. Demonic aura churned around him, pure and malicious, as if the abyss itself had arrived. Seconds earlier, Li Jing Wu had informed them that this pure-blooded demon was none other than humanity's former martial ancestor Luo Xiao. In the crowd, Mo Xiun wept with joy at the news that Luo Xiao was alive, only to be seized by an icy sorrow. She had believed she loved him most, yet she had failed to recognize him. Su Jinyu had identified him from a single video. Realizing this, Imo let go of the old grudge against Su Jinyu for the wound she had dealt her years ago before such genuine love. She had no right to hate, nor to claim she truly loved him. I don't believe it. The Tianyin sword saint declared first, his voice hoarse yet resolute. The martial ancestor is a true human, our spiritual pillar and leader. How could he be this demon? That's right, we've all seen him. How could he turn into a demon? No human has ever become a demon before. But doesn't the radiant sovereign shift between angelic and human forms? That's different. The radiant sovereign's bloodline is still human, but Luo Xiao standing here is a pure demon. Doubts echoed one after another. Luo Xiao regarded them juniors who had once attended only 2 of his lectures and had now grown into formidable sovereigns. Their reaction did not surprise him. After all, no one had ever witnessed a bloodline metamorphosis like his. He spread his wings, and the roiling demonic aura silenced the clamor. His voice rang deep and clear. It's been 1,000 years, and your strength has grown greatly. But do you still remember the last thing I told you at my final lecture? I have seen what you've achieved. For 1,000 years you have become everything I once hoped you would be. He stood in the center of the grand hall, dressed in black with his hands clasped behind his back. His calm gaze swept over the crowd like a breeze across a mountaintop, sending a quiet shiver through every supreme below. When he finished speaking, he lifted his eyes and smiled, as though admiring his proudest disciples. If you have no objections, today will be my 3rd lecture, me first in a millennium. The words were soft, yet instantly drowned out every breath in the hall. Dugu Jintian rose first, raising both arms in a salute so earnest the clink of his scabbard against the floor rang out. Your student greets you, master. One after another. Your student greets you, master. Your student greets you, master. Their voices rolled like thunder through the vaulted chamber, echoing beneath the heavens. The other prodigies leapt to their feet, bowed deeply, and the fervor blazing in their eyes seemed to make the very air tremble. Outside, even veterans such as the Tianyin sword saint were struck speechless. Those who had attended the 2nd lecture long ago recognized the figure before them as Wuzhu Luo Xiao himself. However many doubts they held, they could only concede. No one else could command such trust. Gazing down at these familiar yet matured faces, a rush of emotion surged in his chest. That lesson so long ago had stayed with them for 1,000 years. And so the 3rd lecture began. Array sigils sealed the hall, suspending the flow of time. Luo Xiao devoted himself to a single theme. How to break from the 6th to the 7th tier of intent impassable chasm for 90% of those present. Possessing an 8th tier intent himself, he still towered above them after a millennium. For 10 short days he guided them step by step, each sentence branding itself into their hearts. One after another, cultivators gained sudden insight, grasping intent with unprecedented clarity. Though true breakthroughs were rare, some climbed from the 2nd or 3rd tier to the 3rd or 4th leap that would have taken a century of hard work. After 10 days most prodigies withdrew, faces alight with joy, leaving only Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, the Tianyin sword saint, Dugu Jintian, and a few other old faces in the hall. Master, I've prepared quarters for you in the Flamecloud district, Li Jing Wu said, stepping forward with a meticulous list of arrangements. Su Jinyu will personally guard the area, so you can rest without concern. The Flamecloud district was under Su Jinyu's direct command, quiet, secure, the very heart of the human realm. No threat could approach. Luo Xiao shook his head with a gentle yet resolute smile. My soul is unchanged, but this body is not the one they knew. If I stay among our people and the common folk learn the truth, they might feel only fear. I would rather avoid those eyes altogether. Before he finished, Li Jing Wu and Su Jinyu's expressions darkened. Please don't think that way, master. Li Jing Wu stepped closer, fists clenched. You are our martial ancestor. Your return will set the entire human realm cheering. The Tianyin sword saint and the others chimed in, their words earnest, doing everything they could to persuade him to remain. Members of the Tianyin sword saint's retinue joined in as well, offering their own reassurances. The human race needs a guardian of its own, not a demonic martial ancestor. In the council chamber, Li Jing Wu shouted himself hoarse, and the air seemed to freeze. He then turned to Luo Xiao, whose body blazed with black fire, and said, voice choking yet firm, you are the true heroes. With you here, the people of Huaxiao will fear nothing. If you ever need me, just ask, I will always be there. Luo Xiao gave a faint smile, raised a hand for silence, and cut the debate short with a single word. Enough. The hall fell abruptly quiet. No one wanted to admit it, yet they had to face the truth. If news of the martial ancestor's return went public, it would spark panic, maybe even riots. After all, this demonic-bodied martial ancestor had once saved Huaxia single-handedly. Without him, humanity might already have been wiped out by foreign powers. Teacher, I'm sorry. Li Jingwu drew a deep breath and bowed deeply to Luo Xiao, grief filling his voice. Humanity owes you far too much. The Heavenly Evolution's sword saint and the others felt the same turmoil and bowed to apologize as well. It doesn't matter, Luo Xiao said with a wave. My heart lies with the martial way. Everything else can be set aside. If anything arises, contact May will be there. As he finished, violent dark energy burst from his body, shadows boiling like a tide. He turned to leave. Luo Xiao? Mo Zion's voice trembled behind him, tears shimmering in her eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. The towering shadow halted. Luo Xiao looked back at her. You only did what a human sovereign must caution toward an enemy is proper. The rest of you should take note. His grave tone commanded awe from everyone present. This was a martial ancestor who carried humanity's future in his heart. Boom. Endless black mist seethed, and Luo Xiao became a streak of black light that punched through the dome and shot into the sky. The vast ceiling of the Supreme Council Hall cracked open, storms howling downward. Outside the city, the sovereigns who had just departed looked up, stood at attention in midair, and saluted the fading figure. He left the imperial city of Huaxia. Hidden by night and swirling darkness, Luo Xiao weighed his options and finally returned to the Xinwu Abyss. In this simulation his goals were clear. First, to break through to a higher realm. Second, to keep refining his darkness techniques. In the previous simulation, he had already elevated those techniques to the upper 11th tier, named them the Dark Codex, and derived several matching combat arts. The nether rupture he used against Emotion was only the tip of the iceberg. His real killing move layered dark power with multiple intent-based skills, creating a qualitative leap in force. Back in the abyss, Luo Xiao went straight into seclusion. Meanwhile, determined to make his mentor comfortable, Li Jing Wu gathered vast construction teams and launched an ambitious overhaul around Xinwu Mountain. In just a few days, a colossal estate rose from the ground built to fit Luo Xiao's demonic stature. The compound alone spanned 3,000 kilometers in diameter. The core structure, the martial ancestor temple, soared hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky. Even with his current heightened vision, that imposing palace still resembled a mountain ripping through the heavens, making one's heart pound. Someday, when his cultivation rose high enough, the temple would finally look small to him, but for now it remained utterly immovable. The entire martial ancestor estate was projected to take centuries to complete. The mountain gate, spirit veins, herbal gardens, training grounds, a vast library of 10,000 scrolls, every brick and tile forged from 11th grade spiritual materials. By decree, the strongest of humanity gathered here every 10 years, crowding the martial lecture hall to hear his teachings. Under his guidance, concepts, techniques, and domains advanced at breakneck speed, and the strength of the human race climbed visibly. Year 25, he reached martial god's 6th heaven. Year 51, he advanced to 7th heaven. Year 75, he stepped into 8th heaven. Year 106, he attained 9th heaven. Because his talent had increased by 2,000 points at the end of the previous simulation, his cultivation rate skyrocketed more than tenfold. What once took over 11 centuries now required just a little more than one. At this pace, he might very well break into sovereign 8th or 9th heaven, perhaps even higher, depending on how long he could stay in the mortal world. As his realm grew, he roamed other caverns. Sovereigns of the 8th or 9th heaven fell to a single strike, the fights as effortless as a stroll. Thanks to the resources he had stockpiled early on, humanity's overall power was unprecedented, and no calamity had yet threatened its survival. Su Jinyu remained humanity's sharpest blade, but she seldom needed to act. Her last true battle occurred during the Demon Cavern invasion. Dozens of demon emperors died, like poultry before her, and even a peak demon emperor fell in a single stroke. Projections suggested 2,000 years of peace for humanity. The real danger would arrive when a 12th grade demon cavern appeared and a demon god descended. Thinking of that demon god's terrifying might, his expression turned solemn. Su Jinyu's potential was nearing its ceiling at the peak of the sovereign realm. Without a higher-level breakthrough method, even her mastery of the domain and intent of slaughter would not be enough. Aware of this, he trained with increasing ferocity. In year 175 he broke through to martial god 10th heaven. For the next 50 years he refined himself inch by inch, squeezing out every drop of potential until he stood at the pinnacle of martial god, one step from the final chasm. Crossing it would demand an unimaginable reservoir of energy. Recalling how he once breached the divine martial realm, he asked Li Jing Wu for high-purity 11th grade energy crystals. Then he plunged into several 11th grade caverns, hunted beasts of equal rank, and fused their flesh and blood with the crystals and a trove of 11th grade breakthrough herbs. For 14 days he smelted them without pause, the cauldron roaring, medicinal fragrance filling the stars. In the end he produced a perfect mid-grade 11th grade breakthrough pill. The pill's potency was staggering. A single dose contained the strength of 100 ordinary boundary-breaking pellets. He pushed his power to its limit, and, beneath a sky shrouded in endless black clouds, swallowed the pill in one gulp. Almost at once, the rolling darkness around him poured into his body as if drawn by an invisible maw, fusing into a raging torrent. Guided by his will, that torrent rammed straight into his bottleneck boom. With a deafening rumble the barrier shattered, but the backlash tore open his flesh. crisscrossing his body with gruesome fissures. Fortunately, he commanded dark matter. A flood of shadow energy rushed in, sealing the wounds in an instant. As long as he was not killed outright, exhausting him through attrition was nearly impossible. With the bottleneck broken, he stepped beyond martial god and anchored himself at supreme, first heaven. Power surged through his meridians, and he marveled inwardly. On a foundation of only 2,508 points, he had risen this far. If he ever reached 10,000, his cultivation speed would be terrifying. New strength in hand, he dispatched a peak 11th tier fiend beast in just a few exchanges. Among the human race, only Su Jinyu already at supreme 8th heaven could match him, yet he understood that with his potential he would eclipse her in a few centuries. Even so, the thought of the dark demon to descend in 2,000 years, and the far more dreadful behemoth due 3 or 4 millennia later, kept him grinding forward without respite. Years flew by. Year 315, he advanced to supreme second heaven. Year 522, he reached supreme third heaven. Year 821, he entered supreme fourth heaven. The very next year, humanity welcomed its first supreme pinnacle warrior, Li Jing Wu. His blade intent had climbed to the 7th layer peak, his blade domain to the 2nd layer with further growth in sight, and his slaughter intent had reached the 4th layer. Translated into raw talent, his innate points likely exceeded 3,000, fully justifying his titles of strongest human since the cataclysm and guardian deity of mankind. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu pressed hard, attaining supreme 9th heaven. Her sword intent broke into the 6th layer, and her slaughter intent peaked at the 5th. Though her 2nd layer slaughter domain was still incomplete, it could emerge at any moment. In terms of talent within the slaughter path, she far outstripped Li Jing Wu, so despite her slightly lower realm, she might be the stronger in a true fight. These two formed humanity's first echelon. The second echelon comprised experts such as Dugu Jiantian, Zhao Ziyun, and Mo Ziyun among them. Mo Zion's comprehension was the deepest, likewise touching the 7th layer peak of intent. You even suspect that the first human to reach the 8th realm of intent might be Mo Shiyun. With that thought, the martial ancestor shifted his gaze away from the 8th realm and took in the entire landscape of today's human prodigies. Mo Zion's grasp of intent is unmatched, yet in the path of slaughter she trails far behind Dugu Jiantian and Zhao Ziyun. Years ago, Dugu Jiantian personally tested his slaughter talent before the martial ancestor, ranking only a hair below Li Jing Wu, and he has now reached the peak of the 3rd realm. Zhao Ziyun missed the official test, but based on his battle record, he also stands firmly at the 3rd realm peak, equal to Dugu Jiantian. By comparison, Mo Shiyun is still wandering in the 2nd realm and has yet to touch its summit. If not for her extraordinary gift for intent itself, she would never have squeezed into the 2nd tier. After all, several humans have already cultivated slaughter intent to the 3rd or even 4th realm, but their other talents are lacking. Some have weak foundations, some average insight into intent, and some suffer from both. The greatest pity is Shao Qian, a 7th heaven martial god. His slaughter intent sits at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, his blade intent has climbed to the peak of the 6th, and he is barely over 700 years old, a youngster born after the martial ancestor's transmigration. Yet he has neither a special physique nor an awakened ability, so his overall combat power ranks only in the 3rd tier. Considering his potential and youth, the martial ancestor intervened, ordered Shao Qian sent to martial ancestor city for personal tutelage, and even took him in as a direct disciple, much to Li Jing Wu's secret envy. Martial ancestor city now teems with talent. Every decade the human race holds a genius battle, and every standout youth is sent here for advanced training. Nestled in the Shinwu Cavern, the city has become a rebirth of the old city of prodigies. As the population has surged, the selection bar has risen, and candidates are judged on 3 fronts. 1. Innate aptitude, physical constitution, elemental affinity, and unique abilities that directly strengthen one's foundation and cannot be acquired later. 2. Talent for cultivating intent. 3. A slaughter resistance assessment. Each category is scored, and only those who meet the threshold may enter, a line that climbs almost every year. With the martial ancestor in residence, dozens of supremes guarding the walls, and Su Jinyu living here year-round, martial ancestor city is far safer than even sacred Huaxia city. No alien race has dared provoke it, and the few reckless enough to try have seen their entire cavern worlds erased by the martial ancestor. Between training sessions, the martial ancestor still refines pills, bringing out every rare elixir he once hoarded to speed humanity's growth. The fragrance of medicine mingles with flashing blades, and humanity's fortune soars ever higher. The first millennium has passed, and a new 1,000 years begins. It was now the year 2150 of the transformation era. After a millennium of relentless cultivation, he finally reached Supreme Tier 5, his power now absolutely unrivaled. During that 1,000 years he had perfected all 8 layers of intent, and he was devoting every ounce of concentration to mastering the 3rd level of the divine martial domain. As he had predicted, the 8 layers of intent only barely let him touch the threshold of merging with the 3rd level, a challenge far harder than comprehending the ninth layer had been. Yet the moment he succeeded, his strength would soar beyond imagination. So he remained in seclusion, never leaving his training chamber. That same year, Earth's changes were equally shocking. The planet's diameter ballooned to 1,000 times its original size, reaching 10 million kilometers. Its volume was now 1 billion times what it had been before the cataclysm, and its habitable surface had grown 1 millionfold. Huaxiao Imperial City, expanded steadily over the millennium, kept pace, its diameter stretching to 100,000 kilometers and its population surging to 30 trillion. With such vast numbers, the ranks of the strong multiplied. Earlier simulations had shown humanity could sustain just over 700 supremes, yet the current tally had passed 3,000, roughly one supreme per trillion people. Martial gods were 100 times more numerous. Absent external threats, humanity abandoned birth limits and wanted for nothing materially. The sole danger lay in the skyrocketing number of abyssal rifts. For the first time, Tier 11 rifts exceeded 500, and his calculations suggested the figure would top 10,000 within another millennium. Fortunately, he sensed Earth's growth beginning to slow. Previous simulations indicated that about 4,000 years after the crossing, when Earth's diameter reached 100 million kilometers, expansion would halt. At that point, the Sun would be pulled into Earth's vicinity by an unseen force and become a satellite. The Sun itself would continue to grow, but far more slowly than Earth. What kind of power could reshape Earth and drag the Sun into orbit? He and Li Jing Wu pondered endlessly, concluding only that some hidden powerhouse must be at work. One certainty remained. Earth and the rifts would both hit a final limit, just as the abyssal creatures of the divine martial continent stopped evolving once they reached their peak. The true trial for humanity would arrive at that moment. In year 1025, a flame dragon burst from a volcano. Su Jinyu was ready to cut it down with a single stroke, but on his advice, she frowned and instead subdued the peak Tier 11 dragon, chaining it beside Huaxiao Imperial City as a gatekeeper dragon. From then on, the fiery beast lived in constant fear, often going hungry, its grand status reduced to that of a pathetic pet. Though still a peak Tier 11 dragon, under Su Jinyu's control she could only accept her miserable lot. Survival meant obedience, so she stayed where she was and behaved. From time to time, they entered the hunting zones to bring down a formidable 11th tier beast, treating the victory as an extra feast. In the year 1455, the first 12th tier cavern erupted, its opening like a set of gaping fangs challenging humanity and signaling the start of the true ordeal. The dungeon itself was fearsome, yet humankind was no longer weak. Warriors capable of matching 12th tier beasts were everywhere. Under Li Jing Wu's personal command, they wiped out 2/3 of the monsters in less than a decade. Had he not feared provoking an even more terrifying 12th tier overlord, he would have finished the job outright. That same year, the martial ancestor, now regarded as a super demon, forced a breakthrough to supreme 6th heaven. His progress had slowed, but projections showed that in roughly 3,000 years he would stand unchallenged at the summit of the supreme realm, and both his lifespan and power could carry him that far. Meanwhile, the rate at which dungeons appeared on Earth was accelerating so visibly that every high-ranking official was deeply alarmed. Also in that year, Li Jing Wu convened the High Council in Wuzhou City to debate humanity's future. The minimum qualification for entry was the Supreme Realm, and in just a few centuries their ranks had swelled to more than 7,000, led by Wuzhou himself. Everyone who had reached the martial god level or secured passage into the city knew one fact. Wuzhou still lived within those walls, though his appearance had changed beyond recognition. Demon blood winding around him and dark flames flickering at his sides. Images of Wuzhou had circulated online many times, most showing him slaughtering 11th tier beasts. One clip was the most chilling. An 11th tier peak beast gave its final roar, and with a casual wave of his hand, Wuzhou unleashed a tide of darkness that stripped the creature to bare bone before it crashed to the ground. That moment froze countless human powerhouses with fear. Many quietly guessed that the greatest future threat to humanity might be Wuzhou himself. When the council began, Li Jing Wu quelled the noise and announced in a clear voice, after extensive observation and comparison, "We have identified 4 planets suitable for long-term human habitation. Our people can migrate there." The hall went wild. Even moving a fraction of the population meant a new chance at survival. With dungeons multiplying endlessly, everyone understood that Earth could one day be wholly consumed by beasts. Should another super dungeon appear, the species might be erased. No one wished to spend the next millennium living on the knife edge of extinction. Even Supremes, blessed with millennia of life, did not want to hover forever at the brink. In that mood, Li Jing Wu's announcement felt like a desperate lifeline. He projected high-resolution astronomical images of the 4 worlds. After 2,000 years of advancement, humanity had not only mastered but improved upon the technology Wuzhou once left behind, making their instruments far superior to those of the old era. The planets lay between 2 and 10,000 light-years away, yet even the most distant appeared in stunning clarity. On the holographic screen, they saw dense forests beneath alien skies and the faint silhouettes of strange, unknown creatures. They could even pick out the vegetation already thriving there, along with a host of unfamiliar animals. In the footage, the animals on those planets still lived in a pre-cataclysm world. Within a heartbeat, the conference hall erupted in thunderous applause. Only 4 potentially habitable worlds had been confirmed, and their carrying capacity was tiny, yet everyone believed that if 4 could be found, more would follow, and hope finally appeared. Amid the uproar, several blurry, ancient images on the main screen stood out. Someone whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, these photos were taken at least 2,000 years ago, maybe even 10,000. Another voice added, "It will take us another 2,000 years just to arrive, and possibly thousands more to build. Do you really think those planets will still look the same? What if they've mutated like Earth?" Skepticism cut through the excitement, and the crowd was ready to argue when Li Jing Wu raised his hand for silence. He spoke slowly, every word distinct. "The professor is right. We have already considered this. We have gathered you today to recruit volunteers. For each planet, we will send 1 warrior of at least the supreme 5th realm, 100 war gods, and a large contingent of fighters below that level." He pressed a control, and the blueprint of a starship appeared in midair. "Our race has developed an 11th grade starship capable of cruising at 5 times the speed of light. The nearest target planet is a 400-year journey, the farthest, 2,000. Each vessel can carry 10 million people. This project is called Stellar Haven. If it succeeds, you will become heroes of humanity. But remember, it is almost a one-way ticket. Think carefully before you volunteer." The staggering numbers and uncertain future silenced the once elated Supremes. Li Jing Wu's gaze swept the hall. "If we never take this step, we'll never know whether what lies out there is opportunity or oblivion." Even so, hesitation lingered in the air. Just then, the professor, who had been deep in thought, frowned and spoke. "Remove the Kepler planet from the list. There's no need to go. Choose another." His decisive words stunned the room. Li Jingwu nodded. "Very well, Professor. That leaves 3 candidates." With the professor's verdict, no one objected. Kepler was immediately struck off. "Count me in." A clear voice called from the crowd. All eyes turned to the Bright Supreme. Zunho's gaze was unwavering. "Bright Supreme, your strength is crucial to our people. You should stay," an elder in gray robes urged. "If something happened to you, it would be our greatest loss." "Let me go instead," another elderly Supreme echoed. "Am willing as well." "Let me take her place." Voices rose in quick succession as others stepped forward. The professor looked at Mo Shiyun, his tone gentle yet firm. "The stars are dangerous. You don't have to take this risk." Mo Shiyun gave a slight smile, her resolve stronger than anyone's. "Precisely because it's dangerous, I should go. If someone weaker ran into trouble, they might not even have the chance to escape." Her calm words silenced the room. The stronger the traveler, the safer the mission. Hearing this, you gave Mo Shiyun a long, searching look. That glance held too many emotions: regret, understanding, and a hint of helplessness. 1,000 years ago, Mo Shiyun had been brimming with pride and ambition. Now she had no ties left among humankind. Her family had died early, and the only thing keeping her alive was a single promise you once made. The Mo Shiyun simulated today was nothing like the woman she used to be. Only her obsession remained. "Since you're determined to go, choose a planet." Li Jingwu finally sighed. Everyone knew Mo Shiyun had once been Wu Zu's girlfriend, and she had never married because that silhouette still lingered in her heart. The bond between Wu Zu and Mo Shiyun had run its course. For her, leaving Earth might be the best release. Mo Shiyun casually pointed to a destination planet, and the other 2 worlds were quickly claimed by other powerhouses. Positions for the Wushan and the crew beneath them were posted online for open recruitment. The announcement set the entire human race ablaze. Nearly 30% of citizens volunteered. Yet only 30 million slots existed. 1 person in hundreds would make the cut, and the screening was merciless. For 3 straight years, humanity's finest scientists and engineers poured their ingenuity into 3 colossal starships. When launch day arrived, countless eyes fixed on the base. A deafening roar shook the ground as the 3 leviathans tore through the clouds and punched into the sky. The instant they leapt to superluminal speed, the monitors showed only a pinprick of light sliding into the deep void, growing fainter until it vanished. After their departure, the endless abyss and its beasts quickly filled humanity's thoughts again, and war resumed its place at the center of life. In the year 2034, you broke through to the 7th heaven of the Supreme Realm, yet you knew better than anyone that the true crisis was still coming. After careful deliberation, you informed Li Jing Wu and the other leaders that the Dark Demon Realm was on its way. When you described the Dark Demon God 12th tier, triple star class, SS plus dark power and physical augmentation, blade intent equal to 6th heaven mastery, a 2nd stage dark domain, and quite possibly advanced slaughter intent, the conference room fell silent. If slaughter intent was factored in, only you and Su Jinyu could barely stand against such a being on equal footing. Killing it across realms was out of the question. In an instant, the faces of more than 10,000 supreme experts turned ashen. Humanity might possess 5 peak supremes, but against a monster like that they were hopelessly outmatched. Even a warrior who has only just stepped into the first level of the 12th tier wields 10 times the combat strength of someone at the absolute peak of the supreme 10th realm. If that opponent has only recently broken through into the supreme 10th realm, the gap widens to 20-fold, which is why 12th tier beasts are so hard to bring down. In theory, an average 1 or 2-star 12th tier beast should top out at a 3 to 4 dozen-fold power boost, and Su Jingyu's team has already slain 5 and 6-star creatures, so the weaker ones ought to be easy prey. Yet once real fighting begins, even a 3-star beast can force them into a desperate struggle because merely reaching the 12th tier triggers a qualitative leap. Demons are worse still. Their demon gods enjoy a 60 to 70-fold increase in power. For top supremes like Su Jinyu and Li Jing Wu, that means they can dominate peers, but the moment they face an enemy one major realm higher, victory becomes uncertain. The dark demon god before them now sits at the peak of the 12th tier, first heaven, 1 full major realm, and 3 minor realms above them, a 40-fold gap. Add the fearsome amplification unique to the dark demon god, and Su Jinyu cannot possibly kill it unless he himself ascends to the 12th tier. The protagonist does not need to touch the 12th tier right away, but he must at least reach the supreme 9th realm if he hopes to hold his ground, and that assumes the dark demon's killing intent stays below the 4th heaven. If the foe's intent climbs any higher, he will need the supreme 10th realm. With barely 4 centuries left before the demon army arrives, his cultivation cannot possibly leap that far, and both his insight and domain are already at their limits, making further progress agonizingly slow. The only path still open is his killing intent, a realm he has polished at the 6th heaven for 3 or 4 millennia, and now lacks only the final breakthrough. He therefore resolves that, the moment the meeting ends, he will embark on a frenzy of slaughter, aiming to push his killing intent to the 7th heaven within 400 years, the equivalent of another full realm in raw power. That may not be enough to cut down the dark demon god, yet it should let him stall the creature on the front lines and make a quick victory impossible. Once he breaks through, humanity will have a chance to turn the tide, and the annihilation threatening them from the dark demon world may disappear. He then shares his overall plan with Li Jing Wu and the others. Relocate humanity's geniuses to Wuzhou City as soon as possible, and disperse them among other subterranean strongholds as well. Within the next 4 centuries, move as many people as they can. In preparation for this day, he has already forged a vast stockpile of perfect mid-grade 11th tier arrays. Every cavern will receive one, concealing the entire race from prying eyes. Even if Huaxiao Imperial City is razed to the ground, humanity's flame will not be extinguished. This is why he revealed the crisis 4 centuries early. That window should be long enough to shepherd at least 1/nth of the population to safety. When his plan becomes public, the whole of humanity erupts in joy. With these contingencies in place, even if a force stronger than the dark demon world descends, their civilization can endure. People throw themselves into preparations, and an unprecedented migration begins, expected to last 3 to 4 centuries. At the same time, he plunges alone into newly formed peak 11th tier caverns and the perilous regions ruled by 5-star plus 11th tier beasts, launching his own campaign of carnage. Because each of these domains will become a potential threat once the flood of 12th tier caverns appears, he intends to wipe them all out while he still can. At the same time, this would open up more caverns where humans could settle. Whenever a cavern was cleared, it would regenerate with super beasts far stronger than before. Years of data showed that their power ranged from 5 to 40 times the cavern's original rating. In other words, an 11th tier 5-star cavern could at most spawn an 11th tier 8-star beast, with the absolute limit being the peak of tier 11. Even a peak 11th tier cavern could only produce a tier 12 2-star beast. There are 3 kinds of caverns. Beast caverns spawn only beasts, alien caverns spawn only aliens, and demon caverns spawn only demons. Because of this trait, he targeted ordinary beast caverns first, and only occasionally cleared demon caverns, strictly those whose final demon would not exceed tier 12. The slaughter was relentless. One cavern after another fell silent beneath his blade. Fields of beast corpses were flash frozen by ice-wielding powerhouses, allowing the arriving human forces to build cities on the spot and use every resource immediately. That way, both food and cultivation materials were secured on site. To support this approach, human technology had followed the roadmap he set 1,000 years ago. Ultra-rapid infrastructure had been pushed to the forefront specifically for moments like this. Centuries slipped by 300 or 400 years in a blink. Yet his comprehension of killing intent stayed stuck at the final bottleneck, refusing to break through. Meanwhile, his cultivation level climbed steadily to the peak of the 7th heaven, lacking only a catalyst. When that catalyst would appear, he had no idea. In the year 2400, the opportunity finally arrived. At year's end, a tier 12 demon cavern suddenly descended, and with it emerged a tier 12 3-star dark demon god. Ink-black, demonic energy smothered the planet in an instant. The suffocating pressure drove even Su Jinyu to the brink of despair. The Dark Demon God Tier 12, 3 stars possessed SS-grade dark power and SS-grade physical strength, commanded at least 6 heaven mastery of the Blade Dao, and had entered the second stage of the Dark Domain. The moment he appeared, his aura swept across the globe. As a fellow Dark Demon, he could sense the depth of that power with brutal clarity. Soon after, Li Jing Wu and the others hurried over. "Teacher, what do we do now? The Dark Demon God has arrived. He's too powerful, we're no match for him." Li Jing Wu asked, brows knitted, desperate for a definite answer. He stayed silent for a long time, then finally sighed. "At my current level, I'm still no match for him. I can feel that his killing intent is strong." His words made everyone's expression turn grave. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Activate the Human Seed Project. All Supremes fall back to the caverns. The imperial city of Huaxia is mine to defend." The response was an immediate chorus of objections. "No way. Absolutely not. We advance and retreat with you, teacher." "That's right. If you stay, so do we. There are still so many of our people out there. How could we possibly abandon you?" Li Jingwu, Dugu Jintian, Long Batian, Zhao Ziyun, and the others all spoke to him with grave sincerity. Determination shone in every pair of eyes, while Su Jinyu stood quietly to the side, her gaze never leaving him, her feelings perfectly obvious. After listening to their request, he let a faint smile tug at his lips and finally dropped all pretense. "Since things have come to this, I'll stop hiding the truth. During the 1,000 years I was missing, my talent was awakening. Over that long millennium, I gained a formidable ability. Rebirth. As long as I die and lie dormant for a time, I can come back." The room seemed to forget how to breathe. He went on, "The price is that I now belong to the demon clan, and no one knows how many revivals I have left. If I fall, I may return. If you die, you're gone forever." The hall fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Facing the hundreds of students he had personally trained, he laid all his cards on the table. He could afford such honesty for 2 reasons. First, he was confident no one could camp his revival point even if they wanted to. Second, he trusted the people he had molded. Worst case, he could always die again and start over. Rumors of his immortality had circulated for years. In the battle with Mo Xiun, he had been reduced to dust yet returned, leaving many Supremes guessing. Now that the truth was out, shock still rippled through their ranks. Once the brief astonishment passed, they agreed on his proposal and immediately launched the Fireseed plan. Over the past 3 centuries, humanity had mapped out hundreds of underground caverns as new refuges, and a fifth of the population had already relocated. There were only 2 ways to leave. 1. Win a spot in the lottery and travel under supreme-level escort, almost a guaranteed arrival. 2. Go on your own. With no guardians, the journey was fraught with danger. Without great personal strength, most perished en route. Of those staying behind, 90% were of average talent, a harsh reality no one could change. Yet with the elites gone, roughly 80% of the original resources were now up for grabs, quadrupling what the remainder received. Safety risks and real benefits coexisted, so most people ultimately chose to stay. The new havens were not entirely secure either, whereas Huaxia Imperial City still had its Wushan. Once the order was given, 90% of the Supremes and nearly all the Wushans swept out of the city. Fire seed convoys poured toward the horizon, streaks of light at the city's edge. The sky darkened without warning. Endless black clouds rolled down, plunging Huaxia Imperial City into perpetual night. Pedestrians on the streets looked up at the curtain of darkness, an instinctive dread rising in their chests. Hidden within the clouds, he watched the city below, eyes piercing layer after layer of shadow. On the distant horizon, a terrifying aura was racing closer, churning up a tidal vortex of energy. "You should leave too," he said, voice calm but irresistible. "The enemy is coming. If you don't go now, it'll be too late." Su Jinyu merely sat on his shoulder in silence. "By now your body has swollen to a terrifying height of 100,000 zhang, more than 300 kilometers tall. When your dark blood-stained wings unfurl, they can blanket an entire pre-cataclysm province. Su Jinyu stands on your shoulder, so tiny she is less than a mote of dust. Can you really be resurrected?" she asks, gazing up at the figure that rivals the sky, anxiety hidden in her voice. There was one successful attempt before, yet she still fears a lie. "Of course I can. When have I ever deceived you?" You reply with a faint smile. In thousands of years you have never uttered a single lie to her, and the words steady Su Jinyu's heart. "Be careful. He'll wait for you in the Shenwu abyss." She takes a deep breath and speaks solemnly, her farewell almost identical to the one she gave before you crossed worlds long ago. You simply nod. Boom. In the next instant, Su Jinyu turns into a streak of living flame and shoots toward the heavens, while your gaze shifts to the horizon. Legions of demons surge forward in dense ranks. At the rear stalk demon emperors hundreds of meters tall, 5 of them at their absolute peak, and towering behind them is a thunder demon god, nearly 1,000,000 meters high, one of the 3 great servants of the dark demon god. You recall that in the last simulation, the first wave's strongest foe was merely a peak demon emperor. The human race's newfound strength has forced the dark demon realm to dispatch the thunder demon god himself. The demon's descent rattles the entire Huaxiao imperial city. Live projections flare across the sky like a colossal screen. Hundreds of supremes, leading countless warriors, soar upward. They are the volunteers who remained as the final line of defense, and they must hold the city. Yet when they behold more than 1,000 demon emperors, 5 peak demon emperors, and the godlike thunder demon god, all hope drains away. Victory is impossible. The demons close on the 10th Walla barrier thousands of meters high, raised through 10 expansions of the city and fortified by potent formations. Inside stands a cluster of top-grade 11th-tier super formations you laid by hand, defenses that ordinary peak 11th-tier beasts cannot shake. But now, outside those wards, looms the thunder demon god, his dark silhouette like that of a celestial titan. Should he strike in earnest, even these super formations will crumble, and the vast demon emperor host behind him is ready to flood through. Despair spreads through Huaxiao Imperial City like wildfire. Roar! A wrathful bellow splits the sky, and a shaft of black lightning follows, tearing the heavens apart. Boom! The ebon thunder smashes into the mighty barrier, and in an instant the entire formation explodes into countless shards of energy. Yet the thunderbolt did not falter as it plunged toward the heart of Huaxiao Imperial City. If it struck, the impact would carve a chasm at least 10,000 kilometers wide across the entire metropolis. Humph! A cold snort suddenly split the sky. At that very moment, darkness gathered overhead, and a fist shrouded in pitch-black light burst through the clouds to meet the lightning heat. Fist and thunder collided, and the world rang like a struck bell. A blinding black glare spread outward, and the bolt shattered in a violent roar, scattering shards of ebon electricity across the heavens. Seeing the thunder demon god's attack destroyed so effortlessly, every demon trembled and stared in disbelief toward the source of the fist. Dark clouds churned as an equally massive figure descended. Ink-black armor hugged his frame, streams of tangible darkness coursing across its surface. With a sudden rustle, vast blood-red wings unfurled, blotting out half the sky and casting a somber shadow below. Within Huaxiao Imperial City, the humans instantly recognized the silhouette. Over the past millennium, they had seen this demon countless times on the brink of catastrophe, the Dark Demon Emperor. He hunted ferocious beasts and slaughtered other demons, yet never harmed humanity. One thought flashed through countless minds. Has the Dark Demon Emperor been protecting us all along? The answer appeared almost immediately on the giant aerial projection. Every surviving human sovereign had already taken to the air and landed respectfully beside the Dark Demon Emperor. Their faces shone with excitement and relief, like juniors greeting a long-lost elder. The sight left the masses frozen in stunned silence. The demons, in stark contrast, grew livid. The thunder demon god strode forward on crackling arcs of lightning, his roar shaking heaven and earth. Which demon realm faction are you from? As a noble descendant of the dark demon god, how dare you shield humans? Like angels, demons rank themselves by bloodline, angels by wings, demons by lineage sensed only by their own kind. Those called the demon god clan did not yet possess demon god power, but their blood ranked at that level. The dark demon emperor's bloodline, a gift from the system, was purer than the thunder demon god's, nearly equal to that of the true dark demon god. As long as he lived, even in perpetual slumber, he would inevitably ascend to the 12th-tier demon god realm. Precisely because of this, the thunder demon god was enraged. You would squander such a peerless bloodline on protecting livestock? These humans are the food source I have painstakingly raised. If you want to share, wait your turn. The dark demon emperor folded his wings and hovered calmly in midair. His voice, though quiet, carried to every corner of the battlefield. These humans are my livestock. If you want any, get in line. In an instant, the faces of billions below turned ashen. Their supposed savior was merely another keeper. Only the human sovereigns understood that his words were nothing more than a temporary ruse. Although Anhe Mozhen had yet to arrive, the moment fighting broke out, he would sense it and rush over. With his power and the size of Earth today, reaching the battlefield would take him only a few hours. When that happened, the speaker might get away, but every human here would be doomed. Someone had to bear the blame, and it could only be him. What? You're using us as blood food? Unbelievable, thought you meant to protect us. Demons really are impossible to trust. Several quick-witted supremes pointed at him in righteous fury. The others followed suit, wearing expressions of shocked betrayal. Their acting was flawless. Most of the demons across from them accepted the accusation without question. They could hardly imagine a noble demon sincerely helping humans. Only Li Jing Mozhen frowned. If that's true, why haven't you refined them into blood pills? Human blood is a powerful tonic. Besides, you're just at the Modi level. How dare you monopolize so much blood food alone? Greedy. His snort was razor sharp. The rest of the demons suddenly understood. The dark-blooded Moshen before them had a strong lineage, but was far from the peak. By what right could he claim such a feast all by himself? His stare turned frigid. By what right? Fight me and find out. I invoke a demon blood duel. If I lose, every human goes to you. If I win, you all clear out. Of course, that depends on whether you're qualified to speak for Anhemagia. As an heir of demon bloodlines, he knew their lore inside out, and years of hunting demons had taught him their every habit. The demon blood duel was the highest way to settle internal disputes. Once declared, the victor claimed the reward, the loser accepted the penalty, and any defiance meant clan-wide pursuit. It was a matter of demonic honor, there was no escape. His words had barely faded when every demon erupted. Fight! 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 The deafening roar shook heaven and earth. Li Jing Moshen bristled. A mere Modi dared challenge him? But as the third Moshen of Anhemagia, his realm towered above the upstarts. How could he lose? Humph. In the third Moshen of Anhemagia, of course, am qualified. I accept your demon blood duel. Remember, when you lose, I will kill you. His voice was icy cold. Without hesitation, he shot into the sky. Roar! Li Jing Moshen bellowed and followed, both figures piercing the swirling black thunderclouds almost in unison. Before the watching demons could react, the two mighty Moshens vanished into the depths of the storm. Boom! An earth-shaking blast erupted. A terrifying shockwave ripped through the clouds, scattering them in all directions. A moment later, a colossal demon body plummeted from the heavens at breakneck speed. A massive arc of sword energy had already pierced his chest, and the black lightning raging across the demon's body made every other fiend turn pale. The fallen figure was none other than the Thunder Demon God, a 12th-tier terror who dominated the dark abyss. Yet he had been overpowered in the very first exchange. Worse still, he was plummeting straight toward the heart of his own formation, throwing the demons into panicked flight. But it was too late. Boom! Like a doomsday hammer, the Thunder Demon God's colossal body smashed into the ground. The shockwave erupted with him at its center, instantly shredding every demon below Demon Emperor rank and filling the air with a curtain of blood. Outside Huaxiao Imperial City, the impact gouged a crater tens of thousands of kilometers wide, a blow that would have shattered the original Earth. Dust rolled. At the pit's bottom, the Thunder Demon God lay pinned by an enormous blade of dark sword energy, like a mountain of frozen lightning. That bone-chilling power conjured in his mind the image of the Dark Demon God, the legendary ruler of the abyss. Terror seized him as he realized that, at equal rank, the being behind this sword could probably collapse even the Dark Demon God with a single strike. Who are you? He roared, pupils splitting with disbelief. The figure facing him stayed silent. He raised his right hand, pressed two fingers together, and flicked them lightly. Splat! The sword energy became a pitch-black arc, slicing from the demon's chest up through his skull. The massive body split cleanly in two, the lightning dying on the spot. The Thunder Demon God was dead. Far off, the demon army hurled back by the blast stared wide-eyed, minds blank. Even the humans on Huaxia's walls were speechless. This was a demon god. At the same rank, demons far outmatched beasts, and on any normal battlefield a 12th-tier demon god could annihilate a sovereign in an instant. Yet he had been cut down in mere breaths. Get back to your realm and tell your demon gods exactly what happened between the Thunder Demon God and me, the lone figure said, floating in midair, voice sharp as ice. If they think he was unworthy to represent the dark abyss, they're welcome to come themselves. The single sentence froze every demon emperor. No one dared resist. The demons fled in chaos, disappearing beyond the horizon. Only after the enemy withdrew did he allow himself a faint sigh. He was gambling, betting that the Dark Demon God would not tear up the blood war pact out of pride. If he lost, he would have to fight. Whether he could break through in battle was uncertain, and if he failed, Huaxiao Imperial City would still be doomed. Calming his thoughts, he summoned the remaining Supremes. All of you need to leave Huaxiao Imperial City right now. If I win this wager, it won't matter whether you're here, and if I lose, you'll die for nothing and save no one. When he finished outlining the plan, his gaze turned heavy. These Supremes had sworn to live and die with Huaxiao, but after witnessing the terror of the demon host, they fell into silent agreement. They know you are absolutely right. If they stay, it will only add more bodies to the count. The group quickly reaches a consensus: withdraw and take as many humans as possible. Boom. Before the crowd can even assemble, a dreadful pressure rises from the abyss and slams down, plunging Huaxiao Imperial City into instant silence. You stand at the very heart of that oppression. Without wasting a word, you unleash the slaughter domain, killing intent, and divine martial field all at once. Bloodlust and battle will intertwine, erupting into a crimson-black maelstrom. In a heartbeat your power evolves, the raging energy surging upward and forcing the oppressive force back. Such a formidable domain. A deep, startled voice rumbles from within the endless black clouds. Before the words fade, two colossal feet, each hundreds of thousands of meters long, tear through the clouds. Rumble. When those feet touch the ground, the earth buckles, Hundreds of kilometers around are gouged into a pitch-black crater, molten rock roiling in its fractures. Yet the sky-spanning storm cloud reaches only to the newcomer's knees. Buzz. Dark energy surges as a pair of jet-black demon wings snap open, their blast of wind sweeping the remaining clouds away. Revealed beneath is a towering body 1,000,000 zhang tall, roughly the old moon's diameter. Those icy, blood-red eyes survey the entire city before fixing on you. Sensing the pure demonic blood flowing in your veins, the dark demon god's gaze turns frigid. So it was you, did you kill Cabalsa? His voice booms like a great bell, making every human's eardrums ring. Yes, I did. You rise into the air to meet him. Though you are barely a tenth his size, you appear anything but insignificant. Among demons, size usually correlates with strength, yet the dark demon god can clearly feel that your aura is no weaker than his. Your bloodline surpasses his by only a margin, but every other talent overwhelms him, filling him with silent disquiet. Bloodline within the same tier is not the only metric, he muses, a faint smile curling his lips. I am hailed as the peerless prodigy of the dark demon gods. At a tender age, I already command a pocket world of my own. And you, narrowing his eyes, he studies you closely. Which demon realm produced you? Throughout this entire chosen world, I sense no realm whose aura matches yours. A genius of your caliber shouldn't have appeared in a world this weak. Your brow lifts slightly as you pick out key details. There is more than one demon realm. They call worlds like Earth-chosen worlds. The level of demons or beasts that can descend here is tied directly to the world's inherent strength. Of course, these are only deductions. The exact truth remains unknown to you. I know nothing of what you're talking about. When I came into being, I was already in this world. The words had barely left his lips when the dark demon god that ruled the sky paused. Born of oblivion? Could a formidable demon once have descended upon this land, leaving behind the bloodline that now stood before him? His eyes flickered, and a sly smile curved across his face. If that is so, will you join my dark demon realm? His voice rolled like thunder. Give me your word, and I will not lay a finger on a single human on this planet. To demons, territory is life itself. Anyone who dares trespass must be slain. He was certain this guardian of Earth defended Huaxiao Imperial City out of pure territorial instinct. If he could bend the man to his will, the reward would eclipse the city, perhaps the entire human race. The young man fell silent. He knew he was no match for this being. Even if he broke through in combat, the citizens of the Imperial City would surely perish. After a long deliberation, he finally nodded. I agree, he murmured. A satisfied smile tugged at the dark demon god's lips. Buzz. In the next instant, an endless tide of darkness surged forth. Viscous black clouds swelled like a colossal wave, engulfing the young man and sweeping him into the sky. Within the roiling gloom, he sensed the true power of the dark demon god far beyond what his two previous simulations had hinted. The entity was certainly above 12-star Tier 3, perhaps already Tier 4, or even Tier 5. He wielded SS-grade dark energy and at least SS-grade physical strength, either of which could amplify his power 50-fold. His mastery of intent had reached the 7th heaven or higher. The dark domain beneath his feet extended through 3 layers, the first triple domain the youth had ever seen. He had not even unleashed his slaughter domain, yet the young man could not resist the dark domain alone. In that moment, the youth's worry for humanity deepened. Earlier simulations had never brought him face-to-face with the dark demon god, leaving the fiend's true strength unknown. Now he understood. Unless he surpassed the supreme level, defeating this demon was pure fantasy, and the opponent might still be hiding more power. Nonetheless, by claiming a dark demon god bloodline, he had won humanity a slim chance at survival. News raced through every human stronghold. At first, learning of the youth's pact brought relief, but deeper anxiety soon followed. Su Jinyu tried several times to enter the demon realm alone to rescue him, yet Li Jing Wu stopped her each time. Charging in blindly would not save their comrade, and might only add another hostage. Forced to wait, she entered seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Only then would hope remain. And so, guided by the dark demon god, you soon arrived in the dark demon realm. Your arrival draws murderous glares from the other 2 demon gods of the dark abyss, for you are the one who personally beheaded the Lord of Thunder. Inside the cavernous throne hall, dark red flames slither across the walls, and the killing intent of the 2 demons almost takes form. Yet, apart from the dark demon god himself, these 2 are leagues beneath the newcomer. Even the strongest of them, the flame demon god, is stuck at 12th rank, 2 stars. In a real fight, he would be helpless. A faint, mocking smile curls on the newcomer's lips, and that contempt instantly ignites their fury. The flame and earth demon gods growl together, their battle lust surging. Just as the tension is about to snap, a low chuckle rolls out of the darkness. Since when did Cabalza die? Have you forgotten? The dark demon god's voice is icy. If you want to throw your lives away, be my guest, I won't stop you. His warning freezes them where they stand. The flame demon god may be slightly stronger than the Thunder Lord, but nowhere near strong enough to kill in a single blow. The Earth Demon God is weaker still, his only advantage a sturdier defense, yet that rock armor would shatter beneath one strike. After a brief silence, the Dark Demon God rises from his throne, black hellfire winding around him. From this moment on, he is the second demon god of the Dark Abyss. By the way, what should we call you? Unwilling to reveal that he was once the human martial ancestor, the newcomer thinks for a moment and replies coolly, "Call me Satan." Satan? The demon gods exchange looks, then shrug it off. The Dark Demon God reminds them of the earlier pact. Under the Blood War contract you forged with the Thunder Lord, the humans inside that city are yours. We won't interfere. The newcomer relaxes a little, but the Dark Demon God immediately adds, the ones outside the walls, however, are not. The moment the words land, the flame and earth demon gods bare their fangs, and the air tightens again. He knows there will be no bargaining over this line unless he is ready to decapitate the Dark Demon God right here. After a pause he asks in a low voice, then am I at least entitled to a share of the rest? Of course. The Dark Demon God nods. The city's humans are an extra reward for you. Everything else will be divided according to how quickly each of you conquers new territory, slaughter them, or raise them. Do as you wish. He inclines his head. Keeping even a fraction of the humans is already more than had hoped for. Yet a bigger scheme quickly forms, and he speaks up. I have a better plan, one that will give us far more blood tribute than we receive now. Shall I explain? The three demon gods trade a look, curiosity flickering in their eyes. He continues, I will negotiate a pact with the humans. They will breed and corral their own population, then present us with a set amount of blood at regular intervals. That is why I've protected them all these years. 1,000 years before you arrived, their numbers were barely 1,000th of today's. His tone is calm, yet enticing. If we follow my strategy, in another millennium each of you will gain at least 10 times today's total population. In 2 millennia, you'll have 100 times, perhaps even 1,000. This is the only way to stay sustainable. If we exterminate the humans now, we'll gain a large haul of blood in an instant, but the price is far too high. He stood at the center of the demon hall, sweeping his eyes over several imposing demon gods. His voice was calm and certain. Flames rolled across the ceiling, and the demon god of infernal fire frowned. The humans would comply of their own accord? They breed faster on their own than anything we could ever raise, and they do it willingly, he explained slowly. As long as we offer protection, we don't have to waste manpower hunting them down. Their blood becomes a steady, long-term supply. Exactly, he continued. Humans are inherently weak. Had I not secretly shielded them all this time, they would have vanished already. Now that the entire Dark Abyss is involved, they'll be even more eager to accept our shelter. Protect them well, and their numbers will soar, our profits will soar with them. The demon gods exchanged glances, crimson light flickering in their eyes. The Dark Abyss Lord rose from behind the throne, his voice deep. If the humans truly agree, the Dark Abyss will sign a pact. So long as they deliver a sufficient population and a steady flow of blood on schedule, we will keep other races and beasts away from them. A satisfied smile crossed his face. This was exactly what he wanted. Leave it to me, he said, pressing down the restless demon aura with a raised hand. You'll have an answer within a day. If the humans accept, we follow my plan. If not, we can always strike later. With that, he stepped out of the hall and vanished into a swirling black vortex. Several hours later, high above Huaxia Imperial City, a radiant airship tore through the skies. Li Jing Wu and other supremes had just arrived at the Grand Council when they hurried forward to greet him. Teacher, can you really keep our race safe for at least 2,000 years? Li Jing Wu's voice trembled. I can, he replied evenly, then asked, how are the Yurin, the Waguo people, and the cavern where Ni Go hides, the ones I told you to monitor? Yurin? Waguo people? The supremes jolted. Could the key to the humans' survival involve these outsiders? Surely they weren't meant to guard Huaxia. Steadying himself, Li Jing Wu answered, per your orders, we left a few immature offshoot tribes alone. After 3 millennia, the results are astonishing. The fastest growing group is the Waguo people. When they fled underground, they numbered only a few 100,000, and now their population has exploded to 7 quadrillion. Unbelievable. An uproar swept the chamber. That figure was 50 times the current population of Huaxia. A few supremes who seldom followed the issue sucked in a sharp breath. Those who didn't know how the Waguo people reproduced could only twitch at the mouth. The Waguo had embraced their fine ancestral traditions with abandon. To multiply, they had tossed aside all shame. Women wandered the streets wrapped only in quilts and pillows, ready to spend the night with anyone who fancied them. Each child born earned the mother a generous food reward. Food was the one thing this world never lacked. Even women of the martial god level moved about with swollen bellies, either giving birth or heading off to do so. Li Jing Wu let out a wry laugh. If Huaxia hadn't been holding them back, their numbers might already rival ours. Good, excellent. The debt between Wan Nation and Huaxia from before the cataclysm will be settled today. He raised his eyes and swept over the assembled sovereigns, his tone calm, yet unchallengeable. Martial god. Pick several sovereigns and visit the Hua leaders. Huaxia will help them expand their numbers. Once their population reaches one-third of ours, they'll simply select people each year and send them to the dark abyss. Absolute racial separation is mandatory. Anyone who dares to intermarry with the Hua will be expelled to their land without exception. He laid out his entire strategy, including every detail of the abyssal agreement, word for word. An uproar tore through the hall. They would breed the Hua, ship them off as blood rations to the dark abyss, and in exchange the abyss would shield all humanity. If it worked, mankind would enjoy at least 2,000 years of peace. When he described the abyssal demon god's true power, the sovereign's initial despair turned to feverish excitement. Such a terrifying entity was willing to become humanity's protector. 2 millennia without an external threat. The older sovereigns, carrying memories of the was ancient blood feud with Huaxia, could barely contain their elation. To them, that race was 1,000 times more hateful than any other. After issuing every order, he stepped through a spatial rift, returned to the dark abyss, and presented every detail to the 3 demon gods. Discovering that he had secured a pacto spare humanity for 3 centuries in exchange for endless blood rations thereafter, the trio responded with collective delight. The abyssal demon god immediately declared that all follow-up matters were his to handle. The other 2 were thrilled. Limitless blood without lifting a finger was an offer too good to refuse. Under the abyssal demon god's official endorsement, his new title, second demon god, Satan, echoed across the dark abyss. His fearsome strength had been legendary since the fall of the Thunder Fiend. Now, with his formal induction, billions of demons erupted in celebration. You have joined the faction, Dark Abyss. You have become the second demon god of the Dark Abyss. Upon taking office, he immediately reorganized the abyssal legions. Within days the armies were marching to his command. He knew full well that a single word from the abyssal demon god could make those demons switch allegiance. Power ruled the abyss, but he didn't care. As long as they were useful, that was enough. Besides, his next plan would benefit the abyss future. Astaroth had no reason to interfere. During this period he finally learned the abyssal demon god's true name, Astaroth. Yet any deeper secrets where the 3 demon gods had come from, how their world had collapsed, seemed locked behind some unknown rule, leaving even them unable to speak. He could only memorize the mystery and resolve to seek the truth once his strength grew further. Year 2700. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 centuries, you have broken through to the 8th layer of the supreme realm. Time slipped away unnoticed, and he now hovered in the shadowy void, his aura billowing like a storm. His killing intent finally pierced the 7th threshold, while the first blade intent fully fused with the divine martial domain, raising its power multiplier from 10-fold to 12-fold. By his calculations, entering the 3rd stage would push that bonus to at least 30-folderly beyond his former self. His overall strength is now more than 4 times what it once was. A single icy stare can cow the flame demon god and the earth demon god, and even the proud dark demon god was startled by his leap. During the same 3 centuries, humanity guided by Li Jing Wu signed pacts with every supreme and martial god of Waguo. Waguo's eloquent elites portrayed the dark demon realm as a savior and packaged the Huaxia clans as messengers of the gods. Under the dual protection of dark realm demons and Huaxia warriors, Waguo embarked on a frenzy of expansion. At the outset, Waguo's population was about 300 trillion. Today it has skyrocketed to roughly 700 quadrillion, a 2,000-fold increase driven by one policy: relentless reproduction. Marriage is compulsory at 18, and anyone who fails to bear 10 children is barred from cultivation. Once someone begins cultivating, the chance of pregnancy drops sharply, and the stronger the cultivator, the harder it is to conceive. Under these iron rules, the population triples every 20 years, grows 10-fold in 40, and multiplies 100-fold in a century. As numbers spiraled out of control in recent centuries, he preemptively exiled vast ranks of the talent poor under the banner of opening new frontiers, though in truth they became demon feed. Only this purge slowed the surge. Without it, Waguo would already have exceeded 1 trillion souls. The volume of blood rations shipped to the dark demon realm is equally staggering: 1 quintillion people in just over a century. Most were weak, but their sheer number raised the strength of ordinary demons across the board and even made the dark demon god secretly marvel. At the same time, his own prestige soared until he could almost stand toe-to-toe with the dark demon god himself. The dark demon god, however, remained unconcerned. As long as the blood rations flowed, his power would keep climbing. Besides, the 2 belonged to the same lineage, and he had come to regard this little brother with genuine fondness, even addressing him as such in private. He knew perfectly well that the other was secretly shielding the Huaxia people, yet he chose not to interfere. True invincibility has no need to fear mere humans. Meanwhile, humanity, protected by the dark demon realm and using Waguo as a convenient shield, prospered with equal speed. Their numbers now exceed 4 quintillion. The original goal was to keep Waguo in check, But once Wagyu began shipping its people off as blood rations, humanity's own expansion slowed as well. Humanity began to pursue a strategy of producing only elites. A torrent of resources was funneled into the strongest warriors of the Huaxia clan, yet Su Jinyu, who had sealed herself in a life-or-death cultivation retreat 3 centuries ago, still showed no sign of returning. In private, you once asked the dark demon god Astaroth for guidance on breaking through to the 12th tier, but his advice was of little use. Thousands of years ago, his extraordinary bloodline had carried him smoothly past the 11th tier limit into true godhood, leaving him with no experience worth sharing that, in fact, was why he felt safe staying by your side. In his eyes, no matter how gifted you were, you could not touch the realm of a demon god anytime soon, whereas he was growing stronger by the day through devouring the people of Wagyu. By the time you finally broke through, he would still outstrip you, so he was certain you would never catch up. You did not mind. As long as the current balance could be maintained, this path might keep the human race alive for the next 5 or 6 millennia. The only dark cloud was the recent explosion of 12th tier chasms. Turbulent maelstrom in the demon layers were erupting several times a day, forcing Astaroth to intervene personally again and again. The brutal frequency of these battles sent demon casualties soaring, and you could only accelerate the breeding of Wagyu's population. Driven by a glut of fresh blood, the demon race quickly rebounded in number. By the year 3250, 30 confirmed 12th tier caverns had appeared. The dark demon realm welcomed its 7th demon god, yet the only beings who could truly make every faction tremble were still the dark demon god himself and you, standing at the pinnacle of the 8th heaven. Though you were nominally the demon emperor, even if the other 6 demon gods joined forces, they still could not shake you in the slightest. Meanwhile, Waxia's population surpassed 100 quintillion, and Wagyu swelled to 30 quintillion. Such staggering numbers produced geniuses one after another. 2 of them were said to rival Su Jinyu's talent, but being born so late, they would need at least 2 more millennia to reach her present realm. Over the past 1,000 years, your alchemy had risen with repeated refinement of the great human blood pill, stabilizing at flawless upper 11th grade. The truth about the mass slaughter of Wagyu's people could not stay hidden forever, so the Wagyu emperor went public. To earn the dark demon realm's protection, Wagyu must sacrifice 1% of its population each year, and a chosen few might be elevated into the noble demon race. The claim was pure deception, yet you and Li Jing Wu expected it to spark uprisings. To your astonishment, no unrest followed. In the contrary, countless citizens clamored to volunteer, including many martial gods. The sacrifice soon became a coveted honor, complete with generous compensation for the families of the chosen, and the quota turned into one of the hottest benefits in the land. On the Huaxia side, even though the number of supreme-tier experts had broken the 100,000 mark, that figure was negligible compared to the astronomical total population. After all, even the most gifted cultivators still needed at least 7 or 8 centuries to reach the supreme realm. The chances of producing true prodigies were still vanishingly small. Yet as the years passed, the number of war god and war saint cultivators among humanity leaped forward. The leadership understood, however, that no matter how many fighters they had, all of them would eventually become livestock for the demons. Only by raising someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a demon deity, even overpower one, could the human race win a real voice in this war. With that goal in mind, he had spent years shut away in the alchemy hall, all but burying himself in darkness while he obsessed over a legendary recipe said to push a peak sovereign straight into the 12th tier. Unfortunately, every attempt to simulate the pill's effects ended in a blank slate. The consolation prize was his own progress. His alchemy had climbed to top grade 11th tier, and the pills he crafted were now classed as excellent, just a hair's breadth from perfect. In the year 3465, he finally hit the bottleneck, shattered it in one surge, and advanced to the 9th heaven of the sovereign realm. Year 3880. Boom. On that day, an unprecedented, terrifying aura erupted from the far side of Earth. It swept across the globe, punched through the planet's fortress-like crust, and rolled straight into the demon temple deep within the dark abyss. In an instant, the air inside the temple seemed to vanish. He was sitting face-to-face with the dark demon god Astaroth, discussing what to do about the surface sinkholes, when the crushing pressure forced both of them to fall silent. He had only felt such oppression from Astaroth himself. It was as if the world's source had descended, pinning him in place. "Brother, what on earth was that?" he asked, frowning. Astaroth pondered for a moment, a solemn gleam flashing in his eyes. 12th tier, 8 stars, and most likely from an incredibly powerful race. It may be this world's first suppressor. The phrase 12th tier, 8 stars made his pupil's contract. A suppressor by definition the ceiling of this realm's power, someone capable of subduing an entire planet alone. Even worse, experience from the last simulation said that once the first suppressor appeared, more would inevitably follow. Individually, they might be slightly weaker, but together they would form a dazzling net of stars. He drew a deep breath, eyes burning. "Can you handle it?" A confident smile touched Astaroth's lips. Of course. Come, brother. They'll show you the finest battle this world has to offer. With that, Astaroth rose slowly from the dark throne. His height had already swollen to a staggering 10 million meters, roughly 10,000 kilometers. When his wings spread, their span could have covered the pre-cataclysm Earth. As he grew stronger, the corridor linking the dark abyss to Earth had widened as well. Even this colossal body could pass through it with ease now. A low hum sounded as endless dark power swirled around the temple, forming a vortex. The next instant Astaroth turned into a black gold streak of light, tore open the void, and shot skyward. A little over an hour later, after crossing tens of millions of kilometers, you and Astaroth were hovering above an endless ocean. Across this stretch of ocean, a cavernous shaft tens of thousands of kilometers wide plunged straight down into the depths. Torrential seawater thundered into the opening like a boundless waterfall. Boom! With a deafening roar, a skyrending dragon's cry split the waves. An azure flood dragon, more than 10 million meters long, burst from the sea. A razor-sharp horn crowned its head, yet its forelimbs were still empty stumps. It had not completed the transformation into a true dragon. Astaroth hovered in midair, golden eyes turning icy. A flood dragon clan. Fancy meeting one out here. Their blood is a tonic. The corner of his mouth lifted in a cold smile. Brother, if you can bring it down, I'll refine a batch of 11th tier, perfect grade pills for you. My alchemy just advanced. Astaroth's voice transmission was steady and confident. Haha, then it's as good as dead. His partner replied cheerfully. Laughing aloud, Astaroth closed his hand around empty air. Demonic power surged. A black-crimson greatsword coalesced in the void, its edge humming. Boom. 5 layers of killing intent rolled out like a tide of blood, suffusing the entire sky and sea with murderous aura. Hidden in the shadows, Astaroth's companion's pupils contracted, so this was the power he had been concealing. In the blink of an eye, Astaroth's aura skyrocketed more than 30-fold. Roaring, the azure flood dragon felt the world-shattering pressure, and panic flashed in its eyes. It wheeled around, desperate to dive back into the abyss. Think you can run? Astaroth sneered, his figure streaking forward as a bolt of black light. In the space of a heartbeat, he was in front of the dragon, hand outstretched. Boom. A demonic palm punched straight through the beast's massive chest. With a wet crack, a cerulean dragon core was ripped free, gleaming with cold light. Howling in agony, the flood dragon thrashed. Astaroth raised the greatsword and unleashed a single slash of black sword key. SHHK? The colossal body was cleaved clean in two. Flash after flash, the blade struck dozens of times. In the next instant, the dragon was carved into scores of chunks, scarlet mist spraying everywhere. Pathetic. Astaroth snorted, dismissive. With a wave of his hand, dark power swept up half of the blood and mangled flesh and tossed it toward his companion. This share is yours, payment for the pills. Flood dragon blood is potent. When you reach the peak of Demon Emperor, use it to break through to a higher realm. Greed flared in his partner's eyes. Thanks. He'll gladly accept. With a gesture, he stored every piece of the carcass and every drop of blood inside a spatial ring. Watching the enormous remains vanish so easily, Astaroth clicked his tongue in admiration. That ring of yours is handy. Get me an oversized one when you have the time. Demons have never excelled at auxiliary crafts, which is why the storage ring on Astaroth's hand is only about 11th tier. Human-made rings are far better in quality, but their inner space is so small that using them feels awkward. When Astaroth asked for help, the protagonist merely nodded. Of course, just let me finish dealing with these beasts first. A storage ring was hardly worth refusing. After he returned to the dark demon realm with a ring full of flood dragon flesh and blood, the protagonist skipped rest and headed straight for the alchemy chamber. He wanted to squeeze every last drop of value from these top-grade materials. Astaroth had warned him that flood dragon meat holds extraordinarily pure energy. Combined with potent barrier-breaking herbs, it can produce a super pill capable of pushing a cultivator straight into the 12th tier. While working, he remembered the tragedy on the Xinwu continent, how he failed to reach the sovereign realm because his body was too weak, and Luo Qingya died as a result. To climb any higher, raw energy alone would never be enough. The body had to be just as strong. Dragon blood has always been the ultimate tempering catalyst. After several rounds of calculations, he split the half of the flood dragon meat Astaroth had given him. Half for later experiments, the other half to be refined immediately into pure blood pills. Although the flood dragon's body was unbelievably resilient, he still managed to produce 111th tier top-grade blood pills, each pill pattern flawless, each scent overwhelmingly rich. He kept none of them for himself and handed them all to Astaroth. Staring at the nearly perfect pills, Astaroth was deeply moved. With the protagonist around, the demon race's overall strength would skyrocket. The protagonist only smiled. The stronger the dark demon realm became, the easier it would be for him to keep the other demon gods in line. A stable demon realm meant genuine safety for humanity, especially the Huaxia branch. If he weren't strong enough to suppress every demon god except Astaroth, the others would never allow Wuxia's humans to grow in peace. The remaining half of the Flood Dragon meat was perfect for trial runs. The protagonist quickly drafted a new recipe, pills designed specifically to temper the body. Once swallowed, they would let human cultivators reinforce their flesh to survive the massive energy surge of the 12th tier. Normally, even the weakest at that level wield 10 times the power of an 11th tier pinnacle expert. To avoid being torn apart during breakthrough, the body must reach at least 5 times that defensive strength, 6 to be safe. The stronger the cultivation base, the higher the multiple required. The protagonist himself enjoys a demon god bloodline, so as long as he polishes his cultivation to the 11th tier peak, his body will catch up naturally, one of the greatest perks of his lineage. Su Jinyu and the others, however, don't have that luxury. Humans in general are physically fragile. Li Jing Wu is an exception, born with a strength-type affinity that makes his body far tougher and his success rate higher. Su Jinyu and the rest, who practice energy-based paths, are clearly at a disadvantage. Yet with the dragon blood pills now ready, that weakness will soon be a thing of the past. This is genuine dragon blood. Even though it comes from a flood dragon rather than a true dragon, its potency far surpasses that of any so-called giant dragon line. In AD 4000, after more than a century of repeated trials and calculations, the magma-like liquid in the alchemy furnace finally stabilized, and the first batch of flood dragon blood forging pills emerged. The recipe centers on a portion of flood dragon flesh and blood, reinforced by dozens of extremely rare tempering herbs. Its power is brutal, capable of tripling a supreme limit expert's physical strength in a matter of moments. Anyone below that realm would have their meridians torn apart the instant a single pill entered their body, dying in an explosive burst. You produced 30 pills in this first batch, consuming 1/3 of the flood dragon flesh. The second third will be refined into 10 flood dragon breakthrough pills, reserved solely for pushing cultivators through their bottlenecks. The final third you plan to forge into an even stronger breakthrough pill for Yorsulfat your current level. An ordinary pill cannot contain the energy you require. You summon Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, and Dugu Jiantian, 3 supreme limit experts. When the cork pops free, a dense, coppery scent mixed with scorching medicinal aroma hits them, and all 3 tense. 1 flood dragon blood forging pill can triple a supreme limit body. You explain to Li Jing Wu, pointing at the vial. Your physique is already 3 times the baseline, so this pill will push you a bit past 5-fold. Add a breakthrough pill and your odds of success reach roughly 60%. Refine both first, then attempt the barrier. 2 pills land in Li Jing Wu's palm. He cups his fists in salute. Thank you, master. Without your aid, I would need 2 or 3 millennia just to glimpse a chance at advancement. He knows these are grade 11, peak quality pills across the myriad heavens. Only you can craft them. You turn to Su Jinyu and Dugu Jiantian. Your physical foundations are weaker. Each of you needs at least 3 pills. You may never match the martial god's raw physique, but your soul force is stronger and your energy control far more precise. You don't need his level to break through. With that, you hand each of them 3 pills. Pills distributed, you lead the trio into the divine martial grotto. Damp walls shimmer with ancient runes while you oversee their refinement of the blood-forging pills and continue perfecting the flood dragon breakthrough formula. In 4254, after 2 more centuries of calculations, you pinpoint the ideal ratio. Inside the roaring furnace, the first flood dragon breakthrough pill takes shape dark gold, faint dragon scale patterns flickering across its surface. Over the next 30 years you forge 10 more. By then, the trio's refinement is nearly complete. Li Jing Wu finishes first, fully absorbing 2 flood dragon blood forging pills. Bathed in blinding white light, his muscles, flesh, and bones swell, driving his physical strength to 6.8 times the supreme limit and upper bound measured against his own cultivation. Li Jing Wu's physique was already 6.8 times stronger than normal, outstripping ordinary peak sovereigns by more than a dozen-fold, sometimes 20 or 30 times, even higher. With a body this fearsome, he could slaughter a standard tier 12 beast barehanded. After a thorough examination, you confirmed his talent and power had peaked, yet prudence won out. You slipped him one of the invaluable flood dragon blood forging pills, one of only 30 remaining, because Li Jing Wu had a single life, and caution always trumped risk. He immediately re-entered seclusion to refine the pill. 50 years vanished in a heartbeat. Dugu Jiantian finished refining his 3 pills first. Though his foundation was weaker than Li Jing Wu's, those pills still forced his body from merely twice normal strength to 6.9 times. You produced a flood dragon breakthrough pill, led him to an open plain, and had him swallow it on the spot. The moment it dissolved, a cataclysmic force tore through his meridians, hammering the shackles of his realm. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed inside his body, making the very air ripple. Without his newly inflated physique, he would have been ground into a crimson mist. The pounding grew more frenzied by the second. You watched from afar, Expression Tense Du Jintian was both your half-disciple and one of humanity's guardian deities. If he died now, the loss would be immeasurable. Rumble. At last the bottleneck ripped apart. Power beyond sovereign erupted, flooding every cell, 10 times the might he once commanded at the sovereign limit. In the past it would have torn him to shreds, but his 6.9-fold body now stood like iron walls. With ruthless precision, he forced the raging energy back into his dantian. Spiderweb cracks covered his skin, yet he held on. You handed him a healing pill. Its scalding essence stitched the fissures in an instant. Boom. A vast Tier 12 aura detonated from within him, rippling outward. Thankfully, your divine martial domain was already in place, sealing the pressure. Otherwise nearby Tier 12 beasts or even several demon gods would have come running. Sensing power 10 times greater than before racing through his veins, Dugu Jiantian was ecstatic. He flashed to your side, voice trembling. Master, I did it. I broke through. Excellent. You nodded, eyes warm. Congratulations. You are the first human to step beyond the sovereign realm. His triumph convinced you that humanity had officially entered the Tier 12 era. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Jiantian recalled his brush with death and felt a surge of emotion. I used to think breaking through was easy. Without your help, even if I forced the gate, that power would have blown me apart. To be absolutely certain, I would have needed 3,000 or 4,000 years of groundwork. He glanced toward the closed-door chamber, where Li Jing Wu was still in seclusion, all welling up once more. He and Li Jing Wu had already respected this realm, yet they still hadn't fully grasped its terror. You sensed it too. To clear this hurdle with absolute certainty, the body had to be tempered to at least 7 times its natural limit. He soon discovered a thorny issue. Though the stronger the bloodline, the faster the energy requirements multiplied. Pushing the body to the peak of the supreme realm already devoured an unfathomable amount of resources. Doubling that limit was terrifying, and reaching 7 times was a bottomless pit. The flesh of ordinary beasts was useless now. Only 12th grade beasts with rare bloodlines could serve as viable materials. When Dugu Jiantian achieved his breakthrough, he kept the commotion quiet. Humanity's meteoric rise had already unnerved the demon gods of the dark demon realm. Astaroth considered himself above the fray and never interfered, but the other demon gods, torn between dread and deference, stayed silent for the moment. Once a human advanced beyond the supreme level, however, everything would change. They knew too well how dangerous humans could be. Su Jinyu had defeated the weakest demon god, while still below supreme, and her power had since grown tenfold below the 4th layer. Few could withstand her. To avoid leaks, he shared the news only with Li Jing Wu and Su Jinyu. Using Dugu Jiantian as a test case, he concluded that the body should reach at least 7.5 times its limit before attempting the breakthrough. After Li Jing Wu refined his 3rd pill, he barely met that mark and, under careful protection, stepped into the supreme realm without injury, his body intact. Next came Su Jinyu. She wielded the greatest combat power, but not through brute physique, so she needed more pills. The first 3 pushed her to 5 times normal strength. Another 3 brought her to 7 times. She wanted to break through then, but remembering Luo Qingjia's near-fatal ordeal, he vetoed the idea and ordered her to keep refining. Forced to take 4 more pills, she eventually pushed her limit to 8 times. To absorb the final 7 pills, she secluded herself for a full 500 years. By year 4870, clan affairs had fallen to Li Jing Wu and Dugu Jiantian, while he focused on his own cultivation and stabilized the medicinal power for Su Jinyu. His realm finally reached the 10th layer of the supreme level, just 1 step from the limit. His sword and spear intents fully merged into the divine martial domain, leaving him a breath away from its 3rd stage. He could now suppress many 12th grade beasts of the 7th heaven Hedon, though he still lagged slightly against the demon race. With Su Jinyu's body firmly set at 8 times its normal strength, he calculated that it was more than enough. After all, the other 2 had succeeded with barely 7 times. With that thought, you whisked Su Jinyu away to a remote corner of Earth. A massive formation you laid yourself seals the area tight, letting no trace of energy leak out. You placed 2 faintly blue dragon-shattering pills in her palm, and under your guardianship her breakthrough begins. Boom. The moment the pills melt, a boiling torrent of medicine floods her limbs, tearing apart shackles that have bound her for years. The bottleneck you once forced down now splinters, while flesh and soul are filled to bursting. Bones quake, meridians thunder. A cataclysmic aura explodes from deep inside her, ready to sweep across the land, yet your divine domain and layered formation smother every ripple, leaving the outside world utterly unaware. Seconds turn to minutes. Su Jinyu's power keeps rising until, baptized by raw energy, it grows tenfold. She crosses into the 12th tier above supreme. Though barely through the gate, the pressure she emits already eclipses that of ordinary 5- and 6-star beasts of the same tier. In sheer combat strength, she could match a typical 4-star demon god. You nod in approval. Life at the 12th tier can span 10 millennia, and she is only halfway there. With her gift, She may yet brush this world's ceiling. When that day comes, even Astaroth might fail to defeat her unless he still hides a deeper trump card. You also understand that Astaroth's current goodwill lasts only because you remain a demon god of the dark abyss. If one day you stand with humanity against that realm, he will strike without a moment's pause. So you hammer the point home once more. Su Jinyu and the others must hide their strength, revealing it only at the edge of life and death. For now, under the dark abyss protection, humankind needs no native 12th tier champions. If a super beast of that level appears, you will quell it yourself or send a demon god to do so. That is why humanity can still live in relative peace. The dark abyss has indeed offered great aid. The cost is equally stark. By raising humans as livestock in Wa country, you have let the dark abyss surge to a power even your last simulation failed to reach. You suspect Astaroth's current might was forged on human flesh and blood. Yet for the future of the Huaxia people, what is the death of countless Wa compared with their survival? Year 5154. In this year, the seventh abyssal cavern harboring a suppressor-level threat appeared. To maintain the dark demon realm's absolute supremacy over Earth, Astaroth personally struck down an ancient tyrant dinosaur with dragon blood in its veins. The instant the colossal beast fell, shattered horns and torn flesh littered the battlefield, and he immediately siphoned off half of its bloodline. If the lineage wasn't pure enough, he would purify a habit he never abandoned. For years, he had devoted himself to forging 12th tier elixirs and could now reliably produce lower 12th tier, superior grade pills. Yet as each pill formed, he saw his own limits. His talent and comprehension in alchemy were still too shallow. If he could obtain a gold-grade alchemical gift, both his power and that of humanity would soar, no question about it. At the same time, Astaroth's own cultivation had hit a wall. The other side repeatedly warned him, humans are a threat, keep your distance, or I'll wipe them out myself. By humans, they clearly meant the Huaxia people. To shield Huaxia, he spent years feeding the Japanese branch of humanity to the enemy as fodder, buying time. Outwardly he agreed to every demand, yet in secret he shut himself away, striving to break past the sovereign realm. Only then could he hope to challenge Astaroth on equal footing. In the year 5354, he finally reached the sovereign apex. But upon arrival, his body was only 1 times the physical limit. To break through for real, he had to push it beyond 7 times that limit. The greater the talent, the higher the required multiple. Even with demon god bloodline enhancements, reaching the ordinary demon god threshold would still take 3,000 years, and he was far stronger than an ordinary demon god. So after all that time, his body might barely double the sovereign apex. So he turned to technology. The tyrant dinosaur's corpse had long been refined into a tyrant blood-forging pill. Though its energy was slightly lower than that of a flood dragon counterpart, it boasted one advantage: sheer volume. He poured every scrap of the creature into that single pill, tilted back his head, and swallowed it whole. Boom! Violent medicinal force erupted. A torrent of energy flooded his limbs and bones as each cell entered a brutal rupture repair cycle, shattering, healing, and shattering again, driving his strength ever higher. The power was so vast he had to slow his absorption. Closing his eyes, he refined the energy, grasped new insights, and tempered his domain, anchoring his realm without taking a step. On Earth, 12th tier abyssal rifts now appeared almost every 7 or 8 years. Super rifts that required a suppressor emerged roughly once a century. Luckily, Astaroth still quelled every upheaval, preserving a veneer of stability and leaving the dark demon realm's rule unchallenged. Humanity, meanwhile, clung to survival beneath that oppressive shadow. Once the human population surged past 4 quintillion, Earth reached its absolute limit. The planet stopped expanding, its resources were stripped bare, and any further growth on this world became impossible. Ironically, the number of powerhouses kept skyrocketing. More than 300,000 supreme-level experts now walk the land, and fresh breakthroughs occur almost daily. At this pace, within 1,000 years their ranks could swell to 1 million. Humanity's explosive rise has sown fear among the demon gods of the dark netherworld. Including Astaroth, their pantheon holds 10 true demon gods, and with you, the nominal second demon god, that total climbs to 11. Apart from Astaroth, the other 9 have long resented you. Had you not forbidden them from hunting Huaxia's people, their strength would have grown far faster. Wa Nation's population is barely 1/3 of Huaxia's, yet its supremes account for less than 1% of Huaxia's total. Below the supreme realm, the imbalance is even worse. To a demon god, ordinary mortals are no longer worth the trouble. Their eyes have always been fixed on Huaxia's vast feast. You and Astaroth kept them in check for years, so the 9 could only grumble in private. But during the centuries you spent in seclusion, their realms climbed step by step, and with every advance their ambition swelled. The flame demon god has now breached the 6th heaven of the demon god realm and claims the greatest combat power in the dark netherworld. Sneering, he asks whether the position of second demon god shouldn't change hands. In the year 5550, a century-long plot finally ignited. Led by the flame demon god, the 9 demon gods tore open the void and descended on 9 points around Waxia's imperial capital. Their overwhelming auras swept through the city like a natural disaster. Billions of civilians had no time even to scream before their bodies were blasted into crimson mist. High above, the mist gathered into 9 roaring rivers of blood, which the demon gods refined into 9 fist-sized blood pearls. In the span of a single breath, 1,000 quintillion Waxians lay dead or dying. The massacre continued. Maintaining their oppressive might, the 9 demon gods advanced toward the city center, pulverizing every supreme they encountered into fresh blood mist and forging more pearls along the way. The upheaval jolted the entire capital. Every supreme within the walls rose into the sky, racing toward the nearest battlefield. The 3 pinnacle supremes Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, and Dugu Jianshan chose without hesitation to strike straight at the strongest foe, the flame demon god. Flaming clouds churned. Molten fire seemed to melt the heavens. Li Jing Wu's eyes were icy as he faced the flame demon god. Our race has a mutual protection pact with the dark netherworld, he said, voice cold as steel. Are you tearing it up? Do the other demon gods know? Does the Satan demon god know? The flame demon god threw back his head and laughed, mockery written across his face. A protection pact? What a joke. Humanity is nothing but livestock raised by the dark netherworld. How dare you speak of mutual protection? You think you're worthy to protect us? As for this Satan you mention, he's merely a demon emperor who dares call himself a demon god. Worthy? Hardly. The flame demon god spoke with scorn. The moment his words landed, Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, and Dugu Jiantian went grim. They had long predicted that once these demon gods reached the peak of their power, reverence would vanish. They just never expected the day to come so soon. Rage churned inside them. Yet they kept it in check, hiding the fact that they had already stepped into the 12th tier because once that secret surfaced, their opponent would no longer be the flame demon god before them, but the far more terrifying dark demon god, Astaroth. You 3 look delicious. I'm still 1 step short of a breakthrough, so I'll use you as my stepping stones. Staring at the surging vitality in their bodies, the flame demon god bared rows of fangs in a cruel grin. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like a trail of living fire. The pressure of a 6th heaven demon god crashed down as he slashed the air. Flames converged into a colossal, sky-spanning hand that descended to crush them. Sensing the enemy's overwhelming realm, Li Jing Wu's expression twisted. He roared, "Martial God Domain." Power erupted like a volcano, but his first move wasn't to confront the foe. Instead, he struck Su Jinyu and Dugu Jiantian in the chest, hurling them away in twin arcs. A heartbeat later, the demon's fiery hand closed around him. A wet crunch split the air as the flame demon god tightened his grip. Bones shattered, blood mist burst, and Li Jing Wu was crushed on the spot. With a thunderous boom, the floodgates opened. Unsealed blood stored within every cell gushed out in torrents that, before the cataclysm, might have rivaled a breached yellow river. The flame demon god growled, maw gaping to swallow the cascading river of blood. As it poured into him, a flicker of shock crossed his features. Something's wrong. This energy isn't from an ordinary 11th tier peak. Li Jing Wu was a 12th tier powerhouse. Realization shrank his pupils. He snapped his head towards Su Jinyu and Dugu Jiantian, who were pushing past their injuries, fury blazing as they charged. So the human race was hiding strength this deep. Unforgivable. He roared, waves of searing flame billowing out as he lifted his hand, intent on erasing the remaining 2. Clang. Before he could finish the sentence, a thunderous sword cry split the sky in the distance. A shudder of primal fear swept over the flame demon god. Every hair on his body stood on end. The moment he looked up, he saw a jet-black sword light stretching for thousands of miles across the sky, a death sentence forged by heaven and earth, crashing down on him. Spurt. He had no time to gather even a shred of demonic power before the blade pierced him from crown to chest, splitting his colossal body in 2. Crack. The rift reached his tailbone, and molten blood sprayed like a fountain. Just before his consciousness shattered, he glimpsed an icy face in midair. Yours. And no, impossible. You're only a demon emperor. How could? Splurt. The split body slammed to the ground before he could finish, carving a crater as wide as pre-cataclysm Earth and hurling dust into the heavens. You hovered above the corpse, expression dark. You touched a droplet of blood hanging in the air, and a familiar aura slammed into your mind. Li Jing Wu. Li Jing Wu was dead, and these demon gods had struck at humanity behind your back. And the dark demon gods? You had thought that if they truly intended to move, they would first seek Astaroth's approval. If Astaroth agreed, you would fight to protect your people. If he refused, they would never dare cross the line. Reality shredded that assumption. You had underestimated their greed and stupidity. Nearby, 8 demon gods who had watched you kill the flame demon god in a single blow were ashen-faced. One roared first, "Satan, you killed the flame demon god. For mere humans? You're dead, right? His Majesty the Dark Demon God will never forgive you. Others shouted. But when your cold gaze swept over them, their voices died the terror of prey pinned by the Reaper. One suddenly screamed, "Run!" All 8 bolted toward the Dark Demon realm. An instant later you became black lightning. Minutes passed, and the 8 demon gods lay outside Huaxia Imperial City, limbs and wings severed, wailing like butchered swine. You descended slowly, your voice grinding like steel on stone. Humanity is my territory, assigned to me by the Dark Demon God himself. Who gave you the nerve to run wild here? Was it the Flame Demon God? Who gave you the nerve? Bleeding and broken, the demon gods kowtowed, voices hoarse with fear. Lord Satan, spare us. We were deceived by the Flame Demon God. Yes, it was all him. He wanted your throne, so he told us to cause trouble. Yes, we had no choice. The crowd of demon gods prostrated themselves in terror on the ravaged ground, charred stumps writhing as they begged you for mercy. They knew very well that even with their limbs severed and their bones shattered, the demon's powerful bloodline would let them regrow their bodies after a few years of seclusion as long as a spark of life remained. But if your sword truly erased them, body and soul would be gone forever, and there would be no second chance. You had already decapitated the Flame Demon God on the spot, and none of them could guess whether you would send them after him next. Humph, save those excuses for His Majesty the Dark Demon God. You snorted, and black light erupted in your palm. The cold, abyssal power of darkness unfolded into an invisible net that wrapped around every mangled demon body. With a thunderous boom, the captured demons were dragged into the sky, tearing through the clouds and hurtling toward the Dark Demon realm. When the demonic clouds dispersed, a pale glimmer returned to the sky above the Huaxia human lands. The surviving human cultivators collapsed one after another among the rubble and bloodstains, chests heaving as though they had just snatched their lives back from death. Yet the moment they remembered what had happened, a heavy shadow crept silently into their hearts. Compared with the demon clan, humans were unbearably tiny. Even Li Jing Wu, the strongest human of the age, had been nothing more than an ant before the Flame Demon God. What chilled them further was the knowledge that Li Jing Wu had still been holding back to hide his trump cards. Even at full power, he would have been separated from the 5 realms apart Flame Demon God by an unbridgeable gulf. The demon gods, with their monstrous physiques and bloodline enhancements, were simply not the same order of life. We are still far too weak. If Lord Wu Zhu hadn't intervened today, we would all be dead. Dugu Jiantian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze following the direction you had vanished, knuckles whitening around a clenched fist. Remembering how the martial god had died to shield humanity, his eyes turned scarlet, and a raging fire seemed to ignite in his chest. Humans started too low and have had too little time to grow, Su Jinyu murmured, shaking her head as she looked at the ruins stained by a rain of blood. Give us a few thousand more years, and maybe we could catch up, but a few thousand years? Do you think the Dark Demon realm will ever let us live that long? The single remark left everyone silent. Will Wuzu be in danger for slaying the Flame Demon God? Dugu Jiantian rasped the question. Su Jinyu gave no answer. She only stared at the last thread of black light fading at the edge of the sky, her eyes filled with unconcealed worry. At that moment, in the Dark Demon realm, inside the mountain-like Dark Divine Palace, bang bang, one after another, the maimed demon gods nothing but bloody stumps were tossed by you onto the inky stone steps. Severed limbs and broken bones thudded against the floor, streams of blood winding through the carved grooves and filling the hall with an acrid stench. Brother, these trash ran to the human lands, wiped out a third of the population, and still dreamed of keeping all the blood food for themselves. You placed a foot on the only thing left of the Flame Demon Goda, severed head and spoke in an even tone. Others might not understand, but you know better than anyone how much work I put into raising that group of humans. In a single day, they destroyed a tenth of it. Your gaze swept over the scattered demon remains, and you let out a cold laugh. As for the Flame Demon God, if I hadn't refined blood pills for our race and nurtured the humans as livestock, he would still be stuck as a third-tier weakling. Now his wings have grown and he wants to step on my head. I chopped him down on a whim. If you think I went too far, kill me or punish me as you wish. Dark flames roiled beneath the vaulted ceiling, and on a colossal black throne the Dark Demon God surveyed the scene. As your words faded, his face grew ever darker. A murderous aura burst forth like an icy gale, yet not a single shard of it was directed at you. Instead, it locked onto the wailing, mutilated demon gods below. He tapped the armrest with a finger, cold light flashing in his eyes like blades. You have done exceedingly well. It seems my commands no longer matter in the Dark Demon realm. Poised high above, Anhei Mozhen's black cloak snapped in the seething demonic aura. His ice-cold gaze swept the 8 subordinate Mozhen below, and the weight of his killing intent made the very air shiver. As supreme ruler of the demon race, nothing mattered more to him than his inviolable throne, yet these underlings had struck at the human race without so much as a reportant act tantamount to treason. The instant his frigid words fell, The 8 Mosen paled and dropped to their knees on the blood-soaked earth. Your Majesty, Yin Mosen deceived us. The first stammered, spilling every detail in panic. He said that since you and the former 4 Mosen were as close as brothers, his orders carried your authority. He even threatened us, the second cut in frantically. He promised to cut off our blood rations once he took the humans if we refused him. We were completely duped. The others echoed, their terrified protests tumbling over one another. The former 4 Moshenlei Mosen, Yin Mosen, Anhe Mosen, and Kong Mosen, who had fallen 1,000 years ago to a Tier 12 7-star superfiend beast were now reduced to Anhe Mosen alone. The newly promoted Mosen had not dared to bet that Yin Mosen was bluffing. No one had expected him to lie outright and act behind Anhe Mosen's back. Yin Mosen had planned to breach Huaxia Imperial City, seize half its population alive, refine them into blood pills, and present them to Anhe Mosen. He believed such a feat would not only spare him punishment, but also earn him control of the prosperous city. What he never foresaw was the young human powerhouse who, without even reaching Mosen rank, possessed unfathomable strength and felled him with a single blow. Though hundreds of times weaker on paper, Yin Mosen was still slain instantly. Even Anhe Mosen, seated on high, could not conceal his shock. Yin Mosen could normally spar for several exchanges with a standard suppressor-class fiend beast, yet that human ended him in less than a heartbeat. By Anhe Mosen's estimate, the man already had the power to slay the weakest Tier 12 8-star fiend beast. But this was no time to ponder that anomaly. Rage seared through Anhe Mosen's voice. Fools, every one of you. If that useless Yin Mosen truly knew how to govern Huaxia Imperial City, would I need to step in? Afraid of losing your blood rations? Very well. He raised a hand, condensing demonic chi into a jet-black decree that slammed to earth like thunder. From this moment on, the 8 of you are cut off from all blood rations. Your legions will receive 1/10 of their former allotment. At this you let out a cold snort. The 8 Mosen looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Without fresh blood, they could neither advance their power nor heal their wounds. Anhe Mosen spoke again, his voice booming like divine thunder. Satan's word is my word. Because you were deceived, I spare your lives this once. Lay a hand on the humans without my order again, and I will take your heads. On this decree he offered no room for debate. Even as ruler of the dark demon realm, blood rations were never his to squander at will. With fewer blood sacrifices allotted to the demon god's underlings, he could claim a far larger share for himself. His legion of dark demons would swell as well, and he could use the chance to put those useless fools in their placia perfect tufferon. And if anyone dared voice an objection, whoever objected would die. The moment the dark demon god's words fell, the 8 demon gods who had still been struggling for breath went silent. Before today they might have muttered complaints in secret, but now they understood at last. Though they all bore the same title, the gulf between demon gods was despairingly vast. Forget the dark demon god, this young clansman before them could slaughter them with ease. Their lives or deaths mattered nothing to the dark demon god. After the 8 were dragged away, you were about to take your leave when the dark demon god called you back. You've been getting too close to the humans lately. Hands clasped behind his back, his voice was low. You may have been born on Earth, but you are still one of the dark demon god clan. Humans have a saying. Those who are not of our kind must harbor different hearts. No matter how well you treat them, you will always be an outsider in their eyes. Let the human race grow, but keep it within limits. If a 12th tier powerhouse ever appears, you must kill them immediately. Otherwise, once they become strong, we will be the ones to die. He spoke earnestly. You inclined your head. Brother, I understand. That's why I arrived a bit late this time, and let Yinji Emotion kill more of them. I was cultivating in a nearby dungeon, and could have been here much sooner. Satisfied, the dark demon god nodded. Only the 2 of you on Earth shared this bloodline, so he trusted you completely. Had you belonged to any other line, talent like yours would have been suppressed long ago. Good. And remember, you've reached the peak of Demon Emperor. Don't rush the breakthrough. Your foundation is too strong if you haven't honed it to the absolute limit. Your own power will crush you when you try. Grind your base to at least 8 times the Demon Emperor limit before you make the attempt. He made a quick gesture, then added, Yinji Emotion's bloodline is exceptional. Refining it into a blood pill will be perfect for tempering your body. In that moment his tone sounded less like that of a fellow clansman and more like an elder brother giving advice. You nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, brother. The dark demon god went on. Your breakthrough would be a good thing. Earth is on the eve of its explosive phase. The true cataclysm isn't far off. Guiding the humans will still be your task. Steer them into producing a few more supreme level experts. When the eruption comes, we can carry out the final harvest. Even if we do nothing, the humans won't survive the end of the outbreak, and we ourselves might not last to the final moment. His gaze darkened, as though he could see through the thick rock walls to the blood-soaked storms of the future. A chill gripped your heart, your pupils narrowing. Over the years, from the fragments the dark demon god occasionally revealed, you have pieced together a rough outline of how the world will develop after the dungeon invasion. At the very beginning lies the period you once simulated, known as the early phase. During the initial phase, every world undergoes a sudden surge of spiritual energy. It is as if every shackle on that power is torn away at once, pushing it to a terrifying level, and fissures leading to the nether pits burst open in its wake. On worlds like Earth, these rifts appear the same moment the energy tide arrives, while on worlds such as Shinwu continent, they only emerge after the energy has boiled for some time. The middle phase begins when a world gives birth to its first peak-tier beast. On Earth, that moment won't truly arrive until the first Tier 12 monster appears. 9 out of 10 chosen worlds are wiped out in the chaos that follows this threshold. Without the intervention of a single prodigious human, Earth would not have lasted even that long. In the previous simulation, humanity was extinguished by nothing more than a demon at the pinnacle of the Demon Emperor realm. After the middle phase comes the eruption phase, also called the late phase, the era when Tier 12 8-star suppressors stride across the battlefield. Beyond that lies the terminal cataclysm. Rifts housing suppressor-class foes open on a massive scale, low-level cracks vanish altogether, and every new tier is guarded by a suppressor. In the last simulation, Shinwu continent perished before this cataclysm even arrived. Not even the descendants of that prodigy survived into the endgame. What happens after the terminal phase remains unknown, but at humanity's current rate of growth, they are almost certain to be wiped out during the cataclysm. Learning that the end phase is near, he felt a heavy weight on his heart, yet he also breathed a faint sigh of relief. Whether the dark demon god was acting or not, such turmoil made a direct strike against him, unlike Eli, so long as he did not sign his own death warrant. As long as he kept a low profile, even if the secret of him nurturing a Tier 12 human leaked out, the demon god would not turn on him prematurely. Both sides understood his potential, and that mutual awareness was one more reason the dark demon god treated him favorably. After finishing his conversation with the dark demon god, he forced himself to stay calm and returned to the Huaxia imperial city. He collected the corpse of the flame demon god on the spot and refined it into a blood-forging demon pill to temper his body. The savagery of demon god blood was no weaker than that of a flood dragon, and because he already belonged to the demon race, he felt no rejection toward the pill. He swallowed it in one gulp and immediately secluded himself to hammer his body into shape. In truth, he had lied to the dark demon god. His delay was not deliberate, but caused by getting stuck at a crucial node while refining a previous overlord blood-forging pill. That pill had been made from the blood of a Tier 12 8-star beast and contained terrifying energy, boosting his power to 3.5 times the Demon Emperor limit. By his rough estimate, the new demon pill could raise that multiplier to at most 5, but the energy required for further breakthroughs would grow exponentially, making each step unimaginably hard. Still, once he pushed his physique to 5 times the Demon Emperor limit, his combat strength would soar. At that point, he could personally hunt Tier 12 8-star beasts and refine an ample supply of blood-forging pills on his own. Moreover, as the cataclysm drew near, Tier 12 8-star beasts were becoming more and more common. Only a few days later, he received an urgent message from Su Jinyu. Imo had returned. The news instantly reminded him of the old deep space exploration team. Back then, the nearest target planet lay over 2,000 light-years away. The ship had launched in 1458 and reached its destination in less than 5 centuries. Yet Earth did not receive the first data packet until 4254. Because the vessel could transmit only by photon point technology, every signal was limited to light speed, so the files were decoded gradually from 4254 onward. The earliest images showed a world riddled with sinkholes and overrun by vicious beasts. Thankfully, the crew included cultivators at the 7th heaven of the Supreme Realm, and they managed to keep the situation barely under control. The planet's environment was strikingly similar to Earth's, so they planned to return at once. If everything had gone well, they should have arrived home more than 1,000 years before their first message even reached Earth. Sadly, the last file ended 7 months after landing a brutal video in which a Tier 12 beast rammed the ship, tore a Supreme Master apart, and slaughtered the entire crew. In that moment, everyone realized the 3 expedition fleets were likely doomed. Even so, he never imagined Imo could have survived. The moment he got the alert, he rushed to Huaxiao Imperial City to meet her. By then her cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Realm, yet she still could not break through. At his urging, she slowly told her story. Their true target had been a planet more than 6,000 light-years from Earth. As soon as they entered the system, they saw the scarred, cavernous world about Earth's size, but riven with deep chasms and dotted with mighty beasts. Even across the void, they could clearly make out Tier 12 monsters. They decided on the spot not to land and turned back. Energy was not a major concern. Once a ship hit lightspeed, it needed almost no further fuel, coasting on superluminal inertia. The chance of striking an asteroid or planet was negligible. Over 99.99999% of space is vacuum. Life support could run for eons, and their storage rings held enough supplies for 10,000 years of hibernation. It was enough that they had come home. The stars were still a distant dream, not worth risking again for now. With that thought, he looked at Imo Shiyun, his voice steady yet tinged with exhaustion and helplessness. They had only one true home, and it was Earth. He then led her to the hidden sanctuary that had helped Li Jing Wu and the others break through to Tier 12 and pressed his treasured Flood Dragon bloodcasting pills into her hand. Your physical strength is as fragile as Su Jinyu's, he said. Refine as many of these pills as you can. Staring at the medicine, his voice lowered to a deep, unwavering rumble that almost blended with the thunder outside. Wushin is dead. I won't let anyone else die. You addressed Imo Shiyun with deliberate calm. Your voice was steady, yet every word pierced her heart like a needle, and her shoulders quivered. For an instant the demon god's towering figure overlapped with the boy she once knew, but that youth hers, Alani, no longer existed. The man before her cared only for humanity. She could not help thinking that, had they never parted, their children might already fill a hall. Now her lifespan was almost spent. A cultivator of the supreme realm lives only 7,000 years, and she had already walked the earth for more than 6 millennia. Though her face remained unchanged, the flame of her life was fading fast. This was her last chance. She stowed the pills, sat cross-legged, and let her spiritual power surge as she began refining them with all her strength. He also closed his eyes, continuing to refine the demonic blood-forging pellets. Their brutal power rivaled that of the Flood Dragon blood-forging pellets, and he found himself imagining the slaughter of every remaining demon god. Yet with Astaroth still ruling, he had to suppress the urge to kill. Time advanced to the 5,875th year after the Great Cataclysm. 30 years earlier, Imo Shiyun had swallowed all her blood-forging pellets, raising her physical strength sevenfold. Though her foundation was weaker than Su Jinyu's, this was enough to sustain a higher realm. When she took the Flood Dragon breakthrough pill, her cultivation erupted, and humanity gained another formidable 12th-tier powerhouse. He, meanwhile, consumed every demonic blood-forging and tyrant dragon blood-forging pellet he owned, driving his physical strength to a terrifying 6.7-fold. Even so, the results still fell short of reassuring Astaroth. In his day, Astaroth had reached the fleshly limit after more than 7 millennia of brutal tempering without any miraculous elixirs. Had demon gods not lived 3 times longer than humans, that ordeal would have killed him. In a blink, 7,000 years had passed since the Great Cataclysm. Recently, the first wave of elderly supremes such as Tianyan's sword saint had died one after another as their lifespans ran out, revealing humanity's true limit. For 7 millennia, no supreme had ever died of old age, so everyone assumed time was plentiful. Once the first example appeared, panic swept through the supreme ranks. They had always believed a martial god lived 5,000 years and a supreme at least 10,000. Reality offered only 7. Most current supremes spent several millennia reaching this realm, already burning through more than half their lives. Worse still, he had yet to reveal a way to break past the limit. How could they not panic? Yet he was equally powerless. The blood-forging pellets needed for a supreme breakthrough require the essence blood of 12th-tier ferocious beasts from exceptionally mighty clans. The weakest acceptable source is a tyrant dragon-class beast. The best possible ingredients would come from mythic races like the demon gods or the flood dragons. Yet one had been suppressed by the dark demon god, and the other had appeared only once since time began, making it nearly impossible to gather what was needed for the blood-forging pill. The protagonist had already taken his last blood-forging pill, and Astaroth had blocked every public path to a breakthrough. With no other choice, he went to beg the demon god in person. After hearing his plight, Astaroth didn't say a word. He simply turned, tore open the void, and left the dark demon realm. 10 days later, thunder echoed across the land. Astaroth returned, carrying 2 enormous corpses, one in each hand. A 12th order, 8-star demon dragon, and a 12th order, 8-star deep-sea octopus fiend. Their bloodlines were many times stronger than anything else of the same rank. On Earth, only Astaroth himself surpassed them. He tossed the bodies to the ground and laughed. With these, you should finally be able to break through, right? The carcasses crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust. The protagonist fell silent for a moment. Astaroth already treated him as kin, valuing him far more than the other demon gods. If his heart hadn't belonged to humanity, the two might truly have become sworn brothers. More than enough. Thank you, brother, he replied. Without another word, he lifted both corpses in one hand and turned to leave. Astaroth called after him. If you want the humans to reach the Emperor realm, get to work. They pose no threat to me for now. The great outburst is coming. With them around, we might survive a bit longer. The words made the protagonist pause, his pupils contracting. Astaroth already knew Su Jinyu, and the others were on the verge of breaking through. Once he reached the 12th order first, the human experts could act openly. With that thought, he slung the 2 bodies over his shoulder and sped away. The energy within those 2 beasts was vast. The protagonist secluded himself for a century, refining every drop of their essence into pills he named Emperor-grade blood-forging pills. From Astaroth, he had learned that the Emperor realm was humanity's term for 12th order powerhouses. On the day the pills were ready, he swallowed them all at once. Boom. Their savage power surged through him like a flood, scouring every fiber of his being. He guided it with a method that bordered on self-destruction. In the year 6221, when the last trace of energy was finally absorbed, his physical strength had climbed to 8.2 times its former limit. The moment of breakthrough had arrived. He transformed into a column of light, pierced the atmosphere, and stepped into the boundless starry sky. In the vacuum, endless dark matter energy poured into him like a tide, healing his wounds and replenishing his strength before his very eyes. At that moment, he could feel his power returning at breakneck speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the Jiaolong boundary-breaking pills and swallowed them all at once. Boom. In an instant, a storm of raw power flooded his body. Every meridian blazed, the energy rampaging through flesh and bone like a tidal wave. At the same time, he drew on every ounce of strength he had stored and merged it with the boundary-breaking force, striking directly at the bottleneck that had held him back for so long. Rumble. The two torrents collided head-on, cracking the barrier. Crack. Crack. Fissures spread in a heartbeat. Bang. A flood of power several times stronger than everything he had ever wielded erupted, tearing muscles and grinding bones to dust. Even with a physique 8 times stronger than an ordinary body, he could not withstand the sudden onslaught. Flesh split before the naked eye, yet his expression remained calm. Had foreseen this outcome. He raised his hand, revealing several ink-black pills. They were dark demon pills, forged over 1,000 years by compressing boundless dark energy in the abyssal demon realm. Crushing them, he released a tidal wave of viscous demonic mist. He pushed dark matter control to its peak. The dense mist rushed back into him, repairing torn meridians and shattered flesh faster than they could break. Between destruction and rebirth, his physical strength skyrocketed 8.2-fold, 8.5-fold, 9-fold, 10-fold, 11-fold. When the number passed 10, no new cracks appeared, but he refused to stop. This golden window would come only once. Gritting his teeth, he used the lingering shockwaves to keep tempering his body. Without enduring that first wave, even dark matter control could not have saved him. The forging lasted 3 full years. When the energy finally settled, his physique had reached its supreme limit 21-fold. That equaled 2.1 times the power of a first-tier demon god, vaulting him straight into the second tier. One breakthrough, 2 realms crossed. Clenching his fist, he savored the surging power. Where an 8.2-fold body could release only partial force, a 21-fold physique could unleash its might without restraint, sending his overall strength soaring more than 10-fold. His size grew accordingly from hundreds of thousands of meters to 10 million zhong, nearly matching Astaroth's colossal frame. Boom. No longer suppressing his power, he let it erupt. Endless darkness spewed from his skin. The divine martial domain, the domain of slaughter, and the intent of slaughter unfolded at once. In a flash, a world-shattering aura swept across the entire Earth. Endless darkness rolled across Earth, and every beast, from first-tier hatchlings to 12th-tier 8-star titans, quaked under the weight of your supreme demonic might. Leaden clouds churned overhead, blotting out the sky. Beasts sprawled between scorched earth and glaciers, fangs chattering, scales humming. Even the vaunted suppressor-class creatures felt as if an ice age had frozen their limbs. Unable to lift their heads, they listened only to the frantic pounding of their own hearts. The kid finally broke through. He was hiding his true strength all along. In the abyssal demon realm, Astaroth stood before a shadowed throne, a greedy excitement flickering in his golden vertical pupils. While he showed no fear, the other demon gods turned deathly pale at the revelation of an apocalyptic aura. The 8 veteran demon gods whose limbs you had once severed only recently regenerated after centuries felt their old wounds throb, as if memory itself were tearing them open again. He's done it. Teacher has finally broken through. In Huaxia Imperial City, Dagujian Tian clutched a jade message tablet, his voice trembling with emotion as tears pooled in his eyes. Since the fall of the martial god, you had secluded yourself in the abyss. Su Jinyu and Mo Xiun had also vanished into closed cultivation, leaving every civic burden on his shoulders. Though the number of human supremes had been steadily rising, the lack of a 12th-tier overlord left the race without true confidence. Now, as that unmatched pressure boomed like war drums, Dagujian Tian's despair ignited into wild elation. Across every war zone, other supremes tilted back their heads and roared in answer to the familiar presence. Luo Xiao, you finally ascended. Humanity no longer needs to fear the abyssal realm. Deep in the starry void, inside the blazing heart of a sun, Su Jinyu burst from the corona in a blaze of light, molten gold hair aflame. She glanced toward the earth now veiled in black clouds, a smile lifting the corner of her lips. A solar flare disintegrated into billions of light particles, collapsed inward, and recoalesced into a single point where Mo Xiun rebuilt her form, golden radiance flowing across her skin. With him here, our worries shrink to nothing. Mo Xiun, said with an easy laugh. For decades, she and Su Jinyu had cultivated within the sun, tempering their bodies with pure light and sparring to fill each other's gaps. Though defeat came more often than victory, every clash drove them both to evolve. The star's surging light had also masked them from Astaroth's probing gaze. Come on, Su Jinyu said, gathering her divine flames, eyes cold as ice. Our own breakthroughs should be announced. Waxia's inner circle is slipping into chaos, and Daguji and Tian can't hold the line alone. The restless troublemakers need cleaning out. She shot off like a blazing meteor, rending the vacuum on a direct course for Earth. Emotion followed as a blinding bolt of gold. Abyssal demon realm. Your world-shrouding form descended from the void, feet striking the barren ground as volcanoes and abysses rumbled in unison. Inside the dark temple, Astaroth lounged on his throne, fingers drumming the obsidian armrest while he watched you arrive from on high. Between the stone columns flanking him, more than a dozen demon gods held their breath, eyes flickering between fear and defiance. They knew full well you were not born of this realm. Two rulers of equal power cannot share one abyss. The outcome is always a cataclysmic duel, and the loser rarely escapes with their life. At this moment, the power he displayed was no weaker than Astaroth's, and every demon god wondered how many of them would survive if the two titans truly fought. A breath of annihilation rolled through the hall, forcing the demon gods into silent tension. If this newcomer seized the throne, how many of them would still be alive? And if he did ascend, would any of them be spared? A hushed, oppressive voice finally pierced the silence. You're back? Astaroth met the gaze and let a faint smile appear. Yes, I'm back, he replied. Thanks for your help, brother. The two supreme beings exchanged smiles without the slightest hint of hostility, leaving every demon god stunned. No one had expected such a cordial scene. Astaroth nodded lightly and declared, since you've returned, it's time to settle the matter of the humans. Without hesitation, he announced, from this day forward, the Huaxia humans belong to the Dark Demon clan. Our two races will support each other's growth. No one in the Dark Demon realm may harm any Huaxia human. Convincing the humans falls to you. As for those so-called Wugwa people, they remain our rations. Does that satisfy you? The hall erupted as though struck by thunder. The Huaxia humans equal to the Dark Demons? Such equality would place two civilizations on the same footing. A millennium ago they had learned, at brutal cost, not to touch Huaxia humans lightly, yet equality was another matter. Humans had always been their livestock. But when they looked up at the towering figure wreathed in black flames, feeling a power that could topple the heavens, every objection died in their throats. The tall figure answered calmly, naturally. But tell me, brother, why the change of heart? He knew Astaroth's nature. Once he spoke, he never reversed course, and he despised intrigue. Yet Astaroth had long insisted that humans were merely reserved bloodstock. The other demon gods turned to Astaroth in unison, their faces full of doubt. Astaroth replied without hesitation, Earth has entered its surge phase, and even before the peak arrives, the Dark Demon realm is everyone's target. If we wait for the real explosion, we'll last only a few years. The human race has produced an Emperor Realm expert, and in them I see a powerful ally. Their potential is immense, and their own Emperor Realm surge is imminent. For us demons, nurturing a demon god is painfully difficult because of bloodline constraints. Humans are different. They are a wondrous race that has wrought miracles in countless worlds. I want to see whether they can create another miracle here. His reasons landed like iron, and the demon gods blanched. Humans have reached the Emperor Realm? Impossible. The Emperor Realm is not something breached by talent and heritage alone. Its shackles are many. Yet humans had done it in absurdity to demonic eyes. Astaroth suddenly smiled again and looked at the figure of black flames. Of course, it wasn't only the humans that changed my mind. It was you. Should I call you Satan, Luo Xiao, or perhaps the martial ancestor of the human race, little brother? Boom. The air in the council hall reversed in a violent surge, and the demon gods reeled. What? The demon god Satan is actually the human martial ancestor? How is that possible? What in the world is going on? Wasn't the martial ancestor a human? How did he become a demon? So that's why Lord Satan cares so much about the human race used to be one of them. At those words, the dozen-odd demon gods blanched and took a collective step back, terrified that Satan might erase them with a wave of his hand. What are you afraid of? Astaroth swept his gaze over the group, then looked to Satan and spoke with certainty. A human turning into a demon is impossible, but Lord Satan's demonic blood is genuine. The only logical answer is that he spent his childhood hidden among humans, using a shape-shifting art. The demon gods traded uneasy glances. Astaroth continued, remember, he was born in this world. When the first human martial ancestor appeared, he was strong enough to dominate his entire species. Doesn't that prove my point? Brother Satan, am I right? Satan nodded calmly. Correct. I lived disguised as a human until my shape-shifting ability waned and I could no longer maintain the form. Only then did I withdraw. After the abyss opened, I revealed myself again. Half-truths. combined with his unmistakable dark, demonic bloodline, finally dispelled the other's doubts and explained Satan's leniency toward humans. Astaroth spoke gravely. The cultivation of the human race is now your responsibility. Ask for whatever resources you need. But remember, whether you were born human or demon, you belong to demonkind now. In ordinary humans' eyes, you'll always be an outsider. Don't bare your heart to them. They may not appreciate it. Satan inclined his head. He understood the warning perfectly. To the average human, he was the demon who raised them today so he could harvest their blood tomorrow. Yet what he truly protected was the survival of humankind itself, especially the Huaxia he still remembered. Back in the Huaxia Imperial City, he relayed Astaroth's full plan to Su Jinyu, Dugu Jintian, and Han Shui. The three were stunned. Since Astaroth's arrival, he had never launched a wholesale massacre of humans. If he wished, humanity would already be extinct. The proposal therefore tempted them. On top of that, Satan had explained the horrors of the eruption phase and the great eruption phase. Humans alone had no chance to survive. Teacher, do you think Astaroth can be trusted? Dugu Jintian asked hesitantly. Whether he can or can't, Satan replied calmly. We have no other path. Silence fell over the room. Humanity truly had no choice. Astaroth's terms were the best they could hope for. In the end, the Dark Demon Realm and Huaxia's humans formed an official alliance. The next day, under Satan's direction, the Human Supreme Council convened, with every Supreme present. Their numbers now approached 1 million, and more than 70 had reached the summit of the realm, many of them prodigies of remarkable talent. At the same cultivation level, his combat strength already surpassed Mo Xiun and was only a step behind Su Jinyu and Dugu Jintian. Within a few short centuries, the human race had split into 3 distinct camps. The first was the martial patriarch lineage, centered on Yu and jointly led by Su Jinyu, Mo Xiun, and Dugu Jintian. With more than 60% of humanity's elites, it controlled nearly every major secret realm, resource sector, and heritage site, and was universally acknowledged as the mightiest force of the age. The second was the prodigy faction. Its leader was the era's strongest prodigy, and countless young paragons rallied beneath his banner. They had once been your disciples and revered you above all else. But when the dark abyss opened and you entered as a demon god, dread took root. Rumors of demon gods raising humans as livestock grew louder, and they began to believe you viewed them as convenient fodder. Fear bred rebellion. They drifted away from the martial patriarch lineage, paid only lip service to Su Jinyu's commands, and nearly revolted several times after the war god fell to the flame demon god, only to be crushed by Su Jinyu and her peers. The third was the neutral faction. Though few in number, its members controlled several ancient clans and hidden families. Suspicious of you yet hesitant to speak out, they watched and waited. When Su Jinyu and Mo Xiun entered seclusion alongside you, leaving Dugu Jintian to hold the line alone, the prodigy faction drew them in, and they finally defected. A few days ago, a storm of darkness swept the heavens. You, Satan, the second demon god, broke through your bottleneck and truly entered the demon god realm. In that instant, everyone knew that even a united front of all 3 factions could not stand against you. The Supreme Council of Humanity was forced to convene. The council hall was vast, its dusky gold pillars propping up a soaring dome. 33 peak supremes took their seats, their auras mingling like rivers feeding an ocean. Su Jinyu sat at the head, her voice calm and unflinching. There is only one item on today's agenda. From this moment on, the Huaxia human race will accept the rule of the Dark Abyss and enjoy the same status and treatment as abyssal demons. With the Abyss to foster us, our entire race may finally strike at the 12th tier Imperial realm. Boom. Before a single breath passed, the hall erupted. Merge with the Dark Abyss? Stand shoulder to shoulder with demons? Most members of the martial patriarch lineage understood their plight and even felt a flicker of relief. In the demons' records, humans had long been marked as blood livestock. Overnight, prisoners were poised to become honored guests. The prodigy faction and their newly sworn neutral allies, however, looked on with frozen faces. The abyss finally bears its fangs, does it? And after we breach the Imperial realm, what then? Do we become a feast for the demon gods? Satan, now that you've ascended, stop the theatrics. If you want to kill us, just do it. Supreme Yin, ancestor of light. Supreme Dugyahave, you betrayed our race. Have you forgotten who killed the war god? Accusations thundered like a tide. Furious spiritual pressure swept the sanctuary as more than 30 peak supremes leapt to their feet, questioning, roaring, and hurling blame, sweeping even Su Jinyu, Mo Xiun, and Dugu Jintian into the storm. Boom. In the next instant, murderous intent burst from Su Jinyu like a cataclysm. The instant that Emperor Realm Power Second Heaven erupted, fused with a 6th-level killing intent and a formidable slaughter domain, terror flooded the chamber, forcing the hundreds of thousands of Supremes present to their knees. Above a Supreme? Has Flamecloud Supreme broken through? Someone stammered. Veteran Supremes turned ashen. The realm they had pursued for millennia had just been claimed before their eyes. So this is the Emperor Realm? Cries rose and fell, yet no one dared stand. Su Jinyu stood on the dais, killing intent thick enough to feel solid. The air seemed steeped in blood, chilling every spine. So strong, too strong, someone whispered, but Dugu Jiantian stepped forward and shouted, "What right do you have to question my teacher?" Without her defense, Huaxia humans would already be demon fodder. Ingratitude is all you have left? The council chamber fell as silent as a grave. Everyone knew his words were true. Su Jinyu's voice cut like ice. This is not a discussion, it is a notification. Beginning tomorrow, the Huaxia humans will merge completely with the dark demon realm. Anyone who attacks a dark demon will face the highest human penalty. Her gaze, sharp as blades, skewered the Supremes who had spoken against her. That single look made even pinnacle Supremes tremble and collapse. It was not weakness. The killing intent she had honed through 7,000 years of slaughter was simply irresistible. You stepped into the center of the hall, your voice calm, yet ringing against the walls. On behalf of the dark demon realm, I vow that our people will not strike humanity. If any of my kin break this vow, they will pay dearly. Likewise, I will not tolerate humans provoking demons. Should that happen, whatever Li Jing Wu or Su Jinyu have promised, I will personally erase the human race. Behind the quiet words, a killing intent darker than Su Jinyu's rolled out like a black storm, engulfing the Supreme Council. You refused to let suspicion and intrigue ruin the hard-won chance for survival. Your power was only a fraction below Astaroth's, yet you had no wish to fight him. As he had said, in this life you were a demon forever alien to humanity. If both sides were to survive the coming cataclysm, they had to stand together. Only by joining forces does humanity have hope, and the demon race as well. Your declaration struck like iron. For the first time, the human powerhouses felt your true killing intent and knew that, should you act, it would be without hesitation. Only then did they realize that alliance with the dark demons had been the war god's plan from the start. Even with Su Jinyu's breakthrough, none could match you or Astaroth. Their current uproar could only destroy a chance bought with blood. You spoke no further. A pair of vast, dark red wings snapped open behind you. A gale strong enough to lift men from the ground howled across the battlefield, and the colossal figure vaulted into the sky, vanishing toward the horizon. In the swirling sand, Su Jinyu, Mo Xiun, and Dugu Jintian watched that receding silhouette, their hearts tightening at the sight. There was only loneliness and resignation in his departing back. For thousands of years he had poured his life into protecting humankind, only to be reviled as a demon who sought to swallow every race. They all knew that from this moment on, the gulf between him and the human clan would only widen. A pack of idiots. Su Jinyu glared at the human cultivators collapsed on the ground, an icy light flashing in her eyes. The insult barely left her lips before she flicked her sleeve, burst into the air as a streak of crimson, and never looked back. The others lowered their heads, assuming she scolded them for nearly ruining the grand design. They had no idea she was damning their ignorance and ingratitude. Humans will always have light and always have darkness, Mo Xiun muttered, a curl of disdain at her mouth. Most of the people she once knew were already dead. Gazing at the distant figure, she whispered, "Is this the clan you guarded for millennia with your life? Was it worth it?" She had once defended humanity for no reason other than Luo Xiao's final request. Yet even she was beginning to lose faith in Huaxia's people. With that thought, she flashed away after Su Jinyu. Beneath the vault of heaven, only Dugu Jintian remained, heaving a long sigh. He could not leave. Named personally by Li Jing Wu as his successor, he had to protect the human clan no matter how foolish it became. Anything less would dishonor the god of war. But in this instant he shed every trace of gentleness, letting his blade edge show in full. Once Dugu Jintian seized control, the announcement that humankind has formally joined the dark demon realm exploded across Huaxia. 99% of the population cheered. Joining the demons meant they would stand on equal footing rather than live as pen livestock. A nation too long colonized wavers between hatred and awe. To become one with the demons now felt like supreme glory. Only a handful who called themselves the Awakened traveled the land, urging their compatriots to stay clear-headed and reject assimilation. In any other age such people would deserve respect, yet the times had changed. To keep more humans alive, fusion with the demons had to happen quickly. On your orders, Dugu Jintian finally launched a purge. Within a decade, every Awakened was removed, not executed, but exiled to the former Shenwu continent. Humans still lived there, yet without demon husbandry or protection, making it a more fitting home for those dissenters. The demon race itself proved far easier to govern. A people who revered strength recognized only power. The moment Astaroth conveyed your decree, not one demon god dared disobey. Demon emperors and common fiends alike fell in line. If a grumble did arise, rich rewards soon drowned it out. After Huaxia's humans were absorbed, demons were no longer needed to suppress that land. So the freed forces were redeployed to guard the people of Waguo instead. The Waguo territory quickly swelled, its population exploded, and the annual tribute of blood food soared. sending the average demon's strength skyrocketing. Strangely, devouring fierce beasts yielded demons only a fraction of the power they gained from consuming humans. The difference in refinement speed and in the purity of the resulting energy was nothing short of astonishing. That is why Astaroth managed to leap from the third to the eighth heaven of the demon god realm in only a few millennia. His gift was extraordinary, and the inexhaustible supply of human blood gave him resources far beyond the norm. With the doors of migration wide open, Wakak's population exploded, and the unshackled Huaxia humans soon bounced back as cities and settlements shot up like bamboo after rain. In the year 6824, centuries of coexistence had thinned the hatred between humans and demons. It was now common to see them walking side by side in the streets. A surge of intermarriage produced a brand new hybrid group, the Demonkin. Possessing the demons' resilient bodies and humans' dazzling cultivation speed, they embodied the best of both races. Official policies encouraging mixed unions propelled them to the top of society, granting them privileged access to techniques and resources. As their numbers climbed, Yu and Astaroth grew increasingly uneasy. This was never part of the original plan. Astaroth's calculations showed that within 1,000 years an explosive era would arrive, turning Earth into a hunting ground roamed by fierce beasts and rival races, and time was running short. Recently, 12th-tier dungeons had begun appearing almost every month, and every decade or so a dungeon sprang up that housed a suppressor. No fewer than 5 flood dragons emerged in rapid succession, yet you cut them down one by one and refined their remains into pills that pushed your own cultivation even higher. Only a tenth of your spoils went into forging imperial bloodcasting pills for humanity, slowly increasing the number of human sovereigns. Once you shifted your focus to the demon race, you discovered that entry into the demon god realm demanded a demon god bloodline. With merely demon emperor blood, the energy requirement multiplied several-fold. You therefore concentrated on screening and cultivating demons who carried the proper blood. Unfortunately, demon bloodlines are as random as human talent. Pairing strong individuals only boosts the odds of producing high-grade offspring. It cannot mass-produce demon god blood. Success still depends on luck and sheer numbers. In reproduction, demons lag far behind humans. If humanity removed all birth controls, its population could double in 30 years and surge 1,000-fold in 3 centuries. A demon needs at least 300 years to reach fertility, and conception is rare. Even at maximum effort, it would take 4 millennia to expand 1,000-fold. This demographic gulf directly dictates the speed at which powerhouses emerge. A newborn demon starts no lower than the 6th or 7th tier, but their limited numbers mean their overall rise is slower than humanity's. Humans, on the other hand, see elite cultivators appear like mushrooms after rain. Even if fewer than 1 in 10 breaks into the 2nd or 3rd tier list, then 1% before the simulation era, the vast lower strata make the high-level ranks swell rapidly. By the year 7124, the count of dungeons was still accelerating, while Earth's own expansion had long since hit a ceiling. The entire Earth has become riddled with scars. Where endless land once stretched unbroken, mesh-like fissures now dominate the landscape, and sections of Huaxiao Imperial City collapse without warning, revealing bottomless chasms that devour scores of residents in an instant. Each cavian unleashes packs of ferocious beasts that roar through the streets in a frenzy of bloodshed. For the first time, the human population enters negative growth. Even with unrestricted childbirth, newborns cannot keep pace with the dead. Fortunately, 30 Imperial Realm powerhouses have emerged among humanity, and the number is still slowly climbing. Yet the beasts multiply even faster, driving mortality ever higher. At this moment, his cultivation breaks through to the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Realm, granting him a dramatic surge in strength. Meanwhile, Earth edges ever closer to the so-called Great Outbreak. In 7750 CE, the 100th pit containing a suppressor appears. With the overwhelming might of the 3rd heaven, he slays the suppressor in a single stroke and refines it into a pill. Victory seems within reach, yet Huaxia's population collapses to 1,000th of what it was 5 centuries earlier, and the territory where humans can live shrinks by the day. The demon race grows slightly, but they too are nearing their limit. The combined number of Imperial Realm and Demon God-level experts from both races now tops 100 for the first time, and the strongest remain him and Astaroth, their power dwarfing all others. After a millennium of coexistence, humans and demons have fully merged. Many cities are mixed, and the ranks of demon-born and half-bloods keep rising. Year 8155 CE. After more than 1,000 years of waiting, the Great Outbreak finally arrives. From this year forward, no low-tier pits appear on Earth. Every pit is 12th tier, each housing at least one 12th tier 8-star suppressor. Though pits form more slowly, their higher level sends the yearly tide of beasts soaring 100-fold overnight. The diameter of Huaxia Imperial City shrinks sharply, the population plummets, and beast waves pour in from every direction with almost no gaps to exploit. Thankfully, the two races now field more than 150 Imperial Realm powerhouses. Even though no fewer than 112th tier beasts appear each year, they can still just barely hold the line. High above the planet, two figures hover in silence. Bathed in starlight, he and Astaroth gaze down at the shattered world for a long time without speaking. Brother, where do these beasts come from? Why does everything feel prearranged? The timing, size, and level of every pit all follow some unseen script. He finally voices the question haunting him. Astaroth lowers his eyes, their depths unreadable. Certain rules prevent me from saying too much, but you are right, this is a test, a trial imposed by heaven and earth upon a civilization. When a culture reaches a certain stage, this calamity is inevitable. Succeed, and it ascends to the next tier. Fail, and it is erased, vanishing forever in the river of history. He looks down at the fractured blue world, his thoughts churning. Have you never wondered? Earth has existed for more than 10 billion years, so why has it produced only one human civilization? Homo sapiens have been here for merely a few 100,000 years. Across that vast span of time, how many civilizations like ours once rose, only to be wiped away? How many species like humanity have emerged during those endless eons? Astaroth spoke calmly. The moment the words left his lips, the space around them heaved as if churned by an invisible giant hand, and an overwhelming killing intent locked onto him. For the first time, the expression that had never wavered on his face grew solemn clearly. He had revealed an unspeakable secret. Fortunately, the murderous pressure was more a warning than an attack. After a fleeting instant, it dissipated. Brother, are you all right? The protagonist asked, brow furrowed, his voice low. It's nothing, just some harmless chatter, Astaroth replied, regaining his composure and waving the concern away. After the brief exchange, the two fell silent. He replayed the fragments he had just heard. In the more than 10 billion years of Earth's history, had humanity truly been the only intelligent race? Perhaps other species had once risen, only to be erased by endless beast tides. The abyssal passages that had appeared on Earth might resemble those on Shinwu continent, long hidden with the passage of time. When the last simulation ended, Shinwu continent had been almost swallowed by those rifts. Yet now the passages there had nearly vanished. What had set all of this in motion? Why did that unseen presence plant the abyssal passages on worlds like Earth, and to what end? The question spiraled, but no answers came. More pressing was the surge in suppressors since the great outbreak began. Their numbers now skyrocketed each year. Only he and Astaroth could kill them. Thankfully, their strength utterly dwarfed the suppressors, and despite near-ceaseless battles, Earth had never been in real danger of collapse. Years of slaughter had pushed his killing will to the 7th tier, his cultivation to the 4th layer of the Emperor realm, and his sword intent to the 9th tier, each step multiplying his combat power more than 100-fold. His Shinwu domain had fused 10 8th tier intents and teetered on the brink of a 3rd-stage breakthrough that would raise his power once more. By now, his overall strength eclipsed Astaroth's. Yet he had never drawn his blade against the demon warrior. The fates of demons and humans were now intertwined. They would die together or survive together. Besides, without Astaroth's guidance, he could never have come this far or protected mankind for so long. Astaroth had long since become the brother he never had. Year 8515, July dawn. Boom. A power so terrifying it defied description suddenly blanketed the entire planet, making the world itself tremble. A deafening roar split the sky, and the protagonist and Astaroth shot upward almost in unison. In that instant, every strong human and demon on Earth felt the same overwhelming aura sweeping toward them from the distant horizon. The moment you sensed that dreadful presence, a heaviness settled over you. This aura was nothing like the beasts you had faced before, vast and oppressive, yet laced with a noble, pristine resonance that eclipsed the Jiao dragon of years past. Inwardly, you asked Astaroth, brother, why is this aura so overwhelming? Suspicion and caution surged in tandem. You dreaded the return of that effortless killing intent. Astaroth answered in a low voice, that's a beast with a saint-grade bloodline. I never thought this world could stir a power beyond the Imperial tier. What makes this realm so different? You pressed on Imperial tier? Saint-grade? How are these levels defined? If it's inconvenient, forget I asked. Even as you spoke, your senses remained stretched in every direction. It's no secret, Astaroth said. Beasts, like our demon race, follow a bloodline ladder. Common, general, king, sovereign, imperial, and saint. Above saint there's rumored to be a god grade, but even in my homeland no one has ever seen it. He paused, then laid out the demon hierarchy. Our equivalent ranks are demon general, demon king, demon sovereign, and demon emperor. I call myself a demon god, yet I'm merely at the demon emperor level, just a notch above the ordinary, what you'd call a supreme emperor. Most so-called demon gods are at best high-tier demon emperors. Below that come the middle and low tiers. Astaroth lifted a hand, still on alert. The higher a demon's bloodline, the stronger the fighter. Bloodline opens the gate. Real strength still hinges on talent and skill. Beasts are different, their ceiling is far higher. Even a sovereign tier beast can, given time and energy, brute force its way to the 12th rank. That's why many 12th rank beasts are even 8-star once aren't truly top tier. With a low bloodline, they're instant kills for a demon god of the same rank. Once a beast attains a high-grade imperial bloodline, the two sides are evenly matched. Remember that Jiao dragon? Its bloodline was high-grade imperial. His voice dropped further. Saint grade stands above imperial. A beast like that is certainly stronger than I am, and it might even be on par with you. Your pupils contracted Saint grade bloodline. You and Astaroth had long known you were already off the charts on Earth, yet now a beast existed that even he admitted he couldn't handle. The realization weighed on you like lead. Astaroth added softly, Saint grade beasts are highly intelligent. If we can ally with it, we might survive the coming eruption. With that thought, the two of you exchanged a glance and reached a swift decision. After a moment's reflection, Astaroth finally spoke. You nodded, and the two of you dissolved into boundless darkness that streaked into the distance. Within a single breath, you had crossed half the planet, racing tens of millions of kilometers to hover above a sea of molten rock that had never existed before. The crimson expanse, 1,000,000 kilometers wide, looked like a blazing scar fused to the land. Scalding waves surged upward, making the very air hiss. Astaroth and his companion exchanged a glance, sensing an indescribable pressure in the scorching wind. A thunderous rumble followed. The lava sea suddenly caved in, torn open by a whirlpool tens of thousands of kilometers across, as though the planet's crust had split apart. Then boom, molten rock erupted, and a centipede of living flame, billions of meters long, burst from the depths. Its head pierced the upper atmosphere, and from orbit its body, 1,000,000 meters wide, looked like a burning scar on the planet's skin, its fiery carapace reflecting golden red light. The two demon emperors were scarcely a tenth of its height, and its sheer bulk shook their spirits. Even more terrifying, a golden blaze kindled along the creature's shell, and the heat it shed seemed to set the very void alight. Golden crow devouring centipede? For the first time, Astaroth's expression turned grave. He explained quickly, this starborn beast gestates in the core of a red giant thousands of times larger than Earth's sun. From birth it clings to its star, consuming the stellar heart until nothing remains. So few exist that encountering one is legend in itself. The specimen before them was a full adult, constrained to 12th rank, 8 stars only by the laws of this realm, yet already rumored to wield a strand of the Golden Crow's flame power enough to terrify gods. To wield the Golden Crow's flame? Astaroth's companion felt a chill. Such fire could boil an ocean in an instant. A mocking hiss tore through the sky. Tens of thousands of gleaming eyes contracted, fixing on the pair, an eerie gold light flared within them. Golden saliva dripped from its maw, spattering the lava with sharp hisses. Demons? Demon Emperor blood. And two of you at that? The voice shook the planet. Mere demon emperors dare challenge a saint such as I? Astaroth looked up, his tone calm. We came to make a deal. He began to outline the terms. Laughter thundered back, vast and unrestrained. The enormous body convulsed with mirth, head thrown high, its laughter rolling like storm clouds until the entire world quaked. A deal? With you? You hardly. Demon god sky-severing slash. Before the sentence finished, Astaroth unleashed his full power. If words failed, then battle would decide the rest. That was his way. Explosions roared across the heavens. The Golden Crow Devourer hadn't even registered the danger before a colossal surge of obsidian sword energy split its skull open. The black blade light crashed down like a mountain slide and tidal wave combined, tearing a gaping rift across its head as torrents of golden ichor burst free. Scalding blood rained down, igniting the magma below with a vicious hiss and boom. Racked with agony, the creature shrieked, "Vile demon, you dare cut me down? You're dead." Rage roared through its body, and dazzling gold flames erupted in a thunderous blast. The enormous insect shot skyward, contracted in a heartbeat, and condensed into a blazing golden star. Its radiance burned with world-searing heat, mercilessly roasting Earth. Rivers of light poured down, carrying temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees and vaporizing everything they touched. With a piercing hiss, that gilded tide surged toward Astaroth and the dark powerhouse at her side. The darkness around them was forcibly boiled away, their auras plummeting elemental suppression in action. The dark warrior's pupils shrank, life and death balanced on a knife's edge. Back, he barked, moving in front of Astaroth. A heartbeat later, his divine martial domain, slaughter intent, and the newest realm he had forged over millennia erupted together. 3 layers of pure darkness unfurled at once. Boom. Endless blackness flooded from his core, expanding into a celestial mass 1,000,000 kilometers across, colliding heat with the golden star that outshone the old sun many times over. The sky cracked as extremes met, darkness and flame tearing at one another. Destructive shockwaves ripped outward, as though a real sun had slammed into the earth. Anything the energy tide touched was annihilated in an instant. When Huaxia Imperial City, Hua Kingdom Imperial City, and the Dark Demon Realm teetered on the brink of annihilation, each activated 11th tier grand arrays. Thousands of formations linked into vast shields, locking the cities inside an impenetrable defense. The Wa Imperial City served as the demon's larder and could not be sacrificed, so the formation grid and a host of Imperial-level experts joined forces to keep all three strongholds intact. Elsewhere, Earth's beasts had nowhere to hide. Anything below the 12th tier was erased by the aftershock. When the energy tide finally passed, the entire planet had become a seething ocean of magma, crimson torrents rolling and fountaining. At the clash's epicenter, a crater millions of kilometers wide yawned open, and the force had even nudged Earth tens of thousands of kilometers off its orbit. High above, the golden sun and black sphere still faced each other down, thunder detonating around them from the furious friction like the drums of doomsday. Trying to scrape by posting novels on free websites, this little bit of income is all I have, and it's just too hard. Within the blazing heart of the sun, the Jinwu Tun Tian Chong reeled in shock despite pouring every ounce of power into its assault. It still couldn't suppress its foe. It howled in disbelief. How could a mere demon emperor bloodline possess such horrifying strength? That lineage was supposed to be insignificant, while its own was a lofty, peerless saint-grade bloodline. Even more humiliating, its opponent's cultivation was only at 12th rank, 4 stars. Wretched worm, you dare flaunt your might before me? The man across from it sneered, wave after wave of domain power crashing outward. Only the surge in his strength over these past few centuries gave him the confidence to kill the monster before him. Stung by the insult, the Jinwu Tun Tian Chong erupted in fury. Its noble blood would not endure such defilement. Unforgivable. If you want death, the entire planet can die with you. A guttural roar detonated from deep within the sun. Dazzling golden light boiled forth as every talon on the creature's immense body spewed searing flames. Thousands of golden fire pillars, each thousands of kilometers thick, pierced the void and slammed toward Earth. Boom, boom, boom. Swollen to more than 100 million kilometers in diameter, Earth was riddled with wounds. Thousands of blinding, golden impact craters blossomed across its surface, each spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The crust vaporized into ash, and the repeated strikes hurled the planet wildly off course. Where the inferno swept past, the defensive formation shattered. 2 imperial cities and the dark demon realm were erased in an instant. You filthy insect, you court death. Astaroth's eyes blazed crimson as demonic chi surged. Heaven demon self-annihilation technique. In the next heartbeat, terrifying power churned within him, his aura exploding tenfold. The man's pupils narrowed. The heaven demon self-annihilation was a demon god bloodline talent that sacrificed at least 70% of one's flesh for a brief burst of destructive might. Astaroth could regenerate, but it would still take a millennium, and now was no time for him to throw his life away. Brother, stop. The man flashed forward and pressed a palm to Astaroth's shoulder. His mastery over dark matter flared, forcibly extracting every trace of dark energy from Astaroth. Brother, you. Astaroth stared, stunned. He'll handle it. The man drew a steady breath. Boom. Dark energy surged like a tidal wave. He unleashed 3 domains at once, merging them with the intent of slaughter and driving his power to the limit. The raging force gathered in his right hand, condensing into a pitch-black, great sword whose edge devoured all light. Skycleave, sword cannon. With one strike, he split the heavens. With a furious roar, you sprang into action. Clang. Black crimson sword light erupted from your palm, 9 layers of sword intent stacking into a blade that ripped through the sky, stretching for hundreds of millions of meters before bursting into the heavens. Astaroth, behind you, felt his heart quake at the sheer force of your strike. He had never imagined your sword intent could reach such a level. The lethal beam tore straight toward the Jinwu Tun Tian Chong, a colossal creature blotting out the sun high above. Sensing death closing in, the Jinwu Tun Tian Chong's color shifted. Every tentacle spat golden flames, merging them into a towering inferno that slammed Hedon into the black-red sword light. Break! You roared, unleashing every ounce of power within you. The dark blade cut through the golden pillar as easily as splitting bamboo. Whatever flame remained was swallowed by the endless darkness flooding from the sword, a tide of shadow that surged upward to overwhelm the Jinwu Tun Tian Chong. The monster bellowed, straining to drive back the encroaching night with its golden crow fire, but the gap in strength was vast. In the end, darkness swallowed it whole. High above, that darkness gathered into a massive sphere like a black hole, hanging in the night sky and devouring every trace of light. The earth, once blinding under the creature's glare, fell into pitch-black midnight in an instant. Boom boom boom. A thunderous roar rolled out from the depths of space, and the earth shuddered violently in the dark. Crack, crack, crack. The ground split into jagged fissures, a spiderweb of fractures visible from orbit. Countless beasts and living beings were vaporized in the blast. The shockwave nearly shattered the planet. Though it still held together, it was riddled with wounds. The Waguo Imperial City, the Huaxia Imperial City, and even the Dark Demon Realm collapsed entirely. Beasts, humans, ordinary folk, demonic gods, and emperor-level warriors alike perished. The Jinwu Qianzu Chang's all-out strike was so dreadful that not even a true suppressor could have withstood it, let alone the handful of remaining top-tier fighters from both races. Brother, are you all right? Astaroth flashed to your side, only to see his pupils contract all over your body. Cracks ran deep, and black blood oozed from them. Alive. I just overexerted myself, you said, waving him off. Then you activated your dark matter control. Instantly, the surrounding shadow poured into you like a torrent. The fractures sealed before his eyes, the blood flowed back, and your wounds knit shut. Astaroth's mind reeled. What kind of talent lets someone command darkness so completely? At that moment, a sphere of golden flame drifted down from the depths of space. Seeing it, you shot toward the burning light at full speed. Astaroth hurried after you. Within a few heartbeats, a blistering blaze gathered in front of you both, taking the shape of a three-legged golden crow whose crimson gold wings beat out waves of heat so fierce they warped the air itself. It was the golden crow's divine flame, far harder to destroy than you had hoped. Astaroth stared at the fiery bird, eyes burning with both desire and regret. The golden crow flame is the ultimate tempering fire, he said. But we belong to the dark demon race. Our blood repels light. Force it down, and we'll be reduced to nothing. You extended your spiritual sense and confirmed his judgment at once. Even with your purple flame talent, you were still leagues beneath this conflagration of pure golden light and fire. Absorb it, and body and soul alike would vanish. You mused silently. If I could obtain a light-based golden talent, I might merge with the golden crow flame. Yet with only Astaroth and me left alive, where can I find a third suitable host? Astaroth clearly shared the thought. Surveying the shattered earth, he let out a heavy sigh. If a human expert could refine this fire, we'd gain another fighter on our level. Humans, some are still alive, you answered softly, already lifting your gaze skyward. The darkness thinned, sunlight once more spilling over the land. Within that gentle yet searing glow, a golden streak and a scarlet streak surged in from deep space, ripping through the tattered sky. A rare smile touched your lips. As long as they're alive, that's enough. Following your gaze, Astaroth's pupils contracted. Su Jinyu, Emoshiyun, they're really alive. They had been training inside the sun itself. No wonder Astaroth hadn't sensed them for millennia. Knowing human history, he also understood how closely they were tied to you. The golden and scarlet lights pierced the atmosphere and touched down. Vast tides of blood energy swept outward, and Astaroth instantly gauged their realms. 1. At the first layer of the sovereign realm, blood energy can reach 10 quintillion. 2. The typical cap at sovereign perfection is 1 sextillion. 3. A breakthrough can drive it tenfold higher to 10 sextillion, known among demons as 1 demon god's strength, or among humans as 1 emperor's strength. Su Jinyu had entered the emperor realm thousands of years ago, and had spent that time nurturing her blood within the sun. She now commanded 10 emperors' strength, standing at the 4th layer of the emperor realm, brushing the world's ceiling. Her slaughter domain and intent were razor-sharp. Without Astaroth's superior level, none at her tier could rival her. Emoshiyun lagged behind, only 3rd layer sovereign, yet she still outclassed ordinary demon gods. Upon landing, the two women took in the fractured land and spouting magma, their expressions growing grim. Scorch marks and fissures marred the planet. Volcanoes erupted everywhere, and the site of Huaxiao Imperial City had become a yawning abyss large enough to swallow hundreds of pre-cataclysm Earths. It was now unmistakable the people of Huaxiao were completely extinct. Two figures had barely touched down when his calm, yet resolute voice rang out. Before the words faded, he tapped the void, and chains of darkness snapped apart as the sealed Jinwu divine flame erupted into view. In an instant, the blinding golden fire became a storm, waves of scorching heat rippling outward until even the air turned white-hot. Though the newcomers were peerless experts, the passing fire still left their skin stinging. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so strong? And that huge worm, what was it? While we were cultivating on the sun, we could feel the star trembling, as if in fear. Emoshiyun fought through the pain, her brow furrowed in confusion. The boundless radiance within the flame made her heart race. If she could refine it, her power would skyrocket. Yet she also knew her present realm was likely far too low to command such a terrifying divine fire. Seeing their hesitation, he laid everything out. The creature that fed on the sun was a stellar sacred beast of supreme bloodline, called the Jinwu swallowing sky worm, and the legendary Jinwu fire was its core source of power. He had battled the monster and slain it to seize that flame. When the tale ended, the faces of Emoshiyun and Su Jinyu paled. That something so formidable had been felled by his hand defied belief. The two women instinctively wanted to refuse such a colossal opportunity, but Astaroth interrupted bluntly. The worm's power swept through the entire abyss. Even its wardens couldn't endure it. Now there are only 4 living humans left on Earth. If you can refine the Jing Wu flame, you might gain a few thousand more years. Fail, and in little more than a millennium, you'll be dust. Besides, my brother and I can't refine it if we could. Would we really be offering it to you? Silence fell over the women. He had traveled through time for more than 7,000 years, while they had lived over 8,000. Their 10th-sandier lifespans were nearly spent. To them, the Jing Wu flame was the sole path to survival. This flame will be safest to refine only after reaching the realm's limit. He mused aloud, then added, Emotion, wait a bit. Let Su Jinyu try first. With that, he split the Jing Wu flame in two using his dark power and handed half to Su Jinyu. She hesitated no longer, sat cross-legged, and began the refinement while he, Astaroth, and Emotion stood guard. Only 4 of them remained beneath the heavens. Worldly matters meant nothing now. Their single goal was to outlive this era of cataclysm. Even if humanity could never be rebuilt and only 2 women were left, there was still a sliver of hope. After the worm's last devastating strike, the planet was temporarily free of beasts, and Su Jinyu's innate affinity for fire made her refinement unusually smooth. 300 years passed in a breath. When the final thread of golden flame merged with flesh and blood, Su Jinyu opened her eyes. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy burst from her body, shaking the land and sky, altering the very mountains and rivers. In a heartbeat, her cultivation shattered the world's limits, her strength soaring beyond 10 points of emperor-level power. And her level kept rising. Eventually, her blood Anki stabilized at 50 units of emperor force, the equivalent of the 6th heaven of the imperial realm. At the same time, the SS-grade flames that had enveloped her were completely replaced by the golden crow fire. Even the faintest wisp of it dwarfed every SS-grade talent, its power at least 100 times stronger. After all, your own golden flame only multiplies damage 64 times. In the very next heartbeat, Su Jinyu's overall combat strength surpassed Astaroth's. Sensing this leap, Astaroth could not help marveling that, in just a few millennia, humanity had grown from insects to beings who could match and even surpass him. You quietly probed Su Jinyu's vitality as well, confirming that it had climbed by 50% equal to an extra 5,000 years of Lefeso. She could now live for 15,000 years. The real headache, however, was Emotion. She wanted to merge with the Golden Crow Divine Fire, but even with her SSS light talent, this inherently fiery power refused to yield. Reaching the world's upper limit was already arduous for her, so all you could do was wait. Over the next few centuries, you, Su Jinyu, and Astaroth 3 suppressor-class titans roamed the planet, raiding every newly opened dungeon. Whenever a rift appeared, the 3 of you cleared it at once. After the great outbreak began, every dungeon housed a suppressor-level guardian, so you no longer feared high-tier beasts escaping. The occasional survivor was little more than an easy offering. In just 600 years, you swept through more than 10,000 grade 12 8-star dungeons. As the rifts kept multiplying, even the 3 of you began to feel overstretched. From 1,000 of those dungeons alone, you personally refined more than 30 Emperor Bloodline beasts into blood-chi pills for everyone's advancement, while Astaroth used them to temper his body, since his realm had already peaked. In the year 8540, Emotion finally reached the world's cap 10 points of Emperor force. With the 3 of you standing guard, she began refining the Golden Crow Divine Fire. Yet the worst happened. Even with her SSS light talent, she still could not fully subdue the flame. The instant it broke free, you unleashed every ounce of power and wrenched the Golden Crow fire from her body. The divine fire went berserk, ready to detonate immediately. You were forced to awaken your deepest darkness, swallow the blaze, and streak into space. Boom. Mere minutes later, a deafening roar echoed across the void as a supernova-like mass of golden fire erupted and surged toward Earth. The terrifying blast shattered what little remained of the planet's already thin atmosphere in an instant. A torrent of power swept across Earth, and the planet, barely beginning to recover, was engulfed once more in golden flames. On the surface, in the abyssal depths, and high above the clouds, every cavern was vaporized into hollow voids, scorched fissures crisscrossing the land. Only Astaroth, Su Jinyu, and Emotion remained unharmed at the epicenter, shielded by Su Jinyu's Golden Crow Divine Flame. Yet all 3 wore the same ashen pallor, because your presence had vanished completely. Damn it! Astaroth roared as his figure burst into a streak of crimson sword light. He ripped through the churning aftershocks and hurtled into the starry sky, desperately searching for you. Searing light and flame scorched his skin, armor, and bones, but he did not slow for an instant. Su Jinyu and Emotion exchanged a glance before following close behind. For hours they combed the void, yet not a single trace of your energy remained. Zion's face grew ever paler. She had killed you once before with her own hands, and now, because of her again, you were dead a second time. Guilt and self-reproach swallowed her like an icy tide, and her already dwindling life force ebbed away at frightening speed. What are you playing at? If it weren't for you, would my brother be dead? Astaroth bellowed. His 7-foot demon sword cleaved through the void, unleashing his strongest technique demon god, Cleavite Emotion, without warning. Clang. Su Jinyu drew his blade in the same instant. Golden flames condensed into a razor-sharp edge and smashed into the demon god, Cleave Midair. Two terrifying sword intents collided, and the resulting energy tsunami hurled all three of them millions of kilometers apart. Su Jinyu, you dare block me? Don't think that just because you were close to my brother I won't cut you down. Astaroth's eyes burned crimson, murderous intent surging. Grief and fury vaulted his slaughter intent from the 5th tier straight to the 7th, and his sword aura rose to match. Steadying himself, Su Jinyu drew a deep breath. Luo Xiao said he could resurrect, done it once already. Even if he really has died this time, killing Mo Xiun would only make his sacrifice meaningless. Her words breached Mo Zion's despair, and a faint light flickered in her dull eyes. But Astaroth merely snorted. Come back from the dead? Only you two would believe something that absurd. If not for her, my brother would still be alive. Old grudges surged, and Astaroth's hostility toward Mo Xiun seemed almost tangible. Mo Xiun trembled. Resurrection sounded insane. Maybe you had only faked your death before because you couldn't bear to fight her. The thought crushed her, and remorse threatened to tear her apart. It's all my fault if I were stronger, if I really could control the Golden Crow divine flame, or if I never refined it at all. Luo Xiao wouldn't have died, she whispered, despair heavy in her voice. The light within her guttered, her life slipping away like sand through an hourglass, and she swayed on the brink of collapse. Smack! Su Jinyu pressed a firm palm against her shoulder. Boom! Pure, blazing light flooded her meridians, steadying what little vitality remained. His voice was low and unwavering. Now isn't the time for guilt. Luo Xiao's story isn't over yet. Let's give it 100 years. If Luo Xiao still hasn't returned by then, we'll go after him together. Su Jinyu's eyes were clear, her expression solemn and unwavering. There was not a hint of doubt in her voice, and the unreserved trust on her face even made Astaroth pause. What kind of bond could make her believe in something as outrageous as rising from the dead? The surprise lasted only a heartbeat before reassurance crept in. A quiet certainty stirred within him. That kid probably wasn't so easy to kill. After that, Astaroth parted ways with Su Jinyu and Mo Xiun. Without Luo Xiao around, Mo Xiun rubbed him the wrong way, so he chose to train in seclusion deep underground. Time flashed by. 10 years passed in absolute calm, not a ripple in sight. 20 years slipped away, and the silence didn't stir in the slightest. Hope began to falter in Mo Xiun and the others, the first shadows of despair taking root. Boom. In the 68th year after his death, a blinding beam tore through Earth's night sky, as though daylight had suddenly descended. Deep beneath the surface, Astaroth's eyes flew open, locking onto an aura so overwhelming it threatened to suffocate him. Boom. The ground shattered as he burst into the heavens. When he looked up, a blazing sun hovered above the firmament, bright enough to scorch the eyes. A closer look revealed not a star, but the silhouette of a demon unleashing terrifying light. Holy really came back. Astaroth cursed under his breath, pupils contracting. That demon was Luo Xiao. Flames churned around him, his obsidian body veined with streaks of gold. Golden Crow divine fire interwove with Nirvana flames, and his aura was several times stronger than before. Back then he had forcibly consumed the Golden Crow fire just as it was about to explode, and his body was obliterated on the spot. In the next instant, the Phoenix clan's Nirvana fire ignited. Although equal in rank to the Golden Crow flames, the Nirvana fire excels at rebirth, but lacks offensive might. Even in death, Luo Xiao used his talent for controlling dark matter to draw power from the stars, forcibly suppressing the golden flames. Over 68 years the Nirvana fire absorbed the Golden Crow fire, allowing him to revive at this very moment, explaining why a recovery that should have taken 10 years stretched to nearly 7 decades. Now alive again, he had complete mastery of the Golden Crow fire, and his demonic bloodline had extended his lifespan by 10,000 years. Luo Xiao looked down at the land below, feeling the torrents of fire and dark matter coursing within him, a satisfied smile curling his lips. The new golden patterns across his black, demonic body glowed without pause, sending his presence soaring. At this moment he stood at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, and his combat strength was at least 20 to 30 times that of Su Jinyu at the same stage. At your current strength, killing that Jinwu devouring sky worm would take almost no effort. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent Jinwu Divine Fire. The system's cold prompt echoed through the simulation space. Jinwu Divine Fire is the innate flame of the mythic Jinwu clan. Even a single wisp can magnify any fire's power 100-fold. The system panel shone with golden light. The peak gold tier talent was on the verge of evolving into dark gold. Special effect Jinwu Solar Day. The host can transform into a Jinwu, flood the land with sunlight, and draw on the worship of all living beings to raise cultivation continuously. Inside the simulation, Luo Xiao completed his awakening amid rising flames. And in reality, his eyes lit up. Jing Wu Divine Fire, I actually drew it in the simulation. He rubbed the panel, weighing how the final reward would be classified. If it can enter the talent slot directly, I'll save myself one choice. Imagining how fast his power would grow, especially with the cheat-like boost from living beings' worship, could not hide his rare delight. Unfortunately, this run was almost over. Earth was empty, so the remaining script would likely offer few details. Luo Xiao let out a quiet sigh. Who could have foreseen a creature like the Jing Wu devouring sky worm, one bearing a saint-grade bloodline? Even Astaroth had been caught off guard. What secrets does Earth hide that make it so out of step with other worlds? Still, this score should at least be SS, Luo Xiao estimated. 1 M in a demon body. 2 Humanity is extinct. A perfect SSS is basically out of reach. He then recalled the Xinwu Cavern Realm, silent even after 9,000 years. Had Xiaohe and Ruashi met with trouble? Waiting another 9,000 years was clearly impossible. The only option was to keep simulating until he was strong enough to search for them. With that thought, he refocused on the panel to view the remaining deductions. Your resurrection sent Astaroth and the others into raptures. When he learned you had mastered the Jinwu Divine Fire, he briefly thought he had misheard. The Dark Demon Clan is instinctively afraid of light and flame, and Jinwu Divine Fire embodies both. The fact that you fully refined it speaks volumes about your power. You hid nothing, explaining that you also possess the equal-ranked Nirvana Divine Fire, which enabled you to devour and control this supreme Yang flame. Only then did Astaroth understand that your resurrection was anything but luck. However, the power unleashed when the Jinwu Divine Fire erupted struck Earth once more, further warping its already chaotic laws. The planet is now even more fragile than before. The planet could no longer endure such devastation. The crust was being torn apart as if by an invisible giant, fissures spreading in every direction, some so deep that churning magma was visible below. At this rate, Earth would disintegrate within a few years. He looked up at the darkened sky and remembered the distant worlds where life still lingered. In their current state, he and Astaroth could not leave, but Su Jinyu and Mo Xiun were strong enough to survive the beasts on those planets. Yet the moment he suggested it, both women shook their heads. Mo Zion's lifespan was almost spent, and humanity was already extinct. Su Jinyu wanted nothing more than to stay by his side, even if it meant dying with him. Knowing how hopeless it was to face an endless horde of monsters alone, he tried no further persuasion. Year 9254. For centuries, Earth had grown more unstable. Even the sinkholes that once pockmarked the land had nearly vanished. In theory, that seemed like good news, but it came during what should have been a surge of spiritual energy. Its sudden calm meant only one thing. The planet had reached its limit, and even its core refused to bear more strain. That same year, Mo Zion's life ran out. Even the 9-cycle Nirvana pill he had crafted could only stretch her years to a little over 10,000. Beneath the vast starry expanse, the searing sunlight glinted off her long hair and battle armor. Rivers of lava snaked across the blood-red planet below. She gazed down in silence while he stood at her side. Millennia of companionship had long since washed away their old grievances. You know, I never planned to protect humanity at first, she said, her eyes on the fractured continent, the hint of a smile in her voice. It wasn't until I watched the beasts slaughter our people that I remembered what you once told me. It was the summer after they finished high school, when she had asked what he wanted to do with his life. He had remained silent. You said, if I have the strength, I'll protect the people who once protected us. If I don't, I'll spend my whole life protecting you. Mo Zion's lips curved softly, as if she could still see the boy standing in a sunlit corner of the campus. Then you vanished. I searched for a long time, thinking you were hiding from me. Later I realized I wasn't worthy yet. Something else must have held you up. When I grew strong, I remembered your promise and thought that if I asked you to protect humanity, maybe you would forgive me. Maybe we could go back to the way we were. She shook her head with a self-mocking smile. But when we finally met again and I didn't even recognize you, I understood that I had no right to love you, let alone to be loved by you. Turning her gaze back to him, she whispered, my time is up. You spent your whole life fighting for mankind, and now mankind is gone. Could you try living just once for yourself? He understood she was talking about Su Jinyu. Yet just as he had never been able to answer Su Jinyu's feelings, he could not answer Mo Xiun now. A low hum filled the air. Mo Zion's body stopped absorbing the burning sunlight. The next moment her form began to crumble, dissolving into countless motes of light that drifted away into the sky. Watching the scene unfold, you once convinced nothing could move you again let out a quiet sigh. Not far away, Astaroth and Su Jinyu stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the same sight. Humans obsess over life and death, Astaroth said, his voice low and cold. As long as you live, you can't escape it. So why cling to the pain? Su Jinyu fired back. What about the demon lords? Can you really watch your own kind die without feeling a thing? TCH. If they die, they so what? Astaroth shrugged, brimming with disdain. And if the one dying is Luo Xiao? Her gaze never wavered. Astaroth's expression faltered, but he forced out a snort. It's the same. Everyone dies sooner or later. Su Jinyu refused to yield. Then why did you take it harder than I did when he fell? You were so furious your killing intent evolved on the spot. Astaroth's face darkened. He looked away and muttered, your people have a saying, women and petty men are impossible to reason with. I won't waste words. With that, he blurred into a streak of dark light and vanished into the night. His silhouette was soon swallowed by darkness. Su Jinyu turned back to the fading motes of light drifting in midair, the last traces Imo Xiun had left behind. 1,000 years ago, she and Imo Xiun had been sworn enemies. Only later did their hostility thaw. Both were legendary prodigies of humankind. Both loved the same man. Both guarded the world for his sake. Now one of them was gone. For Imo Xiun, perhaps it was Aureliusino more torment over past mistakes. Only 3 of them remained, and Earth withered year after year. A century later, every abyss closed, marking the planet's entry into the final realm. They abandoned Earth and moved into open space. The solar system's worlds had not swollen from cataclysm. Even Jupiter looked no larger than a basketball in their eyes, and none of the planets could sustain them. For ages the trio drifted, watching Earth's surface grow red as fractures spread like veins. Boom. In AD 9354, a lattice of cracks split the crust. The planet shattered in silent vacuum, bursting into a spray of brilliant sparks. The shockwave raced outward and slammed into the nearby sun. Its surface convulsed, then the star detonated. The tightly packed planets were dragged into a chain of annihilation. The 3 had already fled far and possessed power great enough to rend galaxies. They braced themselves and survived the storm of energy. When it finally ebbed, the former solar system was a field of molten asteroid shards, streaming dark red fire. Astaroth's eyes softened as he sighed. This had been home for millennia gone in an instant. With their sanctuary erased, the wanderers set off across the stars. You had already mapped the route. Head for Kepler, a planet no one in your group had ever visited. Its development mirrors Earth's, but it entered its cataclysm earlier. By now it is likely nearing the end of its great calamity. With your current strength, you might survive until Kepler's eruption subsides. However, every ship on Earth has already been destroyed, so you'll have to make the trip yourselves. The distance is more than 3,000 light years, yet at your present speed it will take only a few centuries, then comes an endless voyage through the stars. When Luo Xiao read this projection, his brow tightened. Earth hadn't held together at a lit, had simply blown apart. He immediately noted the time and coordinates of the golden crow devouring worm's appearance, vowing that if he met the creature again, he would never give it a second chance. Once it erupts, Earth cannot survive. No matter how flawless the early preparations, that filthy bug can wipe everything clean with a flick, turning a perfect ending to dust. To keep it fresh in his mind, he even set recurring reminders. Year 9857. After centuries of stellar travel, the team finally reached the Kepler planet. As predicted, it had swollen to the size Earth reached just before its destruction. Beasts powerful enough to suppress worlds prowled everywhere, fighting one another for the right to live. The moment they sensed outsiders, it was like a drop of ink in clear water. The disturbance spread instantly, and every beast snapped its head up before exploding into frenzy. A tide of monsters first rank through 12 rank 8-star, and even world suppressor class game crashing toward them. Before the group could react, they were surrounded by tens of thousands of suppressor-level beasts and an endless horde of 12-rank predators that Kepler had bred over millennia. Haha, you ants are begging for death, go to hell and greet the demon god. Astaroth released centuries of pent-up fury in one roar. Laughing madly, he waved his companions back. Bro, sis-in-law, stay out of this. I'm wiping them out myself. Slaughter intent, dark domain, sword intent, layer upon layer of extreme power erupted from him. The oppressive force blanketed the sky. Ordinary 12-rank beasts tore like paper, and even suppressor-class monsters fell in succession. Only those with imperial bloodlines could manage to hold on. But their numbers kept growing, and the pressure skyrocketed. At last Astaroth was driven steadily back, forcing a desperate shout. Damn it, little brother, give me a hand. That was when Luo Xiao, who hadn't lifted a sword in hundreds of years, finally struck. The divine martial domain crushed the entire planet, and a world-shattering force swept out in an instant. Sword light hundreds of millions of meters long cleaved down again and again, each swing erasing swaths of life. Whether suppressor class or ordinary 12-rank beasts, they were nothing but ants before the slaughter. Imin 2. Long sword flashing and robes billowing, Su Jinyu joined the blood-soaked melee. At long last, after more than 3 decades of relentless slaughter, they wiped out every ferocious creature on planet Kepler. Afterward, only he kept up the purge, while Su Jinyu and Astaroth had to alternate a few days of rest with a few days of battle. Their recovery could never match the near-limitless resilience of his body. Only when the planet was completely cleared did he sheath his blade. The baleful energy accumulated during Earth's destruction dispersed into the blood-tinged mist, and his killing intent paused at the pinnacle of the 7th level, one step from the 8th. Once he crossed that line, it would fuse into the slaughter domain, awaken a third layer, and at least triple his power. Over those 30 years, his blade intent and spear intent had both reached the ninth heaven, and only 3 strands remained before the intents of the divine martial domain could fully merge, a goal he expected to reach within a few more centuries. Surveying the pockmarked world, he and the 2 women chose an intact ridgeline for their home, spending their days cultivating and casually cutting down the constant waves of beasts that converged on their position. They rarely had to leave. As soon as a cave opened, every monster on the planet seemed locked onto their coordinates. He now understood why Su Jinyu and the others had been surrounded in the previous simulation. The creatures carried their own navigation, and Su Jinyu's former supreme peak strength had left her no chance of survival. The situation was utterly different now. Even a sacred blood beast fell with a single swing of his blade. Empowered by the vast energy of the Golden Crow divine fire, his and Su Jinyu's realms rose steadily to the 12th order, 8 stars. At equal rank, Su Jinyu could already meet a sacred blood beast Hedon, and his own power remained overwhelming. In the year 11,250, Kepler entered the midstage of the Great Outbreak. From then on, a 12th order, 8-star cave ruptured every week, unleashing a tide of beasts bent on killing them, only to be slain to the last. Every suppressor-grade beast they killed was refined into flawless low-grade 12th order pills, at least 10 apiece, far more than the 3 of them could consume, so he sealed them away. Emperor blood beasts became emperor-level blood-forging and boundary-breaking pills. When Astaroth wondered why he bothered with such painstaking work, he dismissed the question with a casual remark and offered no explanation. That same year, his divine martial domain advanced to the 3rd stage, and every individual intent reached the 9th heaven. The 2nd stage had multiplied his combat power 10-fold. The 3rd pushed it to 20-fold. With that surge, he felt certain that if the Golden Crow devouring worm reappeared, he could kill it in a single strike. In the year 15,280, Su Jinyu's lifespan came to an end. For the woman who had accompanied him for more than 10 millennia, he set out centuries in advance, and on the day her time finally ran out, he escorted her back to Earth. Thousands of years had passed, and the countless fragments left by Earth's explosion had slowly drawn together into a vast, dim planet of meteors. Given a few million more years, they might merge into a completely new world. Hovering in midair, Su Jinyu looked down at the gray landmass beneath her and sighed. When that day comes, will our kind rise again? She was the last human alive. Her death would mean humanity's end. All she could do was pin her hopes on this still-forming planet, though she knew that life evolves so slowly it might take hundreds of millions of years to start anew. Luo Xiao, if there really is a next life, could we be together? Perched on Luo Xiao's shoulder, she raised her eyes to his. He gave no immediate answer. A next life? Perhaps. Perhaps by then he would no longer belong to the demon clan. His voice was quiet, almost a murmur. Maybe by then I won't be one of them. Her eyes quivered. So if you're not a demon, she whispered, you'd marry me, wouldn't you? Luo Xiao paused, then smiled faintly and posed the question back, as though he were speaking both to her and to the true Luo Xiao observing the simulation. Why wouldn't I? Then it's settled. Next time, you can't turn me down. With a small, contented smile, Su Jinyu finally let go of the obsession she had carried for so long. Power drained from her body. Life withdrew like a receding tide, and golden flames seeped through the cracks in her skin. In the instant those flames were about to consume her, Luo Xiao summoned the vermilion crow's divine fire and drew the golden blaze away. Holding her silent form, he flew toward the newborn Earth. He set her gently on its surface, drove a single punch through the crust, and sent her to the planet's core. Layers of rock folded in, burying her at the center. From that moment, all traces of her vanished, leaving only the vermilion crow fire that had never truly been hers. Luo Xiao raised a hand and absorbed the divine flame. Its power soared nearly 30-fold within him, and his talent advanced from gold to dark gold. Yet the surge brought him no joy. Without another glance, he turned and drifted out of the solar system. Beyond the simulation, the real Luo Xiao stared at the words "why wouldn't I?" and repeated them under his breath. Yes, why not? It was only a simulation. In that world he might never meet Li Ruashi, so why cling to that promise? With a wry smile he shook his head. Am I just making excuses for my indecision? Then so be it. Indecision or not, he would stay true to his heart. Each time a simulation ended, a tide of fragmented memories flooded his mind, as if he were traveling through time all over again. They brought him scenes of everyday life, brutal battles, and fleeting insights that only decisive choices could unlock. In those memories he fought side by side with Astaroth, and he spent more than 14,000 years with Su Jinyu. For millennia, he had stood between humanity and annihilation. Across those long ages, every feeling and memory had carved itself into his heart like a blade. Yes, it hurt. Even broken fragments of recollection let him relive every farewell in brutal detail. Yet to grow stronger, he had to rely on the system and grit his teeth through the agony. Compared with the power that awaited him, this pain was a trivial fee. Centuries swept by in a flash, and he set foot on Kepler once more, joining forces with Astaroth to subdue the entire planet. In the year 19,841, the planetary eruption entered its late stage. Each day a new, immense chasm tore open, while emptied low-level pits collapsed to make room for fresh rifts. By now, both he and Astaroth were advancing by leaps and bounds. Slaying behemoths required almost no effort, and life felt strangely calm. During this period, 7 or 8 beasts with imperial-grade elite bloodlines emerged, yet Astaroth dispatched each of them with casual ease. He realized that imperial blood was merely a baseline. True potential lay in talent, and these creatures' talents paled beside Astaroth's, let alone his own. All his intents had reached the ninth heaven. Within him coalesced sevenfold peak slaughter intent, triple dark domains, triple divine martial domains, and double slaughter domains, raising his strength to an unprecedented level. Against opponents of the same rank, even those with saint-grade bloodlines could not withstand a single blow. As for imperial blood, it was simply no contest. On Kepler, no beast could rival the pair, only time itself could defeat them. Time, of course, is merciless. As the years slipped away, he sensed Astaroth's aura fading without warning, her life force dropping like autumn leaves. Only then did he remember. Demons live 3 times longer than humans, but their limit is still just 30,000 years. Astaroth had been over 8,000 when she reached Earth. Nearly 18 millennia had passed since. Less than 3,000 years remained. The thought weighed on him, yet Astaroth seemed unfazed, dragging him out to hunt every day. In the eruption's final phase, new chasms began to appear too, even 3 at a time. By then, even together they could no longer clear every fresh pit. Astaroth's aura kept dimming. He begged her to conserve her strength and frantically refined elixirs to stabilize her life signs. Lacking a true life-extending pill, though, his efforts were in vain. Her remaining years slipped away, slowly but irreversibly. In the year 23,500, Astaroth's lifespan ran out. Gazing at the endless tide of beasts around him, he sighed in defeat. Kid, looks like I can't stay with you to the very end. I'm logging off for now. How should he face his old friend in the next simulation? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Thank you to everyone who read this far. Your support means the world. Astaroth smiled as he spoke to you. He was as carefree as ever, treating death as if it were just another word. Slowly, he raised his hand and let pitch-black demon flames flicker at his fingertips, as though adding a footnote to distant memories. I was born in the abyss, Astaroth said, his voice low yet steady. You've never been there, so you might not understand. Power and slaughter are all that exist. Even blood brothers will kill each other for the smallest gain. He shook his head, recalling his crimson homeland. But when I came to Earth, when I met humans and met you, I realized demons and humans can live in peace. The black flames vanished, and he gazed at the young man who had traveled by his side for years, warmth and relief softening his expression. I don't know why, but whenever I see you, I feel a closeness even my own brothers never gave me. However strange your arrival was, I chose to trust you. Astaroth smiled faintly. After all, if a dark demon god truly wished to descend upon this world, it would have been wiped out long ago. His words made the young man's heart tremble. A demon god's bloodline appearing on Earth on the eve of the cataclysm was unthinkable, yet Astaroth still trusted him. Brother, if you go, this world will be empty, only me left, the young man whispered, the pain of countless farewells welling up again. Astaroth merely curved his lips in a smile. Do as I say, and stay alive. The outbreak phase is almost over, and your lifespan should carry you through. If it doesn't, that's fine. He touched a finger to his chest. When I die, an essence of darkness will likely form within me. Devour it, and your lifespan and dark power will soar. The essence of darkness, the young man's pupils narrowed. Astaroth had spoken of this divine relic before, something born only when a rare emperor of the dark demon gods falls. For anyone who wields the power of darkness, it is the ultimate treasure, amplifying that power and vastly extending one's life. Emperors are rarer than ordinary saint-grade bloodlines. Only beings like the golden crow devouring worm, whose saint-grade bloodline is paired with a supreme artifact, can compare. Astaroth truly was an emperor. No wonder his strength eclipsed even saint-grade demon gods. Bathed in faint moonlight, Astaroth patted the young man's shoulder. Little brother, meeting you has been the happiest moment of my life. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but if there's a next life, I still want to be your big brother. Ha! His hearty laughter rang through the night. In the next instant, his body shattered, dissolving into endless black light that filled the sky. The lights swirled together, condensing into a fist-sized crystal as dark as obsidian. Shadows surged within it, brimming with limitless power, the essence of darkness, born at last. The night wind swept by. The young man caught the crystal, but there was no joy in his grasp. Brother, safe travels, he murmured, watching the last motes of dark energy drift into the sky. Ding, you have obtained the item, Essence of Darkness. Use it to raise your dark power to dark gold grade. Enhancement Multiplier, 128. Lifespan increased by 13,000 years. Luo Xiao stared at the final notification, his pupils contracting. The Dark Origin was almost as priceless as the Golden Crow Divine Flame. Either one could boost his combat power by a full 128 times, while granting an extra 13,000 years of life. He knew all too well that if he acquired another source of the same grade, the return would plummet. A mere half portion of the Golden Crow Divine Flame had once given him a 100-fold power-up and 10,000 years of longevity, yet 2 full portions combined in a simulation had only yielded the same 128-fold boost and 13,000 added years. Further absorption would bring diminishing, perhaps even negligible, gains. Even so, the Dark Origin was still a huge benefit to him right now. The simulation continued. Year 24,000. Luo Xiao finished absorbing the Dark Origin, and his dark power surged. Because he had already exceeded his limit by 13,000 years, this time he gained only about 5,000, but that was still a massive boon. With a demon's body, his lifespan now stretched to 48,000 years, and he had traveled only halfway down that river of time. After Astaroth's departure, Luo Xiao was the sole survivor of this world. He spent year after year in endless slaughter and alchemy until year 24,584. A sudden upheaval, an unseen, overwhelming force blanketed the entire planet Kepler. The beasts that had been attacking Luo Xiao regained their sanity in an instant, then bolted in terror, desperate to flee this god of slaughter. At the same time, the ground shook, and the once emptied abyssal pits began to fade and crumble one after another. Luo Xiao's eyes narrowed. The great outbreak had ended. He had survived the brutal trial. More precisely, under his protection, planet Kepler had pulled through. Boundless vitality flooded in from the depths of the void, covering the whole world. The devastated land healed at a breathtaking pace. Vegetation surged like waves, and the atmosphere torn apart by years of battle reknitted itself, turning the red-black sky back to a clear, brilliant blue. Sunlight bathed the ground, filling Luo Xiao with a comfort he had never known. Sadly, this flourishing scene was on Kepler, not Earth. How wonderful it would have been if Earth had never been destroyed. He sighed inwardly. Even if humanity could not endure a 10th Sandier outbreak, at least some might have survived. Now only he remained, alone in the universe. The pits that had not been cleared did not disappear, but sank back underground, and no more beasts emerged. Those already cleared gradually dissipated. Whenever one vanished, the site was littered with herbs, energy crystals, forging materials, and other treasures beyond counting. With no one else alive on the planet, every last resource naturally belonged to Luo Xiao. You can also search for the author by his name. He shares it with the singer, and the track already has thousands of plays. Feel free to check it out. The long, tedious harvest began. The planet was so vast that it took him more than 3 centuries to sweep every inch of the surface, the mountains, and even the deepest seas into the nearly limitless space of his system. Once the beasts were slaughtered, the world fell silent, and only the hollow wind echoed through the valleys. When the scavenging was done, he spent several millennia refining every herb into pills, furnace after furnace. As the final batch emerged, he realized he had nothing left to do. After some thought, he set his sights on another life-bearing planet the human race had once detected. 1,000 years of quiet travel passed before he crossed thousands of light years and reached planet Salpu, which was in the late stage of its own great outbreak. The instant his feet touched the ground, countless mindless beasts charged at him, howling. He had not indulged in wholesale slaughter for millennia, but the feeling returned in a heartbeat. With a wave of his hand, blood rained down and the massacre began. By year 34,500, the great outbreak on Salpu finally ended. The scene mirrored what had happened on planet Kepler. Hordes of beasts retreated, lairs collapsed one after another, and the long-absent breath of life spread quickly. Within a few hundred years, the barren world was cloaked in lush green. He seized the moment, stripping the planet of every herb, ore, and resource, then shut himself away to refine pills and forge weapons, all in pursuit of absolute perfection for the next simulation. Several more millennia slipped by. When the last pill solidified, he left Salpu and flew toward the nearest of the 2 remaining worlds. On arrival, he found it had already survived its great outbreak, and the reward materials had been carried back into the lairs by fleeing beasts. After investigating 3 planets in a row, he discerned a pattern. Once an outbreak ends, the beasts withdraw underground. Some stay behind, others vanish, most likely returning to their native worlds. The ones that remain fight each other. When a lair is cleared, it collapses into a trove of resources. The victorious beasts then decide whether to leave or continue raiding. This confirmed what Astaroth had once said: endure the outbreak, and plentiful spoils await. On the first 2 planets, his ferocity had been so overwhelming that the beasts scattered the moment the outbreak ended, not daring to linger for even a heartbeat. Having sorted through these observations, he understood that the trial targeted not only native life, but also the transplanted layer beasts and alien races. Now, on this third planet, 90% of the beasts were still present, locked in endless combat. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate, he moved straight into massacre. Your sudden arrival shattered the balance that had been tenuously held by dozens of peak Imperial-class beasts, while countless others tore at one another. The moment those warring creatures felt the absolute might of this alien demon god, they instinctively joined forces only to fall into despair at the very first clash. With a single stroke of his sword, he nearly split the planet in half. The glowing scar of annihilation sliced from the heavens to the core, where magma churned like a crimson tide. In an instant, every peak Imperial beast fled back to its own world, triggered teleportation arrays, and vanished. The rest panicked and scattered. Within a mere century, the planet was empty, its once-dense tunnel networks erased. Because the beasts had taken nearly all resources with them, the protagonist gathered far fewer herbs and weapons than on the previous two worlds. Still, he patiently refined every scrap of material he had left. When the work was done, he chose not to search for another life-bearing plane. This remaining lifespan was only a few thousand years, and the fourth planet lay more than 10,000 light-years away. Even at top speed, the journey would take 2 millennia, and he was exhausted. So he turned to perfecting his slaughter domain. After more than 10,000 years of bloodshed, his slaughter intent had reached the 8th tier, yet it still refused to meld flawlessly into the domain and advance it to the 3rd stage. This time he decided to risk everything. In the first 1,000 years, fusion reached 50%. In the second, it climbed to 80. In the third, it edged up to 99. By then, 41,700 years had passed since his transmigration. Even a demonic body cannot defy time forever. He sat cross-legged on the planet's surface like a rotting ancient tree, skin cracked, aura fading. For beings with long lifespans, the final decline is painfully stark. Such is the cost of longevity. The planet's vitality dimmed, yet new life quietly took root. Ravines left by the ancient battles filled with wind-blown sand or were swallowed by lava, and only the massive world itself bore silent witness to that catastrophe. Centuries later, the heavens quaked again. A tidal wave of killing intent burst from him, engulfing the planet in an instant. Every newly born creature perished. Blood-red clouds of malevolence tore through the atmosphere, blanketed the sky, and blotted out the sun for millennia. When those clouds finally dispersed, they revealed a gray, lifeless world. No sunlight, no vegetation, nothing but silence under that dreadful domain. At the desolate planet's heart stood a weather-worn demon statue's corpse. He was dead. In the instant he fully fused the threefold slaughter intent into his domain, his lifespan was spent. He had meant to protect the world's life force, yet lost control and annihilated it with his own hands. Simulation terminated. Calculating final score. Luo Xiao struggled to steady his thoughts. This simulation had spanned more than 42,000 years. At a rate of 1 hour per 1,000 years, he had spent 2 full days and nights in the pod. True, he had died of old age and survived the endless beast tide, but if every life form was wiped out, what meaning did it hold? Tomorrow, he would greet the new year with action. Confetti. It was just too hard. Seeing this, Luo Xiao let out a quiet sigh. In the end, he really had been careless. If he had gone all out to eradicate the Jing Wu swallowing heaven worm back then, the chain of turmoil that followed might never have occurred. Thinking about it, he felt both regret and relief. Without the devil bloodline, the threefold lifespan of the demon god bloodline alone would never have carried him through the beast tide. Yet what was this trial in front of him, and what exactly was it testing? With that thought, Luo Xiao focused his mind on the system, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Just how generous would the rewards be this time? Ding. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host, on your outstanding performance in this simulation. 1. Your strength has reached the 12-fold 8-star suppression tier, already beyond the world's limit. 2. You successfully survived the peak outbreak period. Only regret. You failed to protect humanity until the outbreak was fully over. Overall rating, SS rank. Please choose any 4 of the following rewards. Watching an advertisement lets you pick one more. Reward 1 cultivation techniques, martial skill experience. Tier 12, Supreme Grade. Dark Codex. Divine Martial Codex. Heaven Cleaving Sword Cannon. Earthrending Blade Sutra. Reward 2 martial cultivation stats. Physical power, 100 quintillion. Soul power, 100 quintillion. Vital energy, 100 quintillion. Lifespan, 200 years. Reward 3 fusion talenti. Golden Crow Flame Dark Gold, a terrifying fire distilled from the bloodline of the Jing Wu, swallowing heaven worm. Legend says the progenitor of this species was once a maggot on the sun. Merely catching a whiff of true Golden Crow fire allowed its bloodline to generate this flame. Though it has degenerated over countless ages and only 100 millionth of the original spirit remains, its power is still terrifying. Effects after selection. Gain control of the Golden Crow Flame, triggering bloodline metamorphosis. Fire-type skill power 128. Lifespan 12,000 years. Comprehend a trace of the Golden Crow's true intent. By shining upon the land, you can draw feedback from living beings and rapidly increase your strength. Reward 4 fusion talent 2. Dark Devil God Bloodline Dark Gold already empowered by the essence of darkness. After choosing, you may watch 10 advertisements to remove side effects. Once the side effects are removed, the bloodline becomes activatable. When activated, transform into a member of the Dark Devil God race. Additional bodily reinforcement 128, stackable with existing multipliers. Currently 32-fold. Activation bumps it straight to 160-fold. Passive effects. At the Emperor realm, enjoy a 5-fold lifespan boost from the Dark Devil God bloodline. The multiplier tapers off at higher realms unless a superior bloodline is obtained. Gain 128-fold amplification of dark power and 128-fold amplification of demonic power. Reward 4 included the Dark Origin itself, a 7.5-star Jing Wu Divine Fire, 100,000 top-tier 12th grade Emperor Blood Forging Pills, 100,000 Emperor Breakthrough Pills, a full range of perfect grade 12th grade elixirs, mountains of premium forging materials, a vast arsenal of 12th grade weapons, and an uncountable number of grand human blood pills refined from human essence. It also came with the technological knowledge distilled from more than 7,000 years of Huaxia civilization. Apart from AI cores, everything else could only be taken back as data. Reward 5 comprised insights into every known combat technique and domain. 9th level intent for all weapon types. 3 layers each of the divine martial, dark, and slaughter domains, and 8th level slaughter intent, all bundled together. Reward 6 delivered the totality of professional experience accumulated during the simulation mid-tier 11th grade alchemist, high-tier 10th grade perfect spirit botanist, mid-tier 11th grade forge master, and mid-tier 11th grade master rare. Nothing was missing. The sheer scale of these rewards would make any Emperor Realm powerhouse's heart pound. The 100,000 top-tier 12th grade blood forging pills alone were enough to provoke madness. These were not the 11th grade supreme pills Luo Xiao had taken at the start, but genuine top-tier 12th grade pills. In the past, a single Flood Dragon's essence could yield only 111th grade supreme blood forging pills. Now that same dragon could produce just one top-tier 12th grade pill, one worth 100 of the old ones. Refining 100,000 of them would consume the bloodlines of at least 200,000 Flood Dragons. Beyond the pills lay perfect grade 12th grade elixirs of every kind, the finest forging materials, a trove of 12th grade weapons, and countless grand human blood pills. Together, these spoils could fund a superpower strong enough to sweep across the world. Luo Xiao's only regret was failing to preserve the corpse of the Jinwu Tun Tian Chong he had slain. Had he kept it, the creature's blood alone could have produced even more fearsome medicines. At the time, his combat strength was high, but his cultivation realm was low, and he had barely managed to kill the beast by going all out. At his current peak, a single finger would suffice to crush a Jinwu Tun Tian Chong. Inspecting the upgraded Dark Demon God bloodline, Luo Xiao felt a tidal wave of shock. In the simulation, Dark Origin had merely transformed his dark power, but now the upgrade was woven directly into his bloodline, doubling both his demonic force and physical amplification from 64-fold to 128-fold. The price, however, was watch 10 advertisements. After calculating the viewing time, he grumbled inwardly that it could take months. The Jinwu Divine Fire was another orange gold talent entry. Although slightly weaker than the Dark Demon God bloodline, its dual status as free and orange gold made it blindingly attractive. Ignoring it would be almost criminal. Then there were the cultivation manuals. Luo Xiao had spent 42,000 years perfecting a supreme 12th grade technique and an entire suite of martial skills that towered above anything of the present age, incorporating every manual humanity had collected over millennia. To him, these scriptures were as valuable as any innate talent. As for intent, techniques, and professional mastery, those went without saying. It had taken him 42,000 years to gather these rewards, yet the rules still forced him to forfeit one. The hall was extraordinary resources, enlightenment, and innate talent were guaranteed. He could only eliminate one among techniques, cultivation realm, and profession. Luo Xiao stared at the panel, brow knotted. Each choice was crucial. After a long silence, he clenched his teeth. He'll drop the realm. The reasoning was simple. He had returned with a cache of imperial blood forging pills, breakthrough pills, several fearsome manuals, and the Golden Crow true intent enough to skyrocket his strength. At his current level, he could subdue Earth even if his brother arrived. In his previous life, he had reached the 7th heaven of the sovereign tier. With several times the resources now, failing to hit the sovereign limit would be disgraceful. Once he stood at that peak, suppressing his brother would be effortless. One further step into the imperial tier, and, before the Golden Crow Devourer appeared, no beast on Earth would match him. As for the Devourer itself, he had slain one before. This time it would die even more miserably. Realm was the only reward with an upper ceiling. He would achieve it sooner or later on his own, and jumping straight to the summit would rob him of crucial tempering. Resolute, he issued the order. Ding command received. Reward 2 discarded. All remaining rewards will be delivered. Please specify a safe location. A system prompt followed at once. Needing a safe zone meant the rewards were terrifyingly potent. Luo Xiao chuckled, said nothing, stepped onto the balcony, and shot into the sky as a streak of light. Boom. He punched through the atmosphere at full speed and didn't stop until he was 1,000,000 kilometers out in deep space. Dispatch the rewards. Rewards dispatched. Boom. In an instant, abyssal black power poured into Luo Xiao's body, demonic energy roiling violently. His flesh expanded 10 meters, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. In a heartbeat, a black demon god stood in the void, its overwhelming aura crashing toward distant Earth like a tidal wave. Though 1,000,000 kilometers away, the planet felt clutched by a giant hand, and every strong practitioner felt a chill stab their hearts at the same moment. What is that power? So strong, so sinister. It feels like demonic energy. Could a Tier 10 demon have descended? No, even a Tier 10 demon lord isn't this terrifying. Could it be something beyond a demon lord? Cries of panic rang out one after another. With power like that, how can humanity hope to resist? In an instant, the human powerhouses who had been clearing out the urine froze, overwhelmed by an indescribable aura. The warriors felt as if an invisible giant hand were pressing against their chests. Even breathing became difficult. Many lifted their eyes to the source of the pressure, shock and despair flooding their faces. The demonic power above dwarfed anything they had ever encountered. Boom. The sky split apart. A brilliant column of light plummeted from the heavens, as though a second sun had ignited beyond the firmament. Blinding platinum radiance swept across the land, plunging the planet into a blazing furnace. Even the sharp-eyed martial saints instinctively shut their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the sinister oppression was quelled the moment the second sun appeared. The fierce light did not scorch. Instead, it warmed like a spring breeze melting snow. My arm, it's healing. A gravely wounded warrior gasped, staring in disbelief as ripped flesh knitted together. It's real, we're recovering. More voices cried, trembling with joy. Even the dying felt their blood and chi surge anew beneath the golden glow. A sun? No divine light. It's driving away the devil and mending our injuries. Cries rose from every direction as warriors and ordinary folk alike stared up at the radiance, their hearts racing with awe, elation, and reverence. At that moment, pale gold motes and tangible strands of faith floated from their chests and gathered into countless filaments, streaming skyward like rivers of liquid gold into the depths of space. There, the true source of the brilliance emerged, a colossal black gold demon enthroned in the void. Veins of gold crisscrossed his body, spilling holy light that dispelled corruption and healed the masses. The threads of faith rising from earth poured into those golden lines, transforming into surging power that flooded his veins. Luo Xiao closed his eyes, savoring the rush, amazed by the numbers flashing through his mind. In this single breath, his cultivation speed had risen to 1.5 times its former rate. 1,000 years of training for me equals 1,500 years for anyone else, he calculated, a sharp light glinting in his eyes. Right now only Huaxiao remains, and its strength is modest, yet the gain is already this great. What happens a millennium from now when the population multiplies tenfold or 100-fold? Memories of his previous life surfaced. At humanity's peak, its population had reached 100 quintillion, 100 million times the current number. By then, if he stood at the imperial realm, the amassed faith alone could boost his cultivation another tenfold. Holding off on my breakthrough was the right move, he decided. When my brother arrives, even if he wields the peak power he simulated last life, he may find me untouchable, especially now, when he's only at demon god third heaven. A satisfied smile tugged at Luo Xiao's lips. The fusion of bloodline and talent completed with a thunderous rush, while the rest of his rewards flooded every limb and bone. At a mere thought, his sky-filling demon form shrank, condensing into a human figure that drifted down from the void. The golden lines vanished, leaving only a skin-tight suit of black and gold, yet the powers of light and darkness within him had not weakened in the slightest. Bit by bit, Luo Xiao absorbed the power into his own body. He raised his hand and opened the system's storage space. In a flash of light, mountains of weapons, pills, herbs, and priceless treasures filled his vision, enough wealth to sustain humanity for tens of thousands of years. Faced with such grandeur, Luo Xiao finally let himself smile in pure delight. He had personally slain more than 200,000 emperor-grade blood beast abominations, and on 3 planets in full eruption he had butchered tens of millions of 12th rank creatures that had yet to step into the emperor realm. His killing record spoke for itself. If this colossal horde were invested in cultivation, it could produce at least several million emperor realm powerhouses and push them all to the 4th heaven, the current ceiling of that realm. And these candidates would be the best of the best geniuses capable of crushing ordinary demon gods in a single exchange. With such a force, guarding Earth for mere tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands, would be effortless. That thought steadied him. Once the super beasts and the golden crow devouring insect were dealt with, Earth could survive the catastrophe on this foundation alone. For the first time, he might not need to spend every waking moment racing from crisis to crisis. His gaze drifted to the blue planet below. After a century and a half of rapid expansion, Earth's diameter had swelled tenfold, yet its familiar outlines remained. Only humanity seemed ever smaller. When he looked up into the dark sky, countless stars gleamed, each world potentially nurturing life, each undergoing trials much like Earth's. A test, but for what purpose? He murmured. Motives aside, his only task was to keep Earth alive until the trial ended. Failure meant the extinction of humankind. He drew out a 12-franc storage ring and began sorting through the mountainous stash. The ring filled quickly, its contents 100 times richer than the gift he once gave Li Jing Wu. Yet to Luo Xiao's current fortune, it was but a drop in the ocean. With this cash alone, humanity could raise tens of thousands of sovereign-level cultivators within a millennium. Following his earlier routine, he scheduled a timed message to be delivered in 1 month. Once Li Jing Wu read it, he would know exactly what to do, ensuring that Luo Xiao's absence for 1,000 years would cause no disruption. 2 more days, and Earth's immediate danger will be gone for good. He exhaled softly, then summoned the translucent system panel without hesitation. System, initiate the next simulation. Show me the future. Ding command received. Initiating future simulation. A virtual panel unfolded in front of Luo Xiao, lines of golden text hovering in midair. 1. Golden talent. 2. Innate insight physique, comprehension 2000. 3. Innate Dao physique, constitution 2000. 4. Hellblood demonization. Become a member of the Hellblood demon clan. Killing intent comprehension 4000. 5. Warlord's body. Awaken the warlord physique, flesh body strength 64, constitution for physical cultivation techniques 4000. 6. Apothecary supreme. Alchemy comprehension 4000, special effect value increase potion yield multiplied by 310. 7. Forgemaster supreme. Forging comprehension 4000, special effect rank up finished weapon gains 1 tier. At the bottom, a line of glaring red text read. Selecting a golden talent costs an additional 10 billion simulation points. Luo Xiao skimmed the list and sighed inwardly. These talents were impressive, but he needed the one that suited him best. Hellblood demonization, clearly a bloodline trait similar to the dark demon gods. Too dangerous. Potential berserk issues. Pass. Warlord's Bada already had demon blood. His physique was strong enough. Pass. Innate insight physique and innate Dao physique lacked neither comprehension nor cultivation speed with the golden crow true intent. Pass. Apothecary supreme, even if pill yield increased tenfold, it was of little use right now. Pass. That left only Forgemaster supreme. Rank up? If it only raises a subgrade, my best weapon would go from upper 12th to peak 12th grade. 1 more tier means 13th grade. Each major tier is worlds apart. Perfect quality 13th grade gear would boost my combat power the most. Decision made. Luo Xiao tapped Forgemaster Supreme without hesitation. Ding. Command acknowledged. Talent selected successfully. Free attribute points applied. Constitution 100. Simulation start. Total cost, 10.1 billion simulation points. The system chime cut off. Light exploded before his eyes, and the simulation began. Day 1. Luo Xiao crossed worlds. As the light faded, he found himself in the bustling heart of a modern metropolis. Skyscrapers pierced the sky, neon lights flashed. The sudden appearance of a stranger drew every eye. Someone recognized his face and gasped, voice trembling. The martial ancestor. It's Lord Martial Ancestor. No way, hasn't he been in seclusion for ages? The legend says he would return in 1,000 years, and it's been exactly 1,000. A collective hiss swept the crowd. Could it really be him? Is a new chapter for humanity about to begin? Awe and exhilaration spread like wildfire, and the street erupted in fervor. May every reader make a fortune in the coming year. May you rise through the ranks at work, enjoy happiness at home, and ace every exam at school. A new year, a fresh start. A torrent of voices rose around him as the crowd swelled, every eye fixed on the young man in the long robe. The uproar was no surprise to him. What mattered was that this place, a wasteland in the last simulation, now lay inside a human city. Had humanity re-entered an era of fragmented city-states? With that thought, he pushed off the ground and shot skyward. In mere heartbeats, he was more than 100 kilometers up, gazing down at a steel metropolis hundreds of thousands of kilometers across, its lights and energy shields blending into a sea of brilliance. The analysis chip flashed a figure: population, 30 quadrillion. A tremor ran through him. In previous simulations, even after 2 millennia, numbers had never reached this height. The answer arrived instantly. From every direction, dense auras streaked toward him. Over 1,000 at the supreme level. The 12th tier manuals and pills he had left a millennium ago had flooded humanity, boosting its power and forging today's prosperity. Booms rippled through the sky as the Supremes arrived. Familiar faces ringed him, barely containing their excitement. Almost all his disciples, the rest the disciples of those disciples. "Teacher, you're finally back," cried Li Jing Wu, eyes shining with tears. When their teacher vanished, he left complete 12th tier techniques, martial arts, and thousands of flawless 11th tier pills. With those treasures, humanity had vaulted into a golden age, and combined with tens of thousands of simulated years of technology, their science now rivaled Earth's peak before its last extinction, lacking only higher-grade resources. Expecting his return, the human leadership had stationed powerhouses in Huaxia Imperial City years in advance, and today their vigil paid off. "We pay our respects, teacher. We greet Wuzu." Voices thundered, rolling across the sky as everyone bowed. He swept his gaze over them and nodded in approval. Then he found the figure he had missed, day and night, Su Jinyu. Her eyes were slightly red, emotions surging. "I'm back. Thank you for waiting. It wasn't long. I'm just glad you're safe." Her voice quivered with relief. "From now on, I won't make you wait again." He opened his arms. Su Jinyu could no longer restrain herself and rushed into his embrace. Smiles blossomed among the onlookers. Everyone knew Supreme Yanyun, Su Jinyu, had waited 1,000 years for Wuzu's return. At the back of the crowd, Imo Shiyun watched in silence, her eyes brimming with endless loneliness and an even deeper yearning for you. If that incident had never happened, she and not anyone else would be the one nestled in Wuzu's arms today. At daybreak, news of Wuzu's return swept through Huaxiao Imperial City like rolling thunder. Bells and drums echoed across the skyline, red lanterns filled the streets, and the citizens stayed awake all night. From the highest officials to the common folk, the entire nation prepared its grandest ceremonies to welcome the most significant homecoming of the past millennium. For 1,000 years, every human leader had extolled Wuzu's greatness, insisting that without his original protection and the vast trove of resources he left behind, humanity would have vanished long ago. Now that Wuzu had reappeared, humanity once again possessed an unrivaled guardian. Though he had yet to make a move, no one dared question his power. Even Su Jinyu, the strongest cultivator of the era, could not gauge Wuzu's realm. Su Jinyu had already reached the 7th tier of the supreme stage, while the most gifted martial sage had leaped to the 9th. Overall, the depth of insight cultivation was several times higher than it had been when Wuzu last simulated the future. That growth owed everything to the advanced techniques and abundant resources he left behind, as well as the textbooks he painstakingly revised tens of thousands of times during an age of relentless warfare. After every human outside Huaxia was wiped out, those textbooks spread worldwide at lightning speed. Insight training became part of elementary education and a required subject on college entrance exams. To even step onto a university campus, students had to refine their skills to the subtle level, while elite schools demanded perfect. Only extraordinary talent or constitution could earn an exception. By these standards, if the Wuzu of old were dropped into today's world, he might not even make it into kindergarten. Internal competition among humans grew fiercer each year, yet Wuzu understood that this grind was a matter of survival, not the meaningless rat race of the pre-cataclysm era. 1,000 years ago, he had emailed Li Jing Wu and others a timeline of every stage of the cataclysm and its approximate dates, which later became mandatory coursework. Today, every human knows the disaster schedule by heart, remembers the precise year the first 12th tier abyss will surface, and has spent an entire millennium preparing for it. Night fell, and Wuzu hovered above Huaxia Imperial City, gazing down at the flourishing land below, a whirlwind of emotions in his heart. These were the fruits of countless simulations. In the first trial, a single 11th tier demon abyss had wiped humanity out. Now, as that once nightmarish abyss reappeared, Li Jing Wu dispatched a squad of newly promoted supremes, led by Dugu Jintian, to train therein. They were expected to clear it in just a few days. Hearing this, you were left speechless. A threat that once spelled extinction for the human race had become nothing more than a training ground for rookies. Humanity's progress has unfolded just as you expected, perhaps even better. 10 days later, a blazing pillar of light spears through the heavens, and a brand new golden sun hangs in the sky, its brilliance cascading down like a waterfall. Every Huaxia citizen basks in that glow. Warm currents surge through their bodies, healing wounds and restoring stamina while quietly raising their cultivation efficiency. The boost is modest yet staggering enough to amaze billions. People remember that the same sun appeared when Wuzu disappeared, and now that he has returned with the omen in tow, they naturally assume the golden sun is closely tied to him. Only a handful, Su Jinyu, Imo Shiyun, and a few others know the truth. That golden sun is you. You bring them and other prodigies attuned to light and fire into deep space, seeding them inside the solar furnace you have become. Bathed in its searing flames, their training speed multiplies several times over. Meanwhile, you absorb the faith of tens of trillions, and your own power skyrockets. That vast tide of devotion lets you cultivate 10 times faster. In just 20 years you rise from 5th tier martial deity to 1st tier supreme. Although faith energy can't sustain a tenfold boost afterward, it still grants a 7 or 8-fold increase. Remaining in seclusion, you add another tier roughly every 20 years. As your realm climbs, the bonus from belief gradually drops. Yet you know that once population growth balances your pace of progress, the boost will stabilize and may even climb again. The human prodigies training around you also gain several-fold speed thanks to the sun's blessing. By the 500th year you return with a vast trove of high-grade pills. 12th tier elixirs pour forth as towering pill cauldrons ignite one after another, sending the strength of every martial deity and above soaring. The number of martial venerables leaps from 1,000 to 10,000, and the total population swells to 100 times its former size. During that same year you break through to 10th tier supreme, advancing 10 times faster than you had planned. Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, Imo Xiun, Dugu Jintian, and others also reach 10th tier supreme early, aided by the 12th tier pills you gifted them. You then produce several top-quality 11th tier imperial blood-forging pills to temper their bodies. By the time they touch the ceiling of the supreme realm, their flesh is 4 times stronger than the usual limit, and a few more blood-forging pills will let them attempt an even higher breakthrough. As for you, you continue drawing upon the wishes of all living beings beneath heaven and earth to climb still further. In your previous life, it took more than 1,000 years to break through the tenfold supreme heaven and reach the peak of supreme power. Now, reborn, he needs barely a century to stand at the same height. With a near-indestructible body, he crushes 12th-grade blood-forging pills one after another and swallows them whole. Scalding medicinal power floods his meridians like molten lava, tempering him at breakneck speed even as it tears muscle and bone apart. Golden Crow divine fire burns within, while the black glow of dark matter and the regenerative force of demon blood weave together so that even shattered tissue reforms before the naked eye. By the 935th year his physique has soared to 8 times the supreme limit. He reached the same 8-fold peak in his previous life, but back then ordinary talent could barely sustain it. This time he wields 2 dark gold talents, triple divine martial domains, triple slaughter domains, an 8-fold slaughter domain, a 9-fold intent realm, and a triple dark domain. In raw combat power, he could annihilate 100 versions of his former self in an instant. For him, the 8-fold limit is only the starting line. Stopping there would merely waste 1,000 years of lifespan. With that resolve, he keeps seizing blood-forging pills, letting the torrent of medicine drown every limb and bone. In the year 1025, a flame dragon cracks its shell. During the last cycle, this fierce beast ambushed his former self and drove him to the brink. Later, Su Jinyu tamed it, and it won great merit for humankind before dying in battle. Because of this, he had warned the human powerhouses, if the beast appears, do not kill it yet. Obeying the order, Li Jing Wu suppresses the dragon with overwhelming force and escorts it into the Golden Crow domain. That field shares its origin with Mo Zion's light domain. In his previous life, he grasped only 1 layer, but this time he means to push it to 3 and even fuse other elemental domains to forge a new force field equal to a divine martial domain. Su Jinyu initially dislikes the chubby, big-head hatchling. Yet when she hears, if you don't want it, kill it, the dragon's pitiful gaze softens her heart, and she spares it. The flame dragon immediately prostrates itself and vows lifelong gratitude. Short of time to raise it herself, Su Jinyu sends the creature to Huaxiao Imperial City to stand guard. By now, Huaxiao Imperial City stretches 700,000 kilometers across, and its population has risen to 10 quintillion, brushing against Earth's carrying limit. If numbers climb higher, even beast meat will be scarce. For the first time, he truly feels how tight Earth's resources have become and how slowly expansion proceeds. The thought flashes through his mind, and he contacts Li Jing Wu with a new order. Establish a stellar exploration division, pour every resource into upgrading the fleet, and make spatial jump technology the top breakthrough whatever the cost. Li Jing Wu is puzzled, for the old notes once read, star exploration is futile. Every other world faces the same cataclysm, yet he obeys without hesitation. The very next day, the Stellar Exploration Division is founded, and genius professors from every discipline are recruited throughout humanity to throw themselves into the research. Funding and supplies were pushed to their absolute limit, something the earlier simulations had never dared to imagine. In previous projections, humanity could barely hope to survive, let alone spare the manpower to build the seamless strategy and logistics network now in place. In the year 1455 CE, the first 12th-tier abyss split open deep beneath the earth. A deafening roar shook the land as obsidian walls heaved and crimson magma burst forth, like a slumbering leviathan snapping its eyes wide. Every monitoring device blared at once, and the Human Council instantly confirmed that this was the very moment Wuzu Luo Xiao had foretold more than 2 millennia ago. The abyss heralded the official start of a surge era, rich in both resources and danger, and it warned that the far more apocalyptic Great Surge would arrive right on schedule. Word spread, and a heavy silence settled over humanity inside the Hall of State. Even breathing felt suffocating. Reverence for Luo Xiao climbed yet again. To foresee the future is to hold the key to averting disaster. Follow the martial ancestor's lead, and there might be a path across the brink of extinction. Ordinary citizens, however, felt little urgency. Most of them would never live to see that doomsday tide. What mattered to them was the current age of safety, free from rampant beasts, and Luo Xiao had given them that as well. In that single year, their collective faith surged sky high, multiplying his cultivation speed tenfold in only a few decades. Inevitably, the fever cooled, the faith curve dipped, and public attention shifted elsewhere. Even so, that decades-long wave of devotion drove Luo Xiao's physical strength to 9 times the supreme limit. The result left him both pleased and exasperated. His foundation in this life far surpassed the last. A mere one-fold limit already equaled several times his past combat power. So the blood-forging pills he consumed during body refinement skyrocketed geometrically. Previous life, 1-fold to 5-fold. 20 low-grade imperial blood-forging pills, roughly 1/10 the potency of a top-quality 12th tier pill. This life, same stage, 3 top-quality 12th tier pills. 5-fold to 8-fold, another 20 top-quality pills. 8-fold to 9-fold, a full 100 top-quality pills. Even after that, the 9-fold state still felt unstable. Had he absorbed those 100 pills during late imperial realm, his body should have surpassed the power of 100 emperors. Yet right now he could not reach even a single emperor's strength. The suppression of his realm spoke for itself. Fortunately, Luo Xiao was never short of pills. If 9-fold wavered, he would polish it steady. If 9-fold proved lacking, he would storm toward 10. Time and materials were the things he possessed in abundance. Given his current foundation, not even a 12th tier beast or a warden-class flood dragon could stir up trouble before him. By rights, he could have remained in seclusion, but he sensed a rising panic within humanity as the Surge era officially began. If he failed to break through first, the public's morale would crumble. Even if he did fail, he would simply reincarnate 10 years later and start over. His rebirth ability had long since cooled down. With that in mind, Luo Xiao no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and drew back the drifting golden crow and tin around him. In an instant, the blazing gold light collapsed inward, and the world dimmed by a full degree. Under the clear blue sky, beasts and humans alike felt as though some unseen hand had turned down the brightness. Looking up, they saw, where 2 suns had once shone all day, only one remained. Moments ago, one of them suddenly went dark. What happened? Where did the other sun go? Did the martial ancestor finally finish his seclusion? They say that sun was his transformed body. No way, wasn't that just a legend? Nonsense. How could 2 suns share the same sky? Even binary stars can't sit that close together. The debate exploded worldwide. The golden sun that had blazed in the heavens for over 1,000 years vanished, sending shockwaves across Earth. Deep in space, the instant he sensed the golden crow's essence snuff out, Su Jinyu's eyes snapped open. He looked at Luo Xiao beside him. What happened? Luo Xiao answered calmly. I'm ready to break through. Humanity is about to welcome its first Emperor Realm cultivator. Su Jinyu's expression shifted, but before he could speak, a series of sonic booms tore through the atmosphere. Several figures streaked through the void and halted nearby. Teacher. Greetings, teacher. Luo Xiao? The newcomers were humanity's mightiest Li Jing Wu, Imo Xiun, Zhao Ziyun, Long Batian, Dugu Jiantian, every face familiar. They bowed with utmost respect. Luo Xiao addressed them. My breakthrough to the Emperor Realm will make a huge commotion. Earth is in your hands, don't let anyone exploit the chaos. His words ignited their spirits. Each had reached the peak of the supreme tier and was tempering body and blood with the Emperor blood-forging pills Luo Xiao had granted. Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, Imo Xiun, and Dugu Jiantian were the first to touch the limit. Their bodies were already 8 times stronger than an ordinary emperor physique, yet all awaited the martial ancestor's lead. Li Jing Wu replied solemnly. Rest assured, teacher, nothing will happen to Earth. With us here, advance without worry, the others echoed, nodding in unison. Satisfied, Luo Xiao nodded, turned into a blinding streak of gold, and vanished into the darkness of space. 100 million kilometers from Earth, he stopped, produced a supreme breakthrough pill fused from 10 top-grade 12th tier emperor breakthrough pills and swallowed it whole. Boom. Violent medicinal power surged through every cell, tearing them apart. Instantly, he activated the dark matter control art, drawing in cosmic dark matter as shredded flesh knitted itself together. Next, he took out the dark abyss emperor pill he had refined in his previous life and swallowed that as well. Endless dark matter flooded in, mending wounds and replenishing strength. The force of the pills merged with the vast ocean of primordial energy and slammed against his bottleneck. Rumble. A deafening roar shook the stars. Crack. The shackles shattered. Luo Xiao's body became a bottomless vortex, devouring heaven and earth's energy while his power soared. At the same time, the golden pellet of humanity's collected will, nurtured for centuries within him, dissolved, its majestic force pouring through every limb and bone. Boom. It felt as though the entire universe trembled. In a single instant, a torrent of power erupted like a towering tidal wave, radiating in every direction. Scorching energy ripped through the void, carving visible fissures across the starry expanse. The first victim was the nearest sun. The star was hurled millions of kilometers from its orbit, flames billowing behind it in a dazzling tail. Unspent force then barreled straight toward Earth. Boom. Even across 100 million kilometers, the bloated planet shuddered as the shockwave struck. Seas heaved, mountains quaked, the magnetic field churned, and lightning danced across the sky. That day, countless people thought the apocalypse had come, their screams of terror echoing everywhere. At the brink of disaster, Li Jing Wu, Su Jinyu, Xiun, and other powerhouses acted in unison, suppressing the upheaval and steadying the populace. Yet when they looked up into the night, their anxiety only deepened. They all knew how formidable that being was, but none had ever witnessed such a terrifying breakthrough. Just days later, a blinding golden flash detonated in deep space. Radiant light pierced the vacuum and washed over Earth, warm as spring sunshine. The fear that had weighed on every human chest dissolved in an instant, replaced by exhilaration and wild joy. Wuzu. Wuzu has returned. He has stepped into the Imperial realm, our first human Imperial cultivator. I knew he couldn't fail. Ha ha ha. Humanity will rise at last. Waves of celebration swept from Huaxiao across the globe in a heartbeat. Wuzu's success marked humanity's official entry into the Imperial era. A golden sun hung high in the sky. Su Jinyu gazed at the new star and whispered, "Teacher never fails." Li Jing Wu burst out laughing, relief written all over his face. He understood better than anyone how a deeper foundation makes every breakthrough harder, and now the ordeal was finally over. Xiun also looked up, golden light reflected in her eyes. Her guardian, Luo Xiao, still occupied the brightest place in her heart. News of Wuzu's breakthrough spread across Earth, and spontaneous celebrations raged for an entire year. That year became the quietest period for beasts. Humans were too busy rejoicing to mount large-scale hunts. During the breakthrough, a millennium of accumulated human aspiration poured into Wuzu, propelling him to the peak of the third heaven of the Imperial realm. The planet trembled again under his vast aura, yet this time the shaking brought only hope. Aspiration continued to flood into his body, granting him tenfold cultivation speed. At this rate, he would reach his former live's limit in under 2,000 years. On New Year's Day, AD 1500, a bombshell announcement rocked the world. Humanity's Supreme Council would convene, and the venue was none other than Wuzu's Sacred Hall. The Martial Patriarch Hall is a monumental structure built at the very center of Huaxiao Imperial City. Led by Li Jing Wu, more than 1,000 supreme rank experts, array masters, and weapon forgers labored together for 30 full years to complete it. Soaring 30,000 meters into the sky, the hall stands like a mountain upon a massive base of 30,000 square kilometers. Encircling it, the Huaxiao Academy sprawls across 1,000,000 square kilometers, forming a protective ring around the sanctum. Since the Academy's founding, it has produced the brightest prodigies of humanity, and each year countless martial god-rank warriors emerge from its ranks. Today, the martial god realm is no longer rare, and every student blessed with supreme-level talent must reach that realm before graduation. By the time they leave, each of them can, at the same cultivation level, kill the former martial god Li Jing Wu in an instant. Li Jing Wu was once only a legendary martial god, but after receiving a trove of cultivation manuals and battle arts left by Luo Xiao, he broke through to the peak of the Imperial realm. With physical strength 8 times that of his peers, 7-fold blade intent, for layers of killing intent, and the second stage of the blade domain, his might became something future generations could scarcely imagine. Today, the Human Supreme Council is convening inside the Martial Patriarch Hall for the first time, marking the hall's inaugural opening since its completion. More than 300,000 supreme rank powerhouses file into the vast auditorium, their eyes locked on the central dais, excitement and anticipation written on every face. Fewer than 1% of those present have ever seen Luo Xiao in person. Most know him only through scattered legends, towering statues, and the compulsory pages of their textbooks. Now, on the verge of meeting the martial patriarch himself, they are speechless with awe. Buzz. Every weapon in the hall begins to vibrate in silence. Clang, clang, clang. Blades, swords, spears, and halberds ring out together, as though greeting a supreme sovereign, while an irresistible aura fills the entire chamber. It eclipses every weapon master alive and embraces every style without exception. In this age, only those who reach 7-fold intent earn the title of master, yet the pressure before them lies far beyond their understanding. They recall an ancient rumor. Luo Xiao commands every form of intent in existence, and each is pushed to the absolute limit. Many once dismissed this as fanatic worship. Now they realize, with dread, that the tales were true and still failed to capture Luo Xiao's terror. Under countless gazes, a figure drifts down from the cloud-veiled ceiling. He is a strikingly handsome youth, his black hair dancing in the breeze and his robe billowing behind him. The instant his toes touched the floor, the surging aura ebbs like a receding tide, vast, yet free of oppression. Friends, I am Luo Xiao, he proclaims, his clear voice reaching every corner of the hall. I hereby declare the 25th Supreme Council of Humanity in session. He had spoken these words more than 2,000 years ago to open the very first Supreme Council. Though ages have passed and the world has changed, hearing them again is no less stirring. Whoosh! Thunderous applause erupts, sweeping through the hall. Over 300,000 Supreme Rank experts rise to their feet, the roar of their acclamation shaking the roof. Every one of them stares at Luo Xiao upon the dais, their excitement beyond measure. Under Li Jing Wu's guidance, the council first reviewed the past century of human affairs, then heard detailed reports on the plans for the next 100 years. On the holographic screens, layer after layer of data and battle reports unfolded: territorial expansion, resource allocation, population migration, education systems, each category broken down into annual goals. The briefing lasted a long while. When the final official stepped back and the screens dimmed, every Supreme instinctively turned toward the throne. The main event was about to begin. Wuzu had been back for 15 centuries, yet this was his first time presiding over the Supreme Council. Everyone knew a decision that would shape humanity's future was coming. His voice was low but carried to every corner of the hall. Earth's eruption phase has begun. 12th-tier beasts will appear one after another, and in 1,000 years a demon realm portal capable of subduing Earth will form. At this moment, we don't have a single 12th-tier warrior. Silence fell. Even the Supremes understood the gap. Among hundreds of thousands of them, 90% were stuck at the first heaven, 99% had never crossed the second, and fewer than 1% stood at the third heaven or higher. Power takes time to build, and time was exactly what humanity lacked. So I hereby declare, Wu Zu continued, that within the next millennium we will forge at least 10 emperor-level warriors, and within 2 millennia, no fewer than 100. The hall erupted as though struck by lightning. The title of emperor embodied an unmatched legacy. Humanity currently had barely a dozen peak supremes. Creating 10 emperors in 1,000 years and 100 in 2,000 seemed impossible. Yet if they succeeded, that force could safeguard the species for millennia, even through the coming cataclysm. Wu Zu's tone suddenly shifted. And today marks the birth of our second emperor along with the third, the fourth, and even the fifth. Shock rippled through the chamber, but he offered no further explanation. Instead, he swept his gaze across the room. Li Jing Wu, Dugu Jiantian, Mo Shiyun, and Su Jinyu were already prepared and understood his signal. The dome of Wu Zu's temple opened with a resonant crack. Dawnlight and starlight poured in as Li Jing Wu shot skyward. After centuries of tempering his body with the emperor-forging blood's melt pill, his flesh now carried 8 times the strength of a peak supreme, blazing like a living star. He swallowed the emperor breakthrough pill in a single gulp. A cataclysmic force detonated inside him, shockwaves rippling across the heavens. Almost simultaneously, Dugu Jiantian, Mo Shiyun, and Su Jinyu consumed the same key to the emperor realm. For pillars of radiance, bright as noonday, pierced the clouds, their pressure spreading layer upon layer until it blanketed the planet. The entire session was broadcast live. On the other side of the light screens, billions looked up to see the sky torn apart by 5-colored beams, thunderous roars vibrating through the spirit net and into every heart. As those colossal energies spread, every human on Earth felt their overwhelming power. Although the combined force of these powers was not even 1/10 as great as the surge you released during your breakthrough, every member of the human race understood that the age of supreme overlords had ended and an era ruled by imperial-level experts had begun. The moment Li Jing Wu and the others advanced, the human race burst into flame like a lit torch. In the blink of an eye, they had 5 imperial cultivators, himself among them. Practitioners from every city-state spread the news at a run. Plazas, drill grounds, and cultivation towers glowed through the night. Hope was written plainly on every face. The once dreaded explosion and great explosion evaluations were no longer insoluble trials. In their eyes, as long as the first human emperor stood, their race had nothing to fear. That was precisely the situation he desired. Only when faith converges does the race's collective will surge. Only when the homeland is secure can future growth take root. AD 2000. The rolling tide of belief flooded his cultivation for centuries before it finally calmed, yet his training speed still held at more than 7 times the norm. Riding that momentum, he shattered Earth's shackles, climbing from the 4th to the 6th tier of the imperial realm. With that strength, even the golden crow devourer that had once menaced the world would now be slain in an instant. After 2,000 years of tempering, his domain of light rose to the 3rd stage. When he tried to grasp other domains, he found the difficulty dozens of times greater. Only the domain of fire remained unobstructed. Only then did he realize why so many experts honed their nascent domains to perfection before reaching the martial god realm. Once beyond that realm, the barriers to comprehension soared. and only bloodline and talent could occasionally pierce them. Blessed with a dark demon bloodline and wielding the golden crow divine flame, he could ignore such limits and advance freely along the paths of light, darkness, and fire, while the other elements remained out of reach for now. Whether in simulations or reality, he was certain these three lines were enough to dominate. Breaking the chains of the remaining elements could wait. He next poured his entire mind into the intent of slaughter. The eightfold killing intent churned through his sea of consciousness like a hellish storm. Only a single step from touching the ninth level, the limit of this world. Years slipped by amid that monotonous yet blistering cultivation, one after another. Late in the year 2400 AD, boom, an indescribable aura of terror suddenly blanketed Earth's sky. Somewhere on the planet, a rift tens of thousands of kilometers wide tore open with a thunderous roar, instantly becoming the largest abyss on Earth. Profound dark energy spewed out like a breached dam, flooding the globe within moments. Along with it came a majestic, wicked demonic pressure that spread like a black canopy, covering the entire planet. The instant every powerhouse on Earth looked up, their hearts tightened as one. Yet, by tacit agreement, they stayed their hands. Gathering above Huaxia Imperial City and watching the fractured horizon from afar, they had long been warned of the dark demon realm's approach and instructed in a single stance: do not interfere. Deep in the starry void, he sat cross-legged amid a star's dying glow. In that moment, his eyes snapped open. His gaze pierced billions of kilometers of emptiness and locked precisely onto the freshly torn entrance to the dark demon realm. Brother, we meet again. You whisper to yourself. In the fragments from the previous simulation, the name that appeared most often was Astaroth, and he is one of the beings you most yearn to see this time. With that thought, you explode into a blazing streak of gold, ripping through the sky and hurtling straight toward Earth. Boom. Blinding golden radiance pours down like an overturned galaxy, flooding the entire planet in an instant. Every vestige of darkness covering Earth is swept away. The humans, already anxious over the cosmic upheaval, gaze at the falling golden sun and erupt in waves of ecstatic cheers. Dark demon realm, dark temple. Beneath the vaulted dome sits a colossal demon, a million zhang tall Astaroth. At his feet stand the flame demon god, the thunder demon god, and a third demon god, along with countless demon emperors, all holding their breath as they await his decree. Buzz. Astaroth's eyes snap open. His fathomless gaze pierces the temple, crosses the rift that links two worlds, and locks onto Earth. Sasaka Powerhouse was hiding there. For the first time, his expression turns grave. Lord Demon God, there are humans in that test world. The flame demon god's flames churn with excitement. Human blood is the finest tonic. My forces are impatient. Please allow us to attack at once. Are you instructing me in my own affairs? Astaroth casts him a cool glance. That single look is like an ancient icy current. The flame demon god's fire dims instantly as he hastily pleads, I would never dare. Please forgive me, my lord. Ignoring him, Astaroth shifts his gaze back to the rift. Since you are so eager, you will take the vanguard. Thank you, Lord Demon God. Overjoyed, the flame demon god summons his followers and speeds toward the realm's edge. Leading the charge promises the greatest glory, and he could not be happier. No sooner has he vanished into the void than the thunder demon god leans forward to whisper, my lord. The flame demon god clearly harbors treacherous thoughts. Indulge him, and he may one day turn against you. Treachery? Astaroth smiles faintly. You worry too much. The flame demon god is the dark demon realm's most loyal servant. Rumble. Before his words fade, a thunderous roar detonates outside the realm. An overwhelming tide of energy surges through the rift. As expected, formidable. Astaroth's pupils contract sharply. Buzz. His demonic wings shudder. Infinite darkness condenses into a vast barrier, sealing the entire temple. Boom, boom, boom. The energy tide slams into the shield, each impact deafening. The temple quakes, cracks spiderweb across its walls. Under that annihilating aura, the assembled demons turn ashen, trembling with fear. This is bad. The flame demon god and his forces are still out there. That surge of power is terrifying the flame demon god, and the others probably don't stand a chance. Inside the council hall of the dark demon realm, the demon emperor and the gathered demon gods turned ghost white, dread churning in the air. Had the world really entered an era of explosive growth? How could such a formidable being appear? Every demon emperor and demon god quaked with fear, and even Astaroth, seated on the obsidian throne, frowned. The strength he sensed far exceeded his estimates. Lord, what should we do now? The thunder demon god asked, voice trembling as he looked at Astaroth. He'll go meet him, Astaroth replied calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Everyone else stays put. No one leaves the dark demon realm. He rose from the throne and shot skyward as a streak of black light. With a resonant hum, space split like cloth, and his massive form pierced the rift, descending upon Earth in an instant. No sooner had he appeared than a dazzling column of gold streamed down from the sky, so blinding that Astaroth had to narrow his eyes. High above hovered a human youth, wrapped in holy radiance. The stench of light still as hateful as ever, Astaroth grunted. Before the words had faded, the gold light vanished. Boom. A surge of absolute darkness erupted from the young man's body, wild and boundless. Astaroth's pupils tightened. The darkness was purer than his own. Stranger still, when he saw the youth's face, a flicker of kinship pulsed in his chest, as though facing family. Sensing the demon blood in the youth, he demanded, "Who are you, human or demon?" The young man smiled lightly. "Whether I'm human or demon doesn't really matter. So, want to spar? A fight?" Astaroth paused. The familiar tone gave him an odd sense of déjà vu. He broke into a grin. "Exactly what I had in mind." Boom. Endless demonic energy roared from Astaroth, and the youth answered in kind. A shadowy giant formed around the young man, no smaller than Astaroth's true form. "Careful, big brother," the youth called. The giant raised its fist, the air rupturing as it hurled a punch at Astaroth. The casual big brother jolted Astaroth, slowing him for half a beat. Crash! The fist smashed into his chest, blasting his titanic body out of the atmosphere and into space. Agonizing pain seared through him. Clutching his chest, he nearly cursed aloud as the youth streaked after him beyond the atmosphere. "You little brat, that's cheating, attacking while I'm distracted." Seeing you close in, Astaroth cursed furiously. For some reason, however, being chased filled him with a strange sense of relief. You grinned and pressed him. "It was your own carelessness. Are you still coming, or are you ready to concede?" "Concede? Since the day I was born, I have never lost to anyone at my rank." Astaroth retorted proudly. Boom. As his words fell, endless demonic energy and darkness exploded like rolling storm clouds, coalescing in his palm into a massive black-crimson sword. Roar! Astaroth roared, his aura skyrocketing as a pitch-black vortex spread outward from him like a heartbeat. Triple dark domain. Quintuple slaughter intent. Octuple sword will. Just when everyone thought he had reached his limit, another terrifying surge burst from within him. Boom. Blood-red, demonic power spewed forth, forming an independent demon domain. In the next instant, that raging energy flooded into the triple dark domain, dyeing the darkness black-crimson and forcibly elevating the domain by an entire tier. A normal triple dark domain grants a mere threefold boost, but the fused dark demon domain multiplies his strength 8 times. What immense domain power! This is an advanced domain. Your pupils contracted in shock. Its amplification rivaled that of a slaughter domain at the same level. An advanced domain, the dark demon domain. Sensing your unease, Astaroth raised his sword and sneered, arrogance dripping from his voice. "I didn't expect you to save this trick," you replied with a wry smile. "Had he unleashed it when you first stepped into the demon god realm, you would have stood no chance." Yet back then Astaroth had fought side by side with the humans and with you. Astaroth frowned. "Kid, do I know you? Why do you speak as if we're old friends?" He rifled through his memories, but found no demon or creature that matched you. "That doesn't matter. Now it's my turn." You gave no explanation, only a slight nod. Boom. A towering, supreme aura shot into the sky, pierced the clouds, spilled into the stars, and blanketed the entire planet. Across the surface, countless weapons trembled. It's the martial ancestor's power. That's the legendary divine martial domain. The divine martial domain. The martial ancestor has made his move. The human powerhouses instantly recognized the aura's owner, and their anxious hearts settled at once. The dark giant you had summoned raised its arm, and an identical greatsword formed out of the void. Ninefold sword will erupted, and, bolstered by the divine martial domain, your aura climbed to its peak. Buzz buzz buzz. The dark demon greatsword in Astaroth's grip shook violently, as though cowering before the higher order power. Feeling this overwhelming intent, Astaroth was equally shaken. Ninefold, that's the peak, the 9th tier sword intent. Wait, tier's blade intent, and spear intent too. All at the 9th tier. Kid, what are you, some kind of monster? Astaroth felt the crushing weight of the man's ninefold intent fused with his divine martial domain, and the shock on his face was impossible to hide. Before he could finish speaking, a glacial aura of slaughter erupted from the man again. His killing intent soared straight to the 8th tier, utterly eclipsing Astaroth's 5th tier slaughter intent and his 3rd stage dark demon domain. Astaroth fell silent, his gaze growing grave. His undefeated legend might end here today. "Look out," he shouted, but the man's long sword, gleaming with azure light, was already slashing across. Astaroth raised his own blade in a hurry. Boom. The two torrents of power collided heat-in, and Astaroth's sword was blasted from his grip. Before he could recover, the dark giant's greatsword was already at his throat, its icy edge drawing a bead of cold sweat. "You've lost," the man said with a faint smile. "Really? You think you can kill me?" Astaroth snarled, the corners of his mouth twisting upward, yet he said no more. The man's brow furrowed, seemed to sense what was coming. Boom. An instant later, Boundless darkness surged from Astaroth's core. Heaven demon blood offering. He roared, and demonic energy capable of shattering galaxies swept outward. His left arm exploded, dissolving into torrents of dark blood that flooded back into his body. In the blink of an eye, his aura doubled, tripled, quadrupled fivefold. Without hesitation, he met the man's gaze. Boom. Another deafening blast. Half his torso vaporized into blood mist, and his power climbed even higher, past tenfold. The man couldn't help but mutter, so the heaven demon blood offering truly is reserved for the rarest of demon bloodlines. Years ago had begged Astaroth to teach him the technique, only to be told he lacked a vital element. He hadn't understood until Astaroth's death. The missing piece was dark origin itself. He could crush Astaroth now with his dark matter control, but doing so would insult an old rival. Boom. Demonic flames exploded around Astaroth, the sky and earth twisting. The dark giant's greatsword was blasted away. Break! He roared, hurling a colossal fist into the giant. Rumble! The giant shattered, scattering into shards of energy. Astaroth's massive hand shot out, closing around the man in a single grip. One squeeze would grind him to dust. Kid, how's this power? Tell me, how will you defeat me now? Astaroth's body was half shattered, yet his arrogance remained unbroken. Jagged bones clicked in pools of black ichor as he lifted his head and curled his lips in scorn. 10 times your usual strength? Please. Power on the level of legends means nothing to me. Even the sovereign bloodlines of the demon realm can't bring me down. What makes you think you can? His voice was raw, but the contempt was unmistakable. The young man's mouth curved in a faint smile, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. That boost might look impressive to others, but to me it's barely average. If that's all you've got, big brother, then I suppose I don't need to hold back either. Boom. A thunderous roar burst forth as pitch-black, demonic energy flooded from the youth's core. Astaroth's face changed. He tried to clamp his ruined body around the young man and pin him in place. The next instant, his foe's frame began to expand at a visible rate, bones stretching, muscles swelling, black fire-like markings coiling around every limb. Astaroth's arms snapped apart, flesh ripping open. The growth continued 10 yards, 100, 1,000 in the span of a heartbeat. The youth became a dark titan tens of millions of yards tall. His night-colored shell blotted out the sky, and Astaroth was reduced to less than a speck under that gaze. A saint-grade bloodline from the ancient dark titans carrying the essence of primordial darkness as well? Astaroth froze, his pride crumbling in an instant. How could a world like this spawn a being so ancient and supreme? Had he been exiled to some top-tier plane without knowing it? Moments earlier, the youth had deliberately released a mere imperial-grade pulse. Astaroth was certain of it. Yet the saint-grade pressure in front of him was undeniably real, a tidal wave crushing his very soul. Boom. The shock had only begun. Killing intent boiled around the youth, and his slaughter intent tore through the 8th layer, pierced the 9th and 10th, and surged straight to the 11th. With each layer, his aura doubled. In the blink of an eye, it had grown 8-fold. A black domain of carnage rolled outward, making the fabric of space scream. Then the abyssal essence condensed again, forming a second terrifying domain that slammed into reality. A third followed, the 3 overlapping and adding another 3-fold increase in power. In a single breath, his overall might had multiplied 40 or 50 times. Astaroth's expression went utterly bleak. He exhaled a mist of blood and sighed. I always believed my demon emperor bloodline was among the finest. Even most saint-grade lines couldn't suppress me today. I finally understand before a true prodigy of the demon race. Am not even an ant. A gap of dozens of times at the same level. For someone of his rank, even a 10% boost bordered on the impossible, yet the youth had raised an unscalable gulf and crushed him with it. Only now did Astaroth grasp the terror of a saint-grade genius, and his head drooped in defeat. The youth looked down on him, voice low and distinct. Am not one of the demon clans at all, and my strength has never depended on blood alone. You're already incredibly strong within our tier. I've never met anyone who could beat you. Astaroth's power was terrifying. You once believed Su Jinyu might eclipse him in combat, but today it is clear Su Jinyu still lags far behind. Astaroth stared at the young man across from him, brow knit and voice low. You carry demonic blood, he said. Why claim you're not one of us? A faint hum rippled through the air. The youth's mountainous frame collapsed inward, bones cracked in rapid succession, and black scales and leathery wings receded like a tide. Within seconds he stood there in an ordinary human form, every trace of demonic aura wiped away as though it had never existed. Astaroth's heart lurched. His spiritual sense swept forward but found no hint of a saint-level demon bloodline. This isn't concealment, he thought in shock. It's erasure. The young man spoke calmly. As you can see, I'm human. The demon blood is merely one more tool, no different from a domain or an intent. A human wielding a saint-grade bloodline at will. Astaroth could scarcely believe it. Yet with their strength now separated by dozens offfold, even resistance was pointless. He let out a rough laugh. I've lost, and utterly. Kill me if that's what you want. The youth shook his head. I never said I meant to kill you. His eyes were clear as he continued. From today, the Dark Demon Realm will stand alongside the humans of Huaxia. I guarantee our powerhouses won't strike you provided your realm never again invades ours. Beyond that, I hold resources your people desperately need, enough to raise the demon's strength at speed. Astaroth froze. Someone this strong had no reason to fear the coming trial, yet he still offered cooperation. The youth went on. I truly have no concern for myself, and humanity could survive alone, but the casualties would be staggering. With your realm fighting beside us, we can cut those losses in half. He mentioned the vast stockpile of blood pills left over from his last simulation, taking up space in his system and better used to nurture demons. In that previous run, he and Astaroth had suppressed both sides' hostilities, and the two races coexisted. Now the humans were stronger still. Astaroth fell silent for a long time before finally asking, "You could crush every thread in the trial yourself, yet you still want us on the front line?" "Exactly," the youth replied with a nod. "He'll live, and humanity will live, but I can't watch more of my people die for nothing." In that instant Astaroth understood. The Dark Demon Realm was to become humanity's first shield against the coming calamity. Instead of anger, he felt the stark logic of it: if the weak wish to survive, they must prove their worth. He lifted his gaze, resolve shining in his eyes. Very well. The Dark Demon Realm will fight at humanity's side. Collaboration is fine, but what exactly can accelerate the power of my demon clan? Astaroth asked, suspicion clouding his eyes. The young man merely flicked his wrist. A low hum rippled through the air like waves across a pond. One by one, fist-sized crimson pills formed, each forged entirely from human blood. In an instant they became an endless sea overhead. Every pill radiated a sickly scarlet glow, its core packed with the solidified blood of countless humans, hundreds of millions of pills in total. Astaroth's pupils tightened, a chill running down his spine. How many humans had been slaughtered to produce this trove? He stared at the young man. "Are you really human?" The youth's tone remained calm. "They're human, yes, but they're enemies of Huaxia. That's all." One sentence told Astaroth everything he needed to know. His gaze flicked from the pill sea back to the youth. "You truly intend to give all of this to me? Aren't you afraid it'll turn on your people once my strength surges?" The youth offered a faint smile. "Even at your peak you may not match me. My cultivation isn't limited to the third heaven." As he finished speaking, the seals within his body shattered. The power he had confined to the Emperor Realm's third heaven erupted, tearing through the fourth, fifth, and sixth barriers before settling at the seventh. A tidal wave of pressure burst forth, magnified tenfold, making the void itself vibrate. Astaroth finally realized the young man had been holding back. Normally such humiliation would ignite his rage, yet he felt no anger at all. Drawing a steady breath, he swept his sleeve, storing every last blood pill. "Very well. The pact is sealed. He'll return to inform my clan." He turned to leave, but the youth's voice halted him. "Wait." Astaroth glanced back. The youth squeezed the air, and a sphere of pitch-black light condensed with a resonant hum, pulsing with familiar demonic power. It was Dark Origin. Astaroth's heart pounded, sensed it belonged to him, even though his own origin remained intact. The youth tossed it over casually. "Just returning what's yours." Astaroth caught it instinctively. He stared at the orb, then looked at the youth, speechless. After a brief pause he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Boom. In an instant, a surge of terrifying darkness erupted from deep within him, endless primordial shadow flooding through every pore and swallowing him like a black tide. That very essence of darkness scoured his flesh and marrow, shaking the deepest strands of his bloodline. The source of darkness had always been the ultimate power coveted by beings of shadow. Once absorbed, it could rewrite a live's very nature. Once, Astaroth had been little more than a lowborn demon in the netherworld. His diluted blood kept him from ever touching the rank of demon god, no matter his talent. Then the source awakened, and everything changed. His bloodline leapt to the imperial limit, and his abilities soared with it. Now, as the source merged with him again, his blood underwent yet another metamorphosis. Thunder boomed as a sacred aura burst skyward, and his cultivation skyrocketed fourth heaven, fifth, sixth. Because this source had always belonged to him, the resonance was perfect, and the returns were staggering. In the blink of an eye he vaulted to the eighth heaven of the imperial realm, the very ceiling of this world. Boom. A torrent of memories slammed into his mind. As they surged, his consciousness was dragged into another realm. When his sight returned, he found himself on a ravaged plain strewn with ruins, the air still hot with the stench of blood. Corpses of fierce beasts lay everywhere, each powerful enough to dominate a high-grade world, some even bearing imperial blood. Astaroth's heart lurched. Why did this place feel so familiar? A sky-shaking roar shattered the silence. He turned toward the sound to see a 12th order beast crashing across the shattered ground. Astaroth snorted. "Insect, you dare strike at a demon god, courting death." He raised a hand to smite it, but was hit by a wave of weakness. Frowning, he looked inward. Though he still held a 12th order, 8-star cultivation, his body was withered and frail, as if it might crumble to dust. The beast lunged, fangs gleaming. As his expression shifted, clang. A shrill sword cry split the sky. A streak of sword light sheared the creature from skull to tail, spraying blood into the air. Moments later, a demon god 10,000 zhang tall crashed down before him, a living wall shielding him from harm. Brother, hang on. Survive this wave, and we'll get a few decades of peace to catch our breath. The familiar voice rang through the thunderous din. Astaroth's pupils contracted violently. The demon god slowly turned, and it was the very visage Astaroth wore in his own demon form. You. Astaroth's eyes widened in disbelief. A low hum tore at his eardrums, freezing heaven and earth, smothering every sound. An instant later, the scene rolled backward like a rewound scroll, time racing in reverse. When his senses returned, he stood on another battlefield where blood and flames intertwined. Fiercer magic roared through his veins, yet the body refused his command. He drifted in the depths of consciousness, no more than a spectator. Ha! A puny beast dares court death? The Astaroth of memory threw back his head and laughed, his obsidian sword sweeping out. A wave of pitch-black light churned forward, shredding the lunging monster into bloody scraps. Even an emperor-grade beast with the finest bloodline crumbled before him like an ant. The savage power and killing intent made the real Astaroth's heart quake. Was this truly his strength? A teasing voice cut in. Brother, you're slipping. Millennia ago you finished one of those in half the time. Astaroth spun around. There you were, his closest friend, leaning lazily on a demon's sword, half smiling at the fight. You brat, by human reckoning, I'm pushing 80. How about helping? The memory Astaroth groused, while swinging his blade. I told you to rest. You insisted on fighting, and now you complain? You rolled your eyes, drew your sword, and a cold flash carved a swift arc. With a wet crack, a lurking beast was cleaved in two, hot blood falling like rain. You blinked into the melee, shielding Astaroth. Watch that one level jumps. And leave me the dragon's head. I need a new ornament. The memory Astaroth plopped down cross-legged, catching his breath while barking orders. Fine, fine. They'll handle the command. Flank left. Close the trap. Move. Watching, the observing Astaroth felt an unfamiliar warmth spread through him. The vision collapsed with another hum, twisted, and changed. The starry sky was silent and cold. No beasts remained. Only your solitary figure beneath the river of light. Brother, your wife was human. She passed peacefully. She wouldn't want this sorrow, the memory Astaroth sighed. True, humans must age and die, and even we demon gods have limits, you murmured. You're no youngster either. If you fall, it'll be the last. You exhaled softly, then smiled. Relax. Even if I die, they'll find another way to stay with you. Astaroth answered with booming laughter, laced with helpless regret. The present Astaroth felt the same grief seep through the vision, and a fear he had never known welled inside him. Why would one human's death shake him so? When had he begun to fear death? What had changed him? He sensed these were glimpses of the future, yet why was he seeing them? A blinding shock hit. The scene lurched. Boom. The heavens split, a golden flare plummeting like a star, flooding the world with light. The roar rolled on. Astaroth's memories slammed to a halt, his heart hammered as if struck by a titan's fist. Brother. Astaroth let out a furious roar when the scene unfolded before him. An instant later he shot skyward, tearing through the clouds, punching past the stratosphere, and hurtling into the frozen, empty heights in a desperate search. Impossible. There's no way you're dead. You can't be dead. His howl, laced with berserk demonic power, reverberated so violently that even the starlight seemed to quiver. As he scoured the void, crushing pain and despair flooded his mind. The image of your fall, the ending he refused to accept. The you inside that vision felt the agony too, as though a claw had wrapped around your heart. He died? No. I meet him again in the future. He has to be alive. The thought flashed through Astaroth's mind, only to be cut short by the next surge of memory. Buzz. The current of recollection rolled on. Roar. Blinding flames lit the heavens. A golden, thousand-legged colossus erupted from the earth, its shell wreathed in searing divine fire. Every leg looked like molten gold. A casual swipe bent the fabric of space itself. Astaroth's pupils shrank. The golden crow devouring heaven worm, a holy beast thought to exist only in arcane texts, had appeared in this realm. Clang. A sword cry split the air like thunder from the gods. A jet-black arc tore open the sky, its world-ending force shooting straight upward. Darkness exploded outward, swallowing the entire golden crow devouring heaven worm in an instant. Astaroth whipped around. The blade belonged to you, fury blazing across your face. Buzz. The scene rewound without warning. He saw humans and demons fighting shoulder to shoulder, saw you ascend to demon god in a single stride, saw the first time you grinned and called him brother, saw the day you met and forged your bond. Shattered images surged together, fusing into one and restoring every memory from his last cycle. Buzz. The memories ended, and utter darkness wrapped around Astaroth. Brother, if you leave, this world really will have only me. The low, Hoarse voice dragged him back from the void. Astaroth's eyes flew open. Your eyes were bloodshot, your face twisted with pain. Memories spanning tens of millennia pressed down on you, threatening to break you. At the same moment, he felt the life inside him wither at terrifying speed. Death had all but arrived. Yet facing it, he felt an unexpected calm as his gaze lingered on you. Somehow, he could move again. Shaking, he pushed himself upright, his demon blade planted in the ground to brace his battered body. Ahead, feral beasts howled, and a bloody wind swept past, but sensing his dying aura and your towering rage, none dared advance. A faint smile tugged at Astaroth's lips. His voice came out rough. In the demon realm where I was born, strength, slaughter, and self-interest rule. Blood brothers kill each other for gain. Not until I met you did I learn there's more to life than endless fighting, something called feeling. He raised one hand. Blood-red, demonic light coalesced at his fingertip. When I'm gone, they'll leave you a gift, not just power, but a piece of me, so I'm still with you. His gaze locked on yours. The words were stubborn, yet full of longing. Life. As long as you live, there's hope. At this point he looked over and smiled at you. That glance was like lightning tearing through space and time. In the blink of an eye, every shattered memory inside Astaroth snapped back into place, and Fusity was once more the Astaroth who had accompanied the protagonist for tens of thousands of years. Kid, meeting you has been the happiest thing in my life. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but if there's a next life, I still want to be your big brother. Haha. With that he threw back his head and laughed, his body collapsing into endless black light that drifted away like broken stardust. The protagonist stared at the swirling darkness and laughed as well. Maybe there really will be a next life. Crack. The vision ended abruptly, as though a mirror had shattered. Astaroth, one holding that memory, opened his eyes. They were as deep as an ancient galaxy, carrying the weight of eons. The sheer gravity of that gaze made the protagonist's heart quake. What had gone wrong? Had something happened to the Dark Origin? Nothing had seemed amiss when he fused with it. Can you become a demon again? Let me see, Astaroth suddenly asked. The request caught the protagonist off guard, but he barely hesitated. Boom. A torrent of saint-grade demonic power burst from him, shaking space like fragile glass. In an instant his height ballooned to nearly 100 million zhang, the terrifying frame of a saint-grade bloodline. Even back at Imperial grade, he could reach 10 million. Now he was truly monstrous. Across from him, Astaroth expanded to the same scale, even a shade larger. With both giants standing side by side, the starry sky felt cramped. Astaroth drifted closer. The protagonist frowned, assuming a friendly spar was coming, and raised his iron fists. Then Astaroth grinned. Still the same kid. I said that gift was for you, and you hand it right back to me. I finally had something decent to offer, and you treat it like that? Boom. The familiar voice and tone exploded in the protagonist's mind like thunder. That face, that expression. Who are you? He asked, shaken. Boom. Before the words had left his lips, Astaroth flashed forward and drove a fist into his gut. Splurt. The sudden force doubled the protagonist over, his chest heaving. Who am I? I'm your big brother. Astaroth roared with laughter. You blindsided me while I was weak. Trying to flip the script and be the big brother this time? Forget it, last life you were the little brother. And in this life, you're still the little brother. Haha. His triumphant laughter rolled across the starfield. In that moment the protagonist knew for certain. The man had awakened every last memory. He straightened slowly, locking eyes with Astaroth. Your big brother is back. Maybe this time we can see it through together. Astaroth clapped him on the shoulder. Good to have you back. The protagonist replied, raising his voice with equal joy. After Astaroth's explanation, you finally understood how his memories had returned. The Dark Origin was a mighty power that Astaroth had awakened with at birth. Unless he surrendered it of his own free will, the moment it left his body, it would vanish forever, taking his life with it. Locked inside that onyx crystal core were all of his abilities, every technique, cultivation, insight, and even the memories of his entire life. Anyone who tried to seize it by force would gain nothing but raw strength and a few scattered scraps of battle skills. Most of the memories would be rejected as incompatible. Only by devouring the core himself could Astaroth inherit the nearly complete legacy of martial arts, training, and experience. Yet the core would only solidify at the instant of death, and no one had ever succeeded in merging with their own origin. Wuzu was the first to break this rule. He managed to refine his own dark origin, and his condition was far more complex than Astaroth's mere memory recovery. Astaroth, however, asked no questions, and that silence moved Wuzu while also filling him with guilt. His past was too strange to explain. Perhaps silence protected them both. By dawn, Astaroth's strength and memories were fully restored, and everything that followed unfolded smoothly. In the human holy city, Wuzu publicly declared an official alliance between humanity and the dark demon realm. Astaroth then descended on human territory and released his suffocating aura without restraint. Instantly, every powerhouse who had doubted or worried fell silent. Even Li Jing Wu, who stood at the brink of the 8th imperial tier, realized with a chill that no matter how far he advanced, he could never match Astaroth. Joining forces was the only safe path. Crisis turned to opportunity, and relief showed on every human leader's face. Had war truly broken out, even a lucky victory would have left humanity crippled, perhaps on the edge of extinction. That was exactly the outcome Wu Zhu had hoped to avoid. Without the demon realm's deterrence, dissent within the human race would have erupted. Only when both sides were strong could the alliance hold. Wu Zhu then led Su Jinyu, Li Jing Wu, and more than 30 other Imperial Realm experts into the Dark Demon Realm. None of them hid their terrifying power. At first contact, demon sovereigns such as the Lord of Thunder were struck speechless by the overwhelming aura. Any one of these human Imperials could instantly slay a peer, and Wu Zhu himself stood above them all. Fearing the briefest delay, the demon gods and emperors declared their full support for the alliance on the spot. Drawing on lessons from their past lives, Wu Zhu and Astaroth quickly settled on a system of rule. Each race would occupy half the star domain, and if either confronted a beast too strong to handle alone, they would join forces at once. This not only blocked cross-race marriages preventing more half-demon hybrids but also made the border order crystal clear. The human breeding program of the previous era was now unnecessary. Wu Zhu already held a vast supply of human blood grant pills, and mountains of 10,000 beast blood pills could satisfy both races' cultivation needs. Demons did refined beast pills less efficiently than human blood pills, but sheer quantity made up the difference, and humanity alone could never exhaust the stock Wu Zhu had amassed. And once the great outbreak begins, an endless horde of savage beasts will appear, ready to be turned into alchemical ingredients. There's actually a way to restore memories like this. Luo Xiao was startled when he saw the scene unfold inside the simulation. The shard of dark essence held every memory Astaroth had ever possessed, a fresh testament to the power of primal energy. In reality, his eyes grew thoughtful as he retrieved the dark essence from his storage ring, rolled it between his fingers for a moment, and then put it away. Another fusion would do little to enhance him now, which was probably why his simulated self had chosen to hand it over to Astaroth. Even though it was only a simulation, Luo Xiao still believed the decision was flawless. The dark essence belonged to Astaroth in the first place. With it, his friend could be revived in spirit, elevate his bloodline enough to weather the entire outbreak, and, once back in his original realm, break through to a level beyond demon god. His lifespan would soar as well. All of that was worth far more than keeping the essence for himself. With that thought, Luo Xiao let a faint smile creep across his lips and refocused on the simulation. Year 2850. After more than 13 centuries of repeated experiments and simulations, the Department of Celestial Exploration finally made a breakthrough. Space itself could be torn open by force. Unfortunately, the resulting rift had an unknown exit and stayed open for only a heartbeat, so brief that even a craft traveling at 10 times the speed of light could scarcely slip through. When the news reached headquarters, humanity's leadership erupted with excitement. The technology of spatial jump had moved from theory to possibility, and for the first time the dawn of the great cosmic era shone clearly before them. Yet two massive technical barriers still blocked the researchers' path. 1. The duration of the rift had to be increased by a factor of 10,000, long enough for a small vessel moving at 10 light speed to pass through safely. 2. The exit point had to be precisely fixed, for entering an unknown region of space would be a one-way trip. Your orders were swift and unequivocal. Pour more money and talent into the jump space project. What humanity needed now was not more martial prodigies, but world-class scientists, and time was running out. Once the great outbreak began, the surface would no longer offer a stable environment for experimentation. Over the years, Earth itself had continued to swell under the expansion array, finally stabilizing at a diameter of 100 million kilometers. During the same period, the human population had exploded to its absolute limit, about 50 quadrillion souls. Building a second homeland had become an urgent necessity. Year 3250. Your cultivation advanced smoothly to the 8th tier of the Imperial Realm, the current ceiling of the world, and you now commanded the power of 200 great emperors. The earliest group to enter the Imperial Realm, including Li Jing Wu, had risen to the 4th tier through sheer accumulation of time, but that was as far as their potential would carry them. Sadly, restricted by bloodline and talent, their progress stalled after they reached the strength of 10 great emperors. They once asked you how to surpass the limits of the world. When they learned the only path was to elevate their own talent and push their bloodline potential to and even beyond its absolute peak, everyone deflated at once. Breaking past a bloodline ceiling is anything but easy. Unless they possessed the peerless natural treasures or true divine artifacts you mentioned, there was only the faintest chance. Sadly, Earth has never produced such wonders. But Earth's lack does not mean they are absent from your hands. Cloudrain District, formerly Cloudrain City, also called Wuzhou City now, lies within the Huaxia Imperial capital. Guarded by the Flame Cloud Emperor, Su Jinyu, and celebrated as the birthplace of humanity's mightiest guardian, The martial ancestor, this district remains the capital's most unique quarter and is revered as sacred ground by billions. You have lived here for years. Inside the martial ancestor pavilion, a streak of scarlet flame shot through the air like a meteor and landed in the main hall. The fire drew inward, revealing Su Jinyu. Steadying herself, she found you tending a pill furnace, flames swirling around your fingertips. You're here. You lifted your hand and snuffed out the fire. The liquid medicine inside lost its balance and burst with a dull bang, collapsing into black ash. That was the flesh of a tier 12 fiend beast. Turning it to cinders is a bit wasteful, isn't it? Su Jinyu rubbed her forehead in exasperation. It's fine. At this level, failed batches are normal. Your voice was calm, yet she knew your skill made failure virtually impossible. Clearly you simply didn't care. Interesting you actually called me. What's going on? Curiosity colored her words, but so did a trace of grievance. If I don't look for you, you can always look for me. You offered a wry smile. Look for you? You're impossible to pin down. Last time I came, you were tasting tea with the war god. Before that, you were sparring with the demon god. Earlier still, you were explaining the light codex to Imo Shiyun. When could I possibly corner you? Her voice grew increasingly aggrieved, and at the mention of guiding Imo Shiyun, her eyes reddened a touch. What? That's a misunderstanding. It was an open lecture. She just asked a question. Who spread that rumor? Jian Tian, that brat? When I catch him, he's in for it. You waved your hands, face full of innocence, suddenly aware that your many commitments had indeed left Su Jinyu neglected. Enough, let's drop it. She drew a deep breath, composing herself. Why did you summon me? Su Jinyu, do you know the lifespan limit of a human emperor? You asked abruptly. Su Jinyu paused. Honestly, no. So far, no war god has died of old age. Judging by the ones who advanced with us, they should have at least 1,000 more years in them. If a war god can live 5,000 years and a sovereign at least 10,000, then an emperor should manage 20 or 30,000 without difficulty, right? That was the logical estimate. Each realm before the war god stage brought a huge boost in lifespan, let alone sovereign or emperor. Yet when she finished, you fell into silence. By the way, some readers think the author is stalling the plot. He isn't. He's just padding the word count to earn Tomato's 600 monthly attendance bonus. In theory, yes, but in reality a supreme lives no more than 7,000 years, and an emperor tops out at 10,000. In other words, nearly 99% of our race's supremes have already passed the midpoint of their lives, he concluded in a low voice, then sighed helplessly. Su Jinyu felt her heart tighten. So we have only a bit more than 5,000 years left? That's like a 40-year-old mortal woman. She fumbled for a bronze mirror and studied her reflection, relieved to see her face still as smooth as jade. He rubbed his forehead in silence. As expected, a woman's worries always orbit her looks. Who cares how long we live? Su Jinyu said, lowering the mirror and meeting his gaze. We're roughly the same age. If we die together. He shook his head gently, but his voice was firm. My lifespan exceeds 10,000 years. Su Jinyu froze, about to ask why, when a deep hum split the air. He raised his right hand, fingers curling, and a fist-sized flame of shimmering gold flared in his palm. The dancing light exposed the shock in her eyes, while the firepower inside her body trembled as though bowing to an exalted bloodline. Golden Crow Divine Fire, he said slowly. Fuse with it, and you can break your bloodline limit. Reach the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm, the so-called world limit, and command a saint-grade flame of the same kind. His gaze rested on Su Jinyu. More importantly, it will add 5,000 years to your life. 5,000 years. Su Jinyu stared at the golden blaze in disbelief. That's half an emperor's lifespan. He stepped to her side, took her slender hand in his broad palm, and gently transferred the flame to her. From now on, it's yours. Su Jinyu shook her head at once. No, something this precious should be used by you. You're the future of our race. You need a long life to guard humanity through the coming upheaval. I've already used a Golden Crow Divine Fire. That's why my life exceeds 10,000 years, he replied with a smile. It no longer helps me. This one has always been meant for you. I waited until you reached your bloodline limit so you could absorb it safely. For me? Su Jinyu's heart pounded, and the usually aloof woman blushed. Is extending my life the only reason? Hope flickered in her eyes. What other reason could there be? He blinked, genuinely puzzled. Her anticipation crashed, and she rolled her eyes. Blockhead. Before the word had faded, an arm tightened around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah, what are you doing? You scared me. Her cheek pressed against his warm chest. Su Jinyu's heart hammered, her voice trembling. Tightening his arms around her, he looked down. The day I came back, I said I would never let you go again. Once, a sincere love was right in front of me, and I failed to cherish it. Only after I lost it did I regret it. I've imagined it 1,000 times. If heaven granted me one more chance, I'd tell that girl, I love you. And if that love needed a limit, I'd choose 10,000 years. Luo Xiao slipped an arm around Su Jinyu's shoulders, his voice low and earnest. The slender girl shuddered, and the brightness in her eyes quickly misted over. She had waited so long for these words. Did you steal that line from some pre-cataclysm movie? It's so corny. Su Jinyu sniffled as she complained, yet her arms only tightened around Luo Xiao's waist. Luo Xiao lowered his head, gazing at her flawless face. Then will you stay with me for another 10,000 years? I will always. Su Jinyu declared, enunciating every word. As her answer fell, Luo Xiao bent down. Their lips met, warm breath mingling, and even the air tasted sweet. Year 3520. Martial ancestor Luo Xiao and Flamecloud Empress Su Jinyu will wed on New Year's Eve. The official announcement detonated across the planet like a thunderclap. Holy crap, the martial ancestors finally tying the knot. Seriously? Not just some clickbait rumor? No way, the authorities posted it, date and all. I've shipped these two for millennia. Dreams do come true. I thought he'd patch things up with the Light Emperor, guess not. A global 10-year holiday. Paid. 10 years. Martial ancestor, I love you. Messages streaked across every neural net feed, setting the Huaxiao masses ablaze. People dropped whatever they were doing. All that remained in their minds were 4 words: martial ancestor's wedding. Meanwhile, the beasts lurking on the surface nearly burst into tears of joy at the news. If humans weren't working, they wouldn't be hunting either. An extra decade of life. Grottos. Dark demon realm, Earth's far side. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted skyward, blanketing the planet. Haha. The brat's finally taking a wife. I've waited tens of thousands of years for this. Deep within the dark shrine, Demon Emperor Astaroth roared with laughter. More than a dozen demon gods nearby winced, rubbing their ears. Humanity's martial ancestor is getting married, and you're more excited than the groom? Dark shrine. Luo Xiao strode into the hall, meeting Astaroth's gaze with a grin. Brother, I came to tell you Mistlefon my wedding day. Bring all the demon gods and show up. Of course. Even if you didn't invite me, I'd crash it anyway. Astaroth's laugh faded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. But don't blame me if I land a few punches while I'm there. Luo Xiao chuckled, but didn't argue. After a moment, his expression turned solemn. I also need a favor, brother. Seeing the look on his face, Astaroth paused in surprise. What kind of problem could you possibly have that even you can't solve? Tell me, brother, and it'll make it happen. Astaroth said earnestly. Luo Xiao gave a slight smile and met those crimson eyes. I want you to officiate my wedding with Jinyu. You know I have no parents, and I've come to see you as family. Family? Astaroth froze, staring at Luo Xiao for a long time. That distant, unfamiliar word suddenly felt heavy. Did someone actually care about him? He lifted his chin with pride. And here I thought it was something serious. A trivial matter like that is no problem for me. With a grand wave of his hand, he shooed Luo Xiao toward the door. All right, off you go. You've got plenty to do. He'll be there on time. Luo Xiao started to explain that Li Jing Wu and the others would handle everything. But in the end, he simply nodded and left. Astaroth stood where he was, watching the departing figure until it disappeared, then slowly came back to himself. During the next few days, the Dark Temple stayed shut. No one knew what Astaroth was doing. When the Thunder Demon God came to discuss the rehearsal, he heard only low muttering from deep inside. Do you take this rascal to be your husband? No, too casual. Do you take Luo Xiao as your wedded husband? Still too plain. Needs a flourish. Thunder was stunned, but no one dared interrupt the giant's diligent practice. Time flew. On New Year's Eve, the entire nation celebrated as the martial ancestors' wedding officially began. The whole ceremony was projected in the skies above Earth. On the screen, the martial ancestor hall glowed with red lanterns and ribbons, a carpet hundreds of kilometers long running straight down its center. On either side, millions of supreme human warriors stood at attention, trembling with excitement. In the square before the hall, Luo Xiao, dressed in a white suit and holding a bouquet, kept his eyes fixed on the far end of the carpet. Between heaven and earth, the dark demon god Astaroth, towering billions of meters high, stood as officiant. Behind him, ranks of demon gods formed an iron wall, their immense aura lending the ceremony a solemn grandeur. A gentle hum music swelled. Bride and groom, enter. The master of ceremonies, Li Jing Wu, boomed across Huaxiao Imperial City. Every human warrior jolted to attention, eyes snapping to the projection overhead. In a snow-white gown, Su Jinyu floated down the aisle on the arm of the Flame Emperor. The instant she appeared, billions of Huaxiao citizens held their breath. They had heard of the Yin Yun Empress beauty, but none had imagined how stunning Su Jinyu would be when so carefully adorned. Another resonant hum. Golden light burst from the heavens, and endless white angel feathers drifted down, carpeting the entire hall in moments. Beneath that radiant snowfall, Su Jinyu looked even more pure and breathtaking. Luo Xiao instinctively glanced toward the other emperors, but could not find Imo Shiyun. He understood that the sea of luminous wings was her gift. Thank you, Imo Shiyun, he whispered in his heart. Amid the drifting feathers, Su Jinyu was guided to Luo Xiao's side. The Flame Emperor's gaze was piercing as he placed the young woman's hand in Luo Xiao's, his voice deep and solemn. Martial ancestor, from this day on, Jinyu is yours to protect. The Tianhua Great Emperor, once revered as the flame martial sage, stood atop the towering altar in Huaxia Imperial City and solemnly entrusted his only disciple and the person he cherished most, Su Jinyu, to Luo Xiao. Rest assured, Master, I will guard Jinyu for the rest of my life, Luo Xiao declared, gripping her slender hand. Su Jinyu's eyes trembled under his gaze, tears glistening. Smiling, the emperor clasped their hands together. In the next instant, two figures, wrapped in blazing true energy, shot 10,000 kilometers into the sky. Wind howled past their ears, a straight corridor tore through the clouds, and hand in hand they halted at the boundary between the atmosphere and the starry void. There, the ancient celestial god Astaroth hovered in silence, his golden pupils reflecting the pair. After so many years, you and your junior sister are finally together, Astaroth said with a gratified smile. His voice, like a tolling bell, reverberated through the imperial city. At his words, fragmented, unfamiliar memories flickered in Su Jinyu's mind, while Luo Xiao recalled countless simulations spanning tens of thousands of years. The brief silence weighed heavily. Astaroth spoke again, solemn and grand. Luo Xiao, will you take the girl before you as your wife? Whether in sickness or in health, life or death, even if the heavens collapse and humanity perishes, you vow to love and protect her always. Luo Xiao met Su Jinyu's gaze, his voice steady as a mountain. I do. Astaroth turned to Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu, will you marry Luo Xiao? Whether in sickness or in health, life or death, even if the heavens collapse and humanity perishes, you vow to follow and love him always? A global broadcast zoomed in on her flawless face. Billions held their breath. Su Jinyu nodded gently, a soft smile blooming on her lips. I do and always will. A tidal wave of cheers erupted above Earth. Golden radiance burst from Huaxia Imperial City, and within that luminous tide Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu shared a deep, ardent kiss. No one noticed the winged angel Emo Shiyun high in the clouds, watching in silence. Golden tears welled and slid down her cheeks. Her white wings shuddered, scattering countless brilliant feathers across sky and earth before she became a streak of light and vanished beyond the horizon. In the real world, Luo Xiao, now in possession of every simulated memory, stared at that awe-inspiring scene, then looked at the woman in his arms and murmured in self-mockery, "At last I found the courage. If only I'd done so sooner, perhaps there would have been fewer regrets." He sighed, yet determination glimmered in his eyes. The grand wedding ended, and humanity reveled in celebration and blessings. With absolute dominance, no beast dared invade. Even the weakest creatures quaked beneath the relentless aura radiating from Huaxia Imperial City. 30 years later, after tireless devotion, Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu finally received joyous news. Su Jinyu was pregnant. Both stood at the pinnacle of human cultivation, their bloodlines above saint grade, so conceiving a child was nearly impossible. Luo Xiao, ecstatic, could only attribute the miracle to his own extraordinary talent. Author, I do. His voice cracked with excitement. Su Jinyu had rolled her eyes at him more times than he could count. This time, however, her belly had been swelling for decades, and even two emperors were starting to panic. Other imperial heirs spent only 10 months in the womb, yet their own child still refused to appear. With no alternative, he sought advice from his only non-human friend Astaroth. The moment Astaroth heard the word pregnancy, he looked even more baffled. What are you talking about? You have to be pregnant to have a kid? In the demon race, we just mix a drop of each parent's blood, leave it for a few hundred or 1,000 years, and a child grows by itself. By the time I came out, my parents were already gone. Astaroth's confusion left him speechless, but it also gave him a clue. The thread of demon blood in his body might be dragging out the gestation. Still, the thought of waiting a few hundred or 1,000 years made cold sweat run down his back. He might as well be widowed. Fortunately, neither he nor Su Jinyu was a full-blooded demon. In the 33rd year of the pregnancy, a burst of terrifying power erupted from Su Jinyu's body, and the fetus finally stirred. As soon as the news spread, he summoned every obstetric grandmaster who had been on standby for decades. After several tense days and nights, a piercing cry split the dome of the martial ancestor temple. In 3587 AD, their first child was born. Divine flames surged into the sky, almost reducing the entire temple to ash. He suppressed the inferno just in time to save the structure. Astaroth rushed over, delighted to see flames still licking the eaves, and immediately bestowed a tongue-twisting name on the baby Abyssaman's low. He blinked and asked what it meant. Astaroth spread his wings. Only demon prodigies get this name. Your son carries demon blood. He's destined for greatness. Give him a human name too. That sounded reasonable, so he decided on the spot. We'll call him Luoyan. Half-hearted, Astaroth muttered. He blushed. After years of reading power fantasies, the name just sounded cool, so he stuck with it. And so the matter was settled. Luoyan. The child was born amid boundless golden crow fire, mastering that flame from his very first breath. Thanks to his father's dark demon blood, He also commanded the power of darkness, and his dual talents were nothing short of terrifying. At 10, Luo Yin had already stepped into the realm of martial saint, leaving his father secretly clicking his tongue back in the day. He had run countless simulations just to brush that threshold. Yet no matter how monstrous the talent, the boy was still his son, and he could only watch, equal parts shocked and proud, as the child kept climbing. At 20, Luo Yin reached the peak of martial saint. He had grasped 6 layers of sword intent, 4 layers of killing intent, and every other weapon intent hovered between the 4th and 5th layers. Golden flames and deep shadows intertwined throughout the temple, and the young prodigy's brilliance left his father with a mixture of pride and envy. Comparison really is the thief of joy. He has not advanced because you told him not to, not because he was incapable. After confirming that Luo Yin possessed an extraordinarily rare gift, the protagonist slowed his cultivation and decided to test a bolder plan, guiding Luo Yin to master the divine martial domain. The divine martial domain is the protagonist's strongest and only top-tier domain. If Luo Yin can claim it early, his future might eclipse his teachers. For the next several centuries, the 3 mentors trained him in rotation. The protagonist personally taught every form of weapon intent. Su Jinyu covered the intent and domain of slaughter. Astaroth oversaw the development and fusion of light and darkness domains. Astaroth's comprehension had always surpassed the protagonist's. Only the protagonist's cheat of cultivating through several lives had let him briefly pull ahead. Once Astaroth fully merged his past life memories, his sword intent reached the 9th heaven, his dark demon domain settled at the 3rd stage, and his slaughter intent touched the peak of the 8th level. Without the slaughter domain and divine martial domain, his power was already near the protagonist's. If the protagonist stacked those 2 domains, his strength would multiply dozens of times. A domain not awakened before the martial god stage is almost impossible to form later, so for Astaroth, the slaughter domain and the divine martial domain were virtually out of reach. Because of this, the protagonist insisted that Luo Yin master all 3 major domains before advancing to martial god. In the year 3625, just past his 30th birthday, Luo Yin condensed the 1st layer of the slaughter domain, and every weapon intent leaped to the 6th level. With that depth of intent, he could already sustain a 2nd stage divine martial domain. Yet, even its 1st layer is notoriously difficult. Despite his extraordinary talent, Luo Yin would need millennia to perfect it. Understanding his mentor's plan, he refrained from breaking through and continued tempering the embryonic divine martial domain within him. In 3880, a world-shaking pressure descended upon Earth. The first suppressor, a turquoise flood dragon, appeared. Humanity already boasted 150 Imperial Realm experts, far beyond the goal of 100 within 2 millennia. The defender who stepped forward was Li Jing Wu, the martial god who had safeguarded humankind for thousands of years. Though he had been stuck at the 4th heaven limit for ages, he decapitated the dragon within minutes. Its blood and flesh were sent to the protagonist, who casually refined them into 100 imperial blood-forging pills and tossed them to Li Jing Wu, then returned to Luo Yan's grueling training. Li Jing Wu rarely saw Luo Yan, and this time he was stunned to find the 300-year-old youth had mastered 7-fold weapon intent and pushed slaughter intent to the 5th level. Eyes wide, Li Jing Wu blurted, "Good grief, teacher, your son is a monster." "Grandpa Wu, watch your language," Luo Yin protested. Luo Yin, baffled by the sudden scolding, was left speechless. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to the gray-haired elder in front of him, "A Grandpa Wu, I was just shocked, that's all." Li Jing Wu choked on the reply. After an awkward cough, he turned to the white-robed teacher standing nearby. "Teacher, be honest, have you been hiding some secret technique from us? Otherwise, how could this kid, only 300 years old, already command such a powerful slaughter intent? You're not keeping anything to yourself, are you?" The elder wasn't truly suspicious, yet he couldn't stop grumbling. The boy's talent is remarkable, but he lacks tempering. His slaughter intent is so advanced that he might one day lose himself, so I've been holding him back these past years. The teacher, the group's leader, explained calmly, but his words only confused Li Jing Wu further. "So not only is there no secret, you've been suppressing him on purpose?" Li Jing Wu clutched his head. Having one monster of a teacher is discouraging enough, and now there's another prodigy? How are the rest of us supposed to keep up? Where do you 2 even get your talent? Luo Yin scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Just lucky, I guess." Before he could finish, the teacher flicked him on the forehead, making him yelp. With a stern face, the teacher scolded, "How many times have I told you stop saying that?" Time passed. Year 4275. After centuries of secluded cultivation and reflection, Luo Yin finally fused all his intents and mastered the 1st stage of the divine martial domain. His long-accumulated foundation erupted. He entered the realm of martial deity and leaped straight to its 3rd heaven. Watching Luo Yan's aura climb ever higher, the teacher sighed in admiration. Exceptional talent truly made a difference. At this pace, the boy might one day catch up to him. Meanwhile, 12th-tier rifts on Earth multiplied, but humanity's overall strength rose just as quickly. The teacher realized a wave of breakthroughs into the Imperial realm was imminent. When that happened, he would have to impose limits. Those in the Imperial realm lived only 10,000 years. He had already planned ahead. Divide the longevity pills he had refined into 10 batches, ensuring that humanity could flourish for at least another 100,000 years. What happened after that was beyond his concern. Over the years, he himself brushed against the world's limits. To prepare for the unknown, he gathered mortals' wish power in his dantian, compressing it day and night until it formed a fist-sized golden core. He knew this wish-force golden core was nothing like the golden cores of ordinary cultivation worlds. Its stored energy was far greater. It hovered silently within his dantian, ready to detonate if a true crisis arose. As the years passed, it grew larger, its power ever more terrifying. Year 5874. Humanity welcomed its 1000th Imperial Realm powerhouse. At the same time, the teacher's slaughter intent broke through the 9th level. Every one of his intents had reached its peak, each capable of unleashing staggering power. To advance further, he consulted Astaroth and learned that above intent lay an even higher realm, the unity of Tao. Unity meant fusing one's power completely with one's weapon. The higher the fusion, the more devastating the release. At the 9th level, weapon and body were already almost entirely merged. At this stage, they could finally pursue the next realm, Tao integration. In this state, body, mind, and weapon merge completely with heaven and earth, and once that union is achieved, a warrior's power undergoes a qualitative transformation. Yet even in the demon realm, Astaroth had only heard rumors of this level. Demons have always valued brute force and bloodline. As long as their strength is overwhelming, all higher concepts are dismissed as empty talk. In a sense, they are not wrong for anyone who has not reached the world's limit. Deepening one's intent by a single tier is thousands of times harder than a normal breakthrough. For Astaroth and Ling Feng, however, whose comprehension was already at the brink, further refining that intent had become the only way forward. Tao integration was the one clear path left. Unfortunately, it remained a legend. Astaroth knew it required becoming one with heaven and earth, but he did not even know where to begin, so aiming for it bordered on wishful thinking. Time, at least, was on their side. A saint-grade demonic bloodline granted at least 40,000 years of life, and Ling Feng, blessed with the Golden Crow's divine flames, could live for 50,000. Over such an expanse of years, there would surely be a chance at success. The centuries slipped away as they trained. Year 8515. Roar. In the far west, the bedrock exploded as a fire centipede. Hundreds of millions of zhong long burst from the ground. Scorching shockwaves swept outward, instantly melting the earth into rolling magma. Demon God, heaven-cleaving slash. A thunderous shout rolled across the sky, followed by a ray of pitch-black swordlight that spanned billions of zhong and tore the void apart. Sensing danger, the countless eyes of the Golden Crow centipede snapped upward, but the blade had already struck its forehead, ripping open its incredibly tough carapace. Sizzle. In a single heartbeat, the dark blade bisected the fiery monster from head to tail. With a reluctant roar, the colossal corpse crashed into the sea of magma it had created. Boom. The lava surged, its rumble echoing for thousands of li. As the body began to sink, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky reached down from the clouds, seized the searing carcass, and hauled it out of the molten ocean. The hand belonged to Astaroth. After the metamorphosis brought on by his saint-grade bloodline, his body had grown from tens of millions of zhong in his previous life to more than 100 million today. Though still a head shorter than the straightened Golden Crow centipede, the aura he exuded was several times more fearsome, forcing all who saw him to avert their gaze. Humph. You dared posture before me in the last life. Let's see what tricks you can pull this time. Astaroth gave a curt snort and hurled his arm forward. The titanic Golden Crow myriad-legged worm several times his height and thick as a mountain ridge was swung up like a club, its dark silhouette slicing the sky before shooting toward the clouds with a thunderous boom. A heartbeat later, the heavens blazed with boundless golden fire. The inferno poured down like a torrential storm, swallowing the colossal body. Scorching heat billowed outward, and the stench of charred flesh filled the air. Above the sea of flames, a lone figure strode through the sky, each step landing on searing golden swells. Commanding the blaze, he lifted a hand. Divine fire converged and began tempering the worm's corpse at a fearsome temperature. Astaroth looked up and laughed over the roar of the flames. Brother, you're far stronger than you used to be. If my bloodline rank had been higher in my last life, I'd have burned it down myself, the man replied evenly, a chill glint flashing in his eyes. As the fire roared, he called to Astaroth again. Tell me, little brother, besides pills, what else can we make out of this carcass? Plenty, Astaroth answered, eyes alight. He pointed at the burning beast. Its flesh can yield supreme breakthrough pills with unmatched potency. I've studied the thing for tens of thousands of years. The carapace and scales will forge 2 weapons, one for you, one for me. I've gathered most of the materials already. And the Golden Crow fire? I want to give that to Jinyu. You and I share demon blood and centuries to spare, but she doesn't. He nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law's lifespan is a real problem. Sadly, herbs that extend life are nearly extinct. Astaroth sighed. Even if we refine an elixir, it won't help Su Jinyu much. Her lifespan's already up by 5,000 years. Merging the Golden Crow fire might grant 2,000 more at best. Ordinary longevity pills do nothing. The human bloodline hits a hard ceiling. Without another word, he raised a palm and poured fresh divine fire onto the corpse. The roar of the blaze drowned everything else. Focused entirely on his task, he smelted the Golden Crow devouring worm until the flames glowed nearly platinum, coaxing out the beast's lingering divine fire. A deep hum resonated. From the shell's depths, strands of pure Golden Crow flamed thin as filaments of gold were drawn free and drifted upward. He gestured, collecting the core fire into his system space, then unleashed a storm of alchemical sigils that flickered down like starlight, branding the worm's body layer upon layer. Time crawled by. The carapace cracked and curled under the twin assault of sigils and flame. Flesh was ripped from shell and dragged into a suspended fire array for its first purification. Stripping the impurities alone took 10 full years. When that was done, he triggered the rune array again, refining the purified flesh for another 20 years. Fire and script intertwined, gold and crimson light pulsing together until, at last, 10 supreme breakthrough pills and 100 supreme blood-forging pills floated at the array's heart, shimmering with rainbow sheen and heady fragrance. Each pill held life essence several times stronger than that of a peak Emperor-class beast. By his reckoning, they ranked at the 13th tier. More startling was their quality. Pill for pill, their body tempering and breakthrough power eclipsed those made from top Emperor-grade bloodline beasts by a factor of 100. He gazed at the 10 breakthrough pills, thinking, if ID had elixirs of this caliber back when I cultivated, I could have leapt from the Emperor limit to the ninefold extreme and broken through in less than a century. From what you can tell, the pill has one more critical effect. It could let an Emperor-rank cultivator break past the bloodline barrier and push from 4th heaven to the next level. Realizing this, he finally understood why Astaroth had said, a beast of that caliber shouldn't exist in this world. If they really managed to slay it, the whole world would erupt into a new era of growth. The problem was that killing such a monster was nearly impossible. In his last simulation, he had run the scenario thousands of times, piling on every advantage he could think of, yet he still couldn't defeat the creature he'd. Astaroth had needed to reincarnate, raise his bloodline to the sacred grade, and land a one-shot kill. Even then, if Astaroth had used the Heaven Demon blood offering to finish the job, Earth itself would have been reduced to dust. Now, at long last, the pill was ready, and the first test subject would of course be Luo Yan. Deep in the stars, Luo Yan tore through space the moment his father's message came. While descending, he complained, Dad, you've been refining pills for decades and only just remembered me. Do you have any idea what my life's been like? Mom drags me out to hunt dread beasts every single day. I'm sick of killing them. He thumped his chest, equal parts teasing and exhausted. Then his eyes lit up. Tell you what, why don't you teach me alchemy? I bet I'd be great at it. His father raised a hand to stop him. Get your cultivation to the peak of the Emperor realm first. Once you have time to spare, pick any side job you want. I'd love to. Luo Yan threw up his hands. But I'm only at triple limit right now, and my progress is snail's low. You're talking ninefold limit before the breakthrough. That'll take forever. His father didn't bother explaining. He simply held something out. You won't have to worry about that anymore. Here, this is for you. A golden, translucent pill hovered in his palm, its faint aura surging like a rising sun, sending the surrounding temperature skyrocketing. Luo Yan was still meters away when his bloodline shuddered, as if flames were ready to burst from his marrow. He drew a sharp breath. Is that a blood-forging pill made from a gold-crowing sky moth? And it's sacred grade. His father nodded. Sacred grade blood-forging pill. See how far it can push your physical limit. But listen, take only a sliver. With that, he shaved off a tiny bit with the tip of a blade. Luo Yan's mouth twitched. That little? Anyone watching would think we can't afford more. His father tossed him the knife. The whole thing would blow you apart. Quit whining and eat. Left with no choice, Luo Yan touched his tongue to the powder. Boom. Golden flames erupted inside him like a raging furnace, tempering his bones, flesh, and blood. With every heartbeat, his physical strength leaped by hundreds of millions of tons. The heat warped the very air, and his bloodline boiled, giving him his first taste of what true, uncontrolled power felt like. Within a few breaths, he understood why his father had only allowed a speck of the pill. Had he swallowed the whole thing, he'd have melted on the spot. Now do you see how powerful these pills are? Here are 3 of them. Take them out into space and swallow them. There, don't come back to Earth, or you'll set the whole planet on fire. With that, the protagonist flicked 3 scarlet gold pills, each wreathed in flame, toward Luo Yan. Luo Yan scratched the back of his head, flashed an embarrassed smile, nodded repeatedly, and streaked into the void. He chose an empty starfield and quietly began refining the medicine. Once Luo Yin was gone, the protagonist turned back to a weapon forging project he had planned for tens of thousands of years. In his previous life, he had run countless simulations for this weapon. In this life, blessed with soaring talent, he needed only a few millennia to forge a vast stock of 12th tier supreme grade arms. Using his forged sovereign gift, he pushed them to lower 13th tier, yet they still shattered under a single full power blow. The flaw, he concluded, lay in the materials. This time he would forge a finished weapon at true 13th tier, then elevate it further and gain a qualitative leap in strength. The remains of the Jing Wu myriapod were the key. Its carapace had soaked in golden crow divine fire since birth, turning almost completely energy solidified. Its terrifying resilience meant that in 2 lifetimes he had been one-shot only because his foe's cultivation was monstrous, not because he was weak. Now he had gathered every shard of Jing Wu armor scattered across the cosmos and fused them into a blazing sun hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide, hanging in the starry sea. Smelting lasted 3 whole years. During that time, Earth's night sky glowed gold as though day and night had merged, yet that was only the melting stage. When the carapace finally became molten, flame-licked gold, he began shaping it. 70% of the main material, combined with a mountain of 12th tier supreme auxiliaries, formed a colossal sword a billion zhang long. From Earth, it looked like a golden band slicing through the heavens. By volume, it equaled tens of thousands of pre-cataclysm Earths. A sword forged from that many worlds became, naturally, a spectacle fit for the stars. Over the next decade, he etched layer upon layer of formations and forging runes into the blade until the Jing Wu demon sword took shape lower 13th tier, perfect grade. Boosted by his forged sovereign talent, its rank jumped to mid-13th tier. Astaroth tested it first, and its power was hundreds of times greater than the mid-12th tier demon sword he had brought from the infernal realm. To keep Earth from shattering, he flew into deep space, aiming for a life-bearing planet 1,370 light-years away that humanity had charted a few years earlier. Images showed that world had entered its cataclysm era 5,300 years ago and was now in full eruption. The protagonist wanted to follow, but his second weapon was still unfinished, so he stayed behind. 3/10 of the Jing Wu alloy remained in the furnace. With a flick of his hand, he split it into 3 portions, his eyes blazing. Then he divided those 3 portions once more, creating 3 equal piles. The frenzied compression began. Even a 1/10 shard of a golden crow myriapod's carapace was still hundreds of times larger than Earth. Compressing a sacred material the size of a planet down to an ordinary sword length would normally take eternity. Wuzu spent 30 full years just to shrink 4 such fragments to a diameter of 1 kilometer. In the 31st year, he ignited the collective while stored in his body. The energy poured into the golden crow divine fire, the temperature soared, and his incarnate solar cauldron ballooned. As Earth's surface heat spiked, he piloted the cauldron out of the atmosphere and sped 10 light-years away, saving the planet from becoming a molten sea. Another 50 years of smelting passed before the solar cauldron fused 3 fragments into a 1-meter molten gold core. While refining, Wuzu shaped the metal, layering formation runes and forging sigils so every inch crackled with glyph-born lightning. Though only 1/10 of the original armor remained, its post-compression strength was 10 times that of Astaroth's weapons, which had consumed 70% of the material, and the crafting difficulty soared accordingly. Decades of hammering later, 3 divine weapons emerged: a long saber, a great sword, and a slender sword for a woman. Wuzu specialized in saber arts, and the long blade mirrored his former divine martial edge. Initially ranked mid-tier 13th grade, it resonated with his talent and jumped to high-tier 13th grade, its quality rising from superior to flawless. Even if its wielder advanced another major realm, the saber could still channel full power. Wuzu passed the other 2 weapons to Su Jinyu and Luo Yin. During the century-plus forging process, Luo Yin refined a sacred blood forging pill. Its savage medicine pushed his physical limit to 9.5 times baseline, a breath short of the tenfold imperial standard. Guarded by Wuzu and Su Jinyu, he attempted his breakthrough. A few years later, global pressure descended, shaking every human powerhouse. Wuzu's son Luo Yin had ascended. The Flame Emperor was born. Residual pill power hurled his cultivation from early imperial realm straight to the 5th heaven, shattering his bloodline cap. His weapon intent reached the 8th layer, slaughter intent the 7th, and in the 4-domain slaughter, martial divinity, light, and darkness attained the 2nd layer, placing him nearly on par with Wuzu's past life peak when he slew the Golden Crow Devourer. Watching the overwhelming aura radiate from his son, Wuzu felt equal parts pride and relief. He opened humanity's newest compact interstellar shuttle, shoved Luo Yin inside, and grinned. "Go, my child, wander the stars." The shuttle is humanity's most advanced piece of spacefaring technology to date. It is only the size of a medium sports arena and holds fewer than 1,000 crew members, yet in the vacuum of space it can burst to a breathtaking 30 times the speed of light. At that velocity, even a destination 3,000 light-years away is just a century's journey. Luo Yin is among the first explorers on board. The examiner who oversees the mission has already locked onto their destination. Keppelrand has given Luo Yin one order. Within the first 100 years after arrival, wipe the planet clean. Including the 200-year return leg, the voyage will last 3 centuries, serving as Luo Yin's final examination. Traveling with Luo Yin are 10 newly promoted emperor-level powerhouses and more than 900 sovereign-level warriors, bringing the headcount to roughly 1,000. The shuttle's full capacity. Luo Yin offers no resistance to the examiner's demand. On modern Earth, formidable beasts have grown scarce, while Emperor-class fighters multiply daily. A 12th-level abyss that surfaced recently was cleared within a few days, leaving the Emperors with nothing to fight. As a result, the Department of Stellar Exploration launched 15 identical shuttles at once, each bound for a scouted life-bearing planet, the farthest of which lies 17,000 light-years away and will require more than a millennium for a round trip. Every flotilla is commanded by a 4th Heaven Emperor, a level considered the pinnacle of human might. Such a warrior can hold his own against a top bloodline Emperor-grade beast single-handedly. With additional Emperors at his side, victory is certain. Each ship also carries seasoned alchemists whose job is not frontline combat, but refining slain high-grade beasts into orbs of essence blood, storing them in dimensional rings for deeper processing on the return voyage. According to the plan, when Earth's Great Surge reaches its midpoint, these elites will come home laden with resources, bringing humanity's first large-scale foray into the stars to a triumphant close. Because Luo Yin is the strongest among them, he was naturally assigned the most dangerous destination. Kepler. After Luo Yin's departure, the examiner's life settled into calm. Astaroth left on his own affairs, leaving only the examiner and Su Jinyu. The two supreme beings, long overdue for a break, finally found time to enjoy each other's company. They suppressed their auras and blended in as ordinary tourists, drifting through the many scenic spots within Huaxiao Imperial City. In the past, they had skimmed overhead, forming only vague impressions. Now, immersed in the crowds, they discovered the subtle charm hidden in back alleys, much like the difference between viewing a city from an airplane window and walking every lane yourself. Huaxiao Imperial City has grown to unprecedented proportions, spanning more than 3 million kilometers in diameter. By surface area, it is 10 million times larger than Earth's landmass before the cataclysm. In terms of urban footprint, it dwarfs the combined area of every city on old Earth by tens of billions of times. Such immensity breeds countless sights, delicacies, and historic landmarks. After thousands of years of accumulation, even the appearance of a single sovereign-level warrior in a minor district is enough to bring glory to the entire region. Consequently, the two supreme beings' impromptu journey stretched on for a full century. During that century, nothing of significance changed on Earth. Since the golden crow-devouring worm appeared, Earth's history has become unrecognizable to you. In the previous timeline, the planet was annihilated at this very juncture, and no one can guarantee that an even more terrifying Saint-grade bloodline beast won't descend again. You order the Satellite Monitoring Division to stay on duty around the clock. The moment a cavern rift comparable to the old spatial fissure is detected, it must be reported immediately. After all, a single Saint-grade beast could wipe out the entire planet in minutes. 300 years later, Luo Yin returns. His cultivation has advanced once more, yet after only a few years he heads out again. 10,000 light-years away, humanity has located a beast world that entered its eruption phase 10 millennia ago and is now in mid-eruption. Confronted with hordes of monsters, Luo Yin is exhilarated and departs with 3 squads. You do not stop him. The creatures on Earth can no longer hone these warriors, and off-world hunts yield far more imperial-grade beast blood for forging blood-casting pills and breakthrough pills. Given Earth's present growth rate, even when that planet reaches late eruption, it may still be no match for humanity's slaughter. Several more centuries pass before Astaroth returns, looking sheepish. Only after questioning him do you learn that he vented his battle lust on a nearby planet whose catastrophe had begun barely 2,000 years earlier. The world was small, and in a moment of impulse, he blasted it to pieces. Helpless, you place him under house arrest on Earth and appoint him headmaster of the Demon God Academy you established for the Dark Abyss over the past few centuries. Astaroth protests in vain and eventually accepts the post. In the year 9020, the moment you dread finally arrives. Li Jing Wu's lifespan has run out. Thousands of years ago, you planted Nirvana flowers across Earth and refined 100-cycle Nirvana pills for every imperial powerhouse, extending life by 3 centuries. Yet, that is the limit. What puzzles you even more is that within the vast abyss, only the Nirvana flower can raise the ceiling of longevity, and it is merely a top-grade 7th-tier herb with scan effect. That day, the square outside the Martial God Hall is packed with Earth's strongest warriors. When you appear, joy and sorrow flicker in their eyes. Grandmaster, the Martial God can't hold on. Please see him at once. A young Imperial cultivator chokes out. You glance around Long Batian, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, the Heavenly Pattern Emperor, Dogu Jintian, and other old comrades are all present. Some have taken youth-preserving pills and still look young, yet the aura of decay and death clings to them, chilling the heart. Li Jing Wu is the first to reach life's limit mainly because he fought too often and too fiercely during the early days of the Cataclysm, leaving his body riddled with irreparable wounds. Compared with the human champions who came after him, the life he had once led was nothing but hardship. Drawing a deep breath, the white-robed elder pushed open the heavy doors and stepped into the solemn martial god hall. Beneath the gilded dome, wind slipped through stained-glass windows and lifted the hem of his robe. At the far end of the balcony, Li Jing Wu sat cross-legged on an ebony chair, gazing over the sea of lights that filled Huaxia Imperial City. Teacher, you're here. He didn't turn around, yet he sensed the familiar presence at once. Yes, I've come. The elder halted beside him, voice low. How do you feel? Li Jing Wu was still stalled at the very limit of the fourth tier of the Emperor realm. It wasn't that the elder had refused him a saint-grade blood-forging pill. Li Jing Wu himself had turned it down. The pill could force the body past its limits, but it did nothing to extend a life. In the end, it was only refined flesh and blood, no match for heaven-born wonders like an awakened bloodline or the solar crow's divine flame. He couldn't let so precious an elixir be wasted on him. Li Jing Wu gave a light laugh. It's no big deal. Seems death isn't half as scary as people say. His laugh sounded carefree, yet the elder still caught the unshakable longing in his eyes. He knew exactly who weighed on Li Jing Wu's heart. The image Ruashi left behind years ago, isn't half of it missing? Li Jing Wu suddenly asked. The elder was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, the other half is with me. Years ago, he had quietly kept half of the recording stone and never found a good way to explain it. Li Jing Wu had long suspected it was incomplete. With the truth confirmed, excitement blazed in his eyes. So the other half was meant for you, teacher? May I see it? He asked expectantly. Without another word, the elder produced the missing fragment and brushed it with a thread of essence. Light blossomed. A girl of breathtaking beauty appeared in midair, her eyes bright with laughter, her sleeves fluttering gently. Ruashi, where are you? Li Jing Wu, who had searched for his daughter for 10,000 years, could no longer hold back his tears. The projected Li Ruashi dipped her head, voice clear. If I'm right, the one seeing this is either father or you, my husband. At the word husband, Li Jing Wu's pupils tightened. He opened his mouth, speechless, and instinctively looked at the elder, only to find him staring motionless at the image. Only then did Li Jing Wu understand why his teacher had been so shaken when first hearing of Li Ruaxi's disappearance. My love, if you're watching this, I can only say I'm sorry. Her expression grew solemn. Xiaohei has gone somewhere incredibly dangerous and needs my help. That place is linked to the Shenwu Abyss, and the passage opens only at unpredictable intervals. I have to wait for the next opening before I can return. You promised me you'd wait until I come back. The image froze, her earnest expression suspended in midair. Xiaohei, the demon's sovereign Black Moon? Li Jing Wu was stunned. His daughter called the demon's sovereign Xiaohei, and the two had gone to another world. A torrent of questions crashed through his mind, but no one could answer them now. For 10,000 years he had ventured into the Shenwu Abyss every single year, scouring countless ruins and ancient records. No trace of Li Ruashi ever surfaced, and he gradually concluded she must have died. The image stone she left behind was nothing more than her final message. Only now did he understand that his daughter had not perished at all. She had simply left this world, which was why no clue could be found. Master, you and Ruashi. Li Jing Wu looked up at the man before him, curiosity and confusion mingling in his eyes. The teacher whom the world revered as the martial god did not answer right away. Instead, he asked quietly, Martial god, do you believe in reincarnation? Reincarnation? Li Jing Wu's heart lurched, his pupils tightening. The term was familiar enough, yet when it appeared in front of him like this, how could he accept it so easily? The man's voice remained calm, but his words struck like thunder. Ruashi and I were husband and wife for several consecutive lifetimes. And you were her father in the very first one. He went on to recount how he and Li Ruashi had met, fallen in love, and stayed together through life after life. The first rush of affection, the vows made at life and death partings, and the endless waiting from one reincarnation to the next. Li Jing Wu felt his mind hum. Had anyone else claimed this, he would have labeled them insane, yet every detail matched the descriptions in his daughter's image stone. He could not deny if his daughter and his teacher truly had been married across multiple lives. Then another stunning truth hit him. The man standing before him was none other than the legendary divine martial emperor who had subdued countless realms, the same Luo Wue honored in archaeological texts as the founding ancestor of martial cultivation. The divine martial emperor's family name was also Luo. The thought flashed through Li Jing Wu's mind, and his gaze grew more complex. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a delicate tone, So, Master, in this lifetime you fell in love with someone else? A twitch tugged at the man's mouth, and he cleared his throat. Cough, do you believe in rebirth? He tried another explanation. I once waited for Roashi 40,000 years in the future and still couldn't find her. I've faced that long wait several times, always ending in disappointment. Through those cycles of reincarnation and rebirth, I discovered how to save Earth. During all that time, Jinyu stayed with me for tens of thousands of years. He gathered every back-and-forth journey through his simulated future into one term: rebirth. When Li Jing Wu finished listening, he suddenly laughed, his expression bright with realization. So my guess was right all along. The man raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. That humanity's future technology file you left me listed only research directions. After our institute compared them, we found every path matched Earth's own technological trajectory, just advanced by tens of thousands of years. You also knew precisely when Earth's great eruption would occur, when the first 12-tier abyss would appear, and even the exact date the golden crow devouring insect would surface. We suspected you could foresee the future, but mere foresight couldn't explain how you possessed intent realm power far beyond the era's limits at age 20. The only reasonable answer is that you returned from the future to save us. Now that every doubt had been voiced, the man finally realized how overwhelming the material he had handed his disciple truly was. He had practically laid out humanity's entire future on paper. And for humanity's sake, he had marked a long list of future events as well. Given what they knew, a few guesses were only natural. As long as he never confirmed them, they would remain nothing more than conjecture, and even if he did admit the truth, what would really change? Li Jing Wu chuckled softly, sweeping his eyes across the hall until they rested on Wuzu. Jinyu is a fine woman. She's waited thousands of years for you. I always wondered why, when you clearly cared for her, you never chose to be with her. Now I finally understand. Truth is, she's waited more than 10 times longer than Ruashi ever did. Wuzu returned the smile. I'm glad you see it. Teacher, Li Jingwu asked suddenly, his tone earnest, if you fall in the coming battle, can you be reborn again? Wuzu considered for a moment, then nodded. Unless something goes terribly wrong, I can. Hope lit Li Jingwu's eyes, but before he could speak, Wuzu gripped his arm and gave a solemn pledge. I will go back for her. They'll do whatever it takes to find her. At those words, Li Jingwu finally smiled in satisfaction. Thank you, teacher. Serving alongside you and being your pupil in this life has truly been my honor. He gazed deeply at Wuzu. Although had long known Wuzu had once been his son-in-law, in his eyes the man was still the peerless Wuzu at humanity's summit, his teacher forever. When his words ended, all lingering attachments faded. He slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing ceased in silence. His body, honed to perfection, did not collapse. He remained seated, features peaceful, as if asleep. Wuzu produced a clear crystal coffin from his storage ring, gently lifted the body inside, and sealed the lid with a crisp click. The doors swung open, and Imperial and Supreme Realm experts surged in. Seeing Li Jingwu's remains, they wailed to the heaven sun that day. The whole nation mourned. Since the cataclysm, Li Jingwu had stood guard over Huaxia, hailed as the martial god of humanity, protector of the early cataclysm era. His status rivaled Wuzu's. Without him, humanity would have been swallowed by rival kingdoms long before Wuzu ever appeared. His fall was only the beginning. Over the next few centuries, the elder imperial experts exhausted their lifespans and passed away one after another. A heavy pall settled over Huaxia. Even the normally exuberant Luo Yan grew quiet. His mother's blood was purely human and gave her only a mortal life. Though Luo Yan's mixed demon heritage granted him a far longer span, perhaps 20,000 more years, the usual limit for a demon of the imperial realm could not ignore the threat looming over those he loved. In the year 9322, Dugu Jintian died. Of all the veterans Wuzu once knew, only Su Jinyu and Mo Shiyun remained. Years before, Wuzu had given Mo Shiyun a saint-grade blood-forging pill. Because she, too, carried the light bloodline, the medicine extended her life far beyond expectation. After consuming 3 in total, her lifespan was stretched to its very limit, yet, even so, she gained another 1,000 years. Over the years, she never sat idle. She founded the Order of Radiant Knights. The Order recruited anyone who cultivated light-based powers and, in no time, became the strongest law enforcement force in Huaxia. Any supreme-level cultivator who committed crimes or broke the law was tried on the spot. As the Order's high commander, Ling Feng purged a host of parasites within the human race with a single command, and it was because of this that Mo Shiyun was able to draw closer to him step by step. Although many human powerhouses had fallen, new emperors were being born far faster than they died. Ling Feng decreed, whenever a new emperor emerges, the whole nation will celebrate. One festival after another soon dispelled the gloom ordinary people felt over the deaths of the mighty. The real sorrow lingered only in the hearts of the older generation of emperors. Has the war god died as well? In the end, no one can outlast their lifespan. In the real world, Luo Xiao stared at the simulation and let out a long sigh. And that email I left behind, were there really that many holes in it? They even guessed I was reborn? Fortunately, the message was only scheduled to send and would not be triggered for another month. He planned to retract it as soon as the simulation ended. It had been more than 10 millennia since Shinwu continent, and Ruo, she still had not returned. She and the others were clearly in trouble, and this run of the simulation would never show them. Looks like I'll have to find them myself, Luo Xiao said, his face as calm as still water. But to search for them, he first had to identify their plane and, more importantly, acquire the power to tear open space, an almost impossible task, unless he gained enough strength or obtained a spatial talent in a later simulation. When this round ends, he'll be moving on to a simulation of a higher world, but Earth is so short on energy that I can't even afford a talent, Luo Xiao muttered, shaking his head. He'll finish this run first. Worst case, he'll head to another planet. Plenty of worlds went through their catastrophes before Earth, and probably have 11th tier supreme beasts by now. That should give me enough simulation points. With that thought in mind, he refocused on the simulation. Year 10,580. At the beginning of the year, Earth underwent a sudden upheaval as an unimaginably terrifying aura burst forth. A column of golden light shot from an underground chasm and instantly blanketed the entire planet. An 8-winged angel then broke out of the earth and soared straight into space. With blonde hair and blue eyes, the Western angel's body stretched for billions of meters, standing in the void while its indifferent gaze swept over Earth, its boundless presence washing across the globe. Ling Feng sensed it clearly. Earth had just gained a second super being with a saint-grade bloodline, and this one belonged to the angel race. A holy yet overpowering aura spread again, blanketing the entire planet. In an instant, the aura began to bewitch the minds of Earth's inhabitants. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.